Okay. We're back. Are you serious? Come on. Man, this so much stuff. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Had a power outage. Yeah, that wasn't stream at all. That was literally my whole house went black. That was the second time that's happened today too. I have no idea what happened. I mean, there we go. We are live again. There we go. There we go. All right, we're back. Hey, and yes, yeah, let me do the 420 with you here in a minute. I'm gonna be late. I keep having to reload videos. Yeah, that actually happened to me while I was resetting up here. So I don't know. Listen, as I said, I know my end. I had a power outage. Like, so if YouTube is also having issues, that is just another thing that we're gonna have to do, but whatever. It's fine. As you can see, my lighting is all messed up and just all of my settings are messed up. We're gonna wing it today, folks. That sucked. That really sucked. I'm not gonna lie, I had myself a nice little freak out right there because I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. How in the hell am I gonna have two brownouts in one fucking day? YouTube is pushing to stop people using VPN because algo tracking and ads. I know that like you're not really supposed to do ad block kind of stuff. So, Dahlia, not yet. Welcome back to the show, though. I appreciate you popping on by. Are you like collecting wrenches or something? Is that what's going on? Because you have asked before. I remember you. How's Korea? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, guys, we're gonna be going into everything that I had. Damn MAGA squirrels. You know, no, it wouldn't be. I don't think it was squirrels. Can you? Yes. Can you look? They're trying to target ads based on location data, so fuck them. Yeah, unfortunately, like doing stream, I do have, you know, some situations that I have to turn off location data because obviously don't want to self-dox. Why can't you just type this all in one sentence, please? Like, what's going on here, Dahlia? Can you look at my channel? Yes, I can look at your channel real quick. Let's see. 17 subs. You've got one video. Okay. With cinnamon roll. That's one of my friend's favorites. There. I looked. Hello, Pep. Hey, what's up, Freethinker? No, I haven't talked about Don Lemon yet. We're going to go into that. As you guys file in here, please do me the solid. Hit the like button on this stream. Also, to the people on the previous stream, I didn't really get to thank you for the $20 and the $2 super chats. I really appreciate that. So, yeah, thank you. And also, just in general, like I said, if you guys can help boost the stream early on, I really, really appreciate that. Trump for 3 more years. I'm so depressed. Don't be. We're in this together. That's the one thing. That's the one solace that I'll take in it is the fact that y'all fuckers are stuck just like I am having to deal with this. And yeah, this is where we cannot allow the powerlessness to continue. I know that there's a lot of people out there that kind of feel powerless to the Trump administration, but yeah, you just got to try. I can't function. I'm sorry. Like, I get it. Try not to let politics rule everything, like all your thoughts or any, like, I can't sleep or eat. That's not okay. Like, honestly, if you can, I'll try and work this out with you. I'm not a professional, though, okay? So just so you know, I am not a professional. I'm going to state that as much as possible. Not a professional. And when I say not a professional, I mean I do not work in the mental health field, so I am just yeah. Can't even jerk off in a sock. Ew. You're scared to go outside. Why? Just, yeah, you gotta, I mean, honestly, part of this is like, you gotta look on the bright side of things too, man. Like, you do have to understand that it's not that bad. Like, it's bad as far as like a political sense, but dude, even in the context of all like the history of our planet, like, guys, come on, like, because of the protests. Oh, I see what you're doing. You are scared of the are you scared of the big bad protesters or what? Sutton, how's it going, man? Hi, you've said it 3 times. Hello. Oh, 4 times. Okay, that's gonna constitute spam here in a minute. I'm gonna be careful with this though, because I do understand that YouTube is having some issues and my stream is also having some issues. So, need like a news fast once in a while. That's what I did yesterday. I'll be honest. The reason that I did not stream was I was burnt the fuck out. I was so, I don't know. Maybe it's because obviously there's been a lot going on in the news since Saturday. But man, I finally had it where I tried to watch the Majority Report and I turned it off like right away. I just didn't care. I'm like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't care. And then hearing Trump in any way, shape, or form, I was just like, fuck this. I played music all day and ended up playing some Magic the Gathering with some friends. And yeah, we talked a little bit about local politics, but that was it. And that's, you know what? That was good because, you know, trying to get them in the swing of things. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Because I mentioned politics, I'm going to do this. So this is all political literature for the 9th District of Illinois. So let's see. Skunk? What could that possibly be? Like, who would... And then, whoa, stinky skunk. Whoa. All right. Who could this possibly be for? All right. You don't know who this is. Hohen. I don't know who this guy is. He just started, like, I've gotten 2 pieces of literature from him. So there's that. But I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, skunk? What? And I was like, okay, so what's his deal? Nowhere. Not one place in here does it talk about anything that would be pertaining to that. So $40 billion for Argentina, $1 trillion tax cuts for billionaires, 0 for hungry kids, seniors, and healthcare. For the first time, an American president has cut food assistance for more than 40 million Americans. Okay, so he's saying that no child should go hungry. But skunk? Okay. Got my attention on that one. Then we got Mr. Dan Biss here. We got Mr. Daniel Biss. He will lower the cost for us, right? Right. Voted to protect Obamacare in Illinois, Medicare for all. He has voted numerous times on Medicare for all and will undo Republican Medicaid cuts. Cool. So we got Dan Biss. All right. Oh, we got a Cat Abu Ghazaleh. Cat Abu Ghazaleh will get ICE out for good. I don't know how, but she will help to defund ICE so they do not terrorize our community, prosecute ICE agents who have trampled our civil rights, and release everyone held in the barbaric ICE prisons. That is the Cat Abu Ghazaleh. We have another Cat Abu Ghazaleh. You guys recognize this one. We have, you will recognize this one as well, Mike Simmons. All right. Oh, we got another one for Hohen. Same picture. Yeah, Hohen. His father was captured by the Viet Cong communists, held prisoner. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And this guy's running as a Democrat, by the way. So he's running for the same seat as Cat. his big thing is he was 4 years old when his family fled to America seeking freedom and the American dream. But here's a picture that he decided to use of his grandfather. Maybe not the best time. Yeah, I don't see him making it very far. Ooh. Then we got this big one from Kat. We got a double. Ooh. Yeah, this is what she is spending the campaign funds on, are these big poster like things. Another big poster. We got a different one. Yeah, she's standing up to ice and Trump. And then we got another big poster, another one where Jesus Christ. Got another big poster. And then another Daniel Biss. Holy crap. Okay, anyway. There are Asian women in my neighborhood going door to door selling massages, and they aren't covered by health insurance. What are you talking about, man? Like, you're saying some weird shit in chat. But anyway, yeah. Just wanted to go through all that political literature that I've been getting, because apparently, if you live in Illinois' 9th District, you are going to get slammed with all that. Like, again, all this came in, like, except for the small ones that I've had for a while, all of this has hit my door within a month. So, from December to now, there is just, yeah, they're definitely going out and, you know, trying to get their support, which, hey, that's cool. I'm all for it, so, but yeah, hey, what the hell is going on here? Rebecca, hey, I'm visiting my hometown today. Just wanted to pop in and say, hey, Rebecca, and I appreciate all the positive vibes from you lately. Thank you again for everything you do here. Hermit, what's up, dude? Hey, Bandit. Okay, sorry, guys. I'm also, like, I'm resetting because that power outage really fucked with me. Watch streak reached. Hell yeah, 35 stream streak. Hell yeah, Hermit. Look at that. Congratulations on your stream streak. That's dope. So yes, guys. The news. What's in the news today? Well, a lot. HASAN has been banned from Twitch for his 7th time. Bear Dog, thank you for coming on back. Also, again, thank you for the super chat. Yes, we are back. I literally lost power as I was thanking you. So that was awesome. That was very, very awesome. Second power outage of the day, which, do you know what's really fucked up? We just had it announced today that we all voted against the even prospect of a new data center near us. So, it was proposed to be about 40 minutes away from where I live, but it would impact obviously our power grid. And yeah, everybody came out and said no. I actually got to come out and say no. So has gotten longer. Super happy for you guys. Rebecca, the timer has never mattered. I'm gonna be honest. The timer has been set to 30 days each month because I can't have this clock thing up here, or I can't have the tracker without having a, you know, days to go on it, which is kind of silly. Because yes, right now it is just the cancer fund, and it's going to be going until, well, honestly, I kind of was covering this right before I hopped off, had my power outage, but yeah, we're gonna have to wait for some bills to kind of collect, and I talked to a hospital administrator about this, and they said that that's the way to do it, because they can't, if I go in and ask for like forgiveness on the debt, then it doesn't cancel out any of the incoming debt, and it could, I guess, ruin my chances for having debt forgiveness down the line. So whatever. I'm playing this stupid game. It sucks, but this is the American healthcare system. I can only say this so many times, but I really do not wish this on any of my enemies. I don't wish this on anybody at all, except for maybe Donald Trump. That's the only person that I would just be like, yeah, you know what? He kind of deserves it at this point, but maybe not. Maybe my compassion actually does kind of just go, Obamacare sucks. Not really, actually. Obamacare was fine. I have like a good PPO insurance, and I can tell you right now, there were things with Obamacare that were so much easier to get through than if you have even the good insurance. But now what they're doing to the ACA and the way that they tried to gut it, yeah, it's definitely gonna ramp some things up. But the premiums are not going up for another few years, so kind of safe on that one. But we shall see. We shall see. I want healthcare for all. All right, so here's the thing, guys. Usually I take an hour. Not doing that today. We're going right into the protests since these are live as we speak. They are marching in Minnesota right now. I know that it's a little warmer. It's not in the negatives like it has been, so gonna go through that. And then we're also going to, here, let me see. Did Don Lemon go live yet? Don Lemon is appearing now. When? That's not Don Lemon. Someone is... Wait. Was that him? Oh, no. No, he didn't go live yet. Okay, so... All right. Still beat the thing? You're bitching about healthcare. Get your story straight. That's not Obamacare. Healthcare in America is not Obamacare. So, I don't know. Maybe get your ears checked so you can listen and, you know, maybe calm your brain so you can have a little bit of a, you know, the ability to learn from this. Because right now, I'm going to do this only once. American healthcare is broken into certain sectors. You have your private insurance, you have Medicaid and Medicare, and then you have your Obama subsidized insurance. Or as they call it, the ACA. It's much better than where we were before pre-Obamacare because they had it set so if you had a pre-existing condition, you couldn't get any insurance, not just like government insurance. There was no pathway to getting insurance, and their list of what was a pre-existing condition was insane. So just gonna say. That is objectively a good thing. Making sure that Americans are healthier. I mean, I thought MAHA was a thing, so, you know, we might be able to give some credit where credit is due for good things. I say that Obamacare was a step in the right direction as far as getting more people covered, but I'm going to say that I'm not even happy with, like, what it did as far as, like, it could have done so much more. It could have helped with the Medicaid, like the Medicaid rules and all that, but so it is Obamacare ACA. You just said it. I'm telling you that it's two different things, and I'm not on Obamacare, numbnuts. Dude, you're starting to piss me off. I might ban you just for that. Like you're not listening. You're being kind of a jackass for jackass's sake, which I'm used to that with trolls, but you're just not listening. Yeah, that's what he did. Yes. And you know what? We pointed that out. But you also know what he didn't do? He didn't go out in the streets with a bunch of armed thugs and kill a bunch of Americans to do that. So I told Don not to go to that church. Stupid, bro. Why? Why is it stupid to go into a church and have a peaceful protest? Because that's exactly what it was. Nothing got broken. Nobody got hurt. So peaceful protest. It just, yes, it disrupted the service, but they also continued the service right after. So I actually brought this up to my one friend that was kind of on that train where he was just like, yeah, Don Lemon. And this is a lefty, by the way. He was like, yeah, he shouldn't have gone in there. I think it was stupid, honestly. And it's like, dude, it's your right to do so. Like, as long as you're not being fucking violent, like, and you disperse when told, yeah, that's kind of how that goes. But yeah, maybe that church shouldn't have an ICE commander as a pastor too, because you know when you're preaching the word of Jesus, nothing more Jesus-like than locking up immigrants because you think that you're somehow helping your country, which again, really steeped in Jesus's compassion. Didn't Jesus flip tables in the temple? Yes, in the temple of Jerusalem, he flipped tables, and he was quite upset. That's kind of when he started preaching about church leaders using the Lord's name in vain. It's the stuff that most Christians really want to fucking ignore. Because that's the stuff that kind of shows that it's like, oh, he was a bit of a commie, wasn't he? Ah, crap. Loving thy neighbor so hard? Yeah. Yep. But... But that. You know how I was saying that I kind of took the day off yesterday? That's why. It's shit like that. I did kind of realize, I'm like, I wasn't having as much fun on stream. So now we're having more fun on stream. We're going back to the oldie days. We're going to start ignoring some of the trolls in chat. You know, the engagement is definitely going to be a little bit lower. So if you really want to catch my attention, I don't know, don't be a prick. That's kind of the thing. Don't count the days, make the days count. Yeah, right? Rowdy, I like that attitude. Actually, yeah, now you can, Dallas Joey, because of what they did in the rollback. They are using the same law that would have made it so it was illegal to do that. They kind of rolled that back, and they're saying that a bunch of people can now walk into an abortion clinic and peacefully protest. What they can't do is they can't block the way, which they didn't do. They did not block access to the actual church. That's why their case is falling apart. It's also kind of funny because we have all this footage that is showing that at no point did they break anything. They didn't break into the church. They didn't hurt anybody. They didn't tell anybody they can't leave. Therefore, what's going on? Didn't have time to check the news. Billy Bertanton, how's it going? I'll give you a nice little breakdown on the news here as we go. Right now, we got some live protests happening in Minnesota. I'll turn the
12 minutes coming around that corner. That is crazy.
I'll let the audio play for just a minute.
Pretty thick again there.
I'm also going to be playing these protest clips with a little less audio. It's not even the music anymore. It's sensory overload. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot.
I have no idea where the Super Bowl is. I don't follow sports balls.
Somali lovers? Yeah. Yeah, I'm like Jesus. I love all of God's little children, including your dumbass. See, I'm more Christian than you. Look at that. Etch. Hey, you're welcome, Etch. No, for real, guys. You know what? Fuck it. I will address this because, yeah, I started realizing that, like, the more the channel's growing, how I did kind of hit that part where I was just like, wow. That's just kind of letting the rabble fucking get in here and make it a little bit more difficult. So, yeah, not going to be doing that as much. But also, yes, Rowdy. I thought you called him Rowdy Bear. I was like, Rowdy Bear? What? That's funny. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, billionaires don't care about you either, so. Keep fighting for a system that doesn't give a shit about you and a bunch of billionaires that don't give a shit about you, a president that doesn't give a shit about you. So, yeah, have fun with that. You just insulted the guy. Yeah, I'm going to insult you too, Daniel. That's being a narcissistic loser. I think that you don't understand what a narcissist is, but I will just say, yeah, I can totally make fun of you. That's kind of how this goes. You want to make fun of people on a stream? Start your own stream there, buddy. Stay out of churches, mosques, etc. Well, like I said, it is technically legal to do. Is it with indecorum? No. Like, I personally don't think that that was a smart move. But whatever. Daniel's a pansy. I'll just let them do it. It's like, fuck it. Let the chat go. I'm done. Courage skateboarding. Be nice, nerds. Yeah. You a skateboarder there? I have not touched a board in over 10 years at this point. I quit skating when I was about 28. And I'll tell you what, man. I've been having the itch to go back, and my wife keeps telling me that's the midlife crisis talking. So, yeah, I think that I might be done skateboarding forever. just to be safe and smart. But you all suck farts from my. You fart suckers. No, I'm old now. Yeah, doesn't it suck? Yeah, doesn't that suck, Courage? Like, there's nothing worse than when you reach that age. I was about, like, 33, 34 when I started, like, kind of feeling it, where I'm just like, oh, boy. Kickflip! Yeah, I got a little Tim Pepper's best friend. Ah, yay! I'm his best friend. I'm Tim Pepper. I'm stuck with this guy. I got shipped to the wrong address, and now I wear a beanie and profess my my love for Tim Pool. But I also have to sit here and listen to this freaking leftist over here. Yeah, I know he's a leftist. Ah, yuck, yuck, yuck. Kickflip. Dang, you're almost 40? Yeah, I'm almost 40. It sucks. Don't you just love it, though? Aging is fun. It happens fast, too, man. You know, I didn't listen to a lot of people that were talking about how, oh, it's gonna go fast for you. Yeah, you know, before you know it, you're gonna be pushing 40. And I was like, what are you talking about? My 20s are gonna last forever. And then even when I turned like 30, I was like, you know what? Still feels like I'm in my 20s. Not a big difference. But now that I'm like pushing 40 and I am at that age now where I'm starting to notice, or it's just like, oh God, yeah, shit starts happening, man. Like, you know, metabolism starts dropping a little bit. You gotta fucking, you know, really take care of yourself. You gotta moisturize. You gotta fucking drink water all the time. Although you should be doing that anyway. But yeah, what you gonna do? Oh, did Daniel get banned? Natch, did you finally get sick of his bullshit? Oh, wow. Wow, this guy actually said he hopes the Big C wins. Corin Kelly, 4496. You're getting a call out on that one. Not a shout out, a fucking call out. If you guys see Corin Kelly, 4467. Yeah, just know that if you guys agree with that guy, you might be one of the worst human beings on the planet. Telling anybody that, you know, you hope the cancer wins when you see something like, again, my wife's cancer journey. Yeah, there's a special place in because I don't believe in hell, but I do believe that his hell will be on earth, because with that attitude, nobody's gonna like you at all. Comrade of mine is in Minneapolis right now. Hell yeah. Also, Anna, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Maggots are less than human. They seem to be very, very subhuman in that's where they go with these things. You know, I've had some in here that surprise me and say nice things about how they want they disagree with my politics, but they want my wife to do well, which those are always appreciated. But yeah, the ones that just blanket, they're just like, your politics suck, so I'm gonna fucking say some of the worst things I could possibly say. I still stand by the statement that everyone can be saved. Nah. No. I disagree with that. Full fucking heartedly now. There's too many. There's too many of these chuds that you're never gonna fucking bring to the left. And they're never gonna, no, they would rather see us dead than move in their politics. So no, I disagree with that entirely. I can kickflip with my wrist guards on. Well, I can. I want your wife to be well. Fuck politics. Thank you. I appreciate that. Rowdy. Yeah. That's when we were chilling in the garage, and I brought out my skateboard and I landed a successful kickflip, and I just look up and my my wife, without missing a beat, just said, "There it is. That's your midlife crisis." And after she said that, I was just like, oh God. And every time that I go near the skateboard, she's like, midlife crisis. It's like, yeah. Sickos on both sides of the aisle. Oh yeah. No, there really are. No, I've seen some pretty bad shit come from, people that are on the left, as far as just some of the shit that was going out about Charlie Kirk was bad. I will admit this. I will admit that there were some people out there that had absolutely no taste. They sucked too, because again, if they had that same shit being thrown at them, they wouldn't be able to hack it. They wouldn't be able to deal with it. And that's what I can't fucking stand. I can't stand anybody that's willing to go and just throw some punches or throw some fucking horrendous fucking shit out there and not be able to take it. If you can, wish her well, you're good by us. Yeah. Some of them, the Agent Orange has taken over their brains. I disagree with the idea MAGA can be saved. They are not human. The thing is, it's so like MAGA is such a weird thing now because it's too blanket. Unfortunately, you have some people that are ex-MAGA that we would still call MAGA because, you know, they're not fully disengaged from like their political belief system, or like they say that they're still conservative, but they cannot support this. I actually have a friend like that right now. She said that, you know, she just left the church and she just left MAGA. And she even said, she's like, you know, it's really hard because I still believe in like my conservative ideals. And, you know, I'm also kind of learning that I still believe in God, but I don't believe in the Bible. And it's just like, oh, wow. I mean, that's a hell of a place to be, especially in your 50s, because she's like 51, and she was just telling me how, like, yeah. PSL on the right frame. PSL is, like, at Aldi's now. Oh, is that PSL in LA? Interesting. When does one become human? Oh, I don't know. When they start recognizing the humanity around them and want to protect, you know, said people around them. I think that's human, you know. Just be careful, Anna. I saw that they put PSL on the on what they now consider to actually be the people organizing these things, and they're going after Indivisible and PSL. What are you gonna do? Like, honestly, at that point, I would wait for the PR opportunity, because that's all it really is. Like, they're gonna try and use it for their shit, but realistically, you're also gonna end up, you know, getting support and I just know that they're ramping this shit up. It's not about MAGA. People are gonna these ideas won't go away overnight. It's about people learning and growing. Well, again, I know this is gonna piss off some people. The idea that conservatism and liberal like ideology and thoughts are just going to disappear. If either side thinks that, you're fucking stupid. Nobody is ever going to get everybody to agree with this stuff. There's a reason that we do kind of break, like, no matter what system you're in. I brought this up about Brazil, where no matter how many fucking candidates we get, it is boiled down to a conservative mindset or a liberal mindset or a leftist mindset, if you will. It's literally been like since the dawn of political theory, like, this idea that we're gonna at some point have like this utopian age where everybody sees the merit of whatever system they're living in. Don't fool yourself. Fucking A, man. And honestly, the one thing that pisses me off about the left in general, like, and this goes for DSA or liberals or anybody, is the fact that we can never really do anything as far as like popular, as far like moving the needle. You know, like, look at how Biden fucked us over with that shit. Just in general, the way that they disingenuously use pretty much Lenin and any of like the, you know, what you consider communist fucking systems. They're always just like, oh my God, it didn't work. I don't know, man. See, like I said, I'm getting burnt the fuck out. I really am on all of it. Because having that, you know what really did it? That argument with that tanky asshole. That kind of broke me a little bit. Because it brought me back to the point where I was just like, oh yeah, there's some people that really fucking suck. Like, just in general. And I'm done with them. MAGA was always vague for plausible deniability when shit goes south. Yeah. I never got to see the tanky guy. Oh yeah, that shit was wild. I'm still fucking a little fucked up by it. Cause yeah, it did exactly what it was designed to do if it was a psyop from the other side. Because if the guy, because he was so like egregious about it that I truly thought it was just a fucking MAGA troll trying to get me mad at the left. But I don't know. I talked to enough people in chat that they said, nah. No, he was definitely too far gone. It's just an online communist meme culture now. Yeah, it's literally your version of griping. That's how people see it. No, I see it that fucking way. I'm people. I see that shit and I think it's fucking stupid. And I think that honestly, grow up, get out, touch grass, gotta say it. It's get the fuck out and touch grass. You're embarrassing yourself and the movement. Fuck. I'm sick of people that put themselves first, where they can't, like, we've had this conversation, Anna, about how, like, the people that, like, you know, get the attention that are the shittiest out there, you know, they're doing such a disservice. And the thing is, that's on us. That's on us, like, as leftists and people that are part of, like, these protests, to not have them be the representative. Once you go outside and start organizing, everything changes. For the most part. I'm an old-timer OG. Lone Slinger. Well, that's awesome. I appreciate that. As long as people exist, there will always be assholes. We got to learn to live with them and hope that one day they won't be complete assholes. People got to work on not being chuds. Some people die chuds. Yes, they do. That's why you have, like, this is... This is kind of rudimentary here, guys. This is why we have the, like, idea of pointing out the ones who might not be able to fit in so well pretty early on, you know? Hell, I was targeted that way as a kid. That's where the ODD came from, and the ADHD diagnosis, like oppositional defiance disorder. Again, just a fancy way to be like, you don't like authority. It's like, true. I do not like authority. But this brings me back to my point of, after dealing with that shithead, it reminded me that some of these guys that come across as literally leftist fucking Nick Fuenteses, they want to use inflammatory language because they are literally as brain broken as the Nick Fuenteses, like, because they get the same joy out of making right-wingers or people that they perceive as enemies, which is everybody that's to the fucking right of them, which is everybody. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun? When you just kind of make everybody a fucking enemy, then, and you're the only one that's right. You're not an asshole at all, though. Especially when people are just like, hey, can you maybe, I don't know, like, see that this is not going to happen? Like, because this is where I got into the big argument with that person, was I was just like, this isn't going to happen overnight. Like, you have to kind of, like, take baby steps to get there. And they're like, nope. We need this to happen right now. That's the only way it will happen, is if it happens quick and fast, just overnight. I'm like, all right. Don't be surprised when you're sitting there fucking, if you make it to old age, feeling like a failure because, you couldn't pivot. You couldn't see the merit in, I don't know, again, taking the incremental baby steps, but whatever. They feel powerless about what's going on because they're not organized themselves. It's more like a childish outburst. Well, those childish outbursts are pretty inflammatory. You know, as much as online discourse can suck, but it also is a way that it gets people out and gets people organized and gets people wanting to be involved more. You know, if there's one thing I can say about HASAN, Vosh even, is the fact that those guys have had a pretty big impact on getting the youth movements, especially, young leftists, out into the streets. And, you know, this, like, I will say there is merit there, but who knew that Q was right? Yeah, I know, right? Like, that was wild. But this is where I brought this up last week, where I was just saying, yeah, but QAnon didn't do itself any favors by, I don't know, quadrupling down on their fucking crazy bullshit. Like, they had this one, but then they were like, yeah, JFK is coming back to life, and we're all going to witness it, and he's going to do whatever the fuck he was supposed to do. That shit was crazy. Did the tanky guy say the revolution would happen in a day? Yes. Yes. He did. All Epstein files have been released, 3.5 million pages. That's not all of them, by the way. What are you talking about? There are way more than that. But yes, they released all of them. And all of them said that they don't have any word with Trump in it, except for, you know, the 10th one, which they decided to take out and redact again. So you're focusing on noise. I'm talking about actual Q post info. Oh, yeah. Yes, because that was real. I don't believe the Q shit at all. This fucking, oh, it was a covert op, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, shut up. Election rigging, Iran, it's all here. Yeah, Project 2025, and, you know, all the little fucking, God, what's the word I'm looking for? Not executive orders. Referendums, presidential referendums. Yeah, that has nothing, but okay. It's all happening now. Even I'm late to the party, pun intended. Yeah, revolutions take decades to build. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I've been at with it, where I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to be very old if it happens. You have no clue we planned this shit in plain sight? Yeah, I'm not that stupid, dude. I'm one of the ones that was saying, like, listen to what Trump says, and then don't be surprised when he does it. That is what's been happening. Like, what the fuck? Whatever. All right, guys. Let's get to this Don Lemon thing. I'm sure that he's... Has he spoken yet? Jesus Christ, the fucking media is just still waiting for him? Don Lemon still waiting to appear. We're still waiting for Don Lemon to appear and talk to the press, so... Don equals done. King Mike, with all seriousness, I know this is going to piss you off. I think you do not understand how much of a favor Trump just did to Don Lemon. Like, there are no charges filed, and I know that your MAGA tends to be very stupid when it comes to, like, arresting, not knowing the difference between detaining, arresting, and actually prosecuting. You have no idea what charges he even caught, which, from what we know now, so far, none. The DOJ just said, oh, we had a grand jury that voted to arrest him, which, again, you can indict a ham sandwich. You know how Trump said that, and how, you know what, whatever, like, it's the same thing. Don Lemon is going to have a badass mugshot, and he's going to end up using that in his publicity. He's going to end up getting more deals now and more attention than shit, you just made Don Lemon way more relevant than he's been in years. So, I'm sorry, man. He is a performative idiot. I'm not a Don Lemon fan. The weird part is, I'm actually kind of upset that he's getting all this traction when you have status quo out there on the ground. When you have, like, the fucking dull woke farmer who was in that same protest. No, they didn't focus on him and his content, even though he was technically part of the demonstration, so maybe that's why. But realistically, no, Don Lemon, no, they gonna care, man. You don't understand. Everybody's sitting here waiting on fucking with bated breath over what he's gonna say over his fucking oh my god, his indictment. Man, I am having brain farts all around today. I am sorry. Ugh. He's a sue for millions. Yeah, Tony, what up, dude? Good to see you. But yeah, he's gonna end up suing. Nobody's gonna care. King Mike, You can keep saying that to make yourself feel better. Trust me, the media is gonna care. Twitter has not shut the fuck up about it. It's been all day with this. So if you don't see the merit of what I'm saying right now, then honestly, just leave. Because I'm kind of done with people that refuse to even like move that little bit where it's just like, yeah, this is the common, you know what? This is common sense. Like, this is the common sense take where it's like, oh God, you know. I said the same thing when they arrested Trump. I literally said the same thing. I said, oh my God, he's going to end up using this to his benefit. He's going to get all these people that think it's kind of cool that he has a mugshot, that they did go after him, and that the Democrats were so up their own ass that they didn't realize that they were losing popularity with every fucking indictment that they brought against him. You know, they all thought it was a surefire thing, and then Judge Cannon gets involved with the fucking the documents case. Like, honestly, the Democrats should have just shut the fuck up and won on the merits of their popularity if they had any. But I think you see where I'm going with this. The fact is, Biden wasn't popular, plain and simple. His economy. Also, I said this the other day, can we calm down on this? Like, the economy is, we're all living in breadlines. No, we're not. Stop it. Fucking stop it. Jesus Christ. So much hyperbole. It's fucking insane. I thought Twitter was X now. Yeah, I still call it Twitter. Because, yeah, X is stupid. Literally. Renaming something that was part of the lexicon of language. Like, you understand that tweets, like, that was just a verb at that point, like tweeting. But no, you gotta go and you gotta call it grokking. Who calls it grokking? Do you call it grokking? Because if you do, that's fucking stupid. The right is organized? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. They absolutely, Anna, you know why that is, though, and you know it. We've argued about this. It's because they don't focus on all the little nuances. They don't do shit like the fucking left does. Like I said, that tanky asshole was looking to burn the bridge. They were coming here, and like this is where I am saying maybe they were a little bit psyopy, but if they were for real, which I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt on, which that's hilarious, by the way. The attention to detail on the neck is fucking hysterical. That was awesome. How do we feel about the Crucible being on Joe Rogan? I haven't actually watched his performance yet, but I think that Joe Rogan... let's put it this way. Nothing really came out of it, and, like, nothing came out of it from the left, even, so there... I don't know. It didn't seem to really do much. I'm happy for Andrew. Like, genuinely. That's good for him, man. Like, he... already being on Piers Morgan, like, he had more exposure than pretty much anybody, like, in these debate spaces. So, it would be hilarious, though, to see Joe Rogan, like, get a, like, Destiny or somebody like that, even though Destiny does not, like, he doesn't represent the left anymore. Hell, I know that I don't let him do that, but this is also playing into my whole thing where it's like, the right is organized. Although, wait a minute, hold on. That whole thing with Nick Fuentes... it's kind of similar. Because I can't see Nick Fuentes going on Joe Rogan. Although, maybe. I don't know. I think that this is the time to organize, though. And I think that this is the perfect, like, way to do it. You know, we've had 2 people killed by our government. Like, I think that now is the time to just be like, nah, you know what we're going to do? I'm going to put my petty differences aside with you, and I'm going to just accept that it's like, if you believe in, like, getting rid of ICE and just in general, stopping the authoritarian takeover, then okay. Rogan would definitely have Nick on, you think? You're right, we are organized, yeah. How do I have all these feeds up at once? So there's this, aggregate dude that I asked if I could use his stream, and he was pretty cool with it. It's DJB. I'll get you his info. He was actually, like, really easy to get a hold of. So, wasn't one of those guys that I was just, you know, asking and then all of a sudden was just, I'm gonna ghost you now. Good luck. Oh my god, I'm in top chat. Oh no, are you in top chat? I'm in live chat. Woohoo. All you purple hair freaks are about to meet the wrath of the red wave as the troops are going to be on their way. Okay. The thing is, you guys don't understand how, like, that would be perceived by the American people, which is already unpopular, but you don't believe in polling, you don't believe in anything that might give you a little bit of inconvenience in the fact that your belief system is not that popular. Where the left also has very unpopular ideas, the right has just as unpopular ideas, so shut the fuck up. Maybe don't call for violence in chat, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. The American people are on President Trump's side. Have you looked at the polling? He's in the shitter. And this isn't just like, oh my god, mainstream media is saying it. Dude, Rasmussen said it. When you have right-wing pollsters coming out and saying, shit, he's minus 25 on immigration. That's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, I know I'm on that list, dumbass. The fact that you're advocating for you want me as an American citizen, a tax-paying American citizen, just because of my political beliefs to get locked up? Get fucked. You're not American. Honestly, you're probably not American. You're probably a Russian bot, to be completely real. All these instigators in these chats seem to be fucking Russian bots, and I'm kind of over it. It's very, very easy. Only goofs hate America. I mean, yeah, and I don't hate America. Stop assuming that just because I'm on the left that I hate America. See? Preconceived notions of your opponent really do you a disservice. I actually have conversations with right-wingers on here. Reverend. But the fact that you're sitting here, you know, with the Jim Jones name here, I think that you understand what's going on. Freak. Oh my god, guys. He called me a freak. I'm gonna go cry in my pillow. The fuck? Just cut. Did you seriously just use like one of the most basic fucking like elementary level insults? Freak! The fuck? This guy tried to pretend like I'm a fucking X-Man or some shit. Right, that's it. I'm going to something else. I wanted to cover the whole Don Lemon thing, but right now there's nothing. Like it's just a fucking podium. So, well, are you trying to transform right? No. Yes. No, honestly, I'm trying to bring everybody to the center. I'm really trying to piss everybody off.
Let's be honest. Things will get worse before they get better. We're seeing in Minneapolis and in Minnesota what this administration.
All right, so this is the coverage that we're getting. Agenda Free Steve, by the way.
2028, when the city government, when the leadership hands over the keys to Trump during the Olympics. Are we gonna take that? Are we gonna say we're gonna let them come into our neighborhood?
I was about to say, is this in LA? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna turn this up a little. Hey, it's the woke farmer. He's in Minnesota still. Cool.
And we ride for each other. And there's more of us than there are of them. There's more of us.
Coming after us, they're trying to charge Don Lemon now for practicing his First Amendment right to fucking do the media, to be the news. What is it when they're coming
Why does everybody have a bat? Oh, you don't like naughty language? You heckin' silly-faced bumpkin.
Stop being silent. Get loud now.
I actually have I have a pretty good story to get to a little bit later. Oh, by the way, Etch, you know what? I'm gonna make you the guy. Etch, do me a favor. When it starts getting close to 6, just remind me that I need I need to start looking out for my guest.
Here. Are you okay?
I have my alarm set, but last time this happened, I kind of let that slide. So here, 5. There we go. 5.
Neighborhood. And that's how we
Thank you.
ride.
I appreciate that.
That's how we ride.
Because they're coming
Ice
for you.
facilities are poor condition all across the board. The thing is, we don't even know. Like, could you imagine if there is going, like, if they allowed the media to go in and check? I mean, that's why that Texas one is such a fucking big deal, is because they were allowed in, and then everybody was like, holy shit, this was the conditions? Damn. It's almost like it's like that thing that we used to call concentration camps. That's right.
Intimidated. We will continue to stand for the Constitution. We will continue to stand for all people, no matter their race, religion, or creed. All power to the people. Thank you.
Man, I'm surprised that he is able to maintain his voice like that. He shouts a lot. A virus is coming soon. Yeah, we saw what happened last time that happened. Half the country lost its fucking mind, and we're still in that. But remember, that was the time to get out and protest. You know? Just remember, being told that you need to wear a mask. Didn't say comply then.
And let them know we're here together, y'all. So, because we're in here together. They're trying to.
What happened to that comply attitude?
I love y'all. Stay good.
I am actually comparing the facilities that they are holding these people in as concentration camps. So yeah, because they are concentrated into a camp, so therefore concentration camp with poor conditions. And yes, before you say anything, I did fucking say that Obama was doing the wrong thing when he was locking up kids. I did have major problems with that.
And in the last 6 years, we have been carrying that mantle, the burden of fighting for George Floyd. And
Oh, that's fun. We have more advocacy for violence in chat. That's great. That's great.
But all over this country.
Just remember, MAGA, you guys own them.
And we have
2
been
minutes.
tested
Oh, hey, I
many
appreciate that.
times
Yeah.
before, but Minnesota, once again,
I just
we have
packed
been
it up and I'm
tested.
like, oh, I already forgot.
And now Minnesota, Minneapolis, and the Twin Cities is the front line for the fight for our democracy, for the fight of our Constitution. For the fight
Fuck ICE
of
and the
all.
Gestapo that they have turned into. Yeah, yeah.
I want you to know they chose the right community to bring this fight to.
I'll just say this.
We have been
I
fighting
hope
for the last 6
that
years, and
you
we
have to deal
been
with something
ready
like
for
this one day.
moment.
I do.
ICE may have not been ready for us.
That's the one, and then we can all sit there going, well, shucks.
And that is why today I am declaring to all of you that winning, we are winning, we are winning.
Wait, somebody just said that. Wait.
We are winning.
Andrew on Joe Rogan made an ass of himself. He tried to look like a centrist. Is that true? If anybody watched the Andrew Wilson debate from my chat, yeah, let me know.
That Minnesotans will fight back for their immigrant neighbors, will fight back for the Constitution, will fight back against any tyranny, any
So much winning.
racism. And Minnesotans are fighting back with our youth. I want to give a shout out to all the young leaders, all the young people who are standing up in this moment.
All right, let's smoke. Smoke them if you got them. I'll be right back. We're all in the circle now, so local 420. I gotta step off camera real quick, right here.
Renee Good and Alex and Alex federal government does not know is they cannot arrest all of us. There's not enough prisons for all of us. As many
That
of
was
you
a
know,
proper celebration.
this
Holy
morning
shit.
You woke up to the news on the attack of our Constitution when they arrested two black journalists, Don Lemon
Thanks.
and Georgia Ford.
Way too full.
Shame on them. This attack
God, don't you guys hate when you do that? Where you overpack it and then you're just like, okay, it's still burning. It's still burning.
journalism all over this country, and we have a message to all journalists in this moment. Stand up with your colleagues. Stand up for the First Amendment. Stand up in this moment. Well, I also have some good news. I just came from the federal courthouse, and both Georgia Ford has been released.
This is giving me, yeah, no, I'm sorry, guys. I'm resetting. I'm definitely in a.
Jamel Lundy, who's also running for state senate, as well as also one of our longest activists, Treyhern Cruz, and both of them
Okay,
are
I think I'm good
out
now.
free at this moment.
Jesus.
And what I
Rowdy, what
witnessed
about
in that
Ashley Babbitt?
courtroom this morning is
You mean
that
she shouldn't
they
have been
can
where she
bring
was?
all the charges. We still believe in the American people. We still believe in the court system. We still believe in justice in this country. And if they're going to try to tear down the Constitution, we're going to defend the Constitution. My Minnesota neighbors and friends, I have a message for you. My message to you is that we are on the clock as the rest of the nation watches us. They told us that we would not be able to do what we did today. And they told us that we would not be able to do what we did last Friday. But I have a message to the rest of the country. Minnesota is leading. What are you doing? Minnesotans are braving the coldest temperatures to stand up for each other. What are you doing in your community?
Good speech.
With our whistles and our warm hearts and our mittens, we are standing up for our neighbors. What are you doing in your community?
Kind of wish they would move the camera over just a little bit to get the speaker in. 'Cause they literally have the speaker, not the actual, person speaking.
Standing for the democracy, we ask for the rest of you to stand with Minnesota. This moment calls for courage. This moment also calls for hope. And I ask every single one of you, do not leave the streets. Stay in the streets. Stay in this fight. And I want you to take some time this week to check in on each other. I will tell you, I have never seen
We'll go to status quo
Minnesota
here in a
the way
minute.
we are now. I have seen people hugging each other randomly in the streets. I have people
Useful
who are
idiots?
talking
Oh, what,
to each
MAGA?
other. I have seen people who
And
are
MAGA's
so
actually the
deeply
most useful
moved
idiots
that
ever,
they are
sitting
responding
here
to their neighbors like never
thinking that
before.
billionaires are going to come
Minnesota,
save them, and they're
this
going to get a little
moment
bit
is
of,
only making
just
us
a little
stronger.
bit of it.
This moment is only making us stronger. This moment is only making us more resilient.
Oh, Ron Bun.
This moment is making us to be the best of America.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's just a bump in the road, man.
In this moment, we are
One thing I,
showing to the rest of the country that we are
I'll cover this in a
fighting
second.
for freedom. We are fighting for each other, and we are fighting for a future where all people are not illegal, that every single person is dignified.
All right. Ron Bun,
And when we
to
say
your,
ISIS out, we don't mean
falling off, like, I don't want to even call it falling off the wagon, man. Like, take pride in the fact that you realized you had a problem, and, you stopped. Yeah, it's just a bump in the road. One thing that I hated, though, was the way that AA would use those coins. I know that some people need that as, like, their reassurance or whatever, but there's also some really negative shit there, because it becomes about, like, you're embarrassed, so you'll hide the fact that you fell off the wagon. And, you know, like, that whole shit, it does not help. It doesn't help, so. I watched my mom go through hell with that. And unfortunately, yes, she would often lie about, you know, if she did fall off. Yeah, relapse is part of recovery. Yeah.
To the countless people that still love to watch this, there are many people who
There's no veterans in that crowd. We just watched one. Actually, DeWoke Farmer is a veteran.
This is our civil rights era. This is our moment to stand up. This is our moment. And we speak to a generation yet to be born. We stood up so you can be free. We stood up. So
I can't get over how they're fucking, how the police department looks like a giant dick. Look, it looks like a giant dick. It's just fucking... Whoever designed that building, it's just like,
you came for us, but we are right here.
Oh, wait a minute.
We are right here.
Or did his work, they're like, yes!
Just a couple of weeks ago, little man Bavino came to Minnesota not knowing anything about us.
Aren't we the ones that need billionaires to save us? I mean, ironically, it would save us because, yes, like I said, if we could tax them out the ass, and then I mean, as I said, I don't understand why people like 100 millionaires aren't getting behind my idea where it's just like, yeah, you know what? I kind of like this guy. Makes it better for me, lowers my taxes. I like that.
Is around the corner. Stay on the streets. Demand justice. Fight for your neighbor. Be a Minnesotan. This is our moment. Stand up.
They don't care about Hispanic. What's up, Kirk? How's it going, bro?
Give it up for Jay.
Dude, you got people out there protesting for you right now.
Guys, let's keep on moving.
And this is general strike, so
let's fill it up.
a group of hardworking people can move the world. Yes, they can. Absolutely. Absolutely. I have always... Listen, I do not believe that a single person cannot have an impact. I don't care how small. That shit is put into your head to make sure you stay in your place. That's a societal thing where they're just like, I actually covered this with getting ODD. Like, if you don't know what ODD is, I have been diagnosed with ADHD and oppositional defiance disorder, which the latter is essentially telling me that I have, no matter what circumstance, a problem with authority. I will always question authority, which I don't see that as being a disorder. I see that as being, you know, something that everybody should strive for. You should always question authority. You shouldn't just take everything at face value. I think that's going to serve you very poorly in your life. So, yeah. Don't let people tell you, like, oh my God, yeah, one person can't make a difference. Yes, they can. Again, they want you sitting in that stew of, I can't do anything. What am I gonna do? There's nothing that I can do, so I might as well not try. Like, fuck off. I don't care what you believe, man. Like, seriously. You believe in Trump? Fine. You should also take this for what it is. I'm saying that, yeah, you know what? You can do great things, too. Where the fuck is Don Lemon? God damn it, dude! I'm pretty sure that he's not gonna appear outside of this goddamn courthouse. Don Lemon has not spoken. Wait, that was Cat Abu Ghazaleh. What the fuck? Oh, okay, that was weird. I don't know why that happened. Huh. Someone had a fucking ad for Cat Abu Ghazaleh. San banned, Don Lemon arrested. I used to pray for times like this. Man, you were eating good today, then. Everything's coming up Etom. All right. Challenge Authority? Hell yeah. Vortex Tube, I appreciate that. And I mean that. Like, the fact that they even try, well, they did diagnose me with it, but I don't think that it's real. My mom got my mom to vote for Kat. Oh, nice. I mean, you can't vote for her yet. We're not able to vote for her until March, but that's cool. I'm not 100% with anybody yet. I got a few things that I gotta take care of, and hopefully, maybe it will be on this channel. If not, then I will at least privately be able to get some answers, because, yeah, I have interest in supporting Mike Simmons. I think Mike Simmons is a pretty based-ass guy. And honestly, I need to talk to Dan Biss. I've met him once. Nice guy. But, yeah, I want to talk policy with the guy. So, do I reside in the 9th? Yes. Yeah, that's about as close as I'll get to doxing myself. The thing is, if you look at the 9th district, good luck. Like, dude, the 9th district is stretched from, like, oh my God, the fucking Wisconsin border. Why in the fuck? I was just like, I couldn't think of the state above me. It stretches from the Wisconsin border all the way to Lake Michigan. What state am I in? I'm in Chicago. State. I'm in the grand ye old Republic of Chicago. We don't talk about the fact that I'm part of Illinois. Yeah, I tried to make it vague. It's all right. Like I said, I live in a very large district. So, Crystal Lake to Skokie. Yeah. As I said. And then it also goes north, too. Like, that's where I was like, oh, shit. When I looked up, like, how much of the state is in the 9th, I was kind of shocked. Although, I will say this. I was shocked when I was looking at the way that they divide it. Man, Illinois 7 got some money. Did I miss the interview? Not yet. Letterhack, 6 p.m. my time. I will be having the... I will be having an interview with Johnny Walker Dredd, and then directly afterwards, I will be talking with Mr. Hank. Actually, I might be able to bring him on at 5:30. You know what? I'll look into that. Illinois has some egregious districts. I live in Ohio. It's the same thing. It's egregious everywhere, but we have one of the most egregious. They literally use it in like an example, in a bipartisan example, by the way, of a really fucking gerrymandered district. It's like, yeah. Although, the thing is, it was gerrymandered by a bunch of right-wingers, so from my understanding, they were the ones bitching about it. All right, here.
Is your membership that allows us to do this recording out in the streets. You can join at statusquo.com/join. Thank you for joining us. I'm Tina Desiree Berg reporting for Status Quo News on the Midas Touch Network. And I'm going to pass this over to JT, who is now going to go live at the Solidarity Rally in Chicago. Thanks for joining us.
Yes. Yes. All right, they're covering it. Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. I was worried about that.
I am just fine. What a way to meet you.
Is that Jim Cornelison?
Correct. Anytime I move, it seems. Yep, I hate HDMI. I wish we were on SDI, but... Yep.
HDMI? they know they're live?
So I've already done something like that, Ty. I've already done something like that.
Like
What I have is a small length of SDI cable that's locked to the live view, and I have taped the HDMI cable to that SDI cable, so it is locked in place.
All right. This sounds like a hot mic. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm looking to see if they announced it. I'm trying to go back to their chat feed.
I see. No, I was just saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
No, this is definitely a hot mic. All right, I'm gonna turn this down a little. Oh, I thought that guy was speaking in Chicago. Oh, damn. Wow. Okay, so that was layered audio that got a little screwy there. Here. I'll come back to the Chicago one. There's not a lot to hear as much as here. So this is Minnesota, LA. As I said, big dick building.
Giving legal knowledge, whistling, honking, recording, sacrificing their physical.
God damn it. What the fuck? Every time, without fail, we're always gonna run into somebody that's got some fucking music on. And it's not even like high quality as far as like, all right, yeah, you can really, you know. Never mind. I guess she can totally vibe with it. I guess this is for them. This is for you.
I do, yeah.
Okay. All right, let's interact with some chat. What's up, guys?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Ty.
All right, so I'm going to turn this audio off. We're going to just stay with Chicago. And yeah, what's up, folks? Let me get to the chat here. Oh, J-Frog, you're back. How's it going?
Thanks, Ty. I appreciate that.
Oh, God.
All right.
It's got to be exhausting sometimes.
Thanks for the help.
What are they protesting? ICE in general, man. Like, we want ICE out. No more ICE. I mean, dude. The idea that that video, by the way, of him kicking that car was going to change any minds, and then they panicked when all of a sudden they're like, excuse me, were any of those agents part of his shooting? Real quiet. Fucking cricket moment. So, yeah, because all of a sudden you got people asking, was it premeditated? So, uh-oh. And the thing is, you got people in the legal community being like, uh-oh, why ICE bad? Rowdy, my guy, are you just doing this to, like, try and rile me up, or do you not know what is going on? Like, come on, man. And this isn't like this, oh, the left is so superior in our morals and all blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, it's just the facts that they have overstepped their authority consistently, and it's putting the people and the police at risk, because the police who, you know, do follow their codes of conduct, like, they're the ones that are going to have to deal with the fallout. So this is where they do kind of need to, you know, lock it down, because it's also a little too obvious that NSPM 7 is starting to look more and more like it's happening. Like, and we read it, you know, all you have to do is just read what it's about, and you're just like, oh my God. He literally just said that he's going to use ICE as the military authority to go in, cause these scenes, and then use the disruption that's caused by that to go in and authorize the Insurrection Act. So this will fade away. No, unfortunately, Pat, we're stuck with this, man. We're a year in, and dude, it keeps cascading. If you truly think that, I kind of feel sorry for you. Deport them all. See, when you say deport them all, who do you mean? Keep saying illegals. Dude, they're deporting people that have green cards. That's a problem. Donald is kicking world ass, if you mean by kicking them in the ass, and then making us like very undesirable to work with. So now they're working without us. I don't know, man. When he congratulated Canada on their EV thing, I was truly shocked by that, because I was just like, holy fuck. Like, that's billions of dollars in American investment that will not be happening. Which, I'm sorry, man. I thought that that was what we kind of wanted. Like, that is... And we're also we're ceding a bunch of territory. Like, and this isn't America first, bro. Like, America first does kind of mean having influence other places. Like, I think that we can kind of agree that, or unless you think that we should pull all the troops from, you know, Japan and all of our, you know, post-World War II treaties, not embargoes. Should we just, you know, say to hell with that? Like, what the fuck? Deport them all. You know, nobody goes to those things anymore. Actually, when's the last time I've been to them all? Fuck, one time.
This is our movement.
Epstein files released. Not all of them. Again, here we are, back at it. They also made some fucking pretty egregious redactions and missed a few. Where can I get such a cool Godzilla poster? I'm not sure if they still have it, but Displate. I am in no way paid by Displate. I just happen to be a fan, and I actually got that as a gift from one of my friends, so he knows me very well. They brought the drums. Alright. It's so cool. Thanks, HJ. Thank you. I appreciate that. That chat's fire. That chat was fire. Yeah, that was...
That's right, fuck out.
No notes. No notes.
Let's go. Pass the mic along to my co-MC from the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Yeah, listen, they're radical leftists, but the radical left, they know how to carry a beat. I gotta say, I was pretty pumped there. I was doing the little the Trumpy shuffle. I realized that he does that, by the way, when he's doing this. He also has a little shimmy to it where he's like...
Alex Pretty.
Oh yeah, got those Trump moves. Macho man. They're talking about me because I'm the macho man. Yeah. Don't think so, aha! Donald Trump trying to call himself the macho man. I'm about to go after you in the court of law. Yeah. Copyright infringement over here, yeah. Doesn't understand. That's why I chose the graduation song you all know and love so much, yeah. It's actually kind of true. Pomp and circumstance. Only the macho man could carry the weight of such a song, yeah. Not even Donald Trump understands. Using YMCA. Does he not know that these guys used to be at the YMCA doing some pretty gay things?
If you're not ICE or police, maybe you heard about it.
Fucking macho.
But in the 2006 general strike, who remembers May Day 2006?
This is a general strike.
Must have still been being bored.
Jesus.
Right? A lot of people have been talking about how do we stop being on the defense?
DJT is a joke and a liar and a fraud. Should be impeached. Mimi.
The way we do that is
welcome
by
to the show.
withdrawing our
Appreciate you being
labor.
here. And yes, I agree. Hit that sub button.
Like we've never
You know it'll help me out, and also, yeah, if you enjoy the content. Guys, I do I really appreciate it, by the way.
I'm a student of Malcolm X.
Another moron. Oh, well, there's got to be...
And Malcolm X said in
We got to have our
1965
place in this world. So,
that
yes,
we're
another
living in
moron.
extreme
Hope you
times.
enjoy.
So we got to take extreme measures.
Have you and Hal Sparks, he does Jesse Ventura.
The last time that we saw this country shut down,
I actually want to have a Macho Man off with Dan Soder, because he's kind of him and Will Sasso. Like, if it could be the three of us doing Macho Man, they would totally do better because they have a much better impression.
In Chicago,
it'd be funny.
750,000 people, 1/3 of our city, took to the streets to say we're not taking that shit. So today is a dress rehearsal. Today, we're just getting started. Right?
I dig that hat.
Because when the enemy retreats, we advance. So in 275 cities, in 46 states,
Rowdy
over
Geiger Piper.
1,000 organizations
You gonna do blackface?
have endorsed this call to shut
That's still one of the most fucked up promos he has ever done.
down.
Oh, man. You know it was bad when in the early 90s they were just like, oh, damn.
Now, I don't know what those other 4 states are.
Hi
but
from
we gonna
Iran.
get them
Hassan
too.
Shadow. Welcome.
Because if they want to spend $200 billion,
Hello.
and that's how much they're spending,
If you're actually in Iran, how's it? And I say actually because I have to, grain of salt with this. But if you are in Iran, how are things there? Are they calming down?
$1 billion when it costs $60 billion to end hunger. It costs $60 billion to end poverty. It costs $60 billion to end homelessness. Instead of spending $200 billion on the people, they're spending it to police us, to detain us, to harass us. Now, they may have the money, they may have the connections, but they don't got the people. They don't got the heart. And we know that these ICE motherfuckers are out of shape. Right? They can't run, that's why they shoot. They can't fight, that's why they shoot.
I literally said that.
They want us to get back
I was
when we
like,
gonna strike
I think
back.
that's the reason that they use all these non-lethal munitions is because they can't catch anybody.
They say get back. They say get back. They say get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back.
This is reference Chicago. Let's go. Oh, dude, the 28th is gonna be fired. I can't wait. I can't wait.
I want to say something very important. Chicago was founded by a Haitian
what's up,
immigrant.
user? How you
On February 3rd, this fascist white nationalist government is going to allow the temporary protective status of 350,000 Haitians to expire in this
bullying
country.
made humans soft. Yes, because it never did anything. Banning bullying.
Now, one thing we know that the Haitians have taught us is how to rebel. A lot of people have been saying that ICE is like the Nazi Germany Gestapo. I hear you, but the reality is that ICE are slave catchers. Right? Nazi Germany learned from the United States.
Oh my God, dude.
Right? So when TPS expires
I
on
just got an
February
update
3rd,
on Don Lemon.
say February 3rd.
Here.
On February 3rd, when the TPS expires, the tens of thousands of Haitians in our city, they need our help. Right?
I think
Because a lot of
he
people
bailed on his
forget
press conference.
that black
No way,
people
what?
are also immigrants too.
There's no way.
I am the son of 2 Jamaican immigrants. Any Jamaicans in the crowd? But, so on February 3rd, we got to unite the black community, the Latino community, the white community, the native community. Because we know that unless you're an indigenous person or you are dragged here in chains, you're an immigrant. So, the last thing I'll say before we bring up our next speaker is that Palestine has shown the way. They were the first example of what it looks like to stand up brave, to fight fascism, and to stare death in the face. In fact, our Palestinian brothers and sisters.
Okay, so it looks like he's going to go live on his own show.
To go on a strike, to shut shit down, to stop a genocide. And there's a thing called the imperial boomerang. The war abroad always comes home. It always comes home. So who best to teach us how to resist an occupation than the Palestinians?
For everyone just joining us, this is a live protest in Chicago right now.
So now, when we build power that can shut down this economy, power that can bring this country and its fascist government to its knees, we're not going to just stop with abolishing ICE. We're going to end that fucking genocide. So, without further ado, I'm going to give it up for Maram from the Palestinian Youth Movement.
This guy's chants are fire. He hasn't had a miss yet. I hope he's the speaker at our protest that we're having for No Kings. If he didn't come up with them, he's good at leading them.
And I want you guys to turn me up with it. One solution. One solution.
And this is one of the best ones that we've seen, and we have covered a lot. So, all right. Chicago coming out. Yeah. Oh, this is Federal Plaza. Okay. Picasso. There's the
My name is
building the Blues Brothers ran into. Chicago always turns up. I'm so proud. Yeah. This is awesome.
The people of Minnesota on their own to fight what appears to be a military occupation. An occupation that's kidnapping them.
Jesus
and
loves all.
Executing them on their streets.
Star Boy of the Night.
The people of Minnesota are on strike because ICE has made it impossible to carry on with life, to go to school, to visit the doctor, to get groceries, or even to walk their dogs. They have seen firsthand what happens.
Oh, that was just straight up racist.
When the government turns on its people and starts to view them as threats and inferior.
People just can't behave.
Here in Chicago,
damn, dude.
We stand for justice and we protect our neighbors. We support the people in Minnesota, and we're always going to stand up and fight back with them. arrested or driving away look very familiar. The shock you experience as you ask yourself, how can a human life be easily taken away so quickly, so heartlessly? That is something the Palestinians have felt countless times against the Israeli occupation that executes Palestinians while they occupy and steal Palestinian homes. Shame! If news ever does make it out in the headlines in the U.S. about these executions, then we'll always see a statement by the IOF who murdered them about how these soldiers were protecting themselves. Does that sound familiar, Chicago? That's how they get away with murder and taking away everything that is sacred and important, including human lives, food, hospitals, separating families and homes.
Hold on.
These victims
I think
are
I know where he
painted
got
as
that
terrorists,
hat.
unworthy of their life
This is an
and their
important
rights,
point.
while their perpetrators
I have
are
a-
rewritten as victims and acting
an
in
inkling.
defense. Both ICE and the Israeli occupation forces are funded by the billions of dollars from U.S. government money that is then funneled into corporations that provide surveillance and weapons and technology. Boo! Giving ICE and Israel the tools to surveil
Just love your
and
melon.
control and kill people
I knew it.
in entire communities. That is what's allowing them to kidnap, detain, and kill people in Minnesota, and then kidnap, detain, and bomb homes.
Oh
and
man,
kill
Rowdy, then you gotta let me know what you think about fucking Just Pearly things
people
versus
in
Anna
Gaza
Kasparian.
and Palestine. Palestinians have learned that these entities who have no regard for humanity or laws or morality can be stopped or weakened if the people don't unite and truly prioritize their freedom and safety by sticking together and rejecting this system. That is what generations of Palestinian organizing has taught us, and that is the lesson that we have to apply today to our communities here. None of us are free until all of us are free. None of us are free until Palestine is free. Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free.
Uh-oh. Oh. Damn it.
Don't get back at me, bro.
We'll go back to that in a second. Let them get their, Damn it. Let's hope it doesn't end. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Alright, so now it's exclusively LA.
Almost hit me.
Why's that guy filming him?
And it was a runner. I was probably undercover.
Well, I wonder if they have the infiltrator there. Because I know that, like, that guy, he got chased out of Minnesota.
Delete that music, my boy. They're going to give me for copyright.
He was telling everybody in his chat how he was just going home. All right. All right. Let's cover a few things while we're doing this, while we're waiting. Yeah, guys. So real quick, I'm going to do a very fast news breakdown here. So Luigi Maggione, or Maggione, I still don't actually know how to say it properly, so I'm going to just say Luigi Maggione, will not face the death penalty. I know. I was genuinely surprised by this. Real quick, on Friday, January 30th, U.S. District Judge Margaret M. Garnett dismissed the death-eligible counts from Luigi Maggione's indictment, ruling he will not face the death penalty if convicted. The judge found that the prosecutors relied on stalking charges, which did not meet the legal definition of a crime of violence, ruling after oral arguments earlier this month. Court records show that during the arrest, police found a loaded magazine wrapped in underwear inside Maggione's backpack, along with a note describing whack of a insurance executive and surveillance footage of a mass shooter. He was arrested 5 days later in Altoona, Pennsylvania. Yeah, we know. Okay, so it's just literally the summary of all that. Okay, so yes, he will not be doing that. So yes, and now for the HASAN being banned thing. So HASAN banned from Twitch, calling critics Zionist pigs. Twitch partner HASAN Piker, known as Hassan Abi, received his 7th platform ban. Jesus Christ. 7 ban. Wow. On January 29th, 2026, suspending him for 7 days. It's a 7th ban and he gets a 7-dayer. Okay. Over language that appeared to violate the site's hateful conduct policy, using Zionists to demean individuals. He was reacting to a report on U.S. agencies like ICE and the FBI maintaining secret watch lists of anti-ICE and pro-Palestinian protesters, which is important, and yes, it's happening, linking it to the recent fatal shooting of nurse Alex Preddy by federal agents in Minneapolis on X. Piker called out what he saw as inconsistent rules allowing quote-unquote Nazi pig, but not quote-unquote Zionist pig, sparking backlash from his supporters decrying selective censorship and critics defending the moderation of his repeated infractions. I guess Asmongold. By contrast, Asmongold advocated for ICE to run... Jesus, he straight up called for violence? Yeah, that's not... Yeah, okay, not breaking TOS at all. This was Hassan's tweet reacting to it. Fuck Israel, fuck ICE. Nice. And I do know that he went live on YouTube today, which, you know, good for him. Glad to see that he's just moving past this. The feud, again, he'll be back in 7 days. The feud erupted. Okay, so Hassan Piker and Nick Fuentes clashed in heated online exchange. This was right after this. The feud erupted Friday on X when Fuentes denied voting for Trump and mocked Piker's wealth, including his $2.7 million West Hollywood home and family ties to the Young Turks. Piker's retort, "I'd rather be a class traitor than a gay Mexican manlet neo-Nazi," drew over 1.3 million views, sparking backlash from the right-leaning users who highlighted the anti-gay, anti-Mexican jabs. Oh, cry us a river. And even some of Piker's fans questioning his use of those terms. Fellow streamer Destiny defended Piker on the class issue, while memes and clips of past barbs like Fuentes calling for Piker's deportation flooded in, showing how both sides often use similar personal attacks. Nick Fuentes, you're barely literate Turk roach that abuses animals. I'd rather be a class traitor. Oh, wait, so this just kind of like cascaded from there. Oh, isn't that fun? Do we have a reaction from Hassan? Yeah, here we go.
Is that they filmed
So this is what got him
What's
banned?
more likely is that they filmed his fucking face and they put him on a watch list. As Ken Klippenstein reports in his exclusive, Sparta, Reaper, and Grapevine track protesters and their friends, plus others, ICE's secret watch list of Americans.
Honestly, I like how people are focusing on the fact that he got banned for that and not focusing on what he was reporting on. Because honestly, this is one of the worst ones. This one should have all right-wingers pissed off, too, because your data's in there, too.
We have a nice little database, and now you're considered
when is my
domestic
interview?
terrorism. Mass federal agent taunted a protester
an
filming
hour.
him in Maine last week, if you recall. Remember this video?
Just about.
We've
55
covered
minutes.
videos like this on numerous occasions on this broadcast, where ICE agents will walk up to counter-protesters, will walk up to protesters and film them in their faces and go, "Smile, you're on fucking camera, you're on a watch list now." Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin's response was firm. There is no database of domestic terrorists run by ICE.
I
There's
hate
just
time
one
zones.
problem.
Yeah,
She's
me too.
lying.
That's honestly why I had you do that.
Two senior national
'cause I'm
security
like,
officials
ugh.
tell me that there are more than a dozen secret and obscure watch lists that Homeland Security and the FBI are using to track protesters, both
killing me
anti-ICE
today.
and pro-Palestinian. This is another big suck my
Got
dick
one of
to
those,
all
like-
the fucking Israel dick riders out
like
there.
right between my
you
shoulders.
fucking rabid ultra-Zionist
Right
pigs.
back here.
You fucking run around going, oh my God, Israel first, Israel first. Why are you tying this back to Palestine? Because this is precisely the fucking same shit. Okay? You Israel first monsters, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. How can you fucking say that when the first immigration action that the Trump administration took was literally try to deport anti-Israel protesters?
Oh, yeah.
Trying to deport people
God,
for
it has been a long time.
writing articles in their student
my
newspaper
God.
against Israel,
This has
hurting
been a
Israel's
long
feelings.
year and a half.
And then they still act like this is not the identical situation.
Appalachian leftist, I appreciate you being here, man. Or,
Fuck.
sorry.
Cue Ethan's one meme. Ethan can suck my dick, dude.
I use man
Jesus
as a non-gender
fucking
thing.
Christ.
Dude, man. The occasional bro. Not bro, though. Stop there.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy that one of the biggest pro-Israel IDF donors went and fucking purchased TikTok specifically because he wanted to make it pro-Israel, and that every single person that played a role, every single politician that played a role in the sale of TikTok openly said they were selling TikTok because they were scared that people
Yeah, pronouns. Like you, lady.
were becoming too anti-fucking
This lady, Cadoba Libre.
Israel.
You know, she's in here just being ridiculous.
Every single person that refuses to acknowledge that tries to disparage, that tries to fucking disparage people for calling this out, that tries to deflect attention away from this issue is a fucking monstrous liar that is only invested in Israel and nothing else. TikTok just banned Bizon earlier today. Her account had 1 million followers. And
Yo, dude,
if I
got to
recall
bounce for
correctly,
now.
it's just
wanna
gone.
say
I mean,
thanks
it's
for
just
letting me
one-
blow up your chat. Appreciate you letting me participate. Go Packers. All right. Have a good one, Rowdy.
I can't
having you
believe
here.
it, dude. It's unfucking believable. And these guys will still go like, oh my
Yes, fuck the
God,
Packers.
oh my God, this is
Is he gone? Is he gone? Fuck the Packers.
anti-Semitism. What the fuck do you mean this is anti-Semitism? You have diluted
Oh.
anti-Semitism from a valid threat to whatever the fuck hurts Israel's feelings.
Damn it.
It's insane to me. There you go, dude. My brother in Christ, you built the sandwich, okay? Have the fucking anti-Semitism sandwich now. You built it, okay? You made the sandwich. It's Subway.
All right. That's pretty good. It's Subway. Did he catch the ban live? Or was it
Two
after
senior
his
national
stream?
security officials tells me that there are more than a dozen secret
Can anybody answer that?
obscure
Did anybody watch this live?
that Homeland Security and the FBI are using to track protests both anti-ICE and pro-Palestinian, Antifa, and others who are promiscuously labeled domestic terrorists. I can reveal for the first time that some of the secret lists and applications go by code names like Blue Key, Grapevine, Hummingbird, Reaper, Sandcastle,
I love socialism, but I hate celebrity worshiping and grifting. Me too.
Sienna, Slipstream, and
Based. I like that.
Sparta,
Airrex. Definitely hit that sub button.
including the ominous sounding HELA and HELC. Reports generated by Sparta. Some of these, like Hummingbird, were created to vet and track immigrants. In these cases, Afghans seeking to settle in the United States. Slipstream is a
Bob Ross is the only person that is actually like worthy of hero worship, okay?
classified social media repository. Others are tools used to link people on the streets together, including collecting on friends and families who have nothing to do with any purported law breaking. There's practically nothing available that further describes what these watch lists do, how large they are, or what they entail. We came out of 9/11 with the notion that we could have a single terrorist watch list to eliminate confusion, duplication, and avoid bad communications. But ever since January 6th, not
Celebrity worship being cringe should be the majority opinion, politics aside. Yes.
only have we expanded exponentially into
Bob Ross is from your hometown? Based.
purely domestic
That's fucking sick.
watch listing,
I
but
love Bob Ross.
we have also created a highly
No,
secretive
for
and
real. Joys of Painting is like my go-to to like just chill.
compartmented superstructure that few
Mr.
even
Rogers
understands
too.
as a
Yeah,
DHS
Mr. Rogers
attorney,
cool.
intimately familiar with the subject. The attorney spoke on the agreement that their identity not be disclosed. Prior to 9/11, there were 9 federal agencies that maintained 12 separate watch lists. Now, officially, there are just 3. A watch list of 1.1 million international terrorists.
Yeah, that's kind of what happened too when they did the whole blanket thing where they turned it where they were just like, hey, now everybody who doesn't like Trump is technically a dangerous leftist.
Watch list of more than 10,000 domestic terrorists maintained by the FBI.
It's just like, oh, you're
and a new
lumped in
watch
with
list
us
of
now.
transnational
Fun.
criminals built up to more than 85,000 over the past decade. This new domestic-related watch list, a set of databases and applications exist inside and outside the FBI and are used by agencies like ICE, the Border Patrol, to organize the Niagara of information in possession of federal government. Collectively, they create ways to sort, analyze, and search information, a task that even artificial intelligence have failed to conquer so far. Among other functions, the new watch list process tips, situation reports, and collected photographs and videos submitted by both the public and from agents in the field. They create a common operating picture in places like Minneapolis. They allow task forces to target individuals for surveillance and arrest, and they create the capacity for intelligence people to link individuals together through geographic proximity or what is labeled call chaining by processing telephone numbers, emails, and other contact information. Israel strikes again. Yeah, also, I mean, come on, dude. This is literally Israel!
All right, so...
They doing back shots? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is literally Israel. Have you not seen over and over again? It's fucking 1-to-1. Someone send me the fucking here. Send me the IDF back.
What do I think of Hasan?
Pick.
Honestly, he does, good work as far as advocacy and all that stuff, but sometimes he's a moron. Sometimes he's funny, and I enjoy his content, so.
No, not a fucking blue sky link, please. Jesus Christ.
I just hate people that, know that I'm a leftist, and when they find that out, they're just like, oh, so you agree with Hasan on blah, 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 blah. It's just like, no, stop. Stop trying to make this other dude's opinions mine. I hate that shit. It really bugs me.
Here.
I just realized my dog is, not on his bed. Huh. Wonder where he went. Raised on legitimately detestable
I swear,
things.
these guys literally look to Israel and we're like, this is it. This is the perfect
Etam, what do you think of Nick Fuentes?
They have.
I'm not even doing a gotcha. I want to know. So don't take it like I'm trying to be like, yeah, but what about, yeah.
Perfected.
I want to know. What do you think of Nick Fuentes? Also, materialistic leftists like him just screams grifting.
Here, I tweeted this instead. I deleted the Israeli years of lead.
As someone who likes to, indulge in certain hobbies.
IDF takes pics like this because they're all wanted international war criminals. I know. And these guys are coming to that same fucking recognition as well, that there could be punishments coming down the line, so they have to fucking protect the identity of the law enforcement officers, okay?
Most things I've heard him say is pretty based. Here, let's do this. Ah, no, it ended. Fuck. Here we go.
All right.
Oh, no. It literally ended. Fuck. Oh, okay. I guess we're gonna just go with this one. Luigi. Hey, you. What were you doing? What were you doing? My dog just walked in. What's up, bud? Come here. Come say hello. Here, got your cam up. I know. I owe you. We had a $20 dono earlier in the stream, so that means that this guy gets 2 very treats. Like these are essentially, dog cookies. So, as you can see, yeah, eat it slow. He inhaled the last one, and he was just like, ah. There you go. There you go. What up, Mitchell? How's it going? Alrighty. Let me get this. So we got a march in LA. Live march right now. Gotta be careful with the LA one, though, because apparently they... Okay, hold on. Yeah, see, this flies in the face of the fact that they try to block traffic. They're trying to actually conduct like themselves on the other side to get away from traffic and let people through. That whole thing, you know. Please tell me he did not just fart. Alrighty, what else we got? Let's see.
Here's the thing. Are you going to eat this? Why do people got to be agitating in the first place, right? So they're breaking into people's cars, dragging people out on the street. I mean, why do people have to be like driving in the first place? Like where are you even going? So they're breaking down doors, demanding documents, ignoring due process.
Sir, are you ready to order?
I'll have the special.
Excellent, sir. With or without lettuce?
With. And I'm a small government guy, you know. I want the government to get out of our freaking business, you know. But if they want to, like...
Oh my God, dude. Oh, this is creepy. I had a very similar discussion with one of my libertarian friends. Oh, no.
Maybe I deserve it. I read a self-help book, really good, called 1984, and everything works out if you just follow the rules. What you see with your eyes and what you hear in your ears, like, sometimes it's just...
I read a really good self-help.
Like, who freaking cares? If the government wants to ignore the First and Second Amendments, like, maybe they know something about myself that I don't. Maybe I was going to do something nefarious.
Sir, the chef's special.
Beautiful. Thank you. And here's the thing. I hate big government as much as the next guy.
Here's your chef's special. All right, I love that guy. Man carrying things here. Let me link that in the chat here. That guy's awesome. If you enjoy his skits. I know that some people in here would not appreciate the humor. So let's see. Jesus, dude. So LA's general strike seems to be kind of successful. If I have to take a guess, just looking at some of these numbers. Holy fuck! Because yeah, we got multiple different feeds. Okay, so. Oh shit, I didn't mean to hit play, my bad. All right, let's get some Epstein stuff.
The Department of Justice releasing its remaining documents from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche saying the records will be posted throughout the day, including more than 2,000 videos, more than 180,000 images, some of the material.
And then he was just like, what men? There were no men.
So explicit,
Dude.
You have to verify being an adult before you can actually access it.
Many of Epstein's survivors have been publicly pushing for years to have these documents come out, but it took a law passed with near unanimous support in Congress to finally bring these documents to light.
Victims of...
You have my respect for letting me be a dickhead in your chat without a ban. Good night.
Mr. Epstein.
All right, E-Tom, you have a good night. I appreciate that, I guess.
Have gone through...
No, I mean...
unspeakable pain. And there's nobody that...
You didn't do anything to break my rules, so...
That should say anything differently. And I
Real well.
to
Thank
the
you for
extent that there's frustration...
the bits or the jewels.
I
also, Kenzie,
understand where that comes from, just from what we know about Mr. Epstein. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure.
CNN's Evan Perez is here with us
CNN
now.
is a
And Evan,
joke.
there's been a lot of speculation about President Trump being
especially when they get to
named in
their
these
opinion
files, and
pieces.
we're
But news is news.
learning now the FBI actually compiled a list of allegations related to the president back in August. What are you learning?
Happy
So
Mountain
this is in
Time.
2025 that the FBI compiled a list of all of these sexual assault allegations that involved the president of the United States, that some of them stretch back years, decades, that were associated with this case. And, you know, we don't know what of anything is actually credible here. As a matter of fact, we believe that a lot of these could not be verified. Some of them were second and third hand accounts that people were relating things. You know, and that's the way the FBI works, right? Some of this is in 302s, what they call 302s, which are essentially witness statements. And anyone can make any allegations. The FBI takes it down, and then it takes time
I feel like that's
and
cheating.
effort to try to verify whether any of that stands. And so that appears to what have been
we do happy times
has
sometimes
happened here. And what's notable here is that there's some of them.
I'm not as bad as Jerry McClain. He likes to call 420 out when it's like, I don't know, 1150.
Have very salacious accusations
Very
about the
much
president.
not
and again,
420.
a lot of them are unverified at all by the FBI. It appears that at least a couple of the documents that we're talking about here have been removed since they were posted earlier by the Justice Department. We don't know why that is. They've done this in previous tranches that they've released. But look, I mean, we know that Jeffrey Epstein and the President of the United States were friends, that they were close friends for a period, and then they had a falling out. The President has described that over the number of years, and he's also said repeatedly that he had nothing to do and did not know anything about these, about the activities, the illegal activities of Jeffrey Epstein with underage girls. And so that's what's notable. One of the notable things, a lot of these documents, you know, 3.5 million documents.
Happy time zone just means, I was about to say happy time zone, happy life.
Released in all of the Justice Department's work
Does it
here.
rhyme? No.
They've had hundreds of lawyers over the last few weeks who've been focused only on this, leaving behind all their other work to try to meet this deadline, which of course they've blown past by a number of weeks.
Join us one day.
And so we are still going through a lot of these documents. Some of them are things we've seen before, including things related to the Ghislaine Maxwell case. Of course, she was convicted in 2022 for being associated with some of these crimes. And so we're still
and according to some of the files, the ones that they released today, he did so without their consent.
Going through a lot of these documents to see what else we learn in here. There was also some allegations about Bill Clinton. A lot of Bill Clinton mentions here, including someone who was his former White House counsel who makes reference to Jeffrey Epstein. She worked as a lawyer, apparently, for Jeffrey Epstein and his estate. And, you know,
go and read Data Set 10.
Refers to him as wonderful Jeffrey.
I can't even read that on stream here.
There's a lot of political figures associated with Epstein.
Read Data Set 10, which is, you can look it up on Twitter, because they deleted it and then put it back up with more redactions. You can look at the unredacted one.
It's not surprising,
because
given
people,
the company
screenshot
that he kept.
know how to do this shit.
Evan, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it.
The Justice Department is in the process of releasing its remaining files related to the Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficking case. We're now hearing from some Epstein survivors, though, who say their names appear unredacted throughout the documents.
So they couldn't even get that right. They worked too hard to redact the fucking billionaire names, but you know those victims that we claimed were doing this to protect their identity? Oopsie!
Despite assurances directly from DOJ that no personally identifiable information about
the incompetence of the Trump administration, it's astounding.
Victims would be released.
Holy
Joining us now, an
fuck.
attorney who represents 11 of Epstein's accusers, Eric Fudali. Eric, thank you so much for being with us. The documents that were released today include some 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, 180,000 images as well. Is that, to your knowledge, everything DOJ has in its possession?
Absolutely not. No, it's not everything. And even what has been produced still has redactions. You know, there are some very alarming statements from the...
Hold on, guys. This is live now.
This is quite precedented.
Hold on.
It is.
Hold
you
on.
can set your clock by it.
Nadine, I want to thank you for that. We are looking at live images from outside of the Los Angeles courthouse, where we expect that any moment now, Don Lemon is appearing to be approaching the microphone for a live statement. He has, I believe, been released on his own recognizance as per
All right. This is
Los
what we were
Angeles
waiting
Mayor
for.
Karen Bass. There are folks and supporters apparently in attendance there in support of Don and of Georgia Fort, the other journalist who was arrested.
Thank you.
And taken into federal custody.
Gorilla poster.
We have
I saw
received
that.
word via Monique that there's some lemon heads
it's
that are out
badass.
there
Thank you.
that have been self-identified lemon heads.
Yeah, but I also see Ashley
Lemon.
Allison,
No,
who's just
no,
ducking in front of
please
there
don't.
with the grill.
No,
They're
no,
on the
no.
ground covering it,
This is why I didn't want to do
for
Pep
new
Squad.
media,
God
independent
damn it.
media. Obviously, that's Rashad
Yeah.
who's back.
Yes.
And so it'll be
Lemon
a moment
heads.
now, but
Ashley Allison of the Root. Yes, Ashley Allison of the
lemon
Root.
sorry,
heads.
of the Root. And
Yes.
Alfonso.
Fucking A.
And Alfonso, as we are waiting for Don,
CNN
just
is
your
not
quick
news.
reaction.
Yes, it objectively is. Learn how they have to file their fucking, like, to even do this shit. Read some fucking broadcast law and then get back to me. It's the laziest fucking criticism ever is fake news.
From a civil rights perspective, to
Fake
everything
news.
that we've
It's
seen today.
fake. It's
I
not
just think-
fucking fake. Is it biased? Yes.
It's important for folks to
It's
understand
not even biased towards the left anymore. So fucking
that this
yeah.
is not about Don Lemon. This is about all of us. And so as
All
we
right.
think about the
Here
First
it
Amendment,
comes.
we
Here
should
it
understand
comes.
that this is about freedom of religion, freedom of speech.
They
freedom
said
of
he was
express,
walking to the
freedom of
podium. What the
assembly.
fuck?
And often
This happened
when
the
we
last
think
stream
about
too,
in
where it
these
was just like,
contexts,
I
we
don't know where
listen
he
to the
is.
noise,
Oh my
and we have
god.
to remember not to listen to the noise. This is about our civil liberties and our ability to actually be free in a democracy. These freedoms that we just talked about.
Yes. I'm the exact preconceived notion of what you think I am.
First Amendment.
Go ahead
religion,
with that.
speech,
And peace out, since you're not going to watch me anyway. Thanks for popping in.
press, assembly.
Assholes.
All of those are
I love these people that are just like, oh my god, this guy has long hair and he looks like he enjoys to, get high a little bit. And
Constitution.
I don't know. I don't enjoy anything, so therefore I'm gonna say how much I don't like it.
Take Don's rights away.
All right, yeah, he's coming. He's coming.
Sorry about that, Alfonso. We're going to go to this live feed.
All right, come farther. There's a podium. There's a podium. Come to the podium. Everybody else, get out
Holy
of the
shit,
way.
dude. They were just like, get it.
Clear the way to the podium. Thank you.
Fake news. It's fake news. I said it's fake. Everybody believes what I have to say. That's the craziest part, is if you believe everything Donald Trump says, just having no criticism,
So look,
and then everything else is fake, 10 years?
The world to me. I have no idea what's going on because obviously I haven't seen anything. I have spent my entire career covering the news. I will not stop now.
He just reached over $1 million
There is
for
no
everybody
more
saying that this was going to have a
important
major
time than right
impact on him poorly.
This very moment for a free and independent media that shines a light on the truth and holds those in power accountable. Again, I will not stop now. I will not stop ever. Last night, the DOJ sent a team of federal agents to arrest me in the middle of the night for something that I've been doing for the last 30 years, and that is covering the news. The First Amendment of the Constitution protects that work for me and for countless of other journalists who do what I do. I stand with all of them, and I will not be silent. I look
God, I hate
forward to
Don
my day
Lemon.
in court.
Now I hate that he has
Thank you
martyrdom
all.
to feed his gigantic ego.
Hey, whoa.
That was it?
Jesus Christ.
That was
Come on, guys.
Watch it down there. We have it. Watch it. Don Lemon giving what might be described.
Am I saying that they're right about everything?
Very
No.
resolute, very assured.
No. I'm saying that they give you news.
Remarks.
That's how news works. They break the news and then they have it broken down into opinions. Once you get to the opinions, it sucks.
Leaving the
You have Lemon's phone number? Oh, jeez.
Trailed by a number of cameras, of course, and supporters that are there with him and his husband. Alfonso.
He is not used to being on this side of the kerfuffle. Holy crap.
Yeah,
Look how
well,
uncomfortable he is.
obviously Don is now has to be
journalist.
concerned
He's
about
a journalist.
his defense. So folks may be expecting him to say a lot more. But I think we should be aware that Don is represented by legal counsel. The government is going after.
News should be, dude, that's literally all news networks now. There isn't a single news network that doesn't have opinion pieces layered in. And the ones that don't do that, you don't listen to.
Very strategic.
You don't listen to Democracy Now! Democracy Now!'s not giving their fucking opinions, but nope, don't want to listen to that. PBS, don't want to fund that.
And he will
It's
have
all
a day
leftist.
for it.
It's
We
all,
should
no,
all just
it's just
remember
public
that if they-
network bullshit that's boring, and you hear the boring like sway, and you're just like, that's
They can
leftism.
go after Don. They can go after any of us. Any of us. Which is why it's important that we understand that this is about you. They may frame this as whether or not a reporter can go into a church and report about a disruption. But this is about
They do all the time.
all of our freedom.
Just go look up all the drag queen show disruptions,
And I
and
think
then
this
get
is
back to
really
me on
important.
your whole false equivalency point.
That when we take a step back from it, that we all get engaged. If this
Were they blocking the doors? Because if you're blocking the entry, then that's when that's illegal.
is the one
Do you see how this works?
moment that it takes for people to get
Actually, funny enough, the ones that were protesting at Target and they were blocking doors, technically that was illegal.
engaged, we need to get engaged. Because all of our civil liberties are at risk.
Monique, you're someone who has been an ardent supporter of Don Lemon, of the show. But just
All right, I'm gonna move on from this.
I want to ask just for a second for you to take off your lawyer hat. You've been so
I was going to see if they were
engaged
going
from the beginning.
let
What does
Jolly
it
give
feel
his
like
2 cents here, since
outside
he's
of the courtroom,
he's
knowing
technically the name. I'm
what
like,
the past
I kind of want to hear what he has to say about
12,
this.
18 hours have likely been like for him.
No, I'm thankful. I'm thankful Don is out. I'm just wondering if he's taking questions and if we can listen because I'm on his show.
What about the FB file on Donald Trump?
Do you think that this was a distraction to arrest you?
Yeah. Do you think it was a distraction to it? Yeah. The Epstein files get released today, and then Don Lemon just magically he becomes the highest fucking profile, criminal of the Trump administration.
Traffic.
Is that Aretha Franklin?
Got your back, Don. Good luck, folks. Got your back, Don. Proud of you, Don. Proud of you, Don.
Yeah, they monetize their stream, so they might actually get booted.
We have just seen Don Lemon leave the courthouse scene
All right.
after being
Don
released on his
Lemon-
own recognizance,
Yep.
from our understanding, as per Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. Don gave a brief statement outside of the courtroom, which we will play in a moment again. But this is a matter that today has caused all sorts of folk to lean in and to rise up and to make their voices heard. None among them, least among them, not being our former Vice President Kamala Harris, who earlier today wrote, "The First Amendment is a foundational promise to every American, each of to speak, to report, and to hold
God, I
those
keep
in
forgetting that
power
it's like, man, I
accountable
barely agree with
without
these
fear of
assholes.
persecution or retaliation." Today, Donald Trump and his administration are once again trampling
annoying.
on our rights and our freedoms. Journalists Don Lemon and Georgia Fort were fulfilling their duty to the American people to report and inform, and they have been arrested for it. Donald Trump continues to consolidate power and show a flagrant disregard for the rule of law. This arrest is another affront to our rights and freedoms and should alarm and enrage us.
Charles, before you ask a question, please bring on our sister-in-law, Angela Rye.
Angela Rye is joining us of Native Land. Thank you so much, Angela.
Okay, I'm good. I hate when panels get a little too much like this, unless I'm on one. Then you know you love a good panel show when Pep Talks pops up. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? All right, so here, let me go into the protest coverage. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I had to back out of something real quick. All right, if you guys are enjoying the coverage, or if you know what, if you're hate watching me, continue to hate watch by hitting that sub button and trying to get under my skin. But if you are actually enjoying the stream, then yeah, definitely do me the favor. Subscribe. I appreciate that. Hit that like button. Helps me out a lot. Appreciate it. We got a interview coming up here soon. It's going to be fun. With Johnny Walker Dredd. If you do not know who Johnny Walker Dredd is, he is a self-ascribed? Yeah, self-ascribed. Conservative that wants to talk about the Rashad Ritchie stuff, but yeah, we don't agree on a lot of things, but we have good conversation. I've already been able to have a nice conversation with him off stream, and I gotta say, this is gonna be a good time. Congrats on the 2K. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate that, Devil's Advocate. It's it's pretty surreal, man. It's gonna be a cool interview with a talk with someone from across the line. Yeah, if you do not know who Johnny Walker Dredd is, he covered the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff to the point where a lot of the stuff that was making the mainstream media during the trial was coming from Johnny Walker Dredd. So, we will likely discuss the Kyle Rittenhouse stuff another day. Actually, we already, again, off stream, we started talking a little bit, and he was just like, yo, I'm going to stop you right here because we need to record this because this is great content. And I was just like, oh, yeah, you know what? Let's do that. So, yeah, this is going to be fun. Never seen the Kyle stuff? Oh, man, it's another playlist. He sent me the link to it. It's like 500 videos. It's crazy. He has, just on the topic of Kyle Rittenhouse, as many videos as I have on my channel. So, nah, but this is going to be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. And then after that, stick around because then I got Hank Thompson, ex-producer of the TYT network. We're going to be discussing his documentary that he has been putting together. We have a bunch, I have some clips that I want to play for him and get his opinions on, and then we will also be discussing the Rashad Ritchie stuff. So I am looking forward to the back half of the show. If you guys have not already, please hit the like button. As I said, really helps me out, and I truly do fucking appreciate it. It makes you that much cooler of a YouTube viewer. I've been saying this, where if you go out there and just if you're watching a video and you're enjoying it, hit the like button. I don't care who the creator is. You need to just become a better consumer. Fuck, this is all free, okay? Like, most people on YouTube are consuming free content. They don't even pay for premium. The least you can do is help the content creators get their stuff out there. So please, consider doing so. I haven't done that in a while. I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to give the spiel here. Real quick, I'm going to keep this audio on. DOJ opened civil rights investigation into Alex Preddy's death. Todd Blanche announced that the DOJ opened a federal civil rights investigation into Alex Preddy's death on the 24th, shooting while filming Border Patrol. Videos that surfaced this week show multiple videos contradicting... No, they don't contradict... Oh, initial accounts. Okay, initial accounts? Really? Fucking Ground News. What the fuck happened to this? What happened to Ground News? This is crazy. What? Initial accounts while federal prosecutors in Minneapolis press the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota and Homeland Security investigations had initially led the probe. Dude, not initial accounts, not the federal government's initial accounts. They tried to leave that one like open-ended. Footage demonstrates that Preddy had a state permit but did not reach for his handgun. Yeah. Announcement means DOJ Civil Rights Division will run independently from DHS internal review, while Governor Tim Walz and Jacob Frey state investigations are being locked out. Okay, so yeah, they're back to investigating themselves and determining that they are in the right. Go figure. These are live protests right now. This is the general strike, actually. I have been corrected on this. This is the general strike march happening right now in L.A. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying it. Because you know what? I enjoy covering these protests. Despite the fact that it gets a little stressful when they start playing something from a speaker. Kyle Rittenhouse, I mean, he was underage, didn't have a license to carry, and illegally took said. So actually, while discussing this with Johnny Walker Dredd, he did give me a correction, and I looked into it. It was right. Kyle Rittenhouse did not carry that weapon over state lines. That was false. It was actually at a friend's house, and he had gotten it from a local. Yeah, no, that is a fact. Should he have been there, and was he underage? Yes. Also, is it illegal for you to cross state lines and do that? Yes.
For the ambulance,
Because he wasn't a resident. So technically under Wisconsin state law, he was not legal to carry that. But does that change the outcome of what the judge decided? No. Yeah, Finn. Yeah.
Will never be defeated.
Zero ties to the used car lot. The problem is the used car lot was told by their insurance company that they were not going to have insurance protection, so that's why they were hiring private security, and that's why Kyle Rittenhouse apparently was there. Now, did this come from a biased source? Yes. Have I been able to verify this through other like news coverage and through other people's investigations? No. So, grain of salt, that one. Trying to be fair here, though.
To City Hall.
Didn't take Rittenhouse for anyone's friend. The thing is, they had a major falling out because the guy, Rittenhouse wanted him to keep the rifle. And he didn't.
Never tire for Raza. For the community.
We're gonna keep marching. The people united will never be defeated.
The people.
I gotta say, man, this is the stuff where it's like, yeah.
The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
This is where Chicago had the chance on lock here. Like, we were way better. Here, I got some footage I wanted to check out with you guys.
Better than that. Come on, guy. Come on.
Hey, man, back up. Far fucking spray. Back the fuck up.
You're in front of a school. You're great.
You don't respect the laws. How do you expect the people respect you? See, now you're leaving the scene of the accident, man.
For real, though, Chicago had some juice behind their
This is clearly not about immigration
Yeah,
enforcement. I think everyone knows it's bullshit.
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you go straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hi, I'm Tina Desiree Berg reporting for Status 2 News. We are currently on the corner of 35th and 4th Avenue where an attempted ice raid just happened. We had officers running down the street, a vehicle involved that got into a car crash and in front of a school. So you have a child at the school?
I have two.
You have two children at the school. All right, so walk us through a little bit about what you saw.
So a group of us are posted up here every day.
Yeah.
This is a very high traffic ice area. Heard on the radio that ice was right here, and I heard a crash and ran down here to the corner, and the crash literally, if you can see, there's debris right there in the road. That's where the crash happened, right there.
Did they hit each other? Mora.
I know you're better than that. Come on, guy. Come on.
Hey, man, back up. Before I fucking spray you, back the fuck up.
I saw an ICE vehicle, a sedan, with the lights on, the sirens were going, and it had smashed into the person they were trying to abduct's car. And apparently it was only one guy. I did see him take off, and according to neighbors right over here, the ICE agents had their guns drawn, and the person they were trying to take jumped a bunch of fences and was running down the alley parallel to the street.
I'm still trying to figure out whose car is that? Is that one of theirs? Like, did they hit each other? I mean, dude, this is becoming more prevalent too.
What you did, man? Middle of the truck.
No, but honestly, no. Donald Trump said that you cannot have a gun at a protest. That's all he literally said. Can't have it. You can't be walking around with guns. The motherfucker that you guys support is the only person that's trying to come for guns. So shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear anything about anybody that was trying to be like, I'm a Second Amendment guy. No, you're not. You're not a First Amendment guy. You're not a Second Amendment guy. You're not a Fourth Amendment guy. You're not a 14th Amendment guy. And you're not a 16th Amendment guy. So shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear any more of that. You guys abandoned it the second that Trump was just like, you know what? Yeah, we can't have guns. You can't be carrying your gun at a protest. It's like, that's bullshit. It's actually your right to carry a gun at a fucking protest. Did you know that?
See why you creating chaos, man?
Yeah, the Democrats the last 10 years had never come for your guns, you dumb cocksucker. Seriously, you are so fucking stupid. It's astonishing. What was one piece of legislation that in the last 10 years, because last time I checked, in the last 10 years, Trump was also one of the presidents. What was one piece of legislation that was enacted that they were trying to take your fucking weapons and your right to have the Second Amendment away? I will wait.
Look what you did, man.
When? Oh, wait. I know one. Bump stocks. Oh, wait a minute. Uh-oh. Red flag laws are actually the ones that make sense, you nut gargler.
Okay, well,
I'm going to take that.
What happens to the people? You just blow some car driving by. And
Thank you, MX. I appreciate that. Nut gargler. That's a...
No, man.
I was just like, that one, that was solid.
Let's run, dude.
Technically, you can. The Supreme Court ruled on it. Yes, you can carry a weapon in California at a protest. You are wrong, sir. And in 250 years, the Democrats haven't come for anyone's guns.
Oh!
Not once.
What happened?
Just drive away.
Funny enough, the assault weapons ban, that went up under Bush, and they didn't renew it. Huh.
Drive away.
Huh.
You acting tough, man.
And that wasn't, it was like, all they needed to do was maintain it. It's just like, oh, you're not actually coming for anybody's guns. You're not really impeding anybody's, anybody from having anything they shouldn't have. And now look at us. Now we have statistics of children dying from gun violence that I never lived with when I was in school. But, okay.
Why he's acting tough?
Okay.
Yeah? You're acting tough for no reason.
Bush was a leftist.
There's no reason why you should be threatening people.
Oh, you're one of those guys that believe the uniparty bullshit, and Trump is your Lord and Savior that came here to disrupt. He's a disruptor. Meanwhile, brings in the fucking swamp and hands the keys to them. Literally makes the billionaire cabal thing, makes it a real thing. Shut the fuck up.
On the sidewalk.
All of you guys, any of you guys that were like part of QAnon or like the conspiracy contingent or any of you guys, like y'all are fucking clowns.
You just
it's hilarious.
In front of the road, man.
And then we told them we didn't want them there. And then I witnessed that same ICE agent with the American flag mask get into the damaged car and drive away with the other ICE vehicles.
You're a CCW holder in Cali. It's against the law to well, I mean, that's where you could technically supersede that with the Supreme Court's ruling.
Respect the laws. How do you expect the people respect you?
I know that in Chicago they did that. And in Illinois, they just had to kind of give up on that. They were like, ah, shit. I feel like it's one big psyop. Yeah, it's almost like they want to unilaterally disarm the poor. For what reason would they do that? It's almost like they're kind of anticipating some kind of, I don't know, class awakening of some kind. Let's use the term. Really? How am I a cult? I'm not following any shepherd. You're the only one that is following a shepherd consistently. You never criticize the man. So yes, okay. Yeah, we're the cult.
He got me tough.
Whatever, man.
To spray them.
It's very ineffective to even call us that when you are sitting there lapping up his orange nuts.
See, now you're leaving the scene of the accident, man.
Yeah, you are leaving the scene of an accident. Oh, there it goes. Okay.
Hey! Leave the car.
Wait for the car.
Now you want to run the red light with no emergency lights on it?
Okay.
Oh, now she's taking the light.
That's actually, he's also still an ass clown there for even trying to do that.
So, yeah, so
I never
and that was the person they were trying to...
This is why the cops hate him, by the way, is because of shit like that.
Detains cars.
They can't just do that.
So they drove off
in his car.
In his car.
In his car. The one guy with the ICE agent with the American mask.
So they were able to turn the engine on. Maybe they got the keys from the guy then. That's awful.
I think the person that they were trying to take, I literally think his keys were in the ignition. It appeared to be running.
He left in there.
I think he left his phone, and I think he just took off.
Okay.
And I've seen ICE leave vehicles in the middle of a street. I've heard stories about them leaving vehicles that are running, like rolling down the street.
Down the street,
but I've never seen an ICE take.
One of the chiefs of police called that Bush League.
An actual car.
An actual car.
That's Bush League law enforcement.
From someone they did not successfully abduct. Right. I think people, some of the neighbors are trying to figure out who that was because ICE now has his car and his phone.
Curious just if you could speak to what it feels like as a mom with 2 kids in this school for this to be happening literally at the corner of your school during pickup hours.
It is probably the worst part of all of this. Trying to...
I may not support Trump, but I'm still a bootlicker? How am I still a bootlicker?
Explain to my kids, like, why this...
Or are you talking to somebody in chat? You might want to specify that.
...is happening, and letting them know, like...
Explain yourself.
Like, hey, every day, at some point, I'm going to be outside of your school, making sure you're safe. All of us parents are out here working together with community members to make sure you're safe and your teachers are safe and the school staff are safe. To me,
just like, wait, what?
That highlights how vile and inhumane and cruel their tactics and strategies are. And so all of us came out, people in the area were filming. The 2 then ICE agents in the car that hit the person's car came walking back. They had pepper spray in their hands. They did pepper spray a neighbor who lives right over here.
So
they're okay.
They pepper sprayed him in the face?
I think they tried to go straight for their face, and I think the neighbor turned. So they did get pepper spray on their jacket and near their face, but they did go into the school and got rinsed. Yeah. And then the 2 agents were both black, and they were...
Remember when radical left tried to make us eat green M&Ms, drink from paper straws, and wear tampons? Those were scary times.
Telling us we needed to back up, that they were going to arrest us for impeding.
That is what they
I had my hands up, and I said, you're supposed to de-escalate. This is a school. We live here. This is a community.
Yeah.
And then 2 additional ICE officers who were
Age of Crackadia.
White men
for the,
showed up. One had a mask, like a kind of a skull with
Right,
an American flag mask, and he asked us for a whistle. You're in front of a school.
You could be just standing there doing nothing, and they threaten you with this, right? Or
Correct.
if you're filming, I've had them say to me, well, here's your first warning. You keep filming us, we're going to arrest you for impeding.
Right.
And it's like, no, that's not impeding your operations. I can stand here and film
I'll
you.
play this for
You
just a
can
minute.
stand
I have
there
to
and
run to the
observe and blow
bathroom real
whistles.
quick. I got
None of that
prepped
would
for my
rise to the
interview.
level of impeding anything. But
Absolutely.
it doesn't stop them from, I think they're just trying to, you know, intimidate people.
Absolutely.
Keep them away from doing the activity and work that you're doing.
Yes. Absolutely. And I did say that a couple times, that I'm exercising my constitutional rights to observe.
Right.
I had my hands up. I said, you're the ones that are supposed to de-escalate. When you show up with a taser in hand and you have pepper spray in your hand from the minute you exit a car, that I have a lot of issues myself with law enforcement, but I can tell you, law enforcement does not act like that.
Right.
There's a lack of
there's a lack
training,
of discipline,
humanity,
lack of
empathy. I mean, all the things.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite of law and order.
Exactly.
Indeed. All right.
Exactly.
Thank you for talking with us.
I also Monday afternoon ended up going to a nearby dental and vision clinic that's not far from here, and ICE took a patient from the clinic parking lot, left his car. The clinic staff were beside themselves. The people in the waiting room, the tension and fear was palpable. You're targeting schools, you're targeting clinics, you're in hospitals. There's nothing about this that creates safety. And this is clearly not about immigration enforcement. I think everyone knows it's bullshit. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for helping spread the word. Because I have family that lives in Wisconsin, and it is the hardest thing ever to try to explain to them what this is like.
Yeah.
I know they care about me and are worried for my safety, and it's like, I keep
Fucking Wisconsin.
trying
They
to
don't have
explain to
any
them.
of this, and they're just like, oh,
Like,
man. Oh, yeah, that must be pretty bad, eh?
I'm just trying to go about my daily life, and ICE is everywhere in my neighborhood. I of course am gonna come across them every single day. And they just seeing the lack of the really gross comments. I've had a lot of really misogynistic comments as a woman made to me. I've had, unfortunately, a lot of interactions with ICE agents. And yeah, again, just the chaos. They are creating chaos. This is a really busy street. The highway's right here. They literally caused unsafe driving conditions for all the people. And again, here come our kids out of school. So yeah. This is a nightmare, and I'm gonna do everything I can do to make it end.
What compels you to subscribe to Status Quo?
First of all, y'all are great people. I met your other crew at the Powderhorn March a couple of weeks. That feels like that was a year ago.
Right.
And they
Jesus,
were,
this is the most Midwest interview
up,
ever.
and it was so cold. They're like, our equipment is kind of glitchy. We gotta go. But it was really nice to speak. I'm so skeptical of the up on that because that's important to me to have a variety of sources where I get my news.
Hey, all right, we love us some Status Quo here. Jesus Christ. All right, as I was saying, a Chicagoan, we're very much in the same vein where it's just we can't do our Midwest goodbyes very well. All right, we are getting to the time where I need to start bringing on my my guest. Give me 1 second though. All right. Holy crap. I just saw something that I totally missed here. Here. Alright, so I'm gonna set this up. I got to ring this up. Okay, there we go. Let's bring on my guest. Okay, guys, I'm going to keep the protest stuff in the background here, but let me do this real fast. Which one is this? Let's bring this up.
This is horrible. $29,000 of public school, low-income students, low-income households. You know what that means? That $29,000 was worked for. That's what that means. That $29,000 they had in the bank, they worked hard for that. So here's what I'm going to do to the school system. I hope you all step up to the plate and provide the assistance required. To the chocolate company, shame on you for not already stepping up to the plate and doing what you should.
All right, so you heard that, right? He just committed to paying some money to the school that got fleeced.
Should have done.
Man steals $30,000 from school. Dr. Rashad Ritchie offers to pay balance. Now, I am showing this for a little bit of context because we on this show have been covering the Rashad Ritchie thing pretty much since Cam James released his first video, which I had already heard a few rumors, and they actually started with my guest here. So let me bring him on. There we go. Mr. Johnny Walker Dread, how are you?
Doing fine. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Everybody, do me a favor, type 1 in chat if you can hear him just fine. Let's get this show on the road. So while I have everybody confirming that we have some good audio and everything, can you just do me a favor and introduce yourself to my audience? Let them know what you do and what kind of content you do.
Sure. I'm Johnny Walker Dread. I host the Johnny Walker Dread Show on YouTube. I've been at it for about 5 years. I started out with the Sovereign Citizen thing. I'm on the Sovereign Citizens. I'm going way back with that. I mean, before it was real popular. And then Kyle Rittenhouse shot up Kenosha, Wisconsin, and I got into that really heavy. So I'm the reigning champion of Kyle Rittenhouse content. I have over 400 videos on it.
Jeez. Yeah, I brought that up.
What's that?
Yeah, I had brought that up. I made a joke that I'm like, he has more Kyle Rittenhouse content than I do, like, all my content on my channel. So
yeah, in fact, I became friends with a lot of the witnesses and the family. I know his mother really well and his best friend and all that. So I got really deep into it. And then I came across the race hustlers, as I called them. And one stood out in particular was Rashad Ritchie, who angered me more than any of them.
Okay.
And so I started looking
when
into
you say
his
race
background.
hustlers, can you elaborate just a little?
Those who find racism under every nook and cranny in an effort to sort of stoke the fires of racial hatred. How's that?
Do you believe that there are white people that do that just as much?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I come across pretty much almost an equal amount of content where I see, let's just say both sides are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
It was just Rashad Ritchie's sort of style, I guess, that really got under my skin. And then so I started looking into his work. Then he got into physics, and that's my baby.
Okay.
And that's when I really started thinking, oh man, this is just too much. And that's kind of where it started taking off. And so I've been pushing out Rashad Ritchie videos, and I'm telling you, he'll keep you busy. At one time he was posting more fake degrees up than I could manage. And I mean this literally. I just could not.
What was like some of the first stuff that you started seeing when he was describing his degrees, and what was the one that really landed for you where you were just like, that sounds like bullshit?
Probably the first one I came across.
Really? It was that easy?
Well, I mean, and by the way, the amount of degrees is vast.
Yeah.
And I sent you a little chart that kind of maps the
progression
of all this. But the one at Schofield is the one that made me first realize that this was really deep. And it's the one that really got him into some serious issues with some of his followers, because this was at Schofield. It was a PhD in religious studies, essentially.
Yeah.
And he produced a thesis or a dissertation, and it was only for sale. And, like, so nobody could get a hold of it. And then somebody sent it to me, and I read it. I thought, Rashad didn't write this. It was the most right-wing, Christo-fascist, anti-Islamic, anti-LGBTQ thing you could imagine. And I'm reading this, I'm thinking, this can't be Rashad. Plus, it was also too scholarly. And what I mean is that the academic language was just too solid. I mean, whoever this guy was, he has some way out ideas, but he knows how to write, and Rashad doesn't. So I looked at that and I thought, wait, who owns this? It was Kenny Rhodes was the owner of Schofield Seminary, a far right wing, essentially YouTuber. You can go on to YouTube and find all kinds of his content. So that's when I realized that, okay, this is not really stacking up. By the way, there was only one person on his advisory committee, Kenny Rhodes. So you're looking at a advisory committee of one person. He gets his PhD. And with that, I believe is what allowed him to start getting into some other universities, but I have no
Okay,
proof
so
of that.
real quick, I brought up the graph here that you sent me. Can you explain real quick the relevance of this? And I'm trying to get it like as much in the full view here as I can.
Yeah, I tried to kind of cram it in, but it was hard.
So if you guys can't see, because of also the screens, it goes to 2025 from 2022. The BS Council collected Theo. So like, I'm guessing that Theo means like theology. So like, are these like a bunch of theology degrees that he first got? And then he kind of
these are ones that he didn't even claim on LinkedIn. He basically got them in his bio. He brags about them, but these are definitely diploma mills. He purchased these, and if you go to the website for the college, it's clear that they're just selling them.
Okay.
So he gets these degrees, a bachelor's and a master's. Keep in mind, in 2002, he's only about 21 years old. So he's getting master's and bachelor's degrees at a very young age. But he's also in jail quite a bit around those times. So he doesn't have the kind of lifestyle that would, hearken to a person getting advanced degrees. So that's the first suspicion.
So do you think, so are you saying that he was essentially getting, like, he was introduced to like degree mills first? Because I know that one of the big things with Rashad Ritchie is the fact that he does actually hold some pretty prestigious degrees that like most people would find respectable within themselves.
Well, if you look at the light blue, those are the degrees you're talking about. Okay. And you can see that they're kind of bedded pretty deep. So he's accumulating a lot of fake stuff long before he gets into those programs. And I have my suspicions about those even, but I don't have enough evidence yet to comment on them, but I'm looking into them. But so he can claim at this point, at least, a bachelor's at Beulah Heights University,
right?
A MBA from there. And then I did read his Clark dissertation, probably the stupidest dissertation I've ever come across. It has to be heard to be believed. And I have 3 videos where I read it. And it's just, it breaks every rule. There's no way that a PhD granting institution should have ever given him a doctorate for what he did there, but that's my opinion.
Okay, so that's all right. Yeah, I was about to say, trying to figure out where the opinions start. All right, so with this one that you sent me here, because you had mentioned that this was like a good starting point to kind of introduce people to what Rashad was about and why he might be a little dishonest. So we had just watched this before you came on. If you guys don't remember, I'll just go back real quick.
The assistance required.
I don't know how much of it you played. Is this the one with the Rashad's the young children who got the money taken from them by that treasurer?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Here.
Now I don't know if you watch how much of it you watched, but hopefully you watched the part where he's going to kick in, and by his generosity, he's going to give the money to the school. When I watched that, I thought to myself, there's no way he's given them anything. And so
like you had assumed that based on just watching this once?
No, well, because keep in mind, I've been following him at that point for quite a while, so I
Mhm.
kind of knew his personality. And he tends to make lots and lots of claims that he never truly, let's say, uh, follows through on.
Mhm.
And so we waited about 2 weeks. We contacted the PTA leader, the Roos, forget her name. She said, "We never even heard of Rashad Ritchie."
Okay.
And I said, "Well, wait. I mean, he's promised to give you the money, but he's never contacted you?"
Mm.
And so we waited a little longer. We went back to her. She says, "No, he's never contacted." We tried to contact him, and he said he would get back to us. Well, he offered around, it was about 18,000 because that's what they were, how much they were short.
Yeah.
So after I went on and did a number of videos and stuff, he finally kicked in 2,000.
So where's this
But that was
what's
it.
this 30,000 marker here that it says man steals 30,000 from school? Dr. Ritchie offers to pay the balance. Is that so the
Right,
the
so
remaining
yeah.
balance was 2K?
Well, okay, so there was 30,000 stolen, and Rashad said he would cover anything that wasn't pitched because they're going to do some fundraisers to try to make up some of the money.
Mhm.
And so there were about 18,000 short. And that's what Rashad had said he was going to kick in to make up the difference. And that's what we were saying. Well, come on, do it. I mean, you claimed you were going to do it, and he finally kicked in 2,000.
He did.
But
Oh, okay. So he ended up kicking in 2,000. Here, that's what I was going to try and play here. Although, here, let's just see this real quick.
The company. Shame on you for not already stepping up to the plate and doing what you should have done. But it will not be shame on me. I will pay the balance personally.
Okay, so he says that.
And I will help the PTSA restore whatever debt they owe so that they can be in good standing with the national affiliate, so that those students can have an advocate, those students can have after-school activities, and those students can have a continued advocate through the parent association as the school system continues to work with everyone in that district. You see, public schools are required to educate your students. They don't have an opportunity to pick and choose like, let's say, a private school or a charter system. It's a damn shame that this is even a news story. It should have been handled.
Okay, so yeah, I kind of wish we would have watched that just like right before then, because you did kind of go into like how you had to get on him for to go after, like, you know, him paying that, because you have said that I'm not sure if you said this to me earlier, but you had mentioned that he obviously does this, like you were kind of insinuating that he is in over his skis with some of like his promises and just in general.
He loves the accolades. He posts something like, "I'm going to do such and such," and he loves people to come in and say, "Man, Rashad, you're the most wonderful man. You're the leader. You're the reals," right? He loves that kind of stuff. And so, yeah, if you remember The Office with Michael's Scott's Tots, the episode where he promised that money to those students at that school that he'd pay their college enrollments, and he didn't make. Did you ever watch The Office at all?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there was an episode where Michael Scott promised a bunch of money to some kids at a high school and couldn't follow through, and he had to go to the school and apologize and all that. And this was what it kind of reminded me of, because in a sense they have kind of similar personality profiles, and that is they love the short-term feel good that they get when they make a promise, and they don't really think the long term, you know.
Well,
That's
I
my
mean,
view.
I'll just be honest. I don't have a lot of opinions on Dr. Rashad as a person, specifically because I do not know him. I've only been exposed to his content through TYT, and I think I had mentioned this, but and to my audience too, where like, yeah, I was even after I unsubbed from TYT, he was one of the ones that I kind of stuck around and watched. You know, John Adirola is the other one, and JR, he's also you know, pretty cool over there. So it was disappointing to kind of hear that he was even caught up in something like this. And when I saw Cam make his video on it, it really did kind of add some weight, because Cam is a leftist content creator. If you guys do not know who I'm talking about, Cam James, He actually here, I'll just link this real quick.
And I'm not.
What's that?
I'm not. I'm
Okay.
just, I come out on the conservative side.
Right.
It's pretty
I did
obvious.
explain that to my audience. Trust me.
Okay. I'm not MAGA. I have no use for Trump. But
Okay.
I am.
Actually, can we, before we dive into this, because I do want to go into Cam exposing this, and I want to play this clip real quick and get your take on it. But before I do that, can you explain, like, a little bit of your conservative views and why you are not interested in MAGA?
Well, I mean, I come out of Oklahoma, so I'm going to have, very similar conservative views just from my environment, right? I was raised by a really staunch conservative. I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm not religious at all. But when it comes to social and economics things, I hang out on the conservative side. But unfortunately, I see in Trump a lot of stuff I see in Rashad Ritchie. I see it almost like they have the same personality types, boasting, bragging, making false promises, empty promises. And I don't, by the way, I don't like that whole patriotic thing either. The whole thing of the flag waving and all that kind of stuff.
Nationalism. I think nationalism is stupid. I always have.
Yeah. And I just reject that.
So when you say
I might agree
classic
with
conservative ideas that are essentially steeped in, well, okay, so economics, I mean, you're, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but like, I'm assuming you're older than I am. So
yeah, a lot.
well then, yeah. So can you say, like, with your life experience or like your experience, that every Democrat and every liberal like policy has sucked and doesn't match anything that you believe in, and that's kind of why you fall in with like your idea of conservatism?
Or I don't know if I would go that far with it. I mean, do liberals come up with, or leftists let's say liberals. I distinguish between liberals and leftists. Okay. Do liberals come up with good ideas and stuff? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not going to oppose their ideas just because of who they are. And for example, I mean, I might agree with Trump on a lot of his policies, but I don't like the manner in which he goes about them. I work in a lot of Mexican communities. I have, and I have a lot of respect for them, and I understand that sometimes when Trump says certain things, people take it the wrong way. I mean, I look at it and say, he didn't really say that, but at the same time, you're responsible for your language. And he knows very well that when he says certain things that it's going to ruffle the feathers. And to me, it's irresponsible. I don't want that. If we're going to have a really good immigration policy, we need it couched in good diplomacy. And he can't do diplomacy. It's not his thing. So that's my problem with him. Although, I tend to agree with a lot of his ideas. I mean, the general principles, okay? I don't like his approach. And I really want to go back to
regarding like immigration and maybe even the economy.
I want a president who's presidential. I mean, and he's not.
Yeah, see, this is on our side. We're wrestling with this right now because like we obviously had Biden, which yuck. And now you have these people that liked Kamala and they fancy themselves, just like the average liberal. They're already saying like, oh, we want someone like Gavin Newsom because he looks like a president and he carries himself like a president. It's like, ew. Like, I kind of feel like that's maybe not the greatest reason to vote for someone.
Like the president, so he's a good president. No, policy is still important to me. And by the way, these views that I'm telling you are things I've expressed on my channel quite a bit. I mean, my followers know my background, and they're cool
mine do
with
not though. So that's actually and Devil's Advocate Productions here. Shout out Alex. He had a good question for you. What policies do you agree with, but doesn't like how it's being implemented?
Well, I mean, I think that the immigration policy, to a certain extent, I really do think that we have to have a much better control of our borders. I think that that's gotten out of hand. I don't like the demonizing and the ICE kind of bull rush, as I call it. This could have been handled a lot better. Sure. Now, keep in mind, we're starting to diverge quite a bit here. So I'm a little bit concerned that this is going to become a political deal,
No.
which is fine for another
No, no.
time. But I'm not a real national political person. You won't see a whole lot of national politics on my channel. It's not my thing.
Oh no, I'm just curious. This
Yeah,
would
I get it.
I'm not even trying to like do a debate or anything like that. I'm actually just trying to figure out where you
Oh, yeah, I get
you
that.
fall
Yeah.
on the, you know, on the meter here.
Mhm.
Okay, so no, I appreciate you answering the questions though, because it does kind of give my audience a little bit more of a baser understanding, and also just to kind of wrap that up, I do like. He kind of asked what policies specifically, like is there anything like that Trump is doing with the economy, for instance, that you find to be in line with fiscal conservatism? Because a lot of times, like the way he's like just does blanket tariffing and then how it affects inflation and all that. Like I have friends that are Republican. They're not economists, but like they're in, you know, math heavy fields, specifically like accounting. And they were just telling me how it's like, no, dude, he doesn't understand tariffs. Actually, one of my friends works in an industry where it's shipping and receiving. So he has to like calculate tariffs almost on a daily basis. And we did an interview here where he was just like, dude, he has no idea what he's doing. So do you think that Trump, like I was saying, falls in line with like the idea of fiscal conservatism from like a classic point of view?
No, I don't think so, and I don't think tariffs really fall into that realm either. I don't know why he went down that path, because as far as I know, conservatives never really got into the tariffs thing until he came around. I mean, it's like, when did that become a conservative talking point? I don't know.
Pretty much when he came
I
around.
mean, I'm smart enough to know that you can't just levy a tariff against a country and not expect something coming back at you. You know, I mean, tariffs to me are something that you negotiate. And he was just saying, well, let's just make it 25%. Well, let's make it 50%. Well, you know, like you normally go and you calculate these things very carefully. You know how much of a tariff you can apply. You know what's going to happen if you do, and you make these decisions based on that. And I don't know, but again, keep in mind, national politics, I'm not
Like you
really
said.
privy to
Yeah.
necessarily all these things. I mean, I haven't really thought deeply about these. I don't like his mannerisms, but again, I'm not.
That's actually kind of
I
what
should
makes
be
you a little
careful
bit more
here.
interesting, to be honest, is the fact that you
Well-
don't have a set in stone idea with any of this stuff. You know, like I
Yeah,
actually
I mean-
appreciate the fact that you're not like, you know, part of MAGA. That's why I think that I'm more curious about your position. Like, because Kamala was trying to court people like you specifically. Like we called them the Liz Cheney conservatives, and I felt like that was just a bad trade. She literally threw away, you know, trying to gain steam with the, you know, the farther left, specifically with like, oh, well, you know what? We should nationalize healthcare. It's like, yes. And then all of a sudden she's like, nah, just kidding. You know what we need? Liz Cheney. And we, you know what? Hey, here's a reminder, you know, some of y'all liked McCain, you know, what do you guys think, huh? So do you
Well,
think
I
that she
have
kind
a-
of, did she get you with that at all? Or did you just even at that point, you're just like, fuck no.
Okay, I don't like Trump, his manner. I don't like a lot of things about Trump. I can't stand Kamala Harris.
Okay.
And I mean, and I'm sorry, and not necessarily a policy issue. She absolutely gets under my skin like no other politician. And keep in mind, I lived in California under her at the time, and my problem with her is crime. And again, we're starting to venture out into areas where we're going to start turning this thing into a political talk. But I'll just go ahead and say it. I did not vote for Kamala Harris. I cannot stand that lady whatsoever. If you run a reasonable candidate against Trump, I might vote for him or her, but
Okay.
not her. No.
You're just like, just that one. No. No.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and then keep in mind, sometimes you can't really necessarily spell out what they do that bothers you so much, but she gets under my skin, and no, I'm not going to vote for her.
actually, this kind of segues back to the Rashad Ritchie thing because you had mentioned that he had already kind of bothered you in the way that he structured some of his arguments. Did you? So when you initially were watching Rashad, like, had you had any prior exposure to him before you were introduced to him in your like investigations?
No, not really. I mean, other than seeing some of his YouTube videos. And I mean, Rashad's videos, by the way, I don't know if you know it, but he has a Karen's Gone Wild channel now.
Yeah.
And it's basically, here's a white dude getting beat up by a person of color. All right. And that's it. I mean, that's the gist of it.
Is it?
And
I haven't seen it, so I'm going to refrain from having an opinion on this one.
But you've seen his Karen videos. I mean,
I've seen the Karen videos that he plays on TYT, but yeah, I haven't seen any of the other videos that he's put together. So
yeah, here's a disagreement that two people are having. He doesn't know what the disagreement is about. I mean, in fact, my latest video, which just went up about an hour before we started here, shows a disagreement at a Wingstop involving a white customer who, in my opinion, I think he's got a legitimate gripe for being upset. But Rashad went into the whole thing. This man's a Karen, put up his picture full mask so we can see him, which is a doxing thing, really.
not necessarily. If it's public, then it's fine.
Well,
I disagree with that.
But at any rate, he doesn't understand what the argument is about. And really, it's none of his business. I mean, this is a personal squabble between two people. Why do we have to make a national spectacle out of it?
Because content's content. I mean,
Yeah,
this is literally, I mean, technically you're doing that with him. Like, you could argue that it's like, well, what's the utility in going after Rashad Ritchie? You know, it's entertainment. It's, you know, people understand that this is more than drama, but there's a drama aspect to it. I mean, I'll say this much for me: when I am going through my daily routine here, you know, showing protest videos and political news stories and things like that, this one falls into what I would consider like my fun half, where it's more drama based, because there really isn't like, are we changing the world with this? I don't think so, but it's interesting as hell. It's the same reason I watched, you know, my 600-pound life.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, my channel is part entertainment. I mean, I do put entertainment as much as I can into my videos, but a large part of this is a man who snowed a lot of people, and I'm going to expose him. I'm going to show you who the real dude is. This is not some guy who's at a party just bragging about his degrees.
Yeah, but can't you see where that can almost fall into like the whole his critique of this guy's obsessed with me. You know, he's going through all like he's like kind of essentially like micromanaging not micromanaging, but you're like scouring his entire career to find all this stuff. Because like, I'll be real, I think that in the same vein as him, like having like the 1 or 2 PhDs where it might be good enough, and like for you, like it's kind of the same thing where it's like less is more in that regard, as far as just like, okay, here's the crux of what he really has done wrong. Because I'll be honest, when I was watching some of your videos, it did come across to me like he just pissed you off as a person, where you're just, because like you did have like like you had some not even slip ups, but you just kind of said, you're just like, yeah, like the way he said that really pisses me off. You know, you kind of brought up how he's very condescending, which, I mean, I'll be honest, I have had thoughts about that myself, but this was before I knew that he didn't have a lot of the accolades that he had. So I did kind of take it as like he's an authority on this, and, you know, who am I to challenge somebody that has, you know, so much academic accoutrement.
But, oh, I mean, I get this complaint all the time. People say, well, you know, it seems like you're obsessed with him. Whatever. You know what? That's fine. If people want to think I'm obsessed, I don't care. I'm going to still expose him. It doesn't stop me. And the reason why it's important to me, though, is that just about, and I've said this many times, I have many times said, okay, that's enough. And then he does something again that makes me think, oh man, I can't ignore this.
Really?
Like, it was that way with the physics thing. I mean, I had done a few videos on him, was kind of following him. All of a sudden, he starts hitting on physics, which is my background. And he's coming up with the craziest, most ludicrous stuff. It's hard for me to ignore that. And so I started diving into it. And part of it is fun. I mean, I really enjoy going into batshit crazy ideas and stuff, and basically, investigating them.
Right.
This is an interesting. I mean, to me, this is a little bit entertaining to me. I mean, I won't lie to you about that. Now, as far as
See,
it goes,
but that's
though,
what that's kind of where I was going with it, where it's like, well, yeah, then you see what it is, like it's going to the Karen thing, It's kind of the same way, like I brought this up to you, and that's why I think it's funny that you used to cover sovereign citizens, and I know my audience will really appreciate that, because we like us some sovereign citizen videos, don't we? I mean, come on, guys, we've had some fun.
But my take on them is different, though. And my videos, well, now, keep in mind, I'm not saying that they're.
You know what? Before you go, I think we have to like pull one up just so I could just be like, "Eh."
Well, my videos are like, why do they think the way they do? What happened to them? And so I look at the psychological side, and a lot of them are homeschooled, and they have very low self-esteem, and therefore they see an authority figure. If they can walk that authority figure around, then it makes them feel good. They get to know that they're an expert on something, and that's the reason why they always want the supervisor to come. It's not because they think the supervisor is going to let them out. It's because he's an even bigger authority figure that I can show it. He doesn't know as much as I do.
Right.
And so this is a self-esteem problem. It's the same self-esteem problem I think that Rashad Ritchie has, to be honest.
Now, this is where I, just as an outsider, is this one of those, like, you feel that way because, you have experience there, or is it more so, like I was saying before, something irked you about them? Because, like, you had brought up the physics background and all that. And actually, that's what I was pulling up here. Because this is where Cam kind of exposed the quantum physics thing. And specifically, before I play this clip, I wanted to ask you about, like, him, because, again, I don't know shit about this. So when he says quantum physics isn't even really, you don't put those two words together when you're actually in academia. Like, that's just, that's the pseudo-science-y way of explaining it to your layman. Is there truth to that, or is that
it's
kind
not
of like
his strongest argument? Could there be a PhD in quantum physics out there? Maybe. I've never seen it. And the reason why is that 70 years ago you might have seen it, but now quantum mechanics is so intertwined with physics. There are a few fields of physics that don't involve quantum mechanics, like fluid dynamics, but for the most part, they're very old fields. So the idea of labeling your PhD as quantum physics seems strange. And furthermore, you normally have a PhD in physics, and then they'll say, well, what did you concentrate on? And you say, well, I did such and such. You don't get a PhD in acoustical physics, in other words. It's just really strange, and it's also amateurish. It kind of shows that he really doesn't understand that field at all. But that's not Cam's best argument, to be honest with you. I mean,
it's not? Okay, yeah, because I was wondering about that the first time I saw it. I was like, oh, hold on, I've heard
Rashad has screwed up so many times. I mean, to claim that magnetic north and true north are at the same spots, that's a bigger problem, right? Any pilot knows that you can't aim your plane at magnetic north and go true north. And this is a thesis on geomagnetism. Like, anybody who's writing a thesis on that would know that.
Are you insinuating it's like a flat earther writing a thesis on,
you know what? I mean, it's in there. It's in that region. I mean, maybe it's not that whacked, but
I just thought that would be funny as hell, because I would sit through that dissertation. Like, let's see what this guy's got to say. Ooh.
But if you think that flat earth is bad, Rashad Ritchie came across some some ideas that you could cure ailments by sitting in buildings that have certain shapes, pyramids especially, right?
Feng shui. So you can cure things with feng shui?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is the author of this was some quack out of Germany. And so Rashad really bought into this. So he got into that pyramid thing sitting inside a pyramid-shaped structure is going to cure your ailments. And then he got into earthy thing where if you are barefoot, you can become at one with the vibrations, the frequencies of the earth. And guess what? So he goes to Egypt and he's sitting inside one of the pyramids and he's saying, I feel it, like I feel the resonance. And it's like, this is the person with the PhD in physics.
Yeah, but to be fair, I've watched a lot of idiots that have PhDs in physics or whatever the fuck go on ghost hunters or whatever the hell, and I feel it. I feel it. Like they do the same shit, I mean, I'm not trying to be too critical here, but like religion's the same way, where it's just like, look at the Blues Brothers. Actually, one of my favorite movies of all time. It's kind of like when Jake feels the spirit of the Lord. He's like, I feel it. I have been saved.
Yeah, I mean, some of the tutti frutti stuff, but also Rashad tries to dabble in sometimes the facts, and he gets them all wrong by miserable margins. And as just one example, and I don't want to go too much into this, but he talked about a 40 hertz gamma ray. Gamma rays are 400 trillion hertz.
Okay, so
they're not 40 hertz.
All right, so this is where I think
would never make that mistake.
So yeah, this is a good place to play this then, because this is where Cam covers his whole background in quantum theory. If you want me to pause it, just say pause it, okay?
Okay, sure. By the way, I don't know if I can hear it though. I'm not seeing it.
Oh, you're not seeing it? Here.
No.
Let me oh crap.
Yeah, I was at a little bit of a disadvantage there for a while because you were playing a video and I couldn't hear it. I was like, well, that's okay. Okay, now I can see it.
There we go.
We're good.
Yeah. All right. If you don't have audio, let me know.
Sure.
The quantum physics book he wrote.
I don't have audio.
And his medical invention that
You
helps
don't have
cure
audio?
Alzheimer's disease.
No.
I can't have y'all or any of his fanboys that are going to be in my comments walking away giving him credit for either one of those. This
Can you at least read the captions? Because here, I'm gonna try and get the audio, but I'm gonna play this while we're
The
going.
signs of a fake degree extend beyond the
Okay, I
schools.
can read the captions.
People with fake degrees do weirdo shit, period. One of the weird things he's done is turn one of his dissertations into a book on Amazon.
Oh, God.
It's 90 pages and
Go ahead and
double-spaced.
pause it.
But one look at the cover.
Go ahead and pause it. Okay.
Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, here we go. There it is.
Oh,
that's the book that he's talking about. Yeah, I bought a copy.
So wait a minute, you've helped Rashad monetarily.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not trying to break Rashad. I'm not trying to get him fired or nothing like that. I don't care if he makes money off of me. I mean, whatever.
That's Cedar energy right there. Somebody just compared you to Sam Cedar. That's kind of funny. That is definitely a Sam Cedar thing.
At one point in here, he talks about how the Egyptians knew quantum field theory because they could sense it because of their tattoos. The tattoos that they have on their body are proof that they knew quantum field theory. Now, I don't even know quantum field theory. Quantum field theory is hard. I mean, I got my PhD in electrical engineering doing quantum barrier tunneling, but quantum field theory kicked my butt. It's difficult. The ancient Egyptians didn't know squat about quantum field theory. But he's really into this because he's a black supremacist who is trying
alleged. This is
Yeah, okay,
I'm
I'll
just
say
saying
that.
this is
Allegedly.
one of
Okay,
those moments
that's
I'm going
my
to say
opinion.
this is your opinion, not mine.
This is my opinion.
All right.
Okay. But he's into the whole thing that Egyptians were black and therefore they were so brilliant. They knew everything. And that's the reason why, you get it. And so that's the basis behind this. He wants to pound hard that the ancient Egyptians were the real true geniuses of the ancient world. And that proves that
Weren't they though? I mean, to be honest, just in their engineering feats alone, doesn't that kind of show that the culture was superior in some ways?
Somebody want to say it's amazing what they were able to do, but quantum field theory, really, we're still trying to get it sorted out. And there's some really brilliant physicists involved, Wheeler and all them. And you know what? No, it's a lunacy theory. But that's what this book is all about. And this is also the book where he talks about the shapes of the buildings and how, you know, it resonates with the quantum field because it's a pyramid shape. Yeah, I mean, and
Okay.
by the way, it's really a pamphlet. If you look at the size of the print.
Somebody actually just said that in chat. They were just like, actually, it's more of a pamphlet, but okay.
Yeah,
Or
it
a
is.
That's a brochure, not a book.
It's
So-
double spaced and it's tiny. So it's really, I actually calculated it to be about 37 pages if it was single spaced and like a regular book. It's
Oh.
about 37 pages.
Oh.
The bibliography is a total laugh fest. I mean, it's just crazy. But at any rate, you know, you wave that in front of me, person who's worked really hard in that field. Yeah, I'm going to respond.
See,
And
now
I don't take lightly to it.
It's like taking you out of that. I had formulated that opinion just watching Cam's whole takedown, where I was just like, yeah, you know, like I think I had mentioned this to you earlier, that this really did damage as far as like now people coming in with the DEI argument and using it. You know, they always use it disingenuously, but then using it with something like this, where it's like, oh, this is a lot harder to fucking argue. You know, like when you're lying about your academic like achievements, that's where I think bets are off a little bit, because like you were just
Keep in
saying, you're
mind-
one of these people that worked for your degree. And I know that Nate the lawyer had said something very similar about like how he had gone in for his degree. I actually want, before we wrap up, I will play that, but I want to finish this clip real quick and then yeah, get your follow-up thoughts on this, okay?
Sure.
Everything you need to know. The words take up the whole cover.
Yeah, see,
looks
he
like
had a similar breakdown on this.
Me trying to design in Microsoft Paint when I was 12. The alignment is off to the right for some reason. There's no space on top.
He's going after his graphic design on the cover.
The font is too big. His name isn't aligned correctly.
Yeah, it's
The
self-published.
title
It's
implies
Amazon's
that the ancient Egyptians
default
had a grasp of quantum
cover
physics,
design.
vibratory frequency, which is not a real thing, and geometric sciences. I'm not going to pretend to understand any of it. There's just no evidence to support that.
Okay, so I have a little
know
story
it
for
hurts
you.
some of my people.
Go ahead.
Okay. Rashad Ritchie was actually invited to give the keynote to the National Society of Black Physicists in November 2023. He delivered a keynote address, and he was invited by his advisor at Paris Graduate School, Willie Rockwood. His speech is something else. He clearly wasn't prepared. He spent 18 minutes talking about his life in foster homes. And so he finally gets in, and the whole speech was about how he basically beat MIT. MIT has this team of scientists working on Alzheimer's, but Rashad Ritchie is more brilliant. He's beat them. And so he goes to explain his process. He shows MIT's videos.
Oh.
So this is what I'm talking about.
So the
I
MIT
emailed-
thing, is that helmet thing? Because Cam had
Yeah.
brought that up. Yeah, here, real quick.
So I emailed Willie Rockwood and told him, because I didn't know the connection between the two. I said, hey, you guys got bamboozled. This guy has no physics background. And I showed out why. Here's his claims. These are crazy, you know? And I got an email back from Willie Rockwood saying, if you ever email me about Rashad again, I'm going to sue you.
Right.
So there you go.
So
and
here's the patent.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
Skull-focused RF-based stimulation apparatus system, method for treating patients with Alzheimer's.
But there's an interesting backstory to that. He did a clinical trial.
He did?
Mm-hmm.
Is this it?
Yeah. Let me know when you're done.
Oh, I was just trying to bring this up. Yeah, here. Neurological brain device. Ritchie was granted provisional patent status for his invention by the U.S. So provisional patent means that he still hasn't gotten it, right? This is where I'm going to show my lack of knowledge in this.
Well, I'll tell you the backstory.
Okay, yeah.
So Rashad Ritchie, he thinks that he's managed to find a cure for Alzheimer's. So he arranges a clinical trial on one patient. And during that clinical trial, he convinced this patient that she didn't need any more, let's say, therapeutic help, which is a really bad no-no. You know, you don't convince people of that kind of stuff, right? So he's got a sample size of 1. He does a clinical trial, and he publishes this clinical trial in this predatory journal. Predatory journal is where you pay to get it published, essentially, right? So he's out there now.
Does that technically mark as like peer reviewed?
Well, the problem is that the predatory journal is not peer reviewed. They claim they are. They're not.
Okay.
You don't put peer reviewed on the bottom of your footer on your journal if you're peer reviewed, right?
Right.
So this device that he's doing is part of the marketing deal, and I think he's going to be trying to sell this pretty soon. It is absolute bad shit crazy. And if you read the patent, and I have a video going to be coming out at some point about it. You just shake your head thinking, good grief. Now, I want to be clear. He applied for a provisional patent. There is no such thing as a provisional patent. There is no such thing. It's a provisional patent application. So basically, it's a space saver that allows you to say, well, I was there first, right? He has never applied for a patent, and he's never been given one.
Wait, you're telling me that radio law isn't real? Like, I wish I was joking about this, but it became a joke later. But when I was in broadcasting school, me and my friends would always make fun of that because we, in one of our classes, they explained, they're like, yeah, if you have an idea on your show, technically it is your idea. And if you can prove that you had it first, on such date at such time, that technically counts as a provisional application. It's like, really? So we would we would go out there and just be like, oh yeah, it was my idea to invent mini Oreo cookies, or something like that.
Right. So if you apply for a patent and somebody else applies for a patent, and they get it and you get it was first. Well, if you have a provisional patent that was applied for earlier, you can make a claim, I had the idea first. But the provisional patent is not a patent application. But Rashad is claiming that it was. So he's saying, I have a provisional patent on this device. No, you don't. There's no such thing. But again, the problem is Rashad lies about everything. And this is my opinion, not yours.
Right.
But he lies about everything.
Okay, so real quick to that point, I want to bring up, this is for the audience and you. I know that you can't hear this, so I'm going to put the captions up again. She's going to
read it.
Yeah, she's going to read off all of his accolades.
The commencement ceremony. Tell me if you can pick out which degrees are real and which degrees are fake.
Dr. Ritchie serves as a professor of physics at Paris Graduate School.
So Paris Graduate School.
Is a visiting scholar at Clark Atlanta University and a professor of business at Morris Brown College. Dr. Ritchie completed his Juris Doctor degree at Renaissance.
Okay, so obviously the Nate the lawyer buries the lead here a little bit with the it's fake on screen, but those first two. So like, I actually have a question about the Paris school. Was that one legit?
No, it's a school that's really only authorized to grant basically technical college kind of stuff. It does not have the ability to grant PhDs. Keep in mind also, he has a picture of his advisory committee. Only one's a physicist. The other two are in international relations and business management. Now, what kind of PhD committee on physics would have only one physicist on it? And guess who the physicist is? It's Willie Rockwood, his advisor.
Oh, I thought it was Rashad.
See how this works?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. We've never been able to find the dissertation for it. It'd have to be something crazy, but the title itself is a little bit nuts. But there's plenty of videos I've done where he's showing off his demonstrations in his house using household lamps and stuff. So he doesn't have a laboratory. It's like, it almost reminds me of what a seventh grader would do. It's let me put it this way. It's like a play. Like like when you have a play, but you don't have real horses, you have to have fake horses, and everybody goes, oh yeah, okay. It's a play. They're not real horses, but it gets, that's what his demonstrations kind of look like. There's none of the physics ideas that he expounds are correct. And they're not only incorrect, but they're crazy. And I'm a person who knows.
Has he done a direct response to any of your videos?
Yes, he's threatened to sue me twice.
Oh.
Erica Wilson, who was his lawyer at the time before they had a falling out, I think they have had a falling out, I'm not sure, has in my comment section of my video said that she was suing me on his behalf. And I said, look, if you can find something wrong that I've said, tell me. I want to take it down. I'll edit it out. I don't want misinformation. No response. And that was 3 years ago. Guess what? And keep in mind, she didn't threaten to sue me. She said that she was suing me at the time, but I never got any notice. So
yeah, I noticed that with Cam too.
My videos.
Yeah, Cam. He did the same thing to Cam, where he threatened to sue him, and then he did that episode. But then TYT made him take that episode down.
Well, you know why?
If he would like to.
Well, keep in mind, it could have been any one of a million things that he did, but he produced that letter from Universidad de Pacifico, which he was trying to claim was University of the Pacific out of Stockton, a pretty prestigious university. He was like kind of leaning, like implying that he got his degree from there, but it was actually Universidad de Pacifico, Nicaragua.
Right. And I saw that the seal was fake.
Yeah, but it gets even worse than that. The seal was dated at a time when it was not possible for him to have received that. So he gets this seal, it's got a date on it, but guess what? That date doesn't make any sense. So it was a little bit deeper than that. And
was that the same seal that, like, so I saw that one had that it had a different stamp, like a different school stamp.
So
that was
the
it.
Stamp was from San Jose Santa Ana College in Costa Rica. But the problem was that the letter was supposed to be coming from UNIAP, Nicaragua. So it had the wrong stamp on it.
Oh.
Now, who stamped it? A guy named C.H. Liang. Who's C.H. Liang? An owner of 3 diploma mills out of Florida. Do you see how this is working?
Okay.
So it's a network of diploma mill operators that work in conjunction with each other, in my opinion.
Now, back to my original point about him having the accolades, that he really didn't need to do this. Are you of the opinion that that is kind of a fair assessment from like a normie?
Yes. If he had just got his EDD, as bad as the dissertation was, okay, and it's bottom barrel, but as bad as it was,
I'll be honest, I wouldn't know how to tell. Like I'd probably watch it and think it was fine. So, but then again,
probably not. It was that bad.
Okay,
but whatever. I mean,
I'll look it up. Actually, after this, can you send it to me? Because I want to see that.
Well, okay, let me tell you just a little blip about it. He borrowed tons, and I say borrow, he attributed it. So he didn't definitely plagiarize, but he borrowed tons of the literature review from his senior capstone project. A girl who was an undergraduate wrote a capstone project essay, and that's where he got a lot of his information. And you know what? You cannot do that. That's just not kosher, but whatever. He's got a lot more problems with it. But if he had stopped there,
so hold on, I'm actually a little lost. So does that mean he, because you said borrow, like you insinuated that he borrowed something? So did he like just kind of copy homework?
No, he attributed it to her. But when you read what she has and what he put down, you realize that a lot of the content from his EDD was just leaning on her prior work. Now, plagiarism normally implies that you don't attribute it, right? That you're claiming it's your ideas. He attributed it to her, but at the same time, if your doctorate is basically just somebody else's stuff, then at that point it raises the question: did you really do anything? And the answer was really not. He should not have received a doctorate, but he did. Okay, he got his EDD. They signed off. Okay, fine. I mean, I'm not going to say that he technically can't be called doctor.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if I was on the committee, I would have told him, you're not doctorate material. You need to go on and do something else. And I would almost never say that to a student, but I would have said it to him because it was that bad.
Okay.
So
how about
at
like
any rate,
What about some of the law stuff that he
has covered
claims?
that pretty hard, and this is where he got kicked out of Atlanta's John Marshall after one semester, but he claimed a JD from them. And
Yeah, I
then
saw that.
at Morris Brown, the faculty bio at Morris Brown, it says Rashad Ritchie, Atlanta's John Marshall, JD. No, he doesn't have a JD from there. He was thrown out, basically dismissed. So he went to Birmingham. He claims to have gone there for like 3 years and did work. I have nothing to say that he didn't. Maybe he did. But then he gets almost within 3 classes of being done, and he shifts over to this Renaissance University in Haiti. Well, why would you do that? If you're almost close to finishing, get your degree. Well, he goes to this university in Haiti. You know what? It's worthless. It's the university.
So did he physically go to that university?
No, that'd be dangerous. He claims that they have an international program. They have no law faculty. They couldn't support a Juris Doctorate with their resources. So this all comes down to a really intricate web of deceit that runs amongst a whole bunch of diploma mills.
But didn't he see that he was going to get...
That would be for another day.
I mean, that's where I'm like, yeah. So didn't he see this coming, though? Like, when you have this much out there, and then, again, it's more than obviously just you now. How does that feel, actually? When you saw Cam jumped on this, what were your thoughts on that?
Well, Cam jumped on it and made it very clear that he wasn't relying on my material. That's fine. Part of it is that Cam and I don't agree politically, and he didn't want to have his investigation attached to my politics. I'm cool with that. I don't mind at all.
Well, it
so
helped.
Cam
It
did
definitely
his own
helped.
research. What's that?
It definitely helped. Like, I know that, like, from my perspective, it helped give him a little bit more of an air of legitimacy because, I mean, no disrespect, but it does kind of seem like you have a bone to pick with him. So, as far as
that's fine. And Cam, I actually contacted Cam saying, "Hey man, if you need any information on anything, let me know." He never contacted me, and I'm good with that.
Okay.
He obviously doesn't want to contaminate his investigation with the politics that I bring in, right?
Yeah.
And I'm good. Okay. And I'm really not trying to claim any kind of credit for all this anyway. So, and that's fine.
Well,
And
I mean,
as long as-
unfortunately, just as the content consumer of this, it did kind of start with you. Because I don't
It
think
did.
I don't think without you going after him that it would have ended up on Cam's radar.
Well, Cam is making the claim that he launched onto Rashad and then he did a little investigation. He found my stuff and thought maybe there's something more to this. And then he started doing his own independent investigation. That's his story. I'm not sure I buy it, but that's fine. I'm good with it. I mean, I don't care. But yeah, I mean, I think he watches my videos probably more than he lets on. But I mean, I have, and by the way, I don't know if you mentioned it, but I have 80 videos on just the academic issue.
No, I haven't. No.
Yeah. So I have done deep dives, and that's my normal modus operandi. I don't do a lot of breadth.
If you want to explain to my audience who may not have seen some of your content, how do you go about your sourcing in your videos and making sure that it's all properly sourced?
I do lots and lots of web searches, and you know what? I go in. Now, keep in mind, the really heavy lifting is done by fake PhD investigator. He's the one that goes into the registrations to find out who registered this website.
Is
that
just like a YouTuber? I've never heard of this guy.
Fake PhD investigator, and I kind of started out around the same time.
Okay.
And he's the one that provides a lot of the background research that I use. And of course, I check it. I mean, I'm not just going to take his word for it, although I've never found him to be wrong. But he's the one that does a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to digging behind the scenes. Here's an address. Now, who's the one that rented that property initially? Let me go and check. I don't have that kind of skill set, but he does. So when we say dig deep, we really dig deep. We'll find out who's renting that property. We'll find out. We'll go into the background and find out what the true story is, and that's what he's really good at. So yeah.
Okay. One of my chatters said to ask Johnny about Rashad's science experiment.
Oh no! Oh, good grief! It's basically middle school. Here's a fluorescent light. Now put your hand near it. Oh my gosh, you can see that it turns off at a certain time. These are middle school, high school physics demos, right? The ones that you see your professor trot out, it's got the little cart with all the little stuff, and they do the demonstrations. Like, for example, like a Van der Graaf generator and the Tesla coil.
Yeah.
That really fascinates Rashad. To us, physicists, we're like, this is old school 1870 kind of stuff, right?
Yeah, even if it's old school, though, it doesn't make it any less spectacular that it's a thing.
But it's primarily demonstrations of stuff that everybody's been known forever.
Listen, you're talking to somebody that you put the two bottles together and make the whirlpools. I'm fucking astounded, and I'll sit there for hours. So you know what? Don't go knocking a bunch of laymen that like to watch a science experiment here and there and just go, hey, you know what? That's kind of cool.
I mean, I used to lead these demonstrations. For the Jacob's ladder, where you have the sparks that travel up between the two wires you see in all the science fiction movies, has no physics applications, but it's cool, right? But we're not going around saying, wait, this really tells us something about the Earth's flux and how we could heal our spirits.
No, he reminded me when I watched the movie What the Bleep Do I Know? It reminds me a lot of that, or it was just like, God, he's trying to do to almost make it religious, or like a it's part of can't you feel the force or God or whatever the hell you're gonna call it, but it's like, yeah, that what you feel there, that wave, that's God.
Well, you can tell one of the ways, and if you're listening, one way to tell when you're probably listening to some bunk is that they use the word energy a lot. The word energy in physics has a very distinct meaning, but the New Agers use it to use things like, the cosmic kind of stuff. No, energy has a very distinct meaning, and Rashad uses that energy thing all the time. That's the language of a quack. So, but yeah,
it's very spirit science coded.
What's that?
It's very spirit science coded, as MX Glitchmaster says.
The aura. Right, you have an aura around you. Well, that's the energy field that you have. It's not true.
Way back in high school, I dated a girl that was into energy crystals. I get it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One thing we should probably mention is, and I sent you some content. I don't know if we have time. How much time do we have left? I mean,
a little bit. We got about 10 minutes left.
The Asia Pacific School of Business is a classic case of what I would consider a very blatant diploma mill, where he claimed a PhD in physics from a business school.
Okay. Which one was that? What was the label on it?
Let's see here. Let me go to the top. Well, do you see those two tweets I sent you?
Yes.
Rashad Ritchie tweets.
Yeah.
You can show those.
Okay.
And you get the idea of what's off on this guy.
All right. Give me one sec.
One says, actually, I held 5 doctoral degrees.
There we go. There we go. And then you said there were 2, right?
Yeah, there's 2.
Why the hell is this second one not here? Oh, there it is.
It says honored.
I got it. No, for some reason it layered it. Here we go. Honored. Oh, no, it's the same one. Son of a bitch. Hold on. Oh, give me a break. Sorry, man. This was supposed to be the easy one. There we go. Okay.
All right. Do you see the first one? It says, actually, I hold 5 doctoral degrees, because I don't see it on my screen, but
there we go.
There it is. So I hold 5 doctoral degrees. Really? 5 doctorates. Pretty amazing. And one, the Business University of Costa Rica, all accredited. Also, Asia Pacific is top ranked for research. Really? Because when I think of Asia Pacific School of Business, I think Harvard, Princeton, right? So the fluffery is amazing.
Yeah,
and he
I
said,
mean, I kind of caught that when he was giving his long-winded explanation, and I'll be honest, just from, again, layman point of view, it just seemed like he was over-explaining. Like, if he was one of my friends, I'd be like, dude, shit, you're cooked then, right? Like, it's just, come on, man.
The issue with Rashad, though, is most of us would look at this and say, okay, whatever, but people believe this crap. And the wrong people are believing it. Keep in mind, he says offers hybrid study, not an online college, but Asia Pacific School is based out of Singapore. So did he actually attend classes in Singapore?
Right.
Okay. Then you
and
see
it's like you said, there's just no way. And like, I know that there were a few of these instances where he was at like another school physically, and like he has pictures of him there and everything, but then people have tied that it's like, okay, so how'd you do that and also simultaneously get this other degree that, like you said, was like in Costa Rica?
Now, if you look at the second tweet,
let me get that. There we go.
Okay, honored, selected by a prestigious committee of noted physicists and medical scientists. Really? Okay. To be named Senior Physicist Research Fellow. He's studying to get his PhD in physics, but he's already a Senior Physicist Fellow. Okay. Institute of Photonics and Advanced Sensing. That's IPAS. Now, IPAS, there is such a thing, but it's based out of University of Adelaide.
That's what we call our Easy Pass.
Yeah.
No, that's actually what we do.
So it's based out of a different university who sent a restraining order to Asia Pacific School of Business saying, no. You can't claim that is at your university. All right. A Pacific school, a business school, is not going to hold a photonics study. Okay. I mean, there's no way. So he's claiming a PhD in physics from the Asia Pacific School of Business. And I made fun of it, told it was crazy. So he changed it to a Master of Science in Cognitive Psychology. I made fun of that. It became a Master of Arts in Cognitive Psychology. I made fun of that. It became a Master Certificate, not even a degree, a certificate in Cognitive Psychology. And then he finally pulled it down. So I guess this was all a figment of his imagination. None of this happened.
Okay,
if you go to his LinkedIn now, it's gone.
So you mentioned his LinkedIn, and that's where I was going to bring up the whole TYT thing too, because I know that when TYT removed that video, they also removed a bunch of the accolades that were on his on the website. So I think that was pretty much anything that they were finding questionable, which Cam had said that it was essentially like an admission of guilt for them to even remove the video.
Well, yeah, I mean,
what are your thoughts on that?
If you claim a doctorate and you all of a sudden remove it, how does that work? Right? No,
I mean,
but it gets worse than that.
It does.
Asia Pacific School of Business, and I showed you some links. I don't know if you have time to show them, but it steals photographs from other universities. So it doesn't really exist. The campus that you see on its website is actually Syracuse University. And they just photoshopped basically Asia Pacific. One of them is AI.
That's egregious.
Well, I mean, they have an AI driven picture of another campus that doesn't exist. In fact, I talked. Okay, so there's a lady that was named on their site named Amelia Ashford, and she had a picture. So I ran the picture. It's Ruth Holman, a psychology professor at a Northwestern. I contacted her. Hey, I didn't know that you were actually teaching for the Asia Pacific School of Business. She's like, I don't teach there.
Oh no.
So, and there was another one. There was a real estate agent out of Poland who was super hot.
Could you have just real quick? Could you have gotten her on the record on that?
Yeah, I have the email from her.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. And then there was another one from Poland who was a real estate agent. I notified her, but I never received anything back. But clearly the photos are stolen. In fact, pretty much all of their photos are stolen from other universities. And this is where he claims to have studied physics, a business school. So put two and two together.
Yeah, not looking great. Like one of my chatters just said, so add identity theft to the list, I guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear it. What did you say?
So add identity theft to it, I guess.
Well, the school is, yeah.
Yeah.
But here's what's funny. The school named him as a dean of admissions or something like that. Right. So they put it on there. Rashad Ritchie named new dean.
So they bought into it, all his stuff. They're like, hey, at least we got this guy. He knows what he's doing.
The problem is that I don't think Rashad was getting any money for that, because I know at one point, I have email to prove it, Rashad claimed that he was suing one of these former diploma mills, and I have a feeling that was what it was about.
Oh.
I have no proof of it. So, I mean, when you deal with scoundrels, this is what happens. You can't cheat an honest man.
Yeah.
You know, this is what happens when you deal with these people. They'll take you. So yeah, that's Rashad Ritchie in a nutshell.
Real quick.
And by the way, you can see how I can get 80 videos, and I could do another 100 because it's so entwined. There's so much material. It's a little insane.
I mean, well, to be fair, it does cover like 80 videos on anybody, just from anybody. It seems like a lot. It seems like
obsessive. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand.
Yeah. I'm trying to be nice.
Yeah, sure.
It's a bit obsessive. Just, you know, I don't think I would make 80 videos on anybody. So that's why I'm just like, wow. But like you said, hey, you're sourced. You're putting, you know, you're trying to, like you said, make sure that nobody gets fleeced by this guy. Because that is kind of what, like, that's the outcome you're trying to get from this, right?
Well, keep in mind, when you write a book about somebody, there's the hours that you pour on that person is more than what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at it that way. I'm kind of like writing a book on the guy, a biography. And you know what? You don't write proper biographies without a lot of research and a lot of content.
Right.
So that's the way I kind of look at it.
So somebody actually brought up then, so Johnny should investigate a few other people, because you are like, you do have a knack for this. So is there a reason that, or maybe I'm just missing the content? Is there anybody else that you've kind of done a deep dive on?
One of the things I do is I investigate a lot of dissertations. So I will open up a person's dissertation and just destroy it. And Jill Biden was one of them. I mean, I like Jill, actually. I mean, I think she's a nice lady, super nice lady. I'd love to have a conversation with her sometime, but her EDD was garbage. Shaquille O'Neal, who didn't even have to write one, he just basically interviewed a bunch of execs and they gave him one. Then there's other, like Ray Gunn.
I brought them a huge ass Papa John's shakaroni, and they just gave me my degree. Oh, come on. A shakaroni joke is a bomb-ass joke. I don't care what you say. Oh, wait, did you just freeze? Oh, crap. I just made a shakaroni joke, and I think I might have killed the stream. Hold on. Johnny, are you still there? Hello, hello. You have frozen off of my hide show. Oh, there we go. There we go. Show on stream. Disconnect. Cancel. Hold on. Johnny. Hold on. Sorry, occupied. Son of a bitch. I lost audio on you. Just give me 1 second, dude. Hold on. Yeah, because it went to my second cam. Give me 1 second. I know what to do here. There we go. And then close this one. And can I hear you?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, cool. Perfect. Yeah. All right. So I just had to mix something up there.
Okay. Now, by the way, one guy have done his dissertation is Umar Johnson. So maybe your viewers might be interested in that. Dr. Umar, you may have known him. I did a teardown of his dissertation as well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, we're all good.
Okay, because you had that kind of puzzled look on your face.
No, my puzzled look is wondering why in the heck my collaborative camera is it split your audio, so I had to essentially keep it up. Oh, somebody has heard of this guy that you just mentioned. I had not, to be honest. Okay, so
Are you
everything's
not
good.
familiar with him?
No, I am not familiar with him. Dr. Umar is a joke. I'd love to see videos taking him down. Hey,
Yeah.
hint, hint. There we go. That'd be some good content. Like, do maybe a 1 or 2 off series, part 1, part 2, because 80 parts is a lot. You know, I'll say that much. There's a reason that I was like, oh, I'm gonna go through this playlist and find the ones that are most relevant to this video. And there were a few where I was just like, oh my god, and you do deep dives too. So
well, and it was stressful on my end because I'm trying to think, okay, I'm gonna have maybe an hour, 2 hours. What do I choose?
Right.
I was like, holy shit, there's so much. But if those of you out there who know who Umar Johnson is, you might want to check out my dissertation review of his work. It's kind of rough. I'll be honest with you. Pretty bad.
okay. All right, so we're gonna wrap here, but first off, I'm trying to find your link that I had up earlier, but I lost power when I started my stream, so this is actually my second stream of the day.
That usually happens to me.
Yeah, dude, I had two blackouts today, and they were just really quick, which it's so ironic too, because we just got a notice that we are not opting into a data center. So I was just like, okay, so what the hell is going on here? What are we doing?
Take your time, you work it out. I mean, I'm fine.
Let's try and here we go. I found you. Gonna link your page here. Who's that in your header thing? Oh my god. Forgot what the hell
I'm
that's
sorry?
called. Oh, it's on your channel. Who's that in your, like, on the top there? Like, who's this?
Okay. That is, there were supposed to be 3 different people, but their first 2 ended up accidentally. The first 2 are Bim Sherman,
Okay.
and the other one is Prince Farai, and they are members of the Dub Syndicate, my favorite reggae band.
Oh,
I used to be a
cool.
reggae DJ. That's where I get
No
my
shit, you into
Johnny Walker
reggae?
Dread thing. Oh yeah,
Hey,
big time.
I mean, it's white guy reggae, but I'm into a little bit. I saw Ziggy Marley and Damian Marley this
Oh, yeah.
summer doing.
I've interviewed Mikey Dread. I've interviewed,
Nice.
oh my gosh, a few of them. And I used to do some club stuff, but it was mostly radio. But yeah, I'm big time, but I'm not real up to current stuff. I mean, I just, when I hear stuff, I don't know the current stuff, but 70s, 80s, 90s. Yeah, oh yeah.
Hell yeah,
Dub
man.
Syndicate is my favorite band. And by the way, anybody out there who is interested in reggae, Dub Syndicate is like the Pink Floyd of reggae.
Dub City Kid?
So, I'm sorry?
What was that?
Dub Syndicate.
Dub Syndicate. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, real experimental, lots of synthesizer work and spooky. And their cover of Doctor Who is truly incredible. The theme song for Doctor Who.
I will check that
Oh,
out.
you-
I'm big into Doctor Who and also a big reggae guy. So this is
You won't
I've never heard of them
recognize the
though.
song till about
That's
halfway through, and you realize, wait, this is the theme song to Doctor Who.
Doctor Who. Actually, the Majority Report. They use a classic reggae song as their outro that is covered by like the whitest band ever. So it's kind of annoying where you're just like, oh, knowing the original song, you're just I think it's When the Pressure Drops.
I will say though, if you want the best reggae song ever made, Nina Hagen, the German punker, she has a song called, I think it's called Change, that is a truly incredible reggae song. She even yodels in it.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, so if you like reggae, check out Nina Hagen. I think it's called Change. Crazy good.
Awesome.
Yeah,
All right,
I love
sir.
Nina Hagen, by the way. I'm actually kind of I hang out a lot on the I used to, on the counterculture side. So I grew up in the punk era,
Really?
with the Dickies and
Oh man, yeah, we could definitely chat about that a little. That's actually,
yeah.
honestly, that'll be another fun discussion because that'll be going a little bit more into the politics. And trust me, it seems like my audience is, they're in a pretty good mood right now. So I think that they are enjoying you. Don't feel like you're,
Good.
too far gone or anything like that. We're they wouldn't want your opinions on this stuff because honestly, man, like the fact that you come from counterculture like that, you reggae in general. Actually, so this is gonna annoy you. I already know, but you know, are you 420 friendly, or is that one of those things where you're just kind of nah, I just like reggae. Like I started.
420. What's that?
Oh, it's
Sorry. I
it's
told you
just,
I'm not current.
it's code for a little smoke. You know.
Oh, that okay. That
Yeah,
smoke.
the
No, I
ganj.
never did it.
Oh,
I was a boozer.
really? Wow. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I didn't show up to the microphone with a tam or anything like that. I never got into, like, let's say, the scene.
Yeah.
But as far as the music goes, I was really into it. I picked up the bass guitar because I wanted to be a bassist for a reggae band so bad. And then somebody broke into my apartment and stole it and my amp, and that was the end of my my bass career.
That
What's that?
sucks. Oh, I said, speaking of, it's actually 420. We do a local 420 thing. So technically, I am joining a circle here where we're just doing a little pass to the left thing. You know, it's a little thing we have
I
here.
see. Yeah, the coochie, Dutchie,
yeah.
coochie, whatever.
Yeah. No, I really appreciate you taking the time out to come and discuss this today. Definitely looking forward to having you on the show again to discuss some more just general politics.
I enjoyed it. I really did.
Yeah,
And
no, I
you've
hope you
been a
did.
very gracious host.
Thank you. No, I really appreciate that. But yes, I do have I got to get on to the next bits here. So I, again, really appreciate you coming on. I'm going to be dropping your channel here in the chat. Make sure you guys check out Johnny Walker Dread. You guys, trust me, there's more than enough content. When I saw how many videos you had and then how many you had specifically to Rashad, it did kind of make me go, what am I doing? I don't even have that many videos on my channel.
And I want to say also, I'm going to encourage my viewers to go in and check out your channel and subscribe. You know what? I mean, you might have an opposing political view, but guess what? I mean, that's what makes it good.
Honestly, I'm one of the
lefties
lefties that you want to follow because I don't kick people out of my chat just for being right wing. You have to be pretty egregious in order to get booted from my chat. And I like having, I think we covered this privately, but I enjoy talking to people who don't agree with me. I don't like being in a bubble.
Yeah, the echo chamber thing doesn't work for me either.
Yeah, and also, actually, you can catch me on This Space. I'm on This Space on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. It's like I said earlier at the top of the program, we're a bunch of ex-TYT people. I'm not one of those, but it is made up of a bunch of TYT people, one who I'm actually about to hop off on and have him on to discuss his upcoming documentary. But yeah, check me out over there. And yeah, one of these days I would like to have you possibly on there where we don't have a lot of alternative discussion. So this is something that I definitely value, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah, and send Ben Dixon over to my channel and see if he changes his mind.
I mean, that was another part I wanted to discuss. I'll probably end up talking to our buddy Hank here about it, getting his take on it. Because yeah, I know that Ben Dixon kind of came out hard, a little hard there, and he did kind of, his shots were fired at you. He was. That's actually kind of where I got like, oh, look at the red hat. Yeah, can't trust that. Immediately. Which that is so wild how like you are not a Trumper. Like I'll just take the time to say I apologize for generalizing and thinking that you were a Trumper just based off of watching Cam's video and then the response videos.
I mean, you didn't know me, so that's fine. And by the way, I was wearing my free Kyle Rittenhouse cap at the time, so
that might have also been misconstrued. Where people, well, again, like most people on the left, they would see a Kyle Rittenhouse hat and just think, "Yeah, MAGA." A lot of that happens, but as somebody who encounters that a lot, from the right and just in YouTube, I could see how it goes. But all right, man.
When we get to the civil trial, we need to have a podcast on that.
Yes. No, I was actually going to say that we will be keeping in touch, and I'll let you know when I have a availability here so we can discuss some Kyle Rittenhouse. Oh,
cool
boy.
Deal. All right. Thanks again. I appreciate it. I really
Thanks, Johnny.
enjoy it.
Take care. All righty, guys. Yeah, it was fun. It was real fun. All right, let's get Hank on here. Give me 1 second, though. What I need to do is I need to do a reset on this. I need to do another reset because, unfortunately, he ended up taking the space that Hank was going to use. Disconnect, disconnect. There we go. Okay. What'd you guys think? Hope you guys had fun with that. Thank you for being gracious with him. I think that chat was actually being beyond cool with that. There were a few times that I did have to raise my eyebrow just a little, just because I was like, this is not the opinion of myself. So, man, he really, really did not like Rashad Richie. I don't think I dislike anybody that much to where I could devote that much time into doing deep dives into them. I don't have that in me, but that's also where I appreciate the fact that he does. I think it went good. I like that guy, man. I think you guys did okay. Thumbs up. Just okay. Not great. Not fantastic. It's okay. Whatever. Pretty good. Pretty good. He seemed like a good guy. Well, to be honest, it was kind of like my first time navigating that. And yeah. Shit. Back to doing chores. All right. Without pushing my opinion, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, here. I need to send this off to Hank. Should work. You know what? I'll just do this. Copy. Close. Paste. Okay. A+, awesome, bro. Ah, there we go. There, I needed a little boost. I appreciate that. All right, so let's bring on... Sucks he's conservative, to be honest. I'm looking forward to having more discussions with him about his conservatism. Specifically because, yeah, he's not a Trumper. I wanted him to try and let me know like what specifically he holds as his conservative values, because I'm guessing that it is related to finances. I just hope it's not also connected to race. So all right, let's bring on Hank. If you guys do not know who Mr. Hank Thompson is, he is a fellow collaborator over on this space, ex-TYT producer, and just overall based-ass guy. This is going to be a lot of fun, because unlike the my last interview, I think that we are more politically aligned, so this is going to be a good time. We're going to discuss some of what we just discussed a little bit, and then go into the discussion on TYT. So let me bring Hank on. Mr. Hank, how are you? Oh shit, can you hear me? I can't hear you. Hold on. Uh-oh. You can hear me, I can't hear you. Okay. There we go. Does that work? Oh no. Hold on. Go to your settings and just make sure that your mic is plugged in as the main source of your audio. Otherwise, what I will do is I might just have to generate a new link, because I was worried about this. There we go. Test. Damn it. Hold on, guys. Technical difficulties. I need my technical difficulties music on. Can we get the... Because you guys see him. Yeah, that's great. Settings. Sorry, Hank. Give me just 1 second. Here, I'm gonna hide you on stream. All right. What I'm gonna do is here. Check your Discord. That's how I will do this. Oh, that might be what it is. Okay, hold on. Here, I'm gonna disconnect and reconnect you. Man, unfortunately. There. Are we good? Oh, shit. All right, he's just disconnecting, and then we're going back to it. Hold on. God. Oh, man. I was worried that this was going to happen because when our last guest came on, Johnny, he took up 2 of the cams. Okay. Can I still can't hear you. Damn it. No, still. Yeah. Here. I'm gonna bring him on through Discord. Screw it. Okay. This is why we have Discord. Leftist interview, leftist audio. You know what? The fact that it is with the leftist. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's funny. Okay. And just tell him real quick. Okay. He probably left at Tim Wall's ball party. Okay. Why do you worry about what the rich want? Wait, who does? Caller, you're number 9 on Pep Talks. Yeah, the thing is, God, I still can't believe this happened here. Of course it doesn't have audio. Yeah, this is totally on my end too. Ball party. Hey, I know who. I know someone in this chat that hosts ball parties. I don't even know what it is. I just saw that fucking Alex was doing ball party or something. If you're offended, I was being funny. No, I know. Sorry, I'm trying to do 10,000 things right now at the same time. I can't stop playing with balls. Oh boy. Come on, Hank. Where are you? Call me Hank. There he is. Wi-Fi. There we go. Okay. Pepper. Okay, so he's in the server. We're good. There we go. Hello. All right, I can hear you now.
Excellent.
Awesome. And then what I'm going to do is if you want an video, I can bring you up that way too.
Yeah, if that works. I think it might have been my end. I sometimes have issues with OBS or Discord taking it from the browser, but
okay, yeah.
But I turned off Discord and it still wasn't reading it, and then I switched it to a different camera microphone because I have two cameras. But and it was working, so something's weird about that.
Yeah, well,
I've never used that Streamlabs before.
I'll be honest, it's actually the same way that like I have to bounce back and forth with StreamYards, where I have to essentially every time that I'm on this space, I have to give up permissions from Streamlabs to StreamYards. So there are days that I'll forget and I'll just. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was interrupting. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that like there are days where I'll start my stream and I won't even I'll not hear any of my audio and I'm like, oh crap, I forgot to reset my permissions. You know, it's a lot.
Right, right.
No, I'm glad that we got the audio.
Yeah, because when I use Streamlabs, when I use StreamYard with like Strackmine or something, it works fine. It's probably something connected to like what you just described.
Right.
But yeah, I can throw my video up if you can. I'm not. If it's something on my end I can help with, just let me know.
Let's see. Let's get just your camera up.
Shout out to everybody in chat if they're hearing us. Thanks for being patient.
Yes, thank you guys. I really appreciate that. No, because I was a little worried about doing this. This is actually the first time I've ever had two guests booked, literally one after another. Yeah,
right.
and I've also had like Alex. He tried to use my StreamYards or my Streamlabs link and had a problem with that. Yes, no, I know my camera failed to start because I'm not using it. How about
well, the
yours?
Apollo program killed 3 astronauts too. So everybody makes, we're figuring out the kinks, working it out. Not exactly the same as having a devastating, catastrophic fire inside one of the capsules that killed 3 astronauts. Nice the way to make it awkward.
I actually, oddly enough, like
I'm just saying, growing pains. But I'm more than happy to help you sort out your tech issues. I've been doing this shit for years and decades, basically. So, don't stress. Chat will have fun anyway. There are good people.
All right, so here, Hank. Yeah, are you sharing? Are you on camera? Because it's not giving me my camera.
I have a. Well, you know what? It's not accessing it now that I see the little light's not on.
Yeah.
I don't have a browser running. Let me start Discord over, and I'll jump right back on.
Okay. All right. Last tech issue. Let's hope. Oh my God. We love awkward. Good. Because if you love awkward, then guess what? You're going to love what we got going on here. All right. Here we go. And I got your camera now. Woohoo. All right. Let's do this.
Sorry,
let's
everybody.
make you priority cam. And then expand here. Right. Right.
I like that. Okay.
Right. Okay. And then I do
Resizing.
this. Sorry. I do the Final Fantasy music anytime that I get something right. There we go.
Done. Yep. I don't know if I was gonna try to improvise Final Fantasy music. Wasn't gonna do that well.
All right, cool. You're on
There you go.
screen now. All right.
Cool.
Sorry
Now, I don't
for-
see your video here, but that's okay. I don't.
If
If you're good, I'm good. But I
I'm
don't.
just gonna
see
send you a link to the stream for that one.
That's fine. I can do that here on my own. Anyway.
Okay, cool.
No,
I
it's
was
fine.
about to say, yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. As long as it's getting to your feed and your people are watching, then that's all I care
Yes.
about. Hi,
All right,
everybody.
guys.
It's
So
me, Hank.
everybody, say hello to Hank.
Hey.
Okay, Hank. If you would not mind doing me a solid and explaining where you come from on your side of the internet here.
On my side, okay. Well, currently in Los Angeles. I moved here with the dream of escaping Los Angeles. It's can't wait to relocate, get the fuck out. I moved to LA in 2013 to work for the Young Turks. Actually, I had a job opportunity of sort of a deep history, sort of lore, played a small role in TYT lore. We can get into that stuff if you like. I've talked about it at other shows, but I'm always happy to share the stories.
Oh yeah.
Grew up outside Chicago. My
no
parents
shit.
were sweaty messes in the 70s, and they produced 3 children, which is their greatest mistake.
When you say outside Chicago, how far
suburbs,
outside?
Western suburbs, far western. I don't like saying I could say my hometown, I guess. I don't know why I'm weird about it.
I was about to say, I grew up in West Dundee, so that's why I'm asking.
Oh, Elgin.
You grew up in Elgin? No shit.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we probably we probably smelled some of the same rotting bodies in the Fox River.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah. Okay. So if you guys don't know, me and Hank essentially grew up one theme park called Santa's Village away from each other.
Yeah. Yeah. We were the United States to your Canada.
Yes.
I don't know if that's appropriate.
That's crazy. I gotta say, man.
Can I ask how old you are then?
38 or 39.
Okay, yeah. Honestly, I would have guessed younger than that by a decent amount too. But yeah, so you probably went to the Sears Mall. Is that what they would called it? The fucking what was the mall? The
Spring Hill Mall. But
Spring Hill Mall.
Yeah, it had the Sears. Yeah, it had the giant Sears there. Yeah, that's where my grandma got her car fixed.
Yeah, totally. I mean, Spring Hill Mall. We were there all the time. I haven't thought about that mall in many.
Yeah,
many
actually,
years,
I grew up right where they were filming Road to Perdition, right on the Fox River there. Yeah.
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 Yeah, they filmed in Barrington. Yeah. They've been filmed around the area. Some of the
small world, folks.
Pretty
the Fox River.
Yeah.
I bet I can find him. I mean, literally.
Yeah.
Good luck. I mean, this is why I'm more than comfortable just being like, I grew up there because I got out of my hometown, but somehow stayed in the home city. You know, I was one of those guys that is like, I'm getting out of the suburbs, guys. I'm going to move into the deep city, and then I never left.
I also lived in Chicago for about 10 years after.
Okay,
college,
so you get it.
Yeah. I'm kind of familiar.
That whole feeling when you get your first apartment down there is both, it's so exciting, but then also so disheartening because you're just like, holy shit, how much is this costing me for this little fucking...
Yeah.
I had one bedroom and it was like tiny, like I could barely fit anything in it. It sucked.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, Logan Square. Yeah.
No
That's where my first one was.
That's... Yeah. Okay. I was in Bucktown.
Nice. Yeah, for sure, man. I know it all. It's all kind of faded too. I've been out of LA out of Chicago for so long. It's almost like a whole different lifetime ago.
God, this is going to be so weird. But I'll only stick to the Chicago stuff just for a hot minute here because number one, what's the first thing you miss? Like what first thing food wise that you miss that anytime you're back here, you got to go?
I was never huge on that. I like anything. I'm not fussy, man. Like I love Rosati's pizza, but I wouldn't like go chasing it down just because I went home.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't romanticize the food a ton because I love all food. Like to me, I'm like a non-discrimination. I never really grasped the concept of regional like pride in food, even though I understand it's a thing people do.
I do.
To me, it was like, oh, there's delicious food.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chicago has amazing food, and I enjoyed a ton. But it's not like I go home and I'm like, oh, I got to get some Portillo's fries, or oh, I got to get some of that, Wiener Circle fucking hot dog with the green relish or something. Because I'm a garbage disposal with food. Like like it's one of my fortunate traits. Actually,
you actually said the worst one in my opinion. Wiener Circle has one of the worst dogs. I like Gene and Jude's.
Yeah, I think I might have had that once, and I did plenty of drinking around Wrigleyville.
Yeah, that's the only time that you really end up at the Wiener Circle. It's when you're nice and tanked from a Cubs game. No, I totally like Gene and Jude's. That one's a little bit farther. I think it's kind of near Irving Park a little bit. And then Superdog, which come on, you gotta get a Superdog off Milwaukee there.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, there's great food everywhere. That's my thing. It's like Sure, I can identify a lower quality pizza, but it's all just going into the same thing for me.
Yeah, but in Cali, I mean, I sound kind of rudimentary here, but I feel like you can't get a good slice in Cali. Like when I was there, nothing tasted right. I was just like, all right, this is all like Domino's pizza to me now.
Yeah. There's some decent pizza here. My roommates, but I've never had the budget to like try the nicer places, like LA is a very fun town if you have money and there's a lot to like about Los Angeles, but I've never been in a position where like I could actually inventory the quality. You know,
That's why I
splurge
like
on
Chicago.
Chinese
You don't
food.
have to.
Yeah.
You could literally have $10 in your pocket and go anywhere and have a decent sized fucking plate, especially Mexican food here.
Yeah.
It's incredible how the prices are. It's like it's almost economical at that point where you're just like, okay, I'm essentially just going to be eating Mexican food this week because I am broke.
Right, yeah. The amazing food in Chicago. I had some go-to places, but they've all faded in my brain.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Either. Do you miss anything else from Chicago, like as far as just the city? Because I'm trying to get one of my brethren to glaze the city a little bit, man. I miss.
I mean, well, it's a wonderful city. I'm one thing I love about Chicago is how much people assume nice things about you by learning you live there and that you're from the area. They're like, "Oh, Chicago people are usually pretty cool." I'm like, "Yep, I'm here to prove it."
Rad.
You know, the Lakeshore Drive. I cruising up and down Lakeshore Drive in my 4Runner was always like a thing I loved feeling. That, you know, when there was no traffic, obviously.
Oh yeah.
The beautiful sights, and you know, I did stand up comedy for about 4 years before moving to LA. So I was just like a night
You probably
creature.
hit the exact same spots I did.
Do you do comedy? Did I pick that up somehow?
Yeah.
You're doing.
Well,
Are you still active?
No, I haven't been active for quite some time. Almost 6 years now. But used to hit the Zanies route, and I went out to Aurora a lot. They had a working club out there. I just kind of stayed within like a 30-mile radius. I played the Improv when they opened in Schaumburg.
Right.
Yeah. You know, just trying.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I was starting to make inroads in Zanies. Most of my first years were just deep in the city, and like, you know, doing like my first open mic was at Shuba's.
Did you ever do? Shuba's. I saw many shows at Shuba's, but
hosted by James Fritz, who's now out here in LA. Kind of just got really deep in the scene there. I did, you know.
Did you ever do Pheasant? Like the Pheasant Run Zanies?
No, never made it out there. I did the Rosemont Zanies a couple times, and I was starting to sort of spread my wings to more of the suburban places. We went out to DeKalb a bunch, up to Milwaukee once or twice, I think, with Joe Fernandez, who you're probably familiar with since he's kind of been around there forever.
Yep.
He was a buddy of mine too.
No kidding.
Yeah, he's. We haven't talked in a while, but we could pick up where we left off, type of thing. I could just start naming names or something. But yeah, no, I loved it. I loved cruising around Chicago. I owned an aquarium service for about 10 years, 9-ish years. And like until like the last 4 years of that, though, is when I started doing comedy. And like my whole life kind of changed. I'd always been a video sort of photographer.
I was going to ask about that. Like how'd you get tied in with TYT as a producer if you were doing comedy?
Yeah, it's not like they were looking for stand-up comedians who cleaned fish tanks, and we're like, we got to get that guy. Bring him over.
Jimmy Doors out. We need to bring this guy in.
Well, you might. Yeah. Here's the story. So I was the early adopter of podcasts, and I was like listening to Air America way back in the early days.
Same.
And you guys have heard Sam Cedar talk about Air America, his time on that network, and the management mistakes.
Which one were they on? Because I know that they were simulcast on. It was either XM or Sirius, and I've been a Sirius XM customer for so long that I'm just like, that's how I found Air America.
One of those. I don't remember.
Same with TYT.
Because I was getting right. Yeah, I was getting stuff off the internet mostly, and using like early little podcast players that you'd have to load up a card on it and stuff like that. And like Zune, I think they were called. So because I was like cleaning fish tanks, and that was like my radio. So I just had like, I would listen to podcasts for like 10-12 hours a day for the last 20 years. So
wow.
I was into it pretty early. Not that anyway, like, you know, now I work in this whole world kind of, but TOT was one of my first shows I would listen to a bunch, and I introduced them to a friend of mine, and then he got really into it, and he ended up becoming like a volunteer for them, and then got hired as one of their first outside hires. Like him and this other guy. This is like 2011, 2010.
So this is after Jake and the other two guys made the network in, what was it, Jake's living room or something like that?
Yeah, this started in his something like, you know, that's how every show starts. So you always open up your first box on your couch, you know, and just plug in your microphone. Yeah, so like they had some sort of, him and Dave Kohler and Ben Mankiewicz, Michael Schur, I think, got involved too, who became like an Al Jazeera correspondent. And he's sort of a C-level kind of news reporter guy. Nice guy. I'm just saying, like, he's not like he's no who's a big one, Lester Holt.
Okay.
But anyway,
That was my
but
mom's
he has
favorite.
good commentary. Sorry, say again.
That was my mom's favorite. Was Lester Holt and Brian Gumbel.
Those guys had it, man.
Yeah, she loved those guys.
Yeah, amazing. Just nothing but poise and diction all the way.
Yep.
And Michael Schur ran for Congress too. But so he was one of the TOT's early like commentators. He's still friendly and involved with the show there and stuff. But yeah, so they had their original crew. The genius that genius isn't the right word, but the thing that content creators like you and me and all of our cohort need to do is find suckers to work for us for very little money and make them do the annoying bits. That's what helps a show take off.
I'm assuming you didn't work in broadcast media before this, because I literally I went to broadcasting school, and the most disheartening thing that I ever had happen was the whole unpaid internship deal, where I had to drive, well out of my way just to go work for a station that, it was just, you're getting the gift of learning on the job.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
yeah.
bullshit.
Well, TRT they do plenty of that too, for sure.
Oh, they do.
And they're, yeah, they have unpaid internships and a lot of volunteers that do stuff for free. The mod squad, our buddies in the mod gang, they had to do a rebellion, and they were working full-time schedules for no money and not even a swag. Very little, coming back in terms of that. So it's not like TYT is in any way special. But my point being, though, that like, I love talking and I have endless thoughts, and but I get so exhausted when I think about the posting and the publishing and then the troubleshooting that we were doing to get this going. And that's the sort of stuff that Jank alleviated himself of the issue. I mean, who knows? I wasn't there when he first started, because I know they were in Miami and he was doing like public access something.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a likelihood that he carried around some boxes and he probably did some of the work on the outset, but he had Dave Kohler doing a lot of that stuff for him. I'm just saying that like the kind of power of the cooperative is really what drives things that take that last. I burned myself out. If all I had to do was talk and then someone else jumped on and did all the other crap, I think this would be a lot easier. But
right, how many other producers did you were working there when you started?
Well, let me get to that. So I was saying, my pal who moved from Chicago, and his volunteerism with TYT led to him getting hired. They were expanding and they didn't have a big budget, and I'd helped him drive across the country, and that was sort of a big deal for him, and we'd been roommates for a long time, and so that was my contact at the Young Turks, right? So he well, I kind of lost my thought there. I had it's okay. I'll just get back onto the story though. So because of all the podcasts I was listening to doing stand-up, I listened to a ton of comedy shows. Comedy and Everything Else was one of my go-tos that I liked. That's Jimmy Dore's old stand-up. Not stand-up. Jimmy Dore's old podcast. He hosted it with Todd Glass and his wife, Steph Zamorano, who we all still know.
I still can't believe that they've... Todd Glass, of all people, it's just like, wait a minute. Really?
Yeah.
Their style of comedy was so antithetical to each other.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, so like that was like a show I liked, and Jimmy would go on occasional politics rants, and I knew he was in LA and stuff, and among the many shows I would listen to. So I recommended that my pal in Chicago, or in LA, who worked for TYT, look up Jimmy in LA. And I had to tell him a couple times. And then eventually they did. And then they had Jimmy on as a guest. And I was like, holy shit, that's I did that. I'm like, they wouldn't have known about Jimmy if I didn't recommend him back in 2011. So like, I'm like the literal stitch that got Jimmy into the Young Turks.
Really? So you're technically like behind his career today? Because realistically, if he didn't take TYT comedy, he wouldn't really have much. I mean,
he was succeeding. He had, I can't speak for his own feelings or something, but I think maybe he wanted to reach greater heights by that stage in his career. But he had been doing headlining since the 90s, early.
No,
80s,
I meant
like
it. I meant in like the YouTube space. Like I knew, like
him
and Marin were almost at the same level at one point, from my understanding. Like the way that these guys would talk about them is like, they've been doing this for over 18 years, blah blah blah. Like they always kind of refer to them as like the old guard.
Jimmy started in I think the end of the 80s boom, kind of outside Chicago. And so like he became a headliner within like, 6 months or 10, a year or something. Like you could make a living off of comedy really quickly if you had even a little chops. So, so my point being though that he was pretty deep in his career by the late 2010s. I'm saying, so the YouTube thing for him was a major shift, and that was definitely because of the Young Turks for sure. And so when I moved to LA, I'd kind of mentioned like I'm sort of like doing a lot of video stuff, and I have been making short films and editing stand-up stuff constantly, and I'm really getting into this stuff. And my friend knew me, and I was like, maybe if there's ever a chance to work for the Young Turks, I'd love to try it. Maybe, I don't know, I'm just sort of feeling it out. And then within like a week, they're like, well, I talked to Steve-O, if you remember him. Are you familiar?
Are we talking Steve-O from Jackass or?
No. Okay, so Steve-O was actually Jimmy Dore's co-host on Aggressive Progressive. And he was an executive at TYT. So he was sort of like a longtime, like early executive with the Young Turks after they sort of expanded somewhat in like 2010, 2011, 2013.
Yeah, that one's definitely been wiped from my brain. So I think that might have been one of those like, okay, make room for something else.
That's a good idea. Yeah. He's since left the industry, I believe, and now he runs a chain of chicken restaurants in the Southeast, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty confident that's correct.
I always hear those stories where it's like this guy got out of comedy and then now he's just like a venture capitalist. It's like, oh, I hate him.
Yeah.
But God damn, he's probably doing way better.
Probably. Yeah. No kidding. Yeah. No, my God. If I had not left Chicago, I was about to get into like expanding the aquarium business with someone that I was working with. And that my whole life would have been different if I didn't move to LA. I was going to become a, regionally adequate comedian while making lots of money, selling rich assholes fish tanks and stuff.
You wouldn't be.
But anyway,
like, that's literally like the Chicago comedy scene. It's most of these guys that like have a side business.
Yeah, that's sort of it. I mean, it was, I remember, I hung out at, lots, I don't know, Kohl's just came in my brain, but I used to spend a ton of time at Kohl's, drinking ourselves silly, and a lot of Lincoln Lodge and all that sort of shit. But yeah, tons of old memories. It was a whole different life for me, and I really kind of miss it though, because I kept trying to do stand up in LA, and I got out a bit, and I made some connections. I volunteered with some shows around here, and like was sort of part of the scene, but struggled a lot with energy and with keeping the momentum going. And when I moved to the LA, then finally, so like within 5 weeks, to get back to that story is like well, Steve-O, the executive, said, well, my friend talked to him, and he's like, well, if he wants to come out, let's start in May and see how it goes. And so I like totally upended my entire life within like 5 weeks to move to LA to work for the Young Turks.
Was that a hard decision to make at that time?
It was so fast. It wasn't hard. It was monumental though. Like I had to sell my business, and I tried to sell all my furniture, which by the way, I promised free delivery for anybody selling furniture. That does get the sales, but also that's a horrible mistake.
It's a horrible mistake.
I had to spend a whole day and a half or like 2 days driving around my couches and shit to different people. And nightmare. Don't do the free delivery part. But I did
come get it.
$400 selling my shitty furniture.
I mean, I bought a table that I had to break down, so I get it.
Right. Yeah. It's just charge for the delivery or something. I mean, moving a couch takes 3 hours. It's
they got me to do it. It was it was a heavy ass like table that required like 4 of us to move it, and like it came like apart in like 5 different fucking areas, and each part was a giant heavy piece of wood, and we had to truck it down 3 stories, and she knew what she was doing.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I do with fish tanks is move aquariums. It's like a profession, like just has to. It takes a whole day depending on the size of a fish tank. I mean, it's little ones you can break down and move quickly, but you got to be really careful. You got to keep the fish alive. You got to keep the organisms alive. The bacteria colony. You got to not break the tank. But if it's a big, expensive one, me and my partner, we would move a frickin' tanks up and down Chicago, 3 flats and 4 flats all the time, and up and down the back steps with the frickin' fish tank. Brutal work, man. It was just, it's not fun. But we could charge a decent amount for it. But yeah, it's like, moving delicate boxes and stuff that you can't damage at all. So, where was I? So yeah, I had like a. Well, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying. So I just was asking if it was hard for you to leave Chicago, outside of like moving your furniture and stuff. Like,
it was just so exciting. It was just kind of like, wow, this is kind of, because I was really kind of burned out with the fish tank thing. I was really dialing in on comedy and video editing. I was sort of like,
were you already like a fan of TYT when they contacted you?
No, I mean, no. I mean, I was a fan of TYT. I was a paying fan starting in 2009.
That's what I thought. So. Yeah, because I remember you saying that Yeah, you were a sub before.
Yeah, I was probably one of the first 1,000 paying members. Dave Kohler and I used to talk about that. I think we could have looked it up or something, but I was like near around 1,000 for the paying membership of TYT, like maybe 1,200 or something like that. So like, I was a very early adopter, and the fact that my friend worked there, I always felt was kind of cool, and sort of this burgeoning industry. And I wasn't sure exactly what my role would be, but I knew I could bring some video editing skills and some Photoshop skills and stand up, and I'm pretty good with cameras, and I'm a very fast learner. And so I took it very seriously. Like it was a hard move. I slept on a dude's floor for a month, before I was able to find an apartment, and barely any pay. It was $3,000 a month for most of that first time period.
Really?
But I had to honor my friend's vouch. Like, it really was important that I didn't just show up and like fart around and mess up.
Right.
So I worked my ass off, and I did a lot of stuff. I did live show production for TOT. It was a show called the Troubadour, which is like this cool place in LA.
Yeah, I kind of remember,
because I had run stand-up shows and stuff, and it was part of like I had like live stage experience from that.
Yeah.
They gave me that job, and it was like this crazy, huge, difficult lift, but it was like a first-time thing. And Jank wanted to do all these things where he's running around the audience asking questions, and he had us like fill out had the audience fill out surveys beforehand, and it was this big production. Jimmy was there, Anna was there. I edited the commercials for it, and like was like the main producer of that. And your intro though, you did call me producer, and that is, I guess, technically true. The job title I held though was video editor during the unionizing phase.
Okay.
Like and that's only an important distinction because there's some confusion about whether producers could even join the union or not. Anna put out misinformation about that, which is something I point to. We can get into this later on, but
right.
The fact that like IATSE can't unionize producers at all. So like, I don't want people thinking that I was a producer, because I did production and I have digital producer experience for sure.
Right.
But like as a formal job title, definitely not during the union. Union part. Yeah. Just to clarify that, since the nature, like the whole point of the documentary is about misinformation and accuracy and stuff. Not that I'm going to be like nitpicking that. But that's a critical detail.
I'm all for it. Thank you for correcting me.
Oh, no, it's okay. I don't mind at all, and I don't mind people thinking I did production. But there's a relevance to that title in terms of the union that refers to the way Anna was lied to by the people she was getting her information from, because they were lying about their own workers, but they were not trying to. They didn't do any fact checking, So that's why that specific detail jumped.
Was that a common thread over at TYT?
I can't say yes to that. No, I wasn't my purview to monitor whether they were checking their facts the way I thought they should or not. I didn't work in any capacity where even I could observe that casually, So I would say no, it wasn't a common thread in terms of my experience. Okay. I didn't notice anything there related to their abundance or scarcity of checking facts.
I mean, I'll be honest. One thing I've always given TYT a lot of credit for is the fact that they are one of the better sourced news organizations out there, as far as like being able to break down a story and break down like who reported on what. Like Ken Klippenstein. I know that he was kind of a main guy that they like to use his sourcing. So.
Well, I mean, they cite sources, and they make graphics, and they have a production pipeline that involves making sure that the graphic shows a source or something like that. Sometimes, the reason the Young Turks, the union story though, is about sourcing or not sourcing is that I'm the source, and my friends are the source. Like, we were original sources. Like, we literally, the story Jank has lied multiple times about to his audience, and the information they put out during the union busting was a story I lived. Right. So it's like, and there's also corroborating evidence, by the way. There's all sorts of information that's both in, if you go to the website, Tell the Truth. I just realized how much I've just jumped ahead in my whole story here. Sorry, just getting tripped up. But on tellthetruthjank.com, the sources section has all sorts of third-party information, as well as links to my Substack. And there's in addition to like my own credibility and my own honesty being an original source for why and when this union started, there's also other sources of information that corroborate and that prove the claims that I'm making about my employment conditions and about the timeline, because those are sort of the big turning, the issues that this whole thing spins around on. But go ahead. I think I derailed it a little bit.
Oh, don't worry about it. I was actually somebody just was asking something in chat here. Peter Thiel money goes a long way getting sources. Okay, it wasn't a question. It was more of a okay. Yeah, we're doing the gotcha thing.
Well, like that's actually an interesting. So if you're talking about and I'm sure they're referring to the Polymarket deal. Like, as you guys remember, there was this big blow up where Majority Report was commenting on it, and it's things kind of pop off the channels, they get clipped, and then things go around and they get talked about. And
live from the Polymarket studio.
yeah, live from the. It's so funny. But so there's this one moment though where Emma Vigeland had gotten their attention for rightful criticisms of it, and Cenk then addresses it, and I think Vanguard might have clipped that out where Cenk goes on this crazy tirade screaming and yelling that Emma owes him money, and that because she used Facebook, he owes her the money that he paid her because she used a property, the Facebook company that Peter Thiel was invested in or made money from. There, as if that's proof that it's okay for what he did with his illegal gambling website sponsor. But in that little tirade, he goes, "Did I know that Peter Thiel was involved with Polymarket before I say yes? No, I didn't know that." And then he goes on to do the screaming thing about Emma. And I believe that. I actually don't think he was making that one up, where he said he had no idea, he didn't know it was Peter Thiel when he said yes to the deal. When he sold the naming rights of the studio to Polymarket. That didn't set off my BS dar, So he didn't seem to do his due diligence on that one. He certainly could have. And probably wouldn't have changed his acceptance of it.
Wasn't that the thing with the Katzenberg thing though too, where he kind of claimed something similar?
I'm not familiar. When I was working there, I'm familiar with the details about the Katzenberg story, but only to the degree that stuff that's been public. Like, there's nothing about my role within the company that would have exposed me to details
anything
on that
like
level.
that. Okay.
Yeah, like in other words, like my opinion would be just as informed as anybody who's Googled it.
Yeah, I was about to say I won't ask as like a professional, like as a source or anything like that, but just from your opinion, what do you think about that?
I can understand the pressures of running a business with that many workers and with that much expense and with that level of capital investment in terms of like the facilities and all the cameras and all the other stuff. And particularly when you match that to Cenk's ambitions and the kind of funding that might be available for a left show or somewhere, Cenk will make the distinction, as he did on the Jubilee appearance, that and I think I heard him say it another time sometime recently, that when you give money to politicians and the bribery that kind of flows within the political spectrum of our world, that's a different beast than the investments that flow through private enterprise, which is how he would characterize his relationship with the Katzenbergs. And it wasn't a grant. They had to pay it back. If I recall correctly, he told Brianna Joy Gray that he did pay it. They did pay it all back at some point. So his investors got their worth out of it.
Wait, was she trying to do that as a gotcha on him? Like, I remember that they had some beef.
They had a little beef. No, this was not a gotcha moment. No, I just remember it as a detail that jumped into my, that like ticked a little box in my brain of like, oh, he mentioned that he paid it all back, which I assume he had. That's part of the thing. You probably had to make monthly payments of that level. But so the criticism though from the Katzenberg thing is that it influenced their politics, or that it somehow represents their flexible opinions or flexible positions that they might carry because their funders now are giving them that. And I actually think there's some decent merit to that argument. I see it a lot going around because I sort of track this world fairly closely. I sort of set that into the kind of ethical violations I'm describing with my project are, in my opinion, in a much different category than the fact that he took money from Hillary Clinton donor investor.
Okay, so like actually to that point,
did
you see like a hint that there was like that in him before the union thing, where he came off as a little shady on certain things, or like how he was disingenuous about his support for unions? Like, because it seems like you were genuinely shocked at his response to when you tried to unionize, and that really kind of stoked the fire, where you were like, oh my God, like you guys are so beyond antithetical to your principles. Like, you guys are sitting here talking about, oh, well, if there's one good thing about Joe Biden, it's that he does unions and blah, 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 blah. Like,
right.
So,
go ahead.
No, I was about to say. So, like, was that one of those things that just really pissed you? It pissed you off so much that you were just like, and like, was it before or after you tried to unionize when you started seeing that? I guess is my broader question. It's like,
well, I had seen him say positive things about unions over the years. He was never a big labor guy, and I also my own kind of ideological journey has gone from like ambient conservatively raised with my conservative right wing dad, not explicitly right, not like it was a political thing, but I just sort of rejected the conservative politics early in my high school or like early in my teenage years because it's just I could sniff out bullshit pretty easily. It was like these guys are fucking jokes.
I feel that
this is obviously these are all the nonsense assholes of the world. What are you talking about? But I also never really got pulled far towards the left direction in a sense, like the way I finally did, thanks to Michael Brooks, who I actually knew in person. I met him in Jimmy Dore's garage in 2016. I gave him a ride to his sister's house.
I was just about to say, without Michael, I wouldn't be here. So,
yeah, I feel very privileged to have gotten to spend time with him in person, and I went to his LA show, and like he and I would chat on Twitter, and he was really good dude. It was a good guy. Man, what a night, what a horrible time that was when he died and everything else following. Yeah. Poor guy, he sucks so much. Anyway, but I was open-minded to that sort of pull, but I sort of would have maybe in my 20s would have called myself a liberal and then a progressive, and then kind of that's where the Young Turks was an appealing thing to me. And then going into the Young Turks kind of orbit, not that I locked in and never took in new information, but it sort of took someone like Michael to kind of say, like, actually, there's this thing, like, I didn't really know what Marxism was or socialism. And then when I finally learned like more about those concepts, I was just kind of like, wait a minute, that's what they want us to be scared of? That our jobs shouldn't suck and our bosses are assholes? Really? Like, you guys are, that's the thing you were like, that's shit I've been thinking about since I had my first job. Wow. It's like, to me, the best Marxist teachers are employers, not Marx, like, or anybody who knows it. It's just like, oh, I got to take orders from some fucking asshole that's not doing the work and they're making money off my labor. Like, that seemed obviously like bullshit.
My stream just died.
I used the bad word. I used the M word. Sorry.
No, hold on. My encoder's quitting. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. This is on my end. This is on my end. Fuck. I had a feeling that this might do. All right, cool. We're back.
Are we back? Oh, sorry. That was...
All right.
I was invading me. All right.
Yes. I was about to say, I think that it's trying to catch up to the video. It's dropping frames. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Let me reset this.
Take your time, man.
Yeah,
no worries.
Oh, God, trust me. This would be so much easier sometimes if I could use StreamYards, but actually, I had it happen twice to me when I was on this space where it just crashed. And it was not my end, which I have had 2 power outages today. So this
I heard you say that.
Yeah, God, it's been rough. And ironically, yeah, it just so happens to be the exact day that we just got news about the denial for the data center. So I was just like, woohoo, no data center. That means no rolling blackouts. Boom.
Right. Yeah. Take that.
Yeah,
we'll show
that,
you.
Exactly. Take that, leftist.
You get all the downsides. Yeah, that's all downsides.
What's really funny is that my vertical stream never goes down when that happens, though. I don't know what the hell happens with that. It's so crazy, but anyway.
Weird.
All right, where were we before I got so rudely interrupted by my stream?
It's all right. You tell me. Something about TYT's. I think we Katzenberg shit. I do have a thought about that. Just to wrap that kind of the end final sentence of the Katzenberg paragraph is that I think the criticisms of it being an influential, possibly influencing their coverage or some way is valid. It doesn't rise to the same category as the ethical violations of the working conditions that drove us to start the union, or the union busting, or the lying to the audience. Those are like the 3 things in my project that I'm focusing on.
All right, this is where it's going to get a little catty. How much of that plays into like just Anna's whole wanting to make money doing the news and kind of being a little like, I hate to use the term jealous, but lately she's been coming across as like envious. It started with HASAN, where she kind of made it a few pointed jabs at, how much money HASAN's making. And then she started talking about it on like PBD and some of those right-wing podcasts where it's just like, man, she really is kind of like all about making the money, you know. At least that's how it came across to me. But then, just what was it, last week she was talking to after that Pearl Davis debate. She was saying how, you know what? No, I'm actually really happy with TYT. The money's not the best, but I'm happy with my editorial control. And I was just like, how much, like, seriously, how much of your decision making is kind of based on monetary gain? You know, like, so what's your opinion on her? Like, is she genuine in her politics, or was she genuine in her politics? Because now she's, or
well,
you know, the politically homeless, but
yeah, she's unaligned. She's actually politically unhoused. Okay, let's use the right language.
Politically
there.
unhoused, yes.
But okay, I think a couple different things. So, like, in this field, in this career track, working for a company like the Young Turks is probably going to mean you're going to accept less money than at some other place.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a major part of the way people assess their sort of standing within a thing is who do they consider their peers?
Mm-hmm.
Who are their sort of contemporaries, right? And I actually don't. So I'm sort of just speaking now as a informed outsider. It's not like internally I knew what was going on in terms of money or in terms of her pay or anything like that. I wouldn't have known. I do know that when Current TV, so there was a period of Young Turks where they were also a TV show on Al Gore's network, Current TV.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the kind of core group who were the initial sort of nexus of employees before, like my friend who I mentioned, he was like sort of the first, and him and this other guy were like the first outside hires, but they already had Jesus, JR, Dave Kohler, and Anna.
Mm-hmm.
They were sort of the original gang, you know? And they all got like a deal with Current TV that I think increased their salaries fairly substantially over what they were being paid, especially during like 2010 or something, going way back. And then when the Current TV dissipated and went away, Young Turks had gained profile. They had, you know, expanded it quite a bit, but their budget went way down too in terms of, like, you know, during the first year and a half or two or so years that I worked there, I worked on the web crew, but I also got to witness the television production. It was a really interesting experience overall. I don't need to go into details right now, but
did you ever get in with the TV production?
No, not really. I just stayed out. I mean, I knew some of the people that would do it, but they had so much more resources. Even for like a rinky-dink TV channel like Current TV, it's not even like a CNN type at all. But they still had like all kinds of redundancies. They had one dude who did the microphones where he like wiped the wax off the thing and the IFB and then like prep all the mics.
Wow,
it's an important job. You got to have mics working.
Yeah.
But like that was the guy's whole job, and I was like, Jesus, I do that like for. In addition to running the cameras, setting up the mic, setting up the thing, setting up the lights, then directing, then doing light color adjustments, then live directing, then live audio, then taking all the footage and editing it and publishing it and making graphics. Like I would do like 9 jobs, and I'd see the TV production where people, and I knew they were paid a lot of money compared to the website because their budget was coming from like the corporate Current TV thing.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, back to like the Anna stuff is that I think she was among that group that got like a kind of more TV rates during the Current TV era. And when that ended, then TOT went back to being completely on the web, as well as distribution to like Roku and other like Yahoo, like other sort of distribution partners.
I mean, their Roku presence is actually pretty big.
It must be, yeah.
No,
in fact, I remember
like every time I set up a Roku, which I've had to do for lots of family members, I'm always surprised how it's one of the first things I see where I'm like, and there's TYT. Look at that. Holy shit.
Yeah, I remember seeing it up on a Roku I was setting up. But like they weren't on Roku when I started. In fact, that's one of the first things they made me do was like, hey, can you like see how to do this Roku? They bought like a Roku, and I was like farting around. I was like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with this. Like I know how to plug stuff in and like read a manual, and like I'm good at that kind of thing. But like, yeah, so obviously that intensified and they like stream it straight up. I think that might have came out of the YouTube TV expansion, which is a big thing that they spent their money on.
Man,
with that 20 million. So go ahead.
I don't know how you do that. I'm just saying, like, that's
do what?
Just
spend
keep
all that
in
money?
your brain. Like that's I usually would like ADHD out like pretty hard. So
yeah. I could go on about that too. I'm one of these late identified autism guys.
Oh,
I didn't
really?
know what autism was until like 3 years ago. And
Yeah.
but I'm also very confident I'm ADHD as well. But yeah, it's a
Are you
it's a
ODD
big
as
part of my
well?
story. That's obsessive. What is ODD?
Oh, ODD is oppositional defiance disorder. It's essentially you have a problem with authority.
Yeah, I think PDA is another pathological demand avoidance or persistent demand for autonomy is the other way I've heard that phrase. I think there's definitely a degree of that. I mean, absolutely, my autistic traits inform my willingness to do this project I've been doing. You know, like the justice sensitivity that's kind of common with autistic people is very common. Like the sense of unfairness, and I'm definitely driven by a lot of that kind of thing. I definitely don't like authority. Definitely hate being told what to do. And also sort of resent having to swallow your pride and eat crow whenever, you know, the sort of command, being given orders by someone you don't respect is a big one too. Like, I don't mind. I understand the human organization, and sometimes, you know, you have to cooperate. That's of course that's what's wonderful about people. That's why we're so powerful as
but we've all worked for a manager
creature.
or a boss that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing, and that you know their job 20 times better than them, and you're
like
only
the way
making
exactly
a quarter
that
of the
sort of
salary.
shit. Yeah, and all the sort of like riddles you have to solve to like navigate neurotypical communication structures, and I have like a hyperverbal kind of autism too. You know, so I can that's why I do a solo podcast, and I can just I process my thoughts and feelings verbally too, and
I'll be
pretty
honest.
active.
I'm very much the same way, man.
I think half the creators and the comedians and like artistic types are like, when I look back at comedy, I'm like, oh yeah, those people are all fucking autistic. I mean, I know you can't generalize totally, but there's a reason I fit in. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, but
It's
like
specifically the Chicago scene, damn it.
Yeah, seriously. Oh my God. My alcoholism helped me fit in too. That was for sure. But yeah, it's a fascinating topic though, like the autism and ADHD and the kind of interplay. And like, I was just like, I was just shocked one night when I read an article about autism. And I just didn't really know what it was. And the last thing I expected was to read a description of my entire life and most of the struggles I've had, because it does vary greatly between one autistic to another person.
Absolutely.
But, when I read that article, it was like the by far the most momentous thing that's ever happened to me was just that article. That was like 3.5 years ago, because it was totally surprised me. I didn't decide I was autistic after the article. It made me set off for a lot of research.
I was about to say, yeah.
I'm 100% confident. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Some people.
Yeah,
but
I went and got formally diagnosed with. Well, I thought I was gonna get formally diagnosed with autism, but I ended up. That's where I got my ADHD, ODD, and then they also I got dyslexia, where I was like, oh, that actually explains a lot of my life. Where I'm like, no shit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have, the one that everybody assumes where it's just like the letters jumble and all that shit, but like the words do. That's why I like am very, very. It's hard for me. Like, I have to take that extra step to kind of like slow my brain down, let my eyes adjust, and then read. Like it's that extra step that sucks. But anyway.
No, I hear that. Like part for me, I've had sound and light sensitivity since I was a little kid, and I've always struggled with kind of having friends and making friends and feeling like I fit into groups. Like that's a major marker of autism. Autistic, the research shows that at least 50 to 70% of autistic people are also ADHD, and I'm very confident that's where I am as well. I struggle with task preparation and task completion and switching, and I'm very monotropic. Like I don't switch projects easily, so like I get really hyper focused on stuff, and it's like a big powerful engine.
Field. Like that's what makes it good.
It can be, yeah.
This type of field.
It can definitely, for sure. And like, what was I? Shoot, there was the thing I was heading towards.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It wasn't I think I was already lost it anyway. But something about ADHD. Oh, well, this isn't really it. But like that, I have read that like people who, because you can treat ADHD with medication. Not everybody reacts to the same dosage or the same medication. Some people can't. Doesn't work for them at all. So it's sort of a testing thing. I haven't yet been able to try that. But from my understanding, though, is that people that find a dosage that works for their ADHD and it kind of calms their ADHD down, then if they're also autistic, it'll sort of exemplify the autistic traits will sort of emerge a little bit more. in that sense too. So it's a weird tension between kind of overlapping neurodevelopmental type things.
Divergence.
Neurodivergences.
Which one's taking over today?
Kinda, yeah. The way I've sort of describe it as like wrestling tigers. Like my brain is just filled with tigers, and I have to spend all this time putting them back in their cages, and different things open the cages and close the cages. And it's just, but this is what I was getting at, is what you're sort of saying. Before I knew what autism was, like I'd been in therapy and I'd had major depression and like anxiety problems my whole life, and suicidal at certain points, and like really difficult mental stuff, as well as like later developmental stages. That's also a marker of people with neurodivergence, is they don't reach the same sort of developmental milestones, even though I had like very promising academic abilities when I was young and shit like that. Like a big, strong brain, but a lot of dysregulation. And but I had this story that I was.
I'll just say that, like in my case, it was like my ACTs were like way superior to any other test or any other thing that I was doing, to the point where they were just like, "Oh, something's wrong. Like you're not as dumb as we thought you were." I was just like, "Well, that's nice."
This dumb boy did good on the test. What the hell?
No, I just accepted it. I'm like, I'm a C average student, whatever.
Yeah, I got good grades, but I didn't care, and I just didn't work very hard. But I still I grasped I learn really easily. Like I don't struggle with like concepts of things. But like I was socially a little weird. My brother was very popular. He was a year older than me, but like we switched schools a whole bunch, and it was sort of.
You find yourself skipping steps when you're learning something, because you're just like, I got it. Like even with like the few words that were in that description, I got it. I don't need to waste my time.
I hear people grunt a response, and I'm like, you don't need to finish the sentence. I heard the suboral mouth clearing before you opened your mouth, and I'm good. Because there's like only so many things you could say after what we just said. Context determines your next statement. I don't need to hear that you were lost on your way to your house or whatever. You know what I mean? I understand. Like some stories, just like, oh yeah, I get where you're. Okay, good. All right. Then I sit there for 2 minutes, very impatient. Like I've always hated small talk, and I've always sort of, I don't know, but I have like social skills. And so like I sort of describe it as like I have social skills, but I don't have socializing skills, right? Like I can charm, I can be funny, I can listen. I'm a good listener. I know how to like mask really well, but deep down, I'm also come off a little bit intense or a little awkward, or the other trippy bit about it is where you think you might have been awkward or weird, and actually you weren't. So like just because you might mistaken it, you're still experiencing the downsides of something that didn't happen. But let me get this out though. I think this is the part where the audience will cry. So grab Kleenexes, everybody.
Uh-oh.
Before I knew that I was autistic, I had a whole different, very self-abusive narrative. Like that's been the greatest relief for me. And actually, if I ever write a book, this will be a big part of it. Is like I had this whole loser narrative. I had this whole like I struggled with friendships and girlfriends and dating, and everything was always hard for me, and I had all this depression, and I was a alcoholic for a good stretch there. Had to deal with that, but I had this kind of like life was just so hard. I couldn't pull it together, and I was like a smart dude with a lot of shit going on in the brain and a lot of potential, but I just was always completely just. One of my wheels was always off the track, you know what I mean? And it meant that I was really rough on myself in terms of esteem and self-regard, and I really hated myself for a long time. And learning I'm autistic rewrote that inner narrative. Learning I'm autistic let me get rid of some of that self-hate. And I'm still sort of in the catacombs of my life, battling the ghosts that are remaining that still kind of linger, and they probably always will. But it was liberating. I felt like after I kind of went through the whole process of going back through my almost every like late identified autistic person goes through about not that there's a rule, but a year and a half or so for me, where you like reverse your entire life, replay everything through a whole new lens of, oh, that was because I was overwhelmed with my emotions. That's what triggered that anxiety spell. Yeah. That's what that was. Is I was having that was a really bright situation. And so now I have an entirely different internal narrative and an entirely different toolkit available to me for when I anticipate things being overwhelming for me, right? Like going out to something, and I still struggle. I'm in a deep burnout right now. Light sound stuff is way worse than it ever was for me before. And like I'm very much a different person than I was 10 years ago. Like, I think that's a lot what informed my giving up on comedy, is because I was so exhausted by driving around and doing anything, and trying to even get stage time anywhere, and navigating the networking side of it.
You know what did it for me was and it's not bombing. Like, you get used to bombing. It's the long rides home after you think, like you just said it, when you think you bomb, and then getting like a text like, "Hey, you had a really good set." It's like, no, I didn't. I did not. Like, what are you talking about? I fucking suck. Like, I barely got half the room. What are you talking about? It's like, well, we're booking you again. It's like, oh, well, guess you're booking a shitty comic. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Right. Yeah. No,
I know exactly what you mean about
relate.
being too hard on yourself. I was about to make a comment there where I'm like, I really hope my therapist doesn't see this episode, because, oh boy, she would just be like, so that Hank guy and you,
yeah,
it's like, so you got something
Is he
you
your
want
new
to tell
therapist? Yeah.
me? Do you feel a kinship there? Yeah. Okay. Can y'all stop describing my life? That's how I feel right now. I'm just like, oh boy, shit.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, yeah, I mean, now, like, I've always worn hats and stuff, but I also understand, like, now, like, if I start feeling anxiety coming on, it depends on the circumstances too, obviously, but like the way stress sort of manage it, or the way I manage stress within my body internally, has always been very intense. Like my beard fell out. I have this sort of stuff that helps. I've done some of that.
I smoke a lot of pot, so
can go a little too much, but yeah, that certainly is to be able to catch up with your thoughts and feel like you're not completely insane. Like, my entire life, the moment I wake up, it's like my brain just goes like full bore, intense thinking, overthinking right away. And so, like, but at least now I have a different understanding. It's like a mechanical.
So I'm not sure if you're like into like Marvel stuff, but Wonder Man. I just shotgunned all of Wonder Man. It is crazy how accurately they get being in your own head. Like, to the point where I got mad at Simon, the main character, Simon Williams. I got really mad at him, where I'm just like, stop overthinking it. Just do it. And I'm like, oh my God. I had a moment where I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. That was not to him. That was to me. Oh, fuck.
I honestly, I've never heard of Wonder Man.
Great show on Disney Plus, or Yeehaw.
Okay.
But highly recommend it. It's only 8 episodes, about a half hour each, and it kind of plays into Iron Man 3 and Shang-Chi, but you don't need to see them. It's great standalone. But yeah, it's,
is that within the Marvel Endgame universe, or the Avengers universe?
Yeah, ish. Because they technically made it Marvel Spotlight, so it does take place there. But it's just in case they don't want to mention him, in case it failed. It was like, okay, you know what, we don't need to really bring this up. But honestly, it's one of the best like shows or movies that Marvel's produced in a long time. It's really fucking good.
All right.
Like, I watched all 8 episodes in one night, where I was like, damn, I haven't done that in a long time.
That's cool. Yeah, I don't have that streaming service currently. There's a whole bunch of like Apple TV shows that I know I've missed that I'm sure I would like. And
what's that?
I have not caught up on
Pluribus or
Andor.
whatever. I keep hearing nothing about that. Like, you gotta go watch the show Pluribus. I'm like, Apple TV.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's another one. And I'm really sensitive to spoilers. Like, not that it matters for every single thing, but like I sort of have a high threshold for what I consider a spoiler. Like, particularly like trailers are the most spoilery things in the world. But like, even knowing that it's a sci-fi show is a bit of a spoiler. Not that I think like, oh, I can't know that, but some of these shows I hear, if it comes from a source that I trust as a recommendation, I want to like totally cut off any knowledge until I start the show and then learn it. And then even like knowing like a famous actor is in it, it's like, oh my God, Gene Hackman's in this. He hasn't been in a show in a while, but it's kind of cool when you watch a show and you just literally know nothing and it turns out to be really good. It's like, but that's a whole different conversation. But
no, don't worry about it. I definitely stalked a little myself, because I was just like, this really does remind me of that though, because I was like, wow, like, again, I told my therapist about that one too, and she's just sitting there, arms crossed, smiling, like, who's that sound like? It's like, I know. Shut up.
A little familiar, huh, buddy?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hold up the phone. Watch this Wonder Man clip, okay? I gotta go take a peek.
Overthinking things a little bit too much, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I overthink everything. Yeah. like one of my line, sort of the thing with the Young Turks project is like aside from the deep core history I have with the company, and the kind of brain I have, you do need to be a bit of an obsessive weirdo to try something like this.
You know what? It's funny. Speaking of obsessive weirdos, my last interview, the fact that he has over, I think, 80 videos on Dr. Rashad Ritchie. No, wait. I think it was somewhere. It's in the hundreds. That's.
I heard you talking about that. Yeah. It doesn't seem that nuts to me. It's it's his beat. He assigned himself that beat, and he makes detailed videos about someone else. I mean, I have quite a bit about the Young Turks as things have come up over the last 4 years or so, or different parts of it that I talk about on my podcast and clip out. And
I guess I can respect it.
You could probably find a similar judgment of me. But what was I saying though?
Oh, I'm not even judging him. I'm just saying
Oh, that's okay. I mean, yeah.
I couldn't think of one topic that much. You know what I mean? Even on my stream, we make fun of Andrew Wilson and stuff like that. I can only do it so much, where it's I don't want to beat this dead horse too much.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And I feel I'm very much looking forward to finally finishing this project and getting the film done. Hopefully by the end of the summer. I'm going to try a fundraiser.
How long have you been working on it?
4 years.
4 years.
The 84 minutes that I shared with you, have you watched it, or it's okay if you haven't?
I watched at least a half hour of it before I started my show today. Because I wanted to at least have enough to discuss with you. I really like the beginning of it, where in the first 5 minutes you essentially lay out why you're going and doing this, and it was a really good case, because you were just I kind of feel like they're not really living what their code is, and also the fact that so many of your contemporaries immediately found out about that and reacted the way that they did. I thought that was.
You mean other TYTers that are from the Francesca, Ben, and Bonnie, and others, and.
Yeah, it seems like you guys. I mean, I don't know if you can speak to it if you want, but it seems like you guys did have more of a behind the scenes understanding of this is really fucked up. Did that create an awkward workspace?
I interrupted you there. Do you mind repeating?
Did that create an awkward workspace before you even thought about making this documentary? Did you guys ever discuss that?
Create?
So did you guys realize that when you brought up the union proposal, did they learn about it in a way where you guys all were kind of sitting with it for a minute before you even thought about making this documentary? I guess is my question.
Yeah, so there was never any intention to do a documentary, even when I first started editing so the Young Turk, a little bit of a timeline then that might help us orient to that. So the Union Drive originated in spring of 2018. Now, I was not currently working at the company during this time period. I left somewhere early-ish 2015, and then wound up working for Jimmy Dore, and I helped him get his channel going in 2016. So I was on air right before Ron Placone became the main sidekick of a sort, and that's when they got their second camera.
So you had nothing to do with Metzger? That's actually one of the...
No, that's
years
one
of the guys
after.
I know from comedy, where I'm how the fuck did Kurt end up on his show?
Yeah, no, I never anywhere close to Metzger's era.
Okay.
Because I when I worked at TOT in 2013, 14, 15, I was actually Jimmy Dore's main dude. I didn't because he hosted a show there during that time, because I was the comedian guy and he was a comedian guy. We got along okay. There's some stuff I could talk about, but I'm not putting my sights on Jimmy at this point. I'm not going to make a documentary called "Tell the Truth, Jimmy" or something like that. There's definitely stuff I could share. I'll probably write about it, or maybe, someday I'll spill some tea or something, but God damn it, I can only do so much of this. It's so poisonous, the whole thing. Yeah. So then, so I stayed in touch with TYT. I did some freelance stuff during that 2016 when Jimmy and I went on some field work. We did Bernie Sanders rallies and stuff. So TYT paid me for some of that work because he was still within the company. It was kind of for both channels. And then I was struggling, like I was saying, I was sort of really not finding my footing in LA. I wasn't doing comedy. I was like just barely surviving my fucked up brain. I was doing deliveries, which was brutal.
Did you ever think
just
about going back to
mentally.
comedy while you were there?
I would love to at some point. I
No,
don't know if I can
I
climb
meant
up.
at that point. Like, did you kind of think about it since you knew you were in LA? Like, or it just didn't? You were like, I'm already doing too much. I don't even want to think about that.
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't like it was a formal like I'm done. It was more just like I can't. I want to.
Got it.
You know, the stage calls to. You know, like if I had the ability to make money doing it, I would have. It's not like I was like, you know, that's a whole different thing. If I could get paid for it or somehow, you know, land a writing position or, you know, I absolutely would love to do something like that. That's like my dream.
Or if you were like a Friday night feature, that at least you know you could always get the spot.
Right. Like I didn't even make it that far. Like I developed enough like to have like a good solid 20. I could easily be a feature for somebody. You know, I had 6-7 years of experience when I kind of quit out of it. And,
solid 20,
you know,
solid 20.
But I had room to. What, say again?
I said solid 20. That's good. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen
And
guys
it's
that
all ball
didn't know how to
jokes.
do a solid 15. So
Right. Like I hosted Flappers a bunch of times with Jimmy, and like there was one time where the printers weren't working, and so it was the end show on a Saturday night. It was a full crowd. This is in Claremont, and I was hosting the weekend. And like because the printers weren't working, they couldn't let the customers leave. Jimmy had finished his headlining set, and I had to go up there and do 25 minutes off the top of my head, like riffing and kind of just hanging out while the customers are waiting to pay while they're trying to fix the printers. And I did a great job. I just talked with people and I was funny. I just sort of was comfortable. Like I had gained a lot of confidence that sort of reached that stage. And I knew that I had more room to grow in terms of like the kind of comedian I was going to become. I think I would have been more of a long form sort of storyteller.
That's what I did. Yeah.
But you know, when you're starting out, you don't have access to 15-minute sets very much, or 20-minute sets, or 30. You know, unless you run your own show, and then like that's also another thing that every comedian tries too. So yeah, it's. I think at some point
they force you to because the headliner doesn't show up.
There's
Whatever
that.
to me.
Yeah, that's also possible. You know, there's various ways you can kind of get a shortcut if someone brings you into their fold, and then like that gets you more quality stage time than you might otherwise have. But I'd like to maybe through. I'm not going to climb out of the open mic scene to get it back on stage. It might be through podcasting. If I think of possibilities, I'm not planning on that though. I still, you know, there's a long way to go.
You were literally listing off. That was my plan. I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll leverage the podcast or the show and just be like, hey, you know what? Think about getting
I'm open
back
to
on
it.
stage. You know,
Yeah. Like let's say the documentary goes crazy and people want to talk to me. I'm like, yeah, I'll go on stage. I'm comfortable. I'll fucking do it. I've seen it. Like that's one of the things that working at the Young Turks, and this is not even about them, but like I was like a live stand-up comedian, like meaning like I did performances every night in front of real people, and they would be like talking to a camera, and I was always just like, wow, what a big fucking deal. They're talking to a circle. Who gives a shit? That's not hard. Go stand in front of an audience of people that don't want to be there.
Exactly.
There was one show in
or
Chicago.
They're there for someone else. That's the worst.
Yeah, exactly.
Being the feature for the feature is the fucking worst. Or closing out a show at 2 a.m. because the fucking douchebag wouldn't quit. Sorry.
No doubt. I mean, like I tried hard during some times here in LA. Like I never got up at the Comedy Store. I got up at Improv a few times, but it's like this lottery system, and there's a lot of really talented people here too. You know, it's like it's competitive in that sense.
I'll be honest. That's what always made me nervous to go to LA or New York was hearing that it was a lottery system. No matter even if they were like willing to book you, I was like,
right, yeah.
That seems unnecessary. That's why I like Zanies, where it's like, no, Zanies kind of needs you. So.
Right.
Like that's how I started working Pheasant Run, because they were just like, we need a comic on Friday nights. I was like, I'll do it.
Did you work with Jordan do you know the Knowledge Fight podcast?
No.
Are you familiar with those dudes?
No.
Dan Friesen and Jordan Holmes. Huge show. That's but I'm friends with those guys, with Dan at least. I haven't met Jordan in person, but they have a gigantic podcast now that's about Alex Jones and right-wing media and stuff.
That's awesome. I mean, I love I love the topic. I like making fun of some Alex Jones here. It's all right.
I was telling Alex, our Alex on this space, Devil's Advocate. I was telling him about it too on the last earlier this week. But anyway, because they were stand-ups, and Jordan I think was in the suburban rooms before Knowledge Fight kind of kicked in. Like they've
actually,
been
you'll
on
appreciate.
CNN, they've been on Majority Report. Like
You'll appreciate this. My first feature gig was with Judy Tenuta.
Okay.
She was fucking awesome.
I can't say I'm super familiar, but that's good.
She was like, famous in the 80s. Emo Phillips.
Yeah, I recognize the name.
Emo's her husband. I'm not into his comedy at all, and he was very pleasant to me. But it was so funny to just be like, I'm gonna go smoke outside. I don't want to be in here.
Right. There's enough to to you guys can have the room. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
I hear. Yeah. So maybe eventually. I mean, of course, who hasn't had the thought that their podcast gets big enough that they get to do, be in front of live audiences? And I'm just very confident that if I ever reach that stage, I'll be very comfortable on stage. Like I kind of relax.
This space stage hour in New York would be that'd be bitching.
Seriously,
Maybe we could open for the Majority Report. We could be the openers.
Yeah, some live tour, exactly.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah,
we're already planning it.
I'm not against it at all.
It
does
that
take
the letter hack.
being
I
on
know you're in
stage in front
chat.
of Yeah, just let them know.
Literally making him into our booker. It's just like, what are we doing here? I'm not your agent. You know what?
Maybe Sam can perform. Those guys can. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that'd be sick to get him out there doing a stand-up set. Even if it's like a 5-minute set, that'd be fucking awesome. Oh my God, do you think he'd MC?
I think he would. I don't know if he'd want to MC. It feels, unless it's his.
Oh, if it's his show
Sam
though,
Cedar
like
and
yeah,
Friends
like
or
Sam
something.
Cedar and Friends, like he could like literally open the show, do his 10, and then kind of work a few jokes out, and then close out the show.
I think mixing like podcast / stand-up, people would be more open to blended shows like that, especially since if you have a fan base that's turning out for a particular show, for sure.
Yeah.
If it was some, randoms trying to.
Did Michael ever do stand-up?
I don't think he did. I don't
think
know,
he did.
but
Yeah,
Because he didn't.
every time that he would talk about like just being funny and stuff, he's just like, I'm just funny on the radio. It's like, oh.
Yeah, he was very funny. He could improvise in the voice of the people he would impersonate, which is always impressive. But there's a whole different thing between doing a show for people that turn up for you.
His right-wing
Mandela.
Where, so funny.
That was great. Yeah, he was so good. Yeah, thanks for bringing us everybody down. Jeez, bringing up Michael. Good Lord.
Oh, sorry.
What do you want to talk?
What do
you want to talk about next? Martin Luther King? Huh? No, I'm joking.
Hey, I mean, rest in peace, MJB. But also, I'm gonna give him all the props that he deserves, man. Like seriously,
true. Yes.
I don't think that when I said I wouldn't be here, I'm dead serious. My this would not exist without Michael J. Brooks just saying, like I like using comedy to defuse people. And when he said that he was only engaging with people because he's genuinely curious, I was like, that's what I do. Like I'm genuinely curious, like about like even if you're MAGA, I want to know how you got there. Like I want to know people's story like that. And when he said, be kind to people and ruthless with systems, I was just like, holy fuck. Like I want to get that in neon right above my TV there. Like
it's an important one. I very much share that. Naturally, I sort of just don't really care that I disagree with somebody because when I hear someone's opinion or what they talk or what they say, how they say it, what they're explaining, what they cite, to me, that's just information about how they get information. It doesn't matter if I agree or disagree. And like one of the things that I sort of try to do with my show or my sort of a way of analyzing these sorts of things is like, we're always trying to call people right or wrong. It's sort of very binary, like, oh, you're wrong, I'm right. We're and those sorts of accusations raise defenses. To me, a better way to think about that is persuasive or not persuasive. You're not, because you can validate somebody who's not persuasive. They might have a reasonable case that they're making, or maybe they're, not reasonable or something. But I feel like that's a better way to, a more nuanced approach than just simply insisting that they're wrong and you're right. You could say, well, I don't agree, but you're not invalid. You're just not reaching my threshold for persuading me to your side. So the persuasive, non-persuasive thing, I feel like, is a much better way to sort of analyze that stuff. Because similar to what you're saying with the systems and what Michael said is like, I don't really, I look at the world through the lens of like influences and conditions and the way that your mind processes details and information, and then the way you relate that stuff.
Well, that's also where I appreciated his explanation of meditation and how you don't necessarily need to be a practicing Buddhist and all that kind of stuff to practice mindfulness. And also how mindfulness really played a part in how he would do what you just said, where he would be able to step back and kind of decode why he's reacting a certain way or why he's angry about a certain thing that somebody said. And he would apply that practically to a discussion that he was having on Majority Report or with anybody. And I think that was like his major gift, was never feeling condescending with his belief structure at all either.
Yeah.
Like if he was talking to a right winger, most of the right wingers that he would talk to would end up they would end up seeing something from his point of view, and just like it wasn't even like a respectful agree to disagree. They would walk out just be like, yeah, you know what, you really made me think about that. Right. I think that was one of like the coolest strengths of him that I wish I had. That like I think that I'm a moron where I'm just like, oh, okay, I play into the stoner bit a little too much because and then I'm just like, I don't know, I'm not confident enough in my knowledge on that to really spout off,
Mm-hmm.
I just know enough about politics. What's up?
Oh, well, go ahead. I interrupted you there. I thought.
Oh, no worries. I actually got, speaking of stoner, I just lost my train of thought. I'm the worst person to ever be like, hey, what was I saying? It's like, I'm going to run it back real quick.
Let me try to pull that one out.
Yep.
No, but like that's, I think, partly where like my thing I was just saying about like persuasive, not persuasive is like you can let someone feel validated without like, and then it's safer to explore their ideas. And it also makes it easier to sort of ingest disagreements. It defangs the cognitive dissonance that comes from having your own opinions challenged.
Yeah.
If you just think of it through the lens of like, is this really persuasive? Where's this coming from? Is this actually sourced from something reasonable or credible or provable? Like I'm a big kind of confidence judger in terms of like, do I feel something is 60% confidence, 90% confidence, something like way low? Like I sort of, I'm always analyzing things both through a very kind of emotional kind of lens, but also applying mechanical graphs and figures and numbers to those emotions. So it's a big mapping thing because so much of what we're sort of navigating with these conversations and the political thing is the intangibles that are going on within this intentionally deranged cognitive psychology that happens on the group levels. Particularly like with the nefariousness of hyper individualism and individualism overall. People don't even they're sort of we've all been kind of conditioned to not even consider that it's actually just a big complex group psychology that's what's actually going on.
No, I mean,
in-group proofing, out-group
I've gone on a right-wing debate show that was very much that way, but I was able to kind of, like you were saying, defang the conversation just by not being their preconceived notion of what they thought I would be. I wasn't condescending. I wasn't smug at all about like what I was saying. I didn't call anybody an idiot. And just in general, when they, it was funny because I wasn't doing that. All of a sudden, when somebody would try to kind of like be rude or even like the chat, they stepped in and were just like, no, you know what? We don't get this a lot. This guy's actually pretty cool. Like, chill out. And that kind of made me feel really good where I was just like, all right, cool. Like,
yeah,
I guess
they've been taught to.
I was about to say,
they've been taught to
disagree. So.
Sorry. Like if I could see you on camera, I'd know that I'd be able to read your body language. So I'm interrupting more than I normally might.
Oh, my bad. Here.
That's okay. No need to fix it. I'm just saying that's why I'm not picking up on the there's no visible cue for me that you've done talking.
Oh, my
Even
bad.
then, it's not your fault. I'm just saying, like, in the future, well, I'm sure we'll talk again and stuff, and we'll have 2 cameras going. But it's okay. I have your stream up too, so I can see you there. But it's all good. No worries at all. I just don't want to be rude. Is my point. I'm not trying to interrupt.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And now I'm just like, okay, I accidentally interrupted. Now it's my bad.
Oh no, it's all right. We're both neurodivergent. We're gonna, sometimes the boats collide in the harbor.
My favorite is when we're just like, I'm sorry, and like you try to move, and it's just like, hey, we tried.
Yeah. Like I actually so as a video editor, I've worked with like clients or just people over the years and stuff, and I hate getting emailing editing notes. There's one thing if it's there's reasons why sometimes it should be emailed, but when people write out emails about videos that they need stuff, it's like this is a 2-minute phone call or a 45-minute email. Like I'm a big phone call kind of guy. Like
same.
I much because I gain a lot from the audio cue, like being able
same.
to hear their voice. Like
Yeah.
that's huge for me, even though people have an aversion to being on the phone or something these days. But like the email cuts that down, and then it's like, because I don't make the same assumptions people make generally. That's sort of part of the alternate way of thinking. And so they might think they've made sense, and maybe they did, but they might not realize that it could be interpreted multiple ways. And so then I have to write an email back, or then I have to spend a bunch of time guessing inside the edit or something. And it just just get on a phone call. 5 minutes on a phone call is worth an hour on an email. So anyway, my point being though, that like, that's where I was thinking, like, if I could see you, I'd know that you're still talking more than, but it's okay. It's not a problem. We're handling it just great.
I mean, honestly, that's why I have Discord. I actually, with my last guest, I was just like, "Hey, man, do you have Discord?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Uh-oh." I was like, "Oh boy." Oh, if
He
this
didn't know what
doesn't work, then
420
we're
was. I thought that
screwed.
was kind of charming.
Yeah.
You go, you do 420? He goes, what's 420?
Oh yeah, that was funny. He's like, I have no idea what it's like. Oh, you know, yeah,
yeah.
No, it was a wild interview. I'll just say that much. It was it was a good interview, and that's why like I'm interested in having him back, because he even said, he's like, I don't want to really discuss my politics here. I want to discuss like the Rashad Ritchie thing. And I was just like, I'm actually more interested in hearing your political side of things, because we don't agree. And honestly, I want to get to the crux of what do you mean, like you're classic conservative in the vein of where you grew up and, you know, not religious. I'm like, that's only leaving a few things that makes me think it might not be great, you know, like race. You know, or
hard to say,
sexual orientation, where it's just like, okay, like, is this where you're going with that? Because I didn't know how to ask that at the moment, because I'm like, I don't want to derail this interview right away. So
one of the most effective tactics that the conservative movement has done in this country is very deeply demonizing the stereotype of what they think the opposition is.
Oh, I get it all the time.
Some people are just conservative because it's just literally impossible that they could consider supporting a Democrat. And I'm not saying this as a person who thinks we should be supporting Democrats just because they're Democrats. I only vote for Democrats because we're voting against fucking Republicans mainly, because we're in a mature Nazi society. We're in a goddamn hellhole of a society here, grounded in the, you know, hierarchy and domination that comes from the type of you know, mental maladies and social maladies that emerge from colonialist and child abuse type of thinking in person. I think, yeah. Anyway, I'm starting to do my own podcast here.
No, don't worry about it. Hey, I mean,
but my point
I'm 5.5 hours into my show, so go ahead.
Oh, dude, give me 12. Yeah, no problem. I'll
actually,
just take
if you
over.
don't mind, I gotta let my dog up real quick. So if you don't mind just reading out a little bit of chat, I'll be right. It'll literally take me like 90
I'll read
seconds.
Some chat. I've never done a chat read before. Well, yeah, go for it. I got this. Oh, Alex is in there. Hey, Devil's Advocate Productions, welcome. Everybody go subscribe to Devil's Advocate Productions. Hilarious, funny, nice, gentle, great soul, wonderful energy. Barely know the guy, but I got this. I know how to read people. Let me scroll up a little bit. God, now I feel terrible. I'm going to leave people out. I can't do this. I can't. I feel like I'm neglecting all of you nice people. So there's mods in there. Let me see. AGBD1 as an experiment finds me don't agree on and discuss and see how it works. That's good. I also like the idea of like taking arguments that are you know, in opposition to what you foundationally believe. I also think there's an idea for a debate show where it's not the point of the debate show is to then emphasize the fact checking stage. So like maybe you get 5 minutes to make a case, they get 5 minutes, and then it's like 20 minutes where we look up information and we learn how to check sources and how to see where things come in terms of whether that's something that should be believed, espoused. Does it support a case? Is it conclusive? Those sorts of nuances aren't usually included in debate shows. Like if they did that at the Anna Kasparian Pearl debate. Oh, Pinkerbell, hey, says, hey, Hank. Natchiket4537. Hi, Hank, loving the interview. Hello, hi. I hate doing this. Okay. Honestly, this makes me feel terrible. I'm leaving people out. Colt Smith, yeah, it was fun, guys. I had a lot of fun. Seriously, good time. Sorry for my disorders, aka whatever. Bye. Me too. Me too. Sorry for my disorders should be like both my like greeting to people and my epitaph on my gravestone someday.
Sorry for my disorder.
Yeah, sorry about that. P right here.
Problem is, I would have 2 middle fingers on mine too, where it's just like, that's what I meant by I'm sorry.
Do you want to be buried, or do you want to be what? What do you want to happen with your disgusting corpse when you finally go? Cremated?
Yeah. My mom did it, and honestly, although we did run into
Worked out
this,
nice?
where because of the way our house is set up, I have my mom in my main living room, and she's on the mantle. And my friends, when they sit down in that seat, they just kind of stare. I'm like, all right, maybe I need to find a new place.
Yeah. You should take the googly eyes off of it, though.
Yeah,
Make it more comfortable.
you laugh, but we have a picture of googly eyes on her urn.
See?
No joke. When we were on our way back from Tennessee, we stopped at the Kentucky border, and my mom loved to travel, and she loved going on trips with me. So my wife thought it'd be funny if we took a picture with the urn at the Kentucky stateside, and I was just like, hey Mom, we got that trip that we didn't take.
Nice.
The thing is,
she finally got to see Kentucky.
Oh, she would have loved it. She would have. That's my favorite part, and rest in peace, Mom, and all the respect in the world. But that was, yeah. I love your description of accepting your diagnosis. Yeah. I wasn't here for that. That sucks.
Oh, yeah. I one of my dreams is I feel like I have an author brain, kind of I feel so poisoned by the internet and by this jank project. Like eventually I'll be on the other side of it and I can move on. I feel very jank poisoned. I need to detox, but I want to put this energy, because my original sort of creative spirit was as a writer.
Mm-hmm.
I was good at art as a kid too, but I just I'd love to be a guy that cranks out books every 4 years. And there's an autism book in me. There's definitely a book about the Young Turks story here that I think is super interesting because it covers so many details of the labor movement. I have some other concepts for books I would like to write, but
hell yeah.
The autism book would be called either Caging Tigers or Ow, My Autism would be the name of it.
Ow, my
Ow, my autism.
I like the second one.
Yeah, I think that's the other front runner. But that story about learning about autism is a really powerful one for me, because a lot of people discover their sometimes it's because their children get screened, and then they are like, oh, all this stuff I'm learning about.
Hank, I want to be respectful but also real. Most people in America right now find out that they're neurodivergent through TikTok.
That's where I got first discovered.
And as much as my biggest gripe with that is the ones that do not seek out any other information. They just take that one TikTok and they're just like, I have bipolar. It's like, no, you do not. It's like,
right. Yeah. Yeah. Well, in my case, I thought I was an INFJ or an HSP. I was seeking something to explain the way I've always been. And I have kind of a powerful emotional reactor in me. And I have a deep, creative inner world that's very complex and sometimes really
describing
creative.
This is actually therapy for me right now, so keep talking.
Good. Oh yeah. And I had I'd be reading and seeing people talking about HSP. The algorithm figured that out. I'm like, yeah, I do relate to highly sensitivity. That makes a lot of sense. I think I'm an HSP, and I was in therapy even at the time too, because had some scary time periods in my life, and I was very lucky to be able to get some therapy with my dad's help. And then the Myers-Briggs personalities, the 16 different categories, and INFJ, and there's two that are a really intuitive, sort of justice driven something, and I actually did know somebody who was really deep into that stuff, and she had a lot of brilliant insights and was a really smart person, and that was always interesting to talk about. But then when I was on TikTok, I finally got on it. People had been encouraging me to try it. They're like, you probably do good on there. You should. And I was resistant. And then within a month, though, the algorithm figured out that the neurodivergent thing. I hadn't really seen much autism stuff. And that's what got me to Google the phrase neurodivergence, because the concept made sense to me. It kind of rang a bell that I liked, which was there's not something wrong with me. There's something different. That's the divergent side of it.
Yeah, the Myers-Briggs thing is actually mostly BS. My therapist has said that too.
Yeah, I sort of fall down on that side too, but I look at all of these things as inquisitive, sort of seeking behaviors, is what I kind of say.
Have you ever taken a DSM test?
For autism?
And just in general.
The RADS, there's a RADS test or something. Not that. I did try to start to take one, but I got pissed off at the phrasing. I found it really unfair.
So you're like me. I mentioned to the therapist that I got my last DSM-5 on. I was just like, this is asking me the same question again. And he was just like, yeah, it's going to be that. It's a random study, so they want to make sure that you're, consistent in your answering, or if it's not consistent. I was just like, I don't like this. I was
like,
I got fucking mad at it.
I was like, I could answer yes to every single one of these. If it's like, what is this? What do they specifically mean by rarely or sometimes or often? Like, these words aren't clear enough. I was just basically I out autismed it, and from what I understand, though, those tests that are designed like that are supposed to be taken like under observation or something, like it's part of an evaluation. But you probably know more than I do.
I broke this autism quiz with mortism. What you gonna do about that?
Yeah, right. Like, I remember once at the DMV, I had to take a test to get my license again. It was like, for some reason, they don't do that every time, but they were like, you got to take the test over. And I got everything right except one of them. And I remember there was one question that had two possible answers depending on interpreting the words. And I was annoyed that I got all the answers, that I missed that one. And so I went up and I argued with them about the logic of the question.
Did it work?
Like, that's a pretty... No, I wasn't trying to even change it. I was just like, you guys need to know that there's two of these answers make sense for the way this question's written. And they're like, what do you do? Dude, just go. You got everything right. What are you doing? And I was like, yeah, I know.
They're like, you passed. I'm like, no, technically.
Yeah.
I
wanted 100, not
here.
99. Yeah. They stamped me in the forehead with autism. They just went, yep, you're one of them. Yeah. Get out of here.
Like, all right. Welcome to Donald Trump's America. You made the list. What list? Just don't worry about it. It's coming.
Right. I wish we could build a world where autism people, where the whole purpose of the society was to make neurodivergent people comfortable. If we had a society where people could thrive, who don't have to battle the indignities and the deprivations of capitalism, and the scarcities that are imposed on us by our vampire overlords. All the wonderful things people would produce, and not just about people who make brilliant or interesting or creative or whatever. Even the people that don't do shit deserve to be relaxed too, right? Like, what are we doing stressing everybody out? And we're missing out on so much beautiful humanity trying to be conformists to this evil system. Anyway, I could rant about that.
I'm just sitting here nodding, just like, yes.
This is basically what my show is like, more or less. So people know.
So I'm just gonna end the show just like, yes, okay, I have now been convinced we need to give all of the land back.
Or just at least interrogate the concept of ownership. There's so much stuff we take for granted that it's like, wait, what? We don't really need to. Anyway, but so a month on TikTok, and then I looked up neurodivergent. That's when I saw autism, and I was like, I don't know what that is. I literally never learned. I mean, meaning like I have a tiny little inkling, but I'm confident enough to know that that's not accurate because
growing up in the 90s, it was becoming a thing, and
right,
like this is why I never would have thought that I even was on the spectrum at all, because most of the autistic kids that I knew growing up, they were like severely, mentally, like they had a severe mental disorder where they couldn't function on their own. And they also had rage outs, that kind of stuff. And one of my best friends, he was like one of the Ritalin kids, you know what I mean? And that's why it was so jarring to me when I did start getting like, not lumped in, that's a bad phrase, but you know what I mean? Where it's like they started saying like, okay, well, you're starting to show signs of this. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? I didn't have any of that kind of stuff. I mean, I went to school with some kids.
What age were you at when you started to get people pointing at, or
at like, you mean young, like when they started
the
noticing
signs that you're saying people were observing, and where it's when your awareness clicked into suspicion?
I was like in second grade when they started like being like, oh, he's definitely not normal. Like,
man, I wish I had figured it out so much earlier.
But like, again, I didn't get, there was no diagnosis with that, because what ended up happening is they put me in a class with the kids that had severe, mental stuff. And I was just like, I don't know why I'm here. Like, this is weird.
Right.
And then the teacher was like, I don't know why you're here. So they just did away with that and put me back in, normal classes. And I was just like, okay, what was that about? Like, I never got over that, where I was just like, what the hell? I mean, I talked to this with one of my friends that went to public school. I went to a private school my whole life, or a private Christian school, mind you.
Nice.
Hardcore. And he was just like, "Oh yeah, man, that's that." We used to like call them the short bus kids. I was like, "Oh no," like, "Oh no." And he's just like, "So you seriously were in those classes?" I was like, "Yeah." He's just like, "Okay." And like when I saw one of my friends kind of look at me differently, I was just like, "Oh boy, I should probably, I don't know, keep that under wraps." I learned how to own it. Where I was like, "Nah, you know what? Screw it. It's part of my life. Life's too short to not be honest about what I went through."
Absolutely. I think hopefully the stigma that you were facing, or if that's even the right way to describe it, but like partly what's going on with a kid in second grade or anybody young, you think the adults have their world figured out. They really don't. That's something you learn. At least I figured it out at a pretty young age, but like the adults are BS, or, just grown up children. But like that sort of assumption that the world is the contours of the society are mapped accurately is partly something that I think breaks up for all of us, but especially with psychology and with mental stuff and with the behavioral systems. And it is incredibly difficult to study. It's kind of like studying black holes. We can only really study the behavior of things around it. There's no actually seeing the black hole. It's literally impossible. And
You're
with
literally
psychology,
talking to somebody that had to
works.
believe in God and study God his entire life and just be like, "Oh, I guess he's there. We'll see."
Yeah, that. Yeah. Oh man, God. I have a God.
I mean, I was into it too. I wasn't one of those, like, even with my ODD, like, I was just like, man.
Right. Oh, into religion?
Yeah,
Are you an
atheist? I was really
into
into my religion. I'm not anymore, but yeah, I walked away from my religion when I was about 18, 19. Formally 19. I actually like went to my elders of my church and told them. I was just like, "No, I don't believe in any of this. I'm one of the only people that's ever been excommunicated from my church."
Congratulations.
Because I formally said, "Fuck you, y'all lying." And they're like, "How do you
and
prove
you didn't
this?"
want to
I was
mask
like,
it.
"I read the Bible."
You didn't want to yeah. So you probably went through a period where you're pretending to fit in because that you were in that doubting phase that leads towards more confidence. And then, like,
actually, it was.
You kind of have
I had a doctrine teacher fucking give me a failing grade on something I knew I was right about, because it was an interpretation of Jesus's love, and I was just like, "Oh, fuck you." And I took that as a challenge, where he was just like, "Well, you got to read the Bible to understand it." I'm like, "Fine." I got James Earl Jones on audio tape, and I listened to the entire thing. And when I started like going into my doctrine class every day, he was just like, "Oh, it comes down to faith." It's like,
yeah,
I guess I'm out of this. I was like, I could feel myself. I didn't even get to the like New Testament. I was just like, like as far as like getting to the study part with him, where I was just like, I'm not even bringing this up anymore. I feel like I'm losing my faith. And once I went through Revelation, really sat down with that, talked to one of my other doctrine teachers who I knew was like one of these like Christians that they don't necessarily believe in Revelation as being literal. There's a whole contingent of popularist Christians, or populist Christians, where they're just like, "Yeah, you know what, Bible literal," except for that Revelation part where it's like, he might have been on some drugs or something. Who knows? It was just like, what? They're like, "Well, they excommunicated him to this island that had some magic mushrooms." And I learned this from a youth pastor, by the way, that was not into that stuff, where he was just like, yeah, this is actually a pretty popular theory. I was just like, huh.
That Jesus did mushrooms on an island?
No, that John, the guy who wrote the book of Revelation, that he was excommunicated or exiled. Caught up there. But he was exiled to an island that had peyote right off the coast of Italy there, or not peyote, psilocybin. And they're kind of like, there's reasons that he was seeing some fucking wackadoo shit. It's like, oh, okay. But then because it was separate from my school and my church and my I'll tell you what, man. My fucking church was all about that, where they were just like, nope. We're at war with the Palestinians right now. This is in 03. They're like, nope,
wow,
it's coming. We have to start preparing our flights to the field of Armageddon. So it's like, if you could get to Israel, you want to get to Israel. And just get a bunch of lawn chairs and just sit there, I guess.
Yeah.
It was so
for a
weird.
religion built around a Palestinian guy. That's pretty wacky.
Yeah, I know. I learned that much later. I mean, I didn't even learn the proper like crusade story until well after I was out of high school, because I thought we were just liberating the world 13 times.
Hey, it needed liberating. If it wasn't for those big, strong white men, where would we be now?
I swear to God.
Honestly, I think we could make a case for excluding white people from power, considering the state of the fucking planet, especially this stupid society.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna make that argument per se, but we've tested it at least. We have data.
I can picture Johnny Walker Dredd having a heart attack in his studio right now.
I'm just saying, if the world was like a really great place, then you'd also be able to make the argument in the other direction. If we weren't all stressed out of our minds, on the verge of suicide, diseases of despair going through the roof, addiction and loneliness all spiraling out of control, if the opposite of that was true, then you could be like, well, the white people are doing a pretty good job here. That would still be a bad case. I don't want to use race or the signifiers of skin tone to, demarcate anything like that. I'm not actually making this case. I'm just saying that we've tested this one. Like, I'm so lefty. I want the bonobos to be in charge. I want a matriarchy, but I don't want humans. I want those fucking horny chimps. Calling the shots. They have figured out how to run a society. You have sex with everybody, and then you don't let the men run things. That's basically that's not what matriarchy is, by the way. There's a lot of discussion.
I was about to say like bonobos, huh?
Yeah. No, they're the peace orgy having chimpanzees. They're awesome.
Oh.
The only time I've heard that they've killed anybody was when some male in their group hurt some kid or some baby. Then the women went and fucking killed them.
What?
But they're not violent. They're nowhere near as violent at all as the chimpanzees.
Now I'm convinced that I need to watch a nature documentary on bonobos.
Oh, if you're not familiar with the bonobos, that's a great rabbit hole, especially for a former religious dude. Yeah, sorry. I guess I assumed a little more about your. But anyway, it sounds like you have a deep childhood foundation of intense religious study.
I do.
Study might be over-putting it, but
no, I studied. No, I was forced to. No, I was forced to, because like we went.
That's what I mean. It's like
I had church 3 times a week, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays.
Were you seven? What was the specific? Or you don't have to
we
say
were technically evangelical free, but we were like Protestant reformists.
Okay.
Like the new Protestant Reformation, where essentially they just wanted to take the NIV Bible, say that's ours, and now we're going to take that literally, even though the King James Bible was.
Yeah.
When you learn about all the editing, and then you learn about the Latin Bible, and you're just like, oh, you just got mad because you couldn't read this. And then you just kind of made it up as you went.
Yeah,
cool.
I find it all kind of incomprehensible personally. Like I do love the idea of James Earl Jones reading it though. Just in the beginning,
one of the main jokes. It was awesome, by the way, because he read it in the voice that he did from The Sandlot. So it was like it was It was so perfect. I highly recommend it, actually, just for entertainment purposes. It is actually good. And then it makes you go like. I got to the Book of Ruth, and I'll never forget that. I went to my doctor teacher. I was just like, so I'm on the Book of Ruth. And I was just like, and I made the joke, and he did not like this, where I was like, for God being so divine, he did not have a divine editor. And he was just like, that's not very funny. I was like, I thought it was funny.
Editing's expensive. He didn't have an AI assistant at the time.
Exactly.
He could have done so much easier.
God, could you imagine AI breaking down? Oh, that's my next thing. I'm gonna run the Bible through Grok. Oh
God, no.
Oh,
I mean, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. It's. I mean, they did AI Charlie Kirk at some memorial thing, but they're gonna do AI Jesuses. They're gonna do all sorts of weird AI figures and like bring. It's gonna be real weird, especially the more and more we kind of.
That George Washington thing on Glenn Beck was
to us
wild.
Through our screens.
Yeah. Did you see that?
Yeah. The Charlie Kirk AI.
No, the George Washington AI on Glenn Beck. That was fucking weird, man.
Super
Pastor
strange.
Ben is somewhere having a stroke right now. Dude.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if he watched my first interview and then this, apologies, Pastor Ben. I do love your content. And,
I've never spoken with him directly, but I have appreciated his contributions over the years, and he had a debate with Andrea Rovinsky about religion on this space. So
see, yeah, I
he
was
might
thinking
be
about
open.
doing that.
I mean, maybe there's
he'll
room
get
for
me
it.
back.
Somewhere in the space future, some sort of format with mediated debates, and you have a very deep foundation in religious study, and he does too, and it'd be a fascinating discussion. I think it's one of those topics that could be divvied up. In fact, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was actually, yeah, no, I appreciate you saying that because I had that thought, and I was like, that's all, like, yeah, no, that would be awesome because, like, I respect Pastor Ben immensely. He's one of the few guys that, like, I've said this on my show, that I'm actually genuinely worried because of the way that he approaches Christianity. That's like, yeah, you might convince me to go back. I don't want to.
I mean, it happens, right? Some people probably go back.
Okay, well, the thing
I think it's
is,
pretty hard to get a.
Well, you have to have like a foundation of like, I don't know. How do I say this without being disrespectful? Like you just want to give it up to a higher power. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
My dad.
I can get behind that more than the special boy religions. That's my problem with Christianity and Islam and all these other fucking religions. The special boy religions are just clearly patriarchy stand-ins for making us worship an angry daddy in the sky who we can never please and also needs our money. You know, fuck off with that shit. Like, give me something about trees and the sun and and each other and love and sex and orgasm. You know, like give me something about women and the beauty of art. Give me something like that, and you could talk me into it. I think there's something much more beautiful than religion happening anyway. I think consciousness and life and we are entropy flowers. We are tiny little sparks of entropy that have coalesced through the magic's not the right word, but through the temporary suspension within the medium of biology, which is the conditions in which consciousness can reach the level, or entropy can reach the level of the threshold into becoming consciousness. And that doesn't just apply to humans. That is so much more interesting to me than any of these dumb books and these special boy religions, especially.
I'm using that special boy religions. I mean,
yeah,
Etch just said it. That is the best explanation I think I've ever heard. I mean,
right.
I wish I could be joking about that, but for real, you nailed that. And as somebody from like that was in it, you nailed that.
Well, I was in it a little bit. Like my religious upbringing is we weren't like I guess you'd say creaster Christians. Is that a thing you've heard? Like like maybe, but we didn't go to even church on Christmas or Easter. Like
we used to call you Christians of convenience.
Yeah, I wasn't even that far down, but we were still like we were just sort of default Midwestern white people. Therefore, we just were like, yeah, we're Christian. Like,
was Willow Creek a thing when you were growing up?
Was what?
Willow Creek in Barrington? Was that a thing when you were growing up?
Yeah. I went to that. I mean, when I say that, I mean
that was my church.
One of my like, yeah, it was a huge church. It was a big like. It probably is. It's probably
no. It's supersized now.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. Like cruise ships.
I remember like some nerd must have been going to the church because they did a comparative that the church now would be the size of the Starship Enterprise. I was like,
I like those kind of scale comparisons.
I kind of, I appreciate it because I understand it.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, that's a big church.
Family member was going there, and so I remember going there once with my mom or something. But yeah, I've been to Willow Creek. But like, my mother was raised Christian Science, which is another one of these outgrowths of Americans, the nutrient-rich soil of American grifterism. Developed in the 80s, kind of a less popular cousin of Mormonism in a sense. Not that it's directly related. I just mean in the sense that people who could invent religions, this is very fertile ground for people to innovate in the industry of the supernatural.
Right.
So it was started by a lady named Mary Baker Eddy, who was like a nurse something, and she kind of popularized the concept of science when it was more or less a marketing ploy as more than anything. In like the mid 1800s, late 1800s. I confess I'm not super up to speed on precisely where it came from, but it took root. You've seen, you might see Christian Science reading rooms around the various cities and towns and stuff where they have like kind of like little Scientology.
Yeah, we were told not to fuck with them. Yeah, they said them and Lutherans were off limits, which I always argued it's because it would show how absurd we are.
Probably, yeah. I I don't have all the different denominations mapped, but yeah, I couldn't tell you much. But Lutherans doesn't sound super threatening, I guess, unless it is funny
It
to be
was
threatened by,
essentially, it was what we practiced.
don't go near any Lutherans, boy.
No, they kept priests and altar boys as far as like the the pomp and circumstance of all of it. But for real, it was about keeping confession in the Christian church, where I was like, huh.
Which was Lutherans?
Lutheran. And I thought that was cool because like I was mixed like religion. My mom, she grew up in the Anglo-Catholic Church, left it for a long time, found it when I was, just in elementary I was in middle school. And then, yeah, I started going to 2 churches at that point because I was still very much in my, religious doctrine brain from my school. So I was like, I got to continue going to, fucking Willow. And then I had to go to Catholic Mass on fucking Sunday, which sucked. But it was weird because like I would always run into these problems where they would start shit talking each other, and I'm just like, this is okay. I grew up in a divorced family, so like it was the same feeling that I would get when my mom would start talking shit about my dad, where I'm just like, all right.
Yeah. Activate survival mode. Thanks.
Thank you. Exactly.
The people that claim to have the ethereal code completely figured out are actually just a bunch of petty bitches to each other all the time.
Yep.
Yeah, that's funny. And so, Catholic's not the only one that does confessions. Or is there breed of it a bit different?
Yeah. So like the way that they kind of break it down. Yeah. Like so. You have different sects where you got Baptists where they kind of believe like it's all very small shit too, where it's like you'll have a misinterpretation of like Deuteronomy or whatever, and then based on that they create their own fucking sect. But because of like all that angst from so many years ago, like you just kind of said, it's like, yeah, we're kind of practicing like gossip kind of bullshit on a grand scale, where you're just like, did you hear about these Lutherans? Yeah, they had to separate because they were weird, too weird for us.
Yeah.
Same with Baptists, it's all about I'll just say this. It's about superiority, and like religious superiority plays into the white superiority thing. And like, that's why I recognize it. And like, I can bring it to my politics where I'm like, no, you guys, like you took the wrong lessons from Christianity. Like you guys legitimately think Jesus was white. My school was so fucked up that they thought that, there was an interpretation of the Bible that said that because we were evangelicals, technically we were the true chosen of Christ. Therefore, the Jews were considered placeholders. And I was like, okay.
So they were chosen, but then you guys were like, we're more chosen.
Yeah.
You don't get.
Well, no, we're
coming for that spot.
We were the children of Christ, and they would do this like weird genealogy thing to try and fucking prove it. Where I'm like, okay. And this was like literally post 9/11. So I'm sitting there just like, this seems like a lot of mincing words to try and get them brown people out of the Bible. Because like I grew up also knowing that his name was not Jesus. Like I had a pretty literal interpretation of the Bible, as far as like breaking it down, like the culture aspects of it. And they I went to a retreat once where they were just like, yeah, Jesus wasn't white. Yeah, this idea of Obi-Wan Kenobi Jesus is fake. His name was Yahshua Bar Yusef. He, like anybody that would, use these interpretations of Christ, like the actual interpretations, like the first ones, would just denounce him outright because he's not white and because his name's not Jesus. Which that kind of like stuck with me for a long time, where I was just like, fuck, man. It really does come down to racism. And a bunch of whiteys feeling like they're, I got my place. And that's also like white suburban Christian women. God damn. They love feeling that I got my special place with Jesus. Are you saved? It's I shouldn't do that. I mean, shouldn't bastardize the
not
Southern
going to offend me.
accent.
Yeah,
I know, but I got people in chat that might.
Yeah. I know. It's okay to be like, I respect that people come from different backgrounds and different levels of indoctrination within this sort of thing, and to some, like, I wish people lived more according to what I understand is the good sides of the Jesus's teachings, like the progressive sort of shit, like love thy neighbor and rich people don't go to heaven.
I literally say
it's like
the Sermon on the
let's
Mount.
try to go ahead.
Oh, it was literally the Sermon on the Mount. That's all. That's like that's it. Like, it's what Jesus was, and like he kind of laid it out there in a very palatable way, but. You know what? Enough people, they said, well, there's more than one gospel, so we need to interpret all of these because we don't like a few of the things in the book of Matthew, so we don't want to give it credence, so we can just be like, well, in the book of Mark, he technically said this, so he doesn't really need, you know, he didn't mean love thy neighbor. He meant like your neighbor. Not like everybody.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, I met your sibling in the other room. That's your neighbor, not that
Exactly.
person down the street. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have an idea to do a show called Socialism for Selfish Pricks Like You and Me.
I like it.
And the idea is basically we talk about socialist principles per se, but it's actually to start every conversation would start with discussing selfishness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need to be socialist because you care about people. I think being selfish is a great reason to be to care about other people. In other words, I think saying that like someone else's safety is what makes me safe. My community being healthy keeps me healthy. My neighbors having all they need, all the goods that they need, so they can live healthy, safe lives, no matter who they are, what fucking.
It's literally rising tides. Rising tides raises all ships. You know?
Essentially, but it's also just like the thing we're doing about with we're driven by selfishness largely, I think, coming from individualism and consumerism as operant conditioning for the society. But the idea is that like we sort of I think it's an angle of approach to unwind some of that knots people have, so like untie that knot people have about the resistance to ideas where a world and an economy built around universal human dignity and liberation from the struggles of labor and toil, which we could easily shift to the concept of instead of working, we're actually just contributing to the safety and health of everybody else, because that's where the richness of the earth can then be enjoyed by everybody. But like selfishness is a perfectly good reason to want a better world. Instead, somehow the selfish people are like little cloistered isolationists and sort of little tiny walled off fortress brain bubbles.
Selfishness,
and therefore
also,
we have this mess that we have now.
But that's actually the problem, is because the selfish nature leads to number go up. You know what I mean? And a lot of these people, they don't have a concept. They don't have a concept of when they can just be happy. Which I've said this so many times that my chat's probably sick of it. But I can't talk about like the previous industry I used to be in. Signed tons of NDAs. But I can just say that I was in an industry that worked closely with, you know, billionaires and like the other side of things. And I keep trying to tell people, I'm like, if you saw just for even 10 minutes how these people live, you would be radicalized even more. Hell, it would radicalize any Trumper, because then they would have a tangible idea of how much ridiculous money these motherfuckers make, to the point where you're just like, and I'm sitting here suffering for what? Like, the fact that half these people could just buy your entire life out and not even feel it really should get to you. Just
I agree.
Aside from like the religious stuff, I'm just saying, like, and the selfishness. What? Hello. Sorry. Oh, you got something to say about this? You're very selfish yourself. Here, let me give him a treat here. This is Stan.
Yeah.
You haven't met him.
Well, that's the thing, is like the concept of selfishness, it's partly that idea I have isn't so that we can remain selfish. The idea is that it's a starting point for deconstructing selfishness and then ending towards the idea that I'm actually not that interested in like everybody being safe because of my bleeding heart. I'm interested in everybody being safe because I also want to be safe. Like that. I mean, I have the bleeding heart and the other version of it. I'm saying that I think it's a missed opportunity for us on the side that are trying to persuade people into a world where people have dignity as a default, That's the part that's the goal. That's the direction we need to head. Like when I think about socialism,
where
and
you're
I think
going
about
with
this
it,
sort
yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, obviously, the idea is not that at the end where it's like, and that's why you should be a billionaire. Like, no. The idea is that we've all been conditioned into understanding hoarding behavior, or even on micro scales, as a source of safety, when in fact the greater source of safety is is other people being safe. That's actually the alternative. That's why Democrats aren't any purchase for anybody, in terms of them. Like the Republicans have such an easy way to. The way they grab onto people's psyches and developing ideas, developing political ideologies, like young men and younger people that are pulled into these rabbit holes and these alt-right pipelines, or these pipelines. There needs to be an alternative. And so, like, for instance, like violence is a source of safety in America. The way we keep ourselves safe is by either committing violence or preparing for violence. We don't understand that there's actually collective safety in the form of everybody having decent lives. And if we don't, until we all offer an alternative to
having people have decent lives, though, means that the elite don't have control, because having a happy, healthy populace doesn't lead to control. Like, that doesn't lead to any system that you can constantly fucking shift on a dime with, outrage culture, which is, dude, it's almost, I wouldn't say uniquely American, but god damn, did we perfect that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And, it's a grifter's paradise is how I describe this country. But like that actually connects to the Young Turks project that I'm working on, right? Like the kind of core thesis of the film, when I finally am able to fully edit this, what's available currently is almost 90 minutes of the movie is up online, but it's going to be about a 2-hour total runtime. And the kind of core landing point is that solidarity is what the bosses fear most, because it's stronger than they are. And it's all about leverage. And the way that they control our ability to negotiate is by preventing us from having unions, preventing us from realizing we could start unions, preventing us from caring enough about another person that we would fight for their right to assert more control over their own lives. And that the whole project of the society is actually solidarity busting. For instance, like one of the lines, I'm being a little jumbled here with where my thoughts are going, but
don't worry about
it. The point of it, though, is that it hinges on the concept of leverage, right? Like, this is the mechanics of a union, is that I wanted health insurance at the Young Turks. I was working full-time as a video editor for no benefits, under multiple classifications that excluded me from health insurance, paid family leave.
How many
all
hours,
the stuff
if you
Jank
don't
will
mind
tell
me
the
asking?
camera is... Say what?
How many hours, if you don't mind me asking?
Full-time, 40...
It was
30,
40 hours.
TYT.
Fucking A.
Oh, it's worse than you think. Yeah.
Okay, that is worse.
No, go ahead
than
and
I
interrupt.
thought.
But like, it gets worse than that. It gets worse. Like, it's not
how.
Like,
You're already working
go
full
ahead.
time with no
Interrupt.
benefits. How is that?
Meaning, like,
how does it get worse from that? And especially if you're looking for health care of all the things.
So I wrote this story out on tellthetruthjank.com. So scroll down. And for some reason, I titled it "The Good Coffee Cake." So if you want to read that, just to let the audience know that I kind of get into all this stuff I'm about to tell you about. And I've written out on Substack a bunch too. So yeah, when I went back to work, I was like desperately looking for any kind of income. I was been doing deliveries, but I was having like mental breakdowns. Again, this is like deep in autism. Like, I was still 4 years away from learning what it was, and I was just like lost in this. And I was so happy to finally, they called me up and said, "Hey, there's a job, want to start on Monday?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'll be there Monday. See you Monday." It was like no interview. They knew what I was capable of. I had let the editing department manager know. Thrilled for an opportunity. But the first thing they make me do, now that I'm back in, this is late 2018, a union drive had started like 6 months earlier and then went dormant. But so now I come back into the scene, and they make me sign an independent contractor agreement stating that I will receive zero benefits, no benefits whatsoever, no health insurance, nothing. In fact, I have posted snippets of that on Substack. I've been putting out all kinds of receipts online. And so I knew that was shady, and I was like, but you know what? This is video, it's better than deliveries, and I'm having a horrible time, and I need some stable income. But I put up with it for like, maybe they'll let me get benefits in a month or two. That would be nice. Just a little bit of horrible, abusive, exploitative practice. That's fine. Because I knew kind of going in that they weren't real. I mean, I'd worked there before, right? I was familiar with the sort of underlying disrespect, but that was over the line.
Did you call it disrespect
month after
before?
Month,
like, did you see it as disrespect before? Or did you just kind of
write
it off as like, they were just joshing me?
I mean, No, I didn't interpret it that way, but I just meant that like I knew going back to work there, it wasn't like I was going to experience a lot of respect.
Okay.
But I knew I was going to deliver good work, and I was glad that it was only going to be as a video editor solely, because before I did video editing and a whole bunch of other shit, and like just let me do what I'm good at. Let this autistic brain do video editing. Like it's easier for me, and I'm good at that. Again, I didn't know what autism was at that time, but so my point being though that I wasn't surprised, but I was also like, this is over the line, man. Like what? I'm not an independent contractor here. Like you can't. I'm like that's not. I'm doing video editing, and I knew that the person who held the role before me was an employee. So on Friday it was an employee. On Monday the job classification was now an independent contractor. That's me, and that was me. And you can go to the sources section of tellthetruthjank.com. Scroll down to the Substack links to see the paperwork. So then, as we keep going, I'm like getting frustrated, and month after month, and I'm like, this is bullshit. I had a whole bunch of days off that I didn't get any pay for. I'm working 40-hour weeks. Some weeks were less, but like TYT's threshold for part-time or full-time is 30 hours. I also have posted proof of that. And like out of all this time, I think I did the math, and it was like 1 or 2 weeks I was under 30 hours. Because like there was like sudden cancellation of the show, or like I edited breakdown videos, Francis Maxwell and HASAN Piker stuff, and like mostly Francis's videos if you're familiar with him or not. But I also did a whole bunch of other things too, special projects and regular show and main show editing.
It was like Rebel HQ before Rebel HQ, right?
I think Rebel HQ was functioning at the time though. No,
was it?
during this period. Yeah, they started at least 2015 or earlier. I think Emma Vigland's stuff was going up on
was
Rebel
about to
HQ.
say,
She was doing
man.
Trump coverage in 2016. Yeah, we're all old, dude. It's crazy how much time has gone by.
Oh my god, we really are.
It is weird. Yeah, it's like I've been in LA longer than Chicago. It's like terrible. That's why I started with like my dreams to get out of this hell. I'm not meant for LA. I really don't belong here.
That's why I never
future's
left,
not
man.
Here. It's too expensive.
Love this damn city.
I could have been featuring at Zany's for 7 years in a row. if I had
did they
stayed.
open the Rosemont Club, man?
Yeah, Rosemont on Wednesday nights.
Yeah,
man.
Actually,
but,
you're not even joking. They're looking for Wednesdays.
I'm telling you, man, I never miss. But so anyway, as we keep going, we're gonna get to the part where I told you it gets worse. So I'm starting to think about this union drive I'd heard about, because I knew people. They told me the story. They're like, yeah, this other, and it's a whole different set of employment conditions. That's not really my story to tell. I do hope eventually a journalist gets a hold of this whole thing and digs into that, because I can put them in touch with people if anybody is a labor journalist looking to.
I'm surprised Taylor Lorenz hasn't caught on to your stuff.
I met her. I mean, she follows me, and I met her in person at a film premiere that I went to this past year, because I worked on Abby Martin's documentary. And so Taylor was there. Yeah, we talked about it a little bit, but I don't expect her to just hop. I think it's not really her beat, kind of like it could be, because it's media stuff, but it's
bullshit. After what she did with Chorus, come on, how is that not?
Well, she focuses on tech stuff. Yeah, you're right. Maybe because of that, but she could have. I wasn't even trying to. I mean, obviously, if she wanted to do it, I would of course be grateful for that. But
sorry,
no, she's been following me on Twitter since things. I had some stuff go viral related to Anna and Emma fighting, and then I piped up, because I take a lot of swings on Twitter. But, so anyway, let me get to this point though here. So now I'm like, I think I deserve benefits. And also, when you tell the camera that it's barbaric that people don't have health insurance, and I have a piece of paper in my desk that says I don't get health insurance working here, there's something deeply ethically and morally rotten about that. And it feels like the money I'm earning is not being given to me. Not that they're cutting costs, that I'm making money that they're keeping. That's how it was feeling to me this whole time. And they're classifying me in a way so that they don't have to pay me benefits. On top of that, and this is not the point of the documentary, but it's a relevant detail, is that my hourly rate was less than everybody else, all the other editors. So not only was I independent contractor, I had to send in invoices, and I was a 1099 employee, and I had to pay the full burden of the payroll tax. And so, like, if you're normally an independent contractor, you get a higher hourly rate, like $30 or $40 an hour. Yeah. At TYT, my hourly was $21.63. Which is very cheap for professional video editing that goes on television and all sorts of other places, right? In LA. And so that also wasn't very far away from the other editor pay scales, too. Like, people were not being paid well in terms of that, which was one of the details we wanted to address with the union. But I was like really annoyed, and I'm a loud idiot with horrible boundaries. You know what I mean? Like, I'm the worst guy you could have fucked with.
I get it.
right?
Yep.
You know, like I'm not a pushover. I'm not a wilting flower. I'm kind of a maniac. I believe in this shit. I moved across the country to fight for the principles that TYT was espousing, although there's plenty of stuff about TYT's past that I find embarrassing, Jenk's sexism being the main thing, you know.
Well, he's trying to be Howard Stern. Like, yeah, I remember when they were trying that.
That's setting him off easy, in my opinion. Yeah. I've got some stuff on that one. But yeah, that's a fair point. He actually says that in the documentary that I have him and Jimmy Dore talking about it during the controversies around the campaign in the first part of the second big chunk that I have on the playlist. But so months are going by and I'm not getting day off money and I'm not getting any benefits at all. And it's just like driving me nuts. So I start to think about, I'm going to wake up this union. I'm not putting up with this. You know, I keep asking the managers if I can get can I get more money? Can I do something? But you can only be so annoying, right? I do actually have some self-control, believe it or not. But I'm also not going to put up with this crap. And so I finally get a meeting with HR and I express my grievances. And, you know, the two main buckets were like, it's stressful as hell. Like, I feel like I need to have health insurance for full-time video editing. This is unfair. I'm not paid much anyway, but like, can I at least get paid days off? Like, I just took a week off to go fishing with my dad, and every single day I was thinking about how I wasn't getting paid, right? That's bullshit. People doing the same job are getting paid for days off, and I'm not. What's going on here? This is wrong. So that was like one of the buckets was my personal issue. The other bucket was, why are you doing this for your own sake? Like, as a company, isn't this stupid? Like, isn't this risky? Isn't this risky? Hint, hint. That word might someday get out about how you treat people. Like, as an employee, part of my job here is to protect the company. I'm giving you a chance here to fix this. Can you please pay me the money you owe me, or the money I've earned? That we could call this a mistake. Oh, geez, Hank, so sorry. Here's all the days off you deserved. Now you're an employee. That was stressful. So sorry. We'll move on. Bury the skeleton. Fine, right? That didn't happen. Instead, what they did is they hired me, let's put that in air quotes, hired me to do the same job I'd been doing for 7 months. But so now I no longer was an independent contractor. Now I'm an employee, but they called me a part-time temporary employee. Zero benefits, same pay rate. Just I didn't have to send invoices. Now I got different pay schedule on the company payroll thing.
I feel you're paying on this one.
I wasn't working part-time. I was working 40-hour weeks.
Yep.
While they called me part-time so that they could keep my money. That's who Cenk Uygur really is. Like, he's the kind of guy who does that on purpose.
Every other
and
fucking shady businessman with under 30 employees. Sorry.
It's 70-something around this time. But
really? Jesus.
Fact check you, but yeah, that's where we were. Yeah.
Well,
so, like,
I mean, no, fact
they
check.
had the money.
Fact check away. I'm talking about my own experience where we had under 30 employees and it was the same bullshit. And then they're fucking essentially pitting us against each other. And then it was something very similar where, on a conference, you're just like, oh, you're making how much? And that's, again, playing into the whole, like, oh, work culture. We don't talk about our salary. It's like, yeah, that's the reason we don't talk about our salaries, because you tricked us into not. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's a big one. That whole don't talk. Like, it's illegal for them to tell you that kind of thing, except that that's also sort of the unspoken rules. And sometimes they will just tell you that straight out.
Oh, yeah. It's outside of good decorum. Well, fuck yourself.
Yeah. That's part of this whole project I'm doing is like the bit of it's really much just a battle in the class war, honestly. Like Cenk is an upper class son of a rich New Jersey landlord, aspiring president. About the only redeeming quality about him is that he's an immigrant, that he actually didn't originate inside the United States. Not that that's a weird way to describe that, but like I respect that.
Okay.
I respect that gives him sort of a outsider's perspective that he, someone from Turkey who doesn't speak English fluently moving here at 8 years old. That's definitely an intriguing detail. I think that's important. And I'm saying that as a positive. Like, I have so much respect for that for the immigrant experience. And, the demonizing immigrants has been one of the things that just totally fucking enrages me. We should be demonizing the citizens.
I agree.
Just that's one of those lines that could be misinterpreted. I'm just saying, like, the homegrowns. That's another one.
Well, I mean, I was about to say, hold on, because he even said, Trump did say, "I'm coming for the homegrowns next." Don't get too upset because the whites are coming next.
Yeah, I mean, we're an asshole factory. The amount of, it's like if you said, "Hey, design a society that dysregulates people and turns them into unruly weirdos who can't be reasoned with, and who are prone to violence and prone to misunderstanding." And yes, not everybody, not even the majority, but a substantial percentage, and the rest of them have to deal with those.
The problem is like the rest of the world sees us as that. Like this is where like I was talking to one of my friends about this shit, where I was just like, you know how you have this common conception of what like Mexico or any of these other countries is. They have that of us, but it ain't good. Like,
yeah, and probably more accurate.
I have to essentially explain my position where I'm like, I did not vote for Trump. I do not support any of this. So if you're going to treat me like shit because of my governance, put that shit away right now. Plain and simple.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair.
Yeah, and I personally, I take that approach with everybody else. Where I'm like, listen, I had this problem during the early days of the Ukraine thing because I have a Russian friend that he was going through that where he's like, yo, dude, I'm pro Ukraine, but I'm taking a lot of shit just because I'm Russian. It's like, yep, ain't that a bitch? Like, isn't that a fucking bitch? And like, I kind of started changing my mind on that because I contributed to that because I was just like, oh yeah, well, what do you think about this? He's like, I'm pro-Ukrainian, dude. Like, what the fuck? I got family in Ukraine. You know, he's like, and I haven't lived in Russia in almost fucking 20 something years. So why would you just assume? I was like, oh, because the news told me that, you know, the Russians kind of feel this way, and I figured since you're Russian, and like I had to kind of check myself on that where I'm like, oh, I'm an idiot, and I was just doing the thing that we constantly tell ourselves that we're better than.
But you weren't doing it. Your culture indoctrinated and conditioned you to have those tendencies. That's the system part of it, right?
Okay,
like,
yeah.
Think of all the movies
like
and the anti-Russian hysteria and the anti-Red.
Dude, I brought that up. I grew up with Red Dawn.
Yeah.
Like I was
Red
literally,
Dawn.
I grew
Stallone.
up in the fucking the Red Scare, late 80s, early 90s. Like it was all about that shit.
I thought it was so cool.
Yeah.
Look at them. They're fighting them off. They whistle when they pretend to be a squirrel, but they're actually saying stuff to each other. Their tactics are so smart. They got to fight those Russian invaders.
Fucking Charlie Sheen's best movie.
Well, that's Hot Shots Part 2, obviously.
Oh, coming in with that.
We'll fight. What if I got real mad and upset about that? No, but the stuff you're describing with what the assumptions you're making about your Russian buddy, or people make assumptions about Americans, that's all kind of under. That's part of the scaffolding of the way, like sadly that the stickiness and the effectiveness of racism and of the concepts that there are other authority figures we see, including the invisible authority figures, which is basically culture and movies and that sort of thing. That stuff imbues you with this notion that those others are different, and that especially if you can like line it up along like very obvious traits like dark skin versus white skin, because that's just from pure data perspective, that's an easier contrast to notice. And then it's just sadly, I don't think it's human nature. I think it's just mostly a consequence of the nation state itself. And I think all of this sort of feeds into my whole hope, which obviously won't happen in my lifetime or anybody listening's lifetime, that like this whole notion of nation states are just prison camps, essentially, just population and labor divisions as a result of colonialism. Like there was always probably going to be a phase of humanity where people were divvied up into nation states, but this like those sorts of things you're describing are accentuated and enhanced and kept alive because we are still locked into this whole notion that we should have borders at all, right? It's bad design for a fully globalized species. I don't even look at this shit as like ideology. It just seems like bad engineering decisions overall. But
I think it was on purpose, though. Like this is where it kind of played into the whole thing where they didn't want to give us like too good of a life, you know. They don't want this is what I was saying earlier about like how they don't want us happy. A happy society isn't a hardworking society, according to them. Like,
right?
You got to keep people on edge, otherwise, what's the point? Instead of seeing it
so
the
your
other
poverty
way,
is their asset. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they're too dumb. Like that's what I mean. Like these rich assholes are always too dumb to see past that. Like even Jake in that regard, where it's just like, dude, how did you not see that going out and saying, "Oh, oh, we're the home of progressives. We believe in workers' rights. And internally, we are totally full of shit.
Even just, this is kind of not that this is the point of the selfish thing, but like, just don't do that because you're protecting that flank as a selfish act. Like, why leave yourself vulnerable to possibility that the bunch of like, this is sort of like one of the things I think about is like the guy started a media business that attracts professional storytellers to work for him, hosts, producers, video editors, aspiring filmmakers, of which I've done all of those things, and as well as others like Francesca, for instance, Ben Dixon. I mean, he was like not internal. I mean, he was like a contractor from the outside, but nevertheless, I'm saying that you have a business that attracts professional storytellers who are movement leftists, treat them like shit for a while, and then assume there'll be no downsides. Like, why? Like,
or that nobody will notice. Like, I can't tell
exactly.
you
like, it's
how many
it's one
times
thing to
I've
get called
watched
out.
John just go out and do his show and just being like, you can feel the fucking tension between him and Jank, where you're just like, Jesus, dude.
Yeah. John needs to unionize his workplace. I know people call for him to move on and go somewhere else, which he should probably do that as well. But he could finish unionizing, because the TYT union is only about 20% of the company or so. It's only editors, graphics, and studio techs, the groupings that would fit into the IATSE umbrella. So that just to kind of like wrap the story back up a little bit, and I could take up all your night's stream. I don't know if I'm way over my welcome here, by the way. I realize how much I've been talking.
Oh no,
so feel free to.
I just realized you might not know the structure of my show. So no, I'm in the 420 fun half. This is why I've been just ripping my pen. We're having fun. That's why I haven't gone into like a structure of, hey, we need to watch this clip. We need to do all this, even though I'm not sure if I can even play clips right now because of the Discord thing. So no, this is fine. And honestly, Letterhack said one of the nicest things I think I've ever had said to me on YouTube, where he said that me and you have natural radio voices, and that he has just been kind of zoning out to the fact that we are naturals. So thank you, Letterhack.
When did
he said that like
a while recently.
He said that a while ago. I wanted to shout it out, but we were on a roll, so I'm gonna just like take that moment and just be like, "Oh, thank you."
He said it today, though.
Yeah, he said it in chat. That meant a lot to me, man.
Good.
Like,
yeah. Well, let me return the favor. I think the Letterhack has excellent posture.
He does. He does have excellent.
I'm just saying that to frustrate
you know what?
him. He wants
every
me to
time
say
I
the
see
least,
him,
but
he makes me do this, where it's like you got to pull the little string. My mom used to do that, or she'd come and tap my neck, and then she'd just look at me and it's like pull the string up. I'm like, all right.
I see. Yeah. No, I actually don't think he has great posture. I'm just trying to avoid saying something sincere because it would spoil the mood. I do actually find his tone very soothing. But I did just get recently. I upgraded my microphone. I have a Shure SM58. I was using these old ass Behringer XM 2500s I bought in 2010. They're cheap. They worked okay, but this thing does get a nice tone out of me.
You're using a USB fucking Logitech mic, and I love this thing.
Nice. Yeah,
honestly,
those are good. Those are good. Yeah.
It was a gaming mic that I was like, wait a
the-
minute, I'm getting better audio levels than I ever had with a professional mic, even when I worked in radio. Like, what?
Nice, man.
That kind of
Yeah,
made
that's
me
cool.
mad, where I was like, oh, engineering got a lot easier. Just going to say that
I think
much.
that, quality's gone way up, it seems, in the USB stuff. And not that I know you worked in the industry and stuff. But
well, no, that's why I'm jealous
I
of your.
appreciate-
That's
I
why
think-
I'm jealous of your mic. Where I'm like, yeah, well, that's fire. That's fire. I'm making do with what I
I'm
got.
digging it. Yeah. There's those $400 huge mics. Those are the whatever 7B or something. Yeah, the
Yeah.
SM7Bs. Those are really beautiful sounding mics. But I thought this was about $100, and I've been wanting it for quite a while. I've been sort of like pining for something higher quality for my wonderful dulcet,
That's a
mellifluous voice. That the
I mean, you're
Letterhack
getting
can't get enough
kick-ass
of.
audio out of it, and actually, Sylvie is our audio nerd, and she says the XM 2500 is a kick-ass mic for the price.
It is. That's actually my thing. It's like it's the best of the class. Like for the $25 price point, I did a lot of research before. I bought 4 of them for my podcast. I've been podcasting since 2010.
Really?
Although yes, except I took long breaks because of severe autistic meltdowns and various other, like had I just kept at it, I probably would have built an audience over the last 16 years. I'm not that boring. I just wish I had stuck with it over those years because I think I probably would have carried an audience through all of it. But yeah, no, I'd love to be a full-time podcaster. I'm doing
I
some
say that
animation
all the time
work
here,
right now.
where I'm just like, God, if I could just, get past that little hurdle. Although, the show's growing. I've been able to take a lot more time off of work because of the show growing and because of everybody that's, very, very kind with their donations to the point where, and even with my wife's cancer thing, I'm looking at getting out of the industry I'm in because I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I'm just there because money is needed.
That sounds rough. As long as it's you can have a little bit of fuel in the tank to do your other stuff. That's important.
For the most part, I haven't. I haven't burnt myself out on doing streaming, even though I do these long ass streams. I love this. Like when you talk about autism kind of stuff, I don't even feel these. Like I love just hanging, watching videos. Unfortunately, my wife she was in isolation for a long time, but she's still, in the hospital, and I can only see her at certain times.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay.
It's a weird thing with the cancer where they bring her in for, observation for weeks on end, because she is also a, God, what's the word? It's like a rare case where because of her age and all that, they want to see how she's reacting to certain treatment, all that kind of stuff. So,
okay.
It sucks.
Hang in there. That's rough. Hard going.
Not trying to
We
bring
got
it
your
down,
back.
but no, I appreciate that, Hank. And I would also want to say appreciate all you guys in chat again. Thank you for being there as far as the kind words, good vibes, and yes, all the monetary support has been very, very helpful. So just want to put that out there for y'all. It sucks. Cancer
Couldn't
sucks. Fuck cancer.
It does. Yeah. And fuck people who break up cancer research and who like the amount of human ingenuity and brilliance and resources and shit that we waste on our silly nightmare society when we could be doing so much wonderful things for each other, in the service of science, in the service of love, in the service of medicine and health. And I think that's like one of the ultimate human collective behaviors that is so evil that we titrate that through the chokehold of insurance and other ways, that it's just another tool. This is sort of to relate it back to me. The Young Turks' whole story circles around that concept of leverage, right? That's kind of what I was saying earlier, is like my situation was horrible. I was really pissed and frustrated and stressed out. On top of, like, I gave everything to the work. I did really good work for them, and because I was a guy who would go home and deal with difficult mental stuff, right? Like, but I brought all my energy to the work that I was doing while they were treating me that way, right? And then I started to talk about starting this union, and the whole point of the leverage is that because I didn't have the ability to negotiate, I was a one-person negotiating team. I had no leverage. As a group, I had leverage. It was a tool available to me to alleviate the stress and the crushing embarrassment, honestly. It's fucking humiliating to be treated with that much disrespect, to be called part-time while your boss is keeping your day off money and he knows that you can't do anything about it, right? Like, just to think about how little you must think about somebody to treat them like that. I see John Ross' face. Speaking of being treated like shit by the Young Turks. Is he on the stream? John Ross just joined. Is that?
Oh, hey. What's up, man?
John Ross.
What's was I interrupting something?
Oh, no, it's all right.
We're on just a regular.
No.
Were you calling me, dude?
We are hanging on the stream. He's doing a little interview here, but honestly, you know what? I'm all for it. We're in fun half. I don't care.
We're live on
so,
Talks.
John,
Hi.
yes, I should preface that we are live. So if you
my apologies.
No worries. If you
How
want
did you get on? Did you?
My green room is open, like to the people in Discord. Good. So like, but that's why I actually did do the 2 where I have my voice channel. That's the Pepper Palace and the green room. The green room is mostly just for the show, and the Pepper Palace is like general discussion. I should have probably prefaced that a little bit better. But John, how are you? I know that you're out there streaming. You want to promote your show while you're here and give a little breakdown on what you do.
I guess you could follow me on YouTube. I am the John Ross Show on YouTube and Twitch, and I thank you. Hey,
Best
you've
guests
been a
in the
guest on
business.
there. Yeah. And I also do a film review channel that I started before New Year's or around New Year's, and excuse my voice because it's a little scratchy. So
Of course.
I may have to drop off and not drop off, but like get some water or something.
Yeah.
I'm fine now.
Do you have
But
a Bible? Can you start reading it? We're going to
A
record an
Bible?
audiobook tonight, right now. It's
Yeah,
going to be
yeah, we're
the
literally
follow-up
going-
to James Earl Jones's Reads the Bible. As we got John Ross Jones.
I do not have. Well,
Unfortunately,
I do not have.
I need
a
you to
Bible.
play all the bad guys,
not-
so you will be
I
Goliath
am to Pep's Twitch. I guess Twitch viewers. I don't know. Are you just streaming on Twitch?
I'm on.
Are you also doing
I'm
YouTube?
actually no. I'm on Twitch and YouTube, vertical and horizontal, right now.
Okay, so for the Twitch and the YouTube viewers, I guess they should know I'm an atheist. So as most people are probably that are on the left, or either they're atheists or agnostic or some formation of both. So I do not own a Holy Bible. So no offense to anyone who is a Christian or any kind of religious fervor, if they have any. Pep, I also have to acknowledge the fact that you and I have the same hair length. People will probably going to think in your chats that we're either related in some form just because of the identity. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying that we are. Not
that's how
saying that
siblings
we
work.
are.
Is same hair length makes you siblings.
I was about to say I'm actually
Not saying that we are, but I'm just being like, I realized because I've watched you on this space here and there, because I do pop in there. Sometimes I lurk, sometimes I mod.
Thanks,
but
JR.
when you do the show, I kind of start realizing, because I've been growing my hair out for the last, I don't know, 2.5 years. So I'm starting to realize, man, I'm starting to look like Pep.
I
I might
appreciate
just
that.
keep it going. Just for people.
That's what
oh,
I did.
Let me do
That's
a little.
literally what I
let me
did.
do
I
a
haven't
little.
cut my hair in like 4 years.
I got to do some fact checking here, though.
That's the thing.
Let's put on our Sherlock Holmes magnifying glasses. John, yes, you do have beautiful, long, lovely hair, by the way. And I was even telling a friend about it the other day. It's shiny. It has a great coat. You probably do wonderful in the wintertime. It's whatever olive oil dosage you're taking is working.
No.
Your hair is way shorter than from what I see. Pep.
No, I was about to
he's
say,
got
yeah, mine's
some
on my
long
belly
ass
button.
hair.
So.
Yeah, that's double.
Well,
John,
yeah,
you gotta
his-
squeeze harder.
I don't know. I mean, I think this is as long as it's gonna get. This isn't the
Yeah.
first time it's been this long.
Yep, belly button.
Poopik. I tend
John, I love it.
to-
You look great though. Your hair is beautiful.
thank
I need to tell you that.
Thank you,
Look how it's taken that way.
Yeah, well, I have an overhead. I'm streaming on a laptop from my living room in my kitchen area. So the
honestly not
overhead
bad.
light you're seeing. Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah.
No
So
sweat.
what are y'all been
By the
up
way,
to?
John, I just wanted to tell you that the Bible reference was to, I don't know if you caught it earlier, but James Earl Jones had read the Bible to Pep. You said you listened to the whole thing.
Yeah.
And
Books
I
up-
just wanted
book
to
on
say
tape.
that John also has a beautiful voice. I just want to compliment. I know I'm
Yeah.
throwing the
I mean, when I-
compliments, but
when
you
I
have a
have a
nice deep
microphone.
voice. Yeah.
I sure do.
Fair.
And, it helps the fact that I'm back in college studying actually film and media.
Right on.
But it helps that the college I'm going to is a radio, has its own radio station, even though it's barely functioning.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
actually
surprising.
taking. I'm taking. I don't mean to hog up the conversation here,
Good.
but I'm actually taking. This
That's
is for
my
your
job.
viewers. Yeah, I mean we're both autistic here, Hank. So we get. I mean, I
I
don't
bring it
know.
up to everybody. I've told strangers I'm autistic. Yeah, I can't not talk about it. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
But I'm taking a podcasting class, which is called podcasting and audio, and it's here locally in Kansas City. And the instructor I have, the professor, his background is in community talk radio. When I
Nice.
say community talk, not like the conservative crapo talk that has been dominating the airwaves for 40, 50 years by this point. And he's good. He actually played us several clips of fellow former students who do podcast, because the end of this
Wait, you're
semester
telling me that
project
he's a
is
leftist?
yeah, he's a leftist.
No shit.
And I actually,
you don't get that on radio ever. So yeah,
you don't.
Just gonna
you
say.
don't. That is true. That is true. You do not get that.
Good find.
In fact, when I told him about the Vanguard, and I told him, oh, these guys, they're from Kansas City. Gavin is an alumni of UMKC, the college that I'm going to. And I also said, oh, and I guess you should know they're politically left. And the professor, I won't say his name out of privacy issues, but he's like, oh yeah, so am I. So he's like, well, that seals a deal. And this was like a week ago.
Hell yeah.
I can't believe they have a podcasting class. Jesus Christ. So
Me neither. His name is I roll.
My record player teacher told me I was good at it.
No, seriously, I went to broadcasting, which was general broadcasting for TV and radio, where it was like,
media
commercials.
Communications prep.
Yeah, communications.
Usually, I think, that's what they call it in like legal, in educational speak.
Yeah.
Is the legal communications and whatnot. But I think if you're probably one of the bigger schools that actually have a journalism school, like Mizzou, for those who know, who've been around Missouri and have been in Columbia, there's Columbia, Kansas City, Jefferson City, Springfield, and I think I'm missing St. Louis. 3 of those have major schools. Yeah. And I've been to UMSL. Like I've not been to UMSL, but I've been around UMSL. It's not a really good school. I'll be honest. Out of the 3 schools, Columbia, Kansas City, and St. Louis, I have to say St. Louis is probably is the least. Mizzou is the top school in Missouri, but Mizzou.
Mizzou.
Some people pronounce it differently. It's either Mizzou as in MISS, but it's actually MIZZ.
Yeah,
but,
I am a Chicagoan that always sees it as Mizzou.
Mizzou.
Feels a little aggressive, to be honest.
Mizzou.
But yeah, it's fair.
It does. It does.
It's like an abortion billboard. All like fucking.
Right.
Go to Missouri. And
we are not adding to your life experience, bro. We are just chilling. So if you're not here for it, AG.
That's like a town in its own right. And I actually lived there for the last like 10 years. That whole college town is like its own little oasis.
Columbia, you're not too far from where one of the bands that contributes to the show, Hang Your Hate. They play their shows. Hang Your Hate. They are a rock band. They are on YouTube. You can check out their music. They also are contributors to the show. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. Hard rock clubs, and honestly, I'm jealous. Like anytime I see their shorts, like of the the shows they play like local clubs, and it looks like so much fucking fun. So
nice.
I would definitely, if you can, go to Columbia and check them out. Anyway, what's up, Hank?
I got a question for you, Pep.
What's up?
What do I call you? Is Pep the thing you want? What name?
I've literally been called that my whole life. That's my last name.
Okay. Okay. I was just a little curious because maybe you don't want your real name out. I'm not trying to
That's fine.
But so Pep is okay. Okay. Yeah. Just making sure.
Yeah, people know my name.
That's where you get Pepper and you kind of, okay, right on.
Yeah,
I thought maybe you were an inspirational coach.
I first name with a certain, Kirk that I'm not too, proud to do that with, to the point where if I order coffee and I give them my first name, they look at me funny because they're like, oh, is he doing this Charlie Kirk bit?
Oh, wow.
If you guys don't know.
How about Chuck? You could say it's just my favorite movie.
You know. I am no Chuck.
Yeah.
No Chuck.
Okay, fair enough.
That's a big one.
Fair enough.
It's fair enough because, as I say, I've been getting that I've been worried that I was going to be the butt of jokes because my name is similar to the ice shooter, just spelled differently.
No.
So I've
your
actually
name is the exact name of one of my favorite wrestling commentators, and it's very hard every time I see your name where I'm like, John Ross. Oh my God,
really?
King. Oh my God, King. He's going in with the steel chair, King.
I could definitely understand that being a noteworthy thing to have a prominent like news story that has the same name as a guy like that, and I'm sure that's stressful for you. But I also feel like you deserve to not beat yourself up.
Oh my
over
God,
that
I just
one.
realized
That's
that
just totally random
the ice guy.
coincidence.
Wait a
Like
minute.
people
oh my
have
God,
the same
Renee Good.
names.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, I'm
also
so focused on wrestling. It's like, oh yeah.
Renee Good. Renee Good was actually a UMKC alumni, and I found this like out late a week ago.
Oh, like the Renee Good, not a different Renee.
Yeah,
Good.
no, Renee Good.
No,
Renee Good.
the same,
Renee Good.
the very same. I also have Twitch pulled up on my phone just to see how this works. It's working good.
Oh, thanks for the follow, man.
So if I'm looking off in the distance, it's just because I'm looking at. I have this habit with me when I stream, which I need to do more of, because I have double screens. Like right now, I'm using a laptop, but when I have double screens, I'm always looking off into the distance. Like, oh, is this going as well? Because I know that my camera is really shitty. Although I probably shouldn't say that. I got to watch these 4-letter words on Twitch.
Yeah, man, you're gonna kill the sponsors.
No, you're fine.
They're not gonna be able to sell their dish soap to everybody if you start.
As long as you don't say
swearing.
I have noticed that it's mostly like, when you're talking about a certain topic, then all of a sudden your pre-roll ads will just reset and they'll just be like, "Yep, you're not getting another one for another hour. You fucked up there, sir." Which
I do need to pull down on the swearing myself, and the whole algorithm thing that like you just described, just like and on TikTok, I've had some conversations with some people about like
go ahead.
Well, the words that we have to switch to, like unalive or grape or
dude, I got banned in 10 minutes on TikTok. It was crazy.
Which y'all should go. Y'all should go to Upscrolled.
I'm gonna try that actually. I haven't
fine
been.
with where I'm at,
I do use
man.
TikTok.
I got YouTube and I got Twitch. That's all I need right now. If I need to get a kick,
right?
God forbid.
I just want to see how much union busting people don't like on TikTok. Although I think like the older algorithm probably.
It's all
better.
pro-Palestine. I mean, I'm on Upscrolled, and so is like half of left content creation.
I've just been slammed. But I was just saying though, like this whole algorithm stuff is just this sort of. Talk about power. I mean, the fact that they actually make people change the way they communicate and they make us police ourselves in terms of our language and what we're allowed to express to each other. It's a ticket we have to pay. We have to sacrifice our free will a little bit to these these eternal demons that we call corporations. Like they're the ones that make the decisions. And like I was talking with somebody who was sort of placing the onus and the blame for like saying unalive or those sorts of words that they found it really like kind of off-putting.
Grape is
I understand that too.
No, grape is mine because honestly, it's a layer of ridiculousness to something that is inherently very serious. So like the fact that I have to treat it with this air of I can't say the naughty word, which the naughty word is the informative word.
Right. I think that like in a free speech absolutist sort of strain of thought, it's entirely offensive. It's also to me like offensive as like a cosmology fan of like cosmos. Like they're on a rock, but I have to like monitor that stuff in order to avoid offending some sort of corporation's interest in monetizing my data. It's one thing to control your language to show respect for other people or to avoid or hurting somebody. Those are very healthy, good reasons to have some regulation. But the point I'm making, though, this is that system stuff. This is like that we all sort of submit to it. I'm not going to invent YouTube on my own if I don't want to. Like we're sort of stuck on these platforms, and you got to play by their rules, and that's why the billionaires and the Hillary Clintons of the
even
world,
outside the
Mitt
rules,
Romneys,
like there is decorum, and you actually kind of said it there. And this is where I've been working on it because the R word. You know what? I use it a little. I've been trying my best not to. I get really pissed off at some right wingers in chat, and I let it fly because I'm like, apparently that's the only thing they understand is taking it to their level.
We are all human beings, and I think we're all human beings, and we're all works in progress, and we all have to get over our own blind spots. I think we're all the bottom line is we're all human, and we all make mistakes.
I like that.
I guess the important part is that we have to learn from our mistakes. You know what I mean?
The bitch of that is, John, I have been keeping a secret from you guys. I'm actually a Romulan.
Oh,
no!
What?
Oh no, he's got green
what?
blood. Get out of here, green blood!
Get out of here, you green-blooded bastard! All of a sudden, we
How
start
dare
getting
you
super
use logic?
xenophobic.
You're the warlock Vulcan. When are you going to reunite with your cousins?
It's like
With
it's
your
like
hot-ass
we're all of a
woman?
sudden becoming we're all becoming computer game characters.
John, when's the last time you were in the Ponfar?
Bonfire. Oh, yeah.
Bonfire.
7 days
See, now
of
you've lost me.
Eros. Uncontrollable
I
instinct.
live under.
I will either
John,
kill
sorry.
or
This is
mate.
the ironic thing. I live under a rock when it comes to computer games. I need
Oh, this
to,
isn't
I need
computer
to
games. This is Star
get
Trek lore. This is literally, we're
Yeah.
talking like Spock.
Maybe y'all,
What's up,
you
Scorpion?
guys should teach me up. If you like, hit me up and be like, hey, we should just teach you these games.
Wait,
and these like
JR,
character
have you
analogies.
ever, if you don't mind me calling you JR?
No, it's
I don't
fine.
mind.
Cool.
I actually like that. It's very exotic.
Have you ever seen Star Trek? Like, have you ever watched any of the Star Treks? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
my
was like-
uncle is like the biggest Trekkie.
Okay.
My
Tell your
uncle's like
uncle,
one of the
next time you
biggest
see your uncle,
Trekkies in the
just
world.
Tell him that you're in the Ponfar and you need
Yeah,
his
just-
help.
yeah,
See
and
what he
he'll
does.
just be like,
Yeah.
you are?
Yeah.
And then
I mean, I can't
then
tell you how many times I go to his house.
he hides all the women. That's like,
He gets
Well,
your
actually, no.
holodeck
Well, I'll
program.
just say this: like, my uncle's gay. Like, he's
all the better.
So he's a gay Trekkie, and he won't see this, so I'm not worried. But
well,
Well, I feel
he's
bad
like,
about not letting John know what Ponfar is. So, you don't know
well,
what that
no,
is?
it's our. Well, the thing is, I'm actually a learning process with this nerd stuff. I mean, as I have my nerd culture as well, but I think is I come in this so late. So like the only really Star Trek series I've really ever seen is The Next Generation. You get
even
your small
the
violins out.
Ponfar
Yeah.
actually carries into all Star Trek because it's a Vulcan mating ritual. Do I have it right?
And so I'm still having to learn.
Wait,
yeah.
So
Hey,
I'm
what
still
was
having
that?
to learn a lot of the Trekkie talk. I don't know what else you want. I'm sorry,
That's fine.
but
Be weird
maybe
if
this
you-
could be a learning. This would be a learning curve for me, a learning experience.
Yeah. You don't have
Wanna-
to apologize
wanna talk
for
about
not
horror
knowing
movies.
some esoteric crap about a show. That's totally okay.
Hey, this is
Yeah.
his Kobayashi Maru moment, right?
Yeah.
See, that's a reference. I vaguely know those words, but I actually.
Oh,
don't
you
really
know,
know what is
the Kobayashi
Should've
Maru.
known.
It's the no-win scenario that James T. Kirk won during his time in Starfleet Academy because it was literally the one test that every cadet had ever failed, and he broke the test because he was just like, "It's a no-win scenario, therefore I won't play." It was like, oh,
the plot of War Games.
essentially.
Where does that come from?
Hey!
Is that from the original series
That's
or
OG,
from
yeah,
the?
that's the original. Yeah, I
okay.
think that they brought it up in one of the movies first, but yeah, it was the original series well before
Somebody said it
War
in chat.
Games.
Nerd Theory 201. Looking
Yeah,
in chat on my phone.
I know, whatever.
So I have a very strong foundation of Star Trek knowledge because I used it as a sleep aid for about 15 years. In other words, it's so soothing to me. I've watched every series.
I
multiple
literally
times.
watched Star Trek Voyager last night to go to sleep. Go on.
Yeah, it's so great.
I
you
didn't
know,
yet. I think
yeah.
there's a
Boy,
thing where I do. I do stuff like that as well. Like if I wanted to just put on episodes of like Star Trek Next Generation. I mean, call me a late Next Generation nerd, but I think and this
Not
is
yet.
probably going to be a very unpopular. I'm probably going to, offend some people in chat.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, Pep, but I think Will Wheaton is he's actually really good, and he's actually really good. And
Wesley was
I don't
the
know
shit.
if y'all read Wes. Yeah, Wes was awesome.
Actually, if you're
And
say
have y'all
his-
read his book?
No, but here, I
like-
actually got this for medium.com. My name is Will Wheaton. I live with chronic depression and generalized anxiety. I am not ashamed. He wrote this in 2018. It's one of my favorite articles that I think exists because he helped me.
Drop it in chat.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I mean, there's like a podcast episode of Michael Rosenbaum's show
Mhm.
where he talks in great detail about the abuse that he suffered from his parents. And I'm not just talking about physical abuse. Like he was basically thrust into the Hollywood young actor limelight at a young age against his will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was in
And
Stand
he
By Me.
has like literally, Stand By Me, Star Trek, what other?
Being Chris Hardwick's roommate.
Chris Hart, yeah, actually that was a revelation in the book. If you ever read, I mean, I have it in my library in my bedroom, but if you ever read his book, Still Just a Geek, it's an annotated book of a biography or a memoir of his that was called Just a Geek. The book came out, I believe, in like 2021. It's literally the size of an encyclopedia, but I guarantee you it is worth reading. And yeah.
Okay, here
He's a nice guy.
Dead
I've seen
silence.
him in a bunch of interviews. He hosted a podcast called Ready Room, or maybe it was more of an after show follow-up show to
the Ready Room.
One of the
Mm.
but no, Will Wheaton's a really wonderful man, and he's been through some horrors, and he come out the other side, and there's no way that you can come.
He's also
even
one of,
from
like,
a very
the-
healthy foundation, but he came from some trouble and some disordered stuff, and then add on top of that a layer of Hollywood child star stuff that warps your brain.
Oh yeah.
And so he turned
Yeah,
into
I mean, and just the way that Hollywood Hollywood child stardom is affecting on young. Like, look at Corey Feldman.
I mean, I would
look
take
at
it
what
if I could
he's
get
able to
cast as a
explore.
child in a Hollywood movie at this
I
point in my life.
unfortunately go
honestly,
pretty
I'm
deep with the
desperate enough for
Feldman.
Yeah. I mean, there's two sides of every. I know there's supposed to be like two sides or more of every story of Mr.
I got a better
Feldman,
topic
but-
than Corey Feldman.
What's
Not
that?
That's not.
Yeah.
He is very interesting. It is kind of hard to look away, certainly. But Star Trek, John, TNG. What about DS9 or Voyager?
Yeah.
Where are we on those?
Oh yeah. I have seen Deep Space Nine and I have seen Voyager. I think
the way
Voyager
through?
was yes, Deep Space Nine, yes. Trying to what do you call it? I'm
Speaking of
stuttering.
nice voices, Cisco.
Yeah. Cisco.
Avery Brooks.
Okay. It's also like not late. So if I tend to ramble on, please feel free to cut me off. I won't be offended.
Gotcha.
So I've seen all the way through Deep Space Nine. Voyager, I believe, was 2005, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I mean, Voyager came out in the 90s. Like, it was late 90s.
90s.
Early 2000s.
Not late 90s, but it wasn't there one that was also, it started
Enterprise.
Enterprise. There we go.
Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Seasons. I found that
Although-
kind of hard to watch. I found Scott Bakula's.
I couldn't watch it because of Quantum Leap. I just couldn't see him as Captain Archer was the least convincing captain to me, and it specifically was because I'm like, you guys never finished Quantum Leap. Go fuck yourselves.
Where's Al? Hey, buddy.
And do they
go.
all? And this is just interesting question, and this is where, because my knowledge of Star Trek is not as grandiose as your all's. So in all of established, yes. See, I'm trying to use the right words here.
Don't worry about
it. You're doing great.
Does it change from series to series? Because I know, like from Gene Roddenberry's original Star Trek, you had like William Shatner.
They all tie
what's
together.
His name?
No,
George
all-
Takei.
Yeah, they all tie together.
It's like it's just the way the thing. Like every series has like different characters, or they play the same characters.
No.
Because I don't recall.
No, it's
really
not.
seeing-
It's not. They don't do derivative like character work. Actually, it's one thing that I can give Star Trek a lot of credit for is the fact that they don't always be like, oh, we need a science officer that's a pain in the ass. Like Next Generation really like changed that whole game where it was just like, no, number one is a tool. He's not Spock. And if anything, because he was kind of a tool, it made him the best character in the fucking show. Shout out, Commander Riker. That's, my number one.
Yep.
And isn't it? It's fascinating to me, and I knew this, that Dr. King was a fan of the original Star Trek. What her name? Again, you're gonna have to remind me the name.
Uhura.
Uhura. I think she passed away. I don't know if she's still alive.
Nichelle,
but,
no,
The
Nichelle,
first interracial kiss
Nichelle
on
Nichols?
American television, which melted a lot of brains.
God,
Because,
you remember when she did that flower dance in Final Frontier? When she was definitely like in her
Watched it this morning.
mid-50s, and you were just like, okay. You're like, I guess that's a thing.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. So you're gonna
no
see an empty
worries.
seat for like a few minutes.
All right. See you in a second.
But keep
John.
talking.
Can you have a
Keep
good time at
talking.
your water?
Actually, while he gets his water, yeah, we'll keep.
I have a lot to say about Star Trek. In fact, I almost think there's potential on this space to do some sort of Star Trek review show or some sort of episode by episode
I am
thing.
down.
And maybe
They do a
broaden that
movie night
into-
review every week. Yes, we could do a Star Trek.
Do an honest. I can do an honest review on Star Trek.
You know, we could do that.
Honest
And
or
then, then me and Eminent Prof, we're gonna do a wrestling show
Oh,
because
Jeffrey?
we just unfortunately on my one appearance on his show, we just turned it into a wrestling podcast because when you get two wrestling fans into one space, it tends to happen.
Hell, when me,
There's
Hank,
a lot,
when you,
lot
me,
to
and
say
Jeff
about
watched
wrestling,
the
according to wrestling fans.
Yeah. I mean,
John, have
CM
you ever been
Punk
to
is
a
tough.
professional wrestling event? John Ross?
I have not. But I've seen him on
So
TV.
great. They're so
I've seen him on television.
I love them.
I went to.
I mean, CM Punk is probably. I mean, as far as like, I'm not the biggest like sports fan in the world generally, but like,
he's
I do like to learn about the backgrounds.
Yes.
But
so
Jesse
cool.
Ventura and CM Punk are probably.
Yeah.
My
Not
God.
just because of their wrestling, but just because
Do you guys know Colt Cabana?
Oh,
Pep,
I
you know
actually know Colt Cabana. Yes.
Yeah, I know him because I know Marty DeRosa. Marty
No shit?
DeRosa's buddies with him, and when he was in LA once, we had drinks after a show.
No
That's
shit.
That's my only like.
We have a fucking just a single degree of separation between Colt Cabana. That's crazy.
For sure. Nice guy though. I was like, man, you guys are like, yeah. I wish I had those shoulders.
He
Jeez.
shows up to everything, man. Like he does indie shows here for AAW, which is like right near Logan Square, which is where he's out of. So
you go to like local wrestling, a backyard, or is it small?
it's not backyard.
floor? I
No,
don't know what
it's called indie wrestling. Yeah, I go to
Indie
indie
wrestling.
shows. Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah,
that's interesting. I think that like a lot of people have sort of a notion that it's just WrestleMania.
No.
And then some people
Yeah,
know that there's like
like
the
WWE,
smaller
WCW.
tours.
No,
Like
you
I
know
saw
what?
Dude Love. I was supposed to see Mankind, but then some asshole named Dude Love shows up. And I was like, "Where's Mankind? What the fuck?"
I literally got Mick Foley right there.
Yep.
That's
I
my
saw that. I
boy.
saw him live at a thing, but I wasn't like a big wrestling fan, and I honestly would probably not have much to contribute to a wrestling show, other than if you just need someone to be annoying and try to be funny. But that's probably my point being though that like that's not really my thing. But I've known. I mean, my brothers and dad, and we grew up with. It's a huge part of culture, and it's like I see a lot of people that just like who are big wrestling fans, like Eminent Prof and Jeff. I just had to pull his name up. And you guys, I actually listened to that episode, and I was like, geez, this wrestling talk just keeps going.
See,
but like,
getting
I think
better
it's a great
and better.
idea for a show. Like as a producer, like there's an interest in that topic.
You
And it-
can't get us to shut up about that because we started. I remember when we started talking about SummerSlam, like in the '90s. I was like, "Oh, we are not going to escape this because you just opened a can of worms there, man. We're gonna start with Macho Man, move on to Ric Flair, talk about Ultimate Warrior and how he was a disappointment or your favorite. Like it's always the same shit." But you
and
know
we,
what?
We got to get Jesse Ventura to run for
And
governor
Je-
in Minnesota,
fuck Jesse
or
the
lead
Body.
the secession and join Canada.
I actually, I was into wrestling right after Jesse left and became the governor. So like I would watch old VHS tapes of like, old SummerSlams and WrestleMania 1 and 2. And 2 was the one where they had like the call in and they kept it on the show. So like you watch Jesse Ventura go like, he's got this demeanor of just wait, to after he has the union talk with Vince McMahon to where he's on camera again and he's just like this. Like would not say a word, awkward as shit. And then you learn that he literally thought that was the moment where he's just like, "Hey Vince, I want to talk to you about unionizing." And he was just like, "Are you fucking crazy?" And then Hulk Hogan ratted him out that it was going to happen before it even he even got to the locker room. So Hulk Hogan,
And
another
Hulk
union buster.
Hogan, yeah,
Union
Hulk
busters are
Hogan
gross,
ratted
man.
out Vince McMahon. Yeah,
Union busters are disgusters. Union busters
Hey,
are disgusters.
Union busters are disgusters. I kind of like
that.
it.
That looks good on a picket sign.
Yeah,
that looks really
Cenk
good on a
had
picket sign.
Dan Osborne, who is that Kansas
Oh,
City
shit.
or that's a Nebraska guy. He's like an
No,
independent
I
kind of
don't.
standout, and he almost became a senator. He's not a career politician. He works like a real job. Like he's gained a profile from this
Osborne.
2024.
Wait, yeah. He was like, Nebraska. He was gonna,
Right.
like you said, he was the outside
Kind
candidate.
of a very working man, classic kind of.
Didn't he get close to winning?
Sort of figure.
Yeah, I remember watching that race.
Yeah, he went way further than he was supposed to in terms of being an outsider, and so he's running for Senate again. And he was on TYT last week, and Cenk did bring up unions because his whole story is that he led a strike at I don't know why do I want to say KFC, but it's some sort of some plant, where he was working.
Tyson.
He was a big part of leading some kind
The
of
Tyson plant.
Tyson. I'm not sure wherever he worked, but it was the point is like it was a foundational part of his whole like experience and stuff. So it's a big part of his like kind of like message and his what's the word I'm looking for? Pitch to his audience or to his potential voters. And he seems like a really legitimate, sincere dude. But so Cenk brought up like the union kind of he asked about the strike, and I noticed these two parts where I might clip and put out there to try to stir up some shit because like he interviews all these politicians who are like pro-union and like Richard Ojeda is really ferocious, and like I think it'd be so amazing to see him call Cenk out because no one's ever really called Cenk out for being a union buster. He's been confronted by it a little bit, and he's lied every single time, and he immediately goes into like spin mode. But so like Dan Osborne, so that the thing he brought up, or Cenk said something about like the bosses take advantage. These corporations are so evil. They just they'll do anything to maximize profit, and they'll do anything even to harm workers and to take stuff from their workers. And I'm
You're just sitting there like
you mother,
you fucking asshole.
But like he's like that's why you need unions, and he goes that's why you need unions or at giant multinational corporations. And
he walked it back. Asshole.
Yeah, well, that's his case. Like his whole argument that I've heard him make over the years too is that like unions are good, but they don't make sense in smaller businesses. But at big corporations that are making profits, then that makes sense to have a union. Because I think legitimately, I'm not sure. I again never saw any internals and stuff. Even if I had, it would be inappropriate for me to say anything about what I've seen, even at this stage. But like, I don't know if TYT has been profitable, although there's different ways that business types like to define that concept too. You know what I mean? But I don't think it's been profitable to the degree of like money's just pouring in and we just have a huge pile of excess. I think that's true. I don't know. You guys probably can guess as much as me. My point being, though, that Cenk would probably argue that a struggling media company in a competitive field and a difficult environment would be unlikely or is much less likely rationally as a union to potentially be unionized as would be unlike a giant corporation that's making billions of dollars in profit every year.
To be fair, actually, what bothers me about that is the fact that they could have just moved production into like the way that they do it now with the COVID stuff, and they like do half from home, half from the studio. Like, honestly, I've been wondering, like, why are you spending all this money when realistically the production barely changes and you don't need that huge studio? You could do this easily from a smaller space or like just get a green screen and they'd be just fine. Like the fact that
Cenk did initially.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But like Jake just needs he needs to be the next CNN. I remember there was this conversation about that, and I forgot who had it, but they were talking about how specifically like they heard Cenk talking about his plan for TYT, and they were just like they heard that he had this grandiose like we will be the next CNN for progressives. It's like, bro,
like, we're gonna be on the TVs at the airport. We're going to be on the TVs in the submarines and on the moon and on Mars.
I still remember the time how they were trying to get when Cenk. This was like way back in like 2011. For those who are like probably don't remember when he tried to get on him. Like we got on MSNBC, but when they were trying to do the campaign to get TYT on MSNBC, like if you go back and watch the documentary Mad as Hell, there's like a whole. Oh yeah,
you're in that.
Yeah.
I'm in that.
Yeah,
nice flex, Hank.
Barely.
Yeah, you know what?
I think I remember.
I
actually think I remember, Hank. I probably did see you in the documentary. You were the one going, "Woo!" and dancing around. Maybe it wasn't you.
That was me.
Was that
I
was
took
you?
my pants off and I went like that, and
You
yeah,
didn't-
I do that like 7
I
times
don't
in the
recall you-
movie. So little
I don't
Easter
recall
eggs
you
that are hard to
taking
spot.
pants off.
Cause it's tiny wiener.
And you also designed that part of the set during the current TV era. Which
Yeah,
is
I did a
probably
bunch
some
of
that-
construction,
Yeah.
not like the formal stuff, but I hung I built a bunch of sound panels. I do woodworking for everybody that wants to know. I'm very handy.
Still get
very nice.
credit. Still get credit. I still give you like hella credit.
In the Mad as Hell, I am in. They were wrapping filming for it. They'd been working on it before I ended up there. It was some dude that was like part of their orbit, Andrew Wysock. No, what's his
Here,
name?
forgive me. I'll be right
Andrew,
back.
No, Andrew Napier. And he has some sort of filmmaking background. I don't know if he's done stuff since then. I haven't really looked at him. But you know, I think there's some quality work in that Mad as Hell documentary. So anyway, point being though that within like the first month or so of me moving to LA to work for TYT, I was some event at YouTube Space, and they did like the final day of filming for that documentary. It was just something that they thought they wanted to keep in the movie. So there's just a little bit of me in the back of a group shot. I didn't do anything to deserve being in it. I'm just tall and bald, and so I'm easy to spot. You can find me in the back of it, like a couple shots at the YouTube Space headquarters, and so I'm like, yeah, I'm in it. But I did go to the premiere, and I did do recall, and now I'm making a documentary about the Young Turks, and this is an unauthorized, unofficial documentary.
How long
that is going to deliver justice to the workers of Earth, because we are going to take this fucking planet back from the sociopaths who are destroying everything.
Yeah. How long, if you know this question, how long did it take for that documentary to be made? Because when I saw it, it was in 2019, and I know it got released in 2015, and you were there in 2013, like the first stint before the union. So was it like it seemed like it was like a 2-year project, or probably even more than that?
Probably at least roughly 2 years or so. But I think they had like money to work on it. That's one of the things that slowed me down with my thing is I've had to like scrounge around to get enough money to live on, and I have not done a good job at that. I have an ocean of rent debt. That's one of my fundraisers for, is to try to pay my horrible rent debt back to my wonderful roommate. I'm glad I didn't switch those. So my wonderful rent debt to my horrible roommate. But I like that part of one of my things too. I was thinking about too is like if we had a world where like I didn't have to stress about the basics, and I didn't have to scrounge through the rat hole, the torture device of having to work in fucking just nightmares. Sorry, I keep going back to that. I gotta ease up.
No, it's good.
If I like could just focus on it and get it done, and didn't have to take breaks and try to get money, I would have finished this like 2 or 3 years ago. Jank would have had a bad like 4 months or something. Meaning like he might have had to answer for something, or maybe not. He might not ever even answer for anything.
I'm not sure if you can answer this,
tell
but
the truth.
have you had like any bids on this? Like, is there anything going on, or are you going to independently release it?
Well, it's only going to ever probably exist on YouTube. I'm not necessarily. I would like to like formalize something on an offline, like a different sort of distribution, but that opens up an immense knot of problems in terms of licensing. I actually did a big project this year where I gained a lot of insight into licensing a complex documentary. I helped with Abby Martin's film as an assistant editor. Her latest movie is Earth's Greatest Enemy, and everybody should go check it out. Really wonderful and powerful and important movie.
God, do you remember the good old days where Joe Rogan would bring her on?
Oh yeah,
man. She's so great too.
I will admit that's one of the few times I actually really listened to Rogan and watched him on YouTube.
I used to listen religiously. I literally listened to almost every episode before he went crazy during COVID. Honestly, I wouldn't know who Kyle Kalinske is, David Pakman, even though that one could have easily been just for. Although, you know what? I did something random today where I checked out his channel. He is like, I know that I shouldn't be talking from, you know, my podium here, but he's definitely had a little bit of a slide off, you know.
Yeah. No, I mean, you can't
in terms
really,
of numbers, you mean?
Yeah,
you know,
like he's averaging under 100K like on each of his videos now.
Under 100K, that's post the chorus drama.
Yeah.
But you know, you have to think about something.
Hold on.
You have to think about something.
John, you're a lot quieter than you were when you first came on. Are you?
No, that was my bad. I fucked up here. I don't know what I did.
Oh, no sweat. But just come back by like half. You'd be good.
Oh, there we go. I was like, what the fuck?
Is it better now, Hank?
Yeah, no, I literally took you off screen. Scorpion, my wife is good.
No.
Thank you. Well, for all.
Well,
yeah, make me full screen. I'm the looker. Look at that face. I look like something they find at the bottom of a river.
I don't even know how he did that.
No, you
To
don't.
be honest.
I'm watching on my
I have the
phone.
worst.
I'm watching on my phone, and it looks really good. So, but the point I was going
Sound
to
like
make,
my
Pep,
mom.
is
Go ahead.
well, the point I was going to make, Pep, is that you can't really predict that far into the future when it comes to people like David Pakman. You know, not everybody decides they want to be a sellout, although, you know, beg to differ with someone like him or Brian Tyler Cohen or any of those motherfuckers. Can I say that on here?
Yeah.
Am I going to get?
Yes,
okay.
you can swear.
It's a sign that you're in the
You're
pond
fine.
far. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
You're
the
fine.
Pond Farm, all those like liberal like podcaster people, so-called, like the truth of the matter is they all now have blood on their hands. Now that's something I probably shouldn't go too further in this stream here,
I disagree,
but the truth, the proof is in the pudding, and not one single thing about Palestine, supporting Palestine or supporting Gaza.
That's not true.
They're all up.
Brian Tyler Cohen actually did.
Really?
Yes, he's very.
Really?
Yes, he was outspoken on Palestine.
Huh. Well, I must have missed that one. But taking BTC out of it,
He didn't do it the way that like Majority Report has. And they tried to like disingenuously say like, oh, it's because of Chorus that he can't discuss that, which was total bullshit, man. I looked at
taking him. Yeah,
That's-
well, taking him out of the picture, then. But you not a word from Pakman.
Pakman is the one where no,
Pakman's
he
design
went out
is-
of his way to just be like, listen, I'm not going to critique the IDF. It's just like, okay, fuck off.
Yeah. That's that. And obviously, I mean, he's the big capital Z word. Apparently.
Is he?
And
I'm not going to say that much.
the Z word, but you know, I shouldn't go off on and rant too much here. But
don't pull a me. Don't burn
Pakman-
bridges just because you. you know.
Yeah. But hey, it's a lot of these more far left progressive podcasters that have been influencing me. It's not their fault.
No, that's true.
And plus I'm an open-minded leftist. I like to, you know, I have my boundaries in terms of who I listen to and who I watch. But if you're good, if you know what you're talking about, if you have a rational thinking, pun intended, you know, rational national, then you're okay in my book. It's when you get way out there and you start like the Jimmy Dores of the world. Sorry, Hank. It's not your fault. I mean, it's not your fault. Those type of people, or the Bobby Juniors.
The funniest part is Jimmy Dore is so milquetoast now because the worst thing was the force the vote bullshit, and then he tried to do the grift. They pushed back on that one. He didn't get the audience he thought he would. Now he has a bunch of disaffected fucking, you know, ex-TYT viewers who feel like they're not as left, and now it's just creating more fucking weird division bullshit.
Well, do you guys want to watch a piece of the film that he is in?
Sure.
Yeah, let's see if I can actually.
It's your show.
Well,
Feel
the thing
free
is,
to say no.
I'm not sure if I can actually get it on the screen. Is the problem?
Oh,
It's
I see. Because what if I
because-
share? What if I share my screen through Discord?
That might work.
I actually want.
Let's see.
I actually
Will that
wanna
work?
see this.
I don't know.
I actually truly.
You know
wanna
what?
see this.
Fuck it. Go for it. Let's
This is
see.
like-
Well, I've done this before where I've screen shared, but it's just a YouTube screen
We're
share,
winging
and
this
it should
shit,
show-
man. You want to talk about fuck it? We'll do it live.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Yeah,
Fuck
this is
it.
the
Fuck
ultimate
it.
fucking Bill O'Reilly moment right here, man.
Well,
I remember
one little thing I wanted to kind of just I shared it in the Discord to you, Pep, a link to a website that I also use in the film. They've stopped updating it, but as I was saying earlier about Jank's argument about like companies that are too small, you know, bigger companies that make profits, yes, unions, yes, but smaller companies, no. And like with Dan Osborne, I'm going to clip that and try to stir up some crap. He also referred to the Pittsburgh Steelers went on strike, and like the owner brought some beers to the picket line. Jank brought that up as if like he's trying to say, like, oh, he's always looking out for the average man. You know, that's such a line of BS. But so anyway, I'm just wrapping up the ticket in my brain here. But I shared with you a link to culturalworkersorganized.org, which is a big long list of small media companies that have unions, and the Young Turks Union is on this list. It's in the documentary, but they stopped updating it in like 2022 or something like that. But it's a total farce and a total bullshit BS. I was trying not to swear so much. That only large companies should have unions. Plenty of small media companies, much smaller than TYT, have unions. You work within the constraints of the organization that you have. You know, we weren't looking to destroy the company. Frankly, Cenk would be probably one of his few paths towards, you know, coming out of the whatever spiral they're in is to lean hard into
honestly,
leftism
like
and labor stuff.
It would have given loyalty too. Like you'd probably still be there had they done it. You know, we wouldn't have this mass exodus of mods, talent, behind the scenes crew. Like, how in the fuck are you going to have that lack of self-awareness and just be like, oh yeah, I'm totally not the problem here. It's all these other people that left and they suck. You know what? Yeah, fuck Lance from the Serfs. He said meanie Bobini things. Oh, speaking of meanie Bobini's Fran, fuck her too. Like, and then he expected everybody to just be like, yeah, you know what, Jake, you're right. I think that they all suck.
It's a lack of gratitude.
Perfect.
Give back all that money, Emma. Pay back all that money from posting on Facebook.
It's a lack of gratitude. It's both a lack of gratitude and it's also an abolition of guilt. Meaning, Cenk and Anna, to a lesser extent, is trying to basically put the guilt on myself, Hank, and everyone else that worked for his company for little to nothing. And
sorry, John, but like just so people who are watching might not know that John was a moderator for TYT and was part of the Mod Rebellion.
You were part of the mod. Yeah, that's how I met Adrian Vixen.
It was 2 years ago.
It was after she was the first mod that I met that was ex-TYT. So
yeah, I should also point out Adrian is non-binary and uses they them.
Oh, sorry.
Just clarification. But you know now.
Well, hey, you know what? Hold on. No. Then you got to tell whoever's in charge of the roles over on Majority Report to get that right. I think MIDI Doctor. They say they got to help a girl out. You know what? No. You know what? I ain't owning that one. I fucked up. I'll say I'm sorry, but the confusion is with MR.
Yeah. I don't watch. I mean,
sinner.
I don't really watch a lot of. I mean, see now I'm stuttering. I all that was just like garbled. I try to watch as much Majority Report as possible. I occasionally go into Discord. I don't watch a lot of left media because I just don't have a lot.
I've been banned from the Discord since pretty much day one of this show. So
no,
they were mean to me in the Discord.
No, they were, for real. They banned my ass because I made a joke standing up for another trans person in the chat. They had two trans people literally attacking each other, and it was over the term dude. And I just made the joke where I'm like, dude's non-binary, dude.
Right.
And then I got banned. I was like, all right,
you're out of here. Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, that's.
I was part of the Mod Rebellion. That was 2 years ago. Adrian and Vidingale and Forbzilla and
wait, Vidingale? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Vidingale. Who else? There was a bunch of us. If I could just pull the letter up and put it in chat.
Well, Letterhack had a episode. This is back called "When Mods Resign."
Mods Resign.
I listened. This is before I came out with my documentary project because I was doing it in secret. And when the Mod Rebellion happened, I was watching things, as one does when they're camped outside Arkham Asylum, keeping track of things.
Batman.
So obviously that picked up my interest, and I listened to that at least twice. You guys all had a lot to say, and it was really nice of Matt Strackmine to organize that and have you guys on to tell your story. And you guys tried to. I'm taking over and just telling your story for you. So apologies.
No, did Matt have anything to do with TYT?
No.
I felt like he didn't.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, he had. I think he had John Idarola on like the day after the Mod Rebellion happened. Like the day after Mod Resign, he did the drawing thing, and I think it came up. And I don't know. I haven't watched the episode since, but I think there was. There's been some push now. And again, I don't know his whole situation because I know there's been some tension between him and Anna, but there's been some push for John to leave TYT.
I mean, even I pushed for that.
Yeah.
I was the
I
original.
mean, so do I. I mean, I would say this. So do I. I mean, I've been saying if not here publicly, but saying, look, you gotta make a serious decision, dude. Half of TYT's audience, whether it be on camera, behind it, they're gone. If you stick around more or longer, there's going to be a lot of people will have questions, if that makes sense.
I think so. I'm shaking my head, not because you're wrong. I observe a lot of that commentary too. That John, what is he doing staying there? No, he's got insurance. He's got a kid. He's got stability. It'd be rough to leave. He could easily get an audience on Patreon in the tens, in the low.
He could go.
He could quickly. Well, just hang on a second. So he has options, but it is hard to leave, and it is definitely something that you can understand why he might stay or why he might leave. But the reason I'm shaking my head is because I would like to get this idea out there that instead of leaving, John should unionize his workplace. John should live the principles that the audience believes they support with their money. John should take some initiative,
shaking my head,
summon some courage.
agree.
Contact me, John. We'll make a secret documentary about unionizing the young Turks again. We'll do it all over.
And John, I don't know.
And
I mean,
this is the phone. This is the phone, by the way. This is for some reason my other. I can't get my finger down. What the fuck? Sorry, I'm losing. John needs to unionize his workplace so that he has the freedom to make editorial decisions on his own. Francesca talked about this when she was on the Vanguard recently about how, people at TOT face consequences, perhaps if they're not free to book the guests that they want, and she's banned from the Damage Report, for instance. I can also tell stuff more about that. But go ahead, John.
Is she she just banned from Damage Report, or is she banned from TYT altogether?
Well, all of it, but
really?
John, one of the something I've been saying before about having leverage. John needs more leverage. Collective organizing can give him that leverage. My point isn't that John should stand up and by going. My point is that John should stand up by standing up. Be a fucking,
be a man. Be a man and actually
be a human.
Yeah,
right?
be a human and
get inspired by our bonobo overlords. Those horny grandmas.
I would argue that
JR
JR needs to be part of that too. I mean, JR,
yeah, him too.
Like
I was close to. I wasn't like close pals, but I used to go to John's house and watch movies with people, and as a group, he'd have people over, and
honestly, I want to be part of his board game group. Like I play Eldritch Horror and Ticket to Ride and all those lame board games that I love.
So speaking on the TYT, I really do want to see this Jimmy Dore thing. Let's get back.
Oh yeah. Let's try that.
I want to see that.
So
I do want to see that.
Yeah, let's see. So I think I think this will work okay though. I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't. So if I do screen share, let's try not to hold on, let me close all my secret plans.
Don't dox. No self dox.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. I turned on. Okay, so if I go screen share.
So another thing, Hank, while you do that, or I may just wait until you're done.
That's right. Let me turn on.
Speaking of mods,
jeez.
I was gonna say, I was sad to hear about Zane, Zane the Puffer Dragon. I mean, we weren't close friends as mods, but yeah, it was sad to see what happened there.
What happened?
I mean, you asked me about it. I don't know if he was still modding for TYT, but I think he was. Zane the Puffer Dragon is what he called himself. He tragically passed away a week ago, and Jank apparently acknowledged it on his show, on the main show.
Did you watch that video, John? He did a whole long segment. Him and Kara Eastman were reading comments.
Oh yeah.
Did they ever pay Zane for his work?
They don't pay the mods.
No.
I know that in fact, they don't pay the mods. It was all for nothing.
To be fair, nobody pays mods on YouTube. I don't know a single channel that does.
The channels that are
big
smaller
pay their mods at least.
But TYT should have, because
do they? Because I don't think they even like. What do you mean bigger channels? Because like the biggest channels that I watch, they don't even have mods.
I mean,
they usually just shut chat down.
Channels that make money from an audience that has their mods working 8-hour days for no money should pay their mods. That's
like if you make if TYT
well,
is going to make
technically, this
mod,
space then is on the hook.
Yeah.
well, I mean, in fairness,
slight differences.
Yeah, the slight difference, like this space is just still relatively new, Pep. You know, TYT has been around almost 25 years, and if they're going to make their people work 9-to-5 jobs, and it makes sense for them to get paid like a 9-to-5 job.
If you have to follow, sorry, go ahead. Sorry, John.
Especially the fact that a majority of us, including myself, are disabled and have
No, I
limited-
understand that, but at some
limited-
point, so
yeah.
like contractually, like, did you guys have anything that was outside the norm of like YouTube contract or anything like that?
Oh, in the contract, I mean, as far as the contract goes, there was nothing that actually said it was volunteer.
Right.
So we were all expected to get paid one way or another. That's the one thing.
No,
that
actually, it's the
Adrian
opposite, John. Unfortunately, like if you didn't have a contract with them to say that you were supposed to get paid, then they have absolutely no obligation based on the structure of the YouTube model, because they just saw it as, oh, this is just what YouTube is. You know, this is why we don't want to pay these guys, or like whatever, or like, because like as I said, I was looking to just be like, wow, like if there's a YouTuber out there that is paying their mods, I mean, more fucking power to them. But I can't name a single channel that does.
Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with whether it should, though.
Yeah.
Whether the legal
TYT.
structure set up by their health insurance executive that runs the company, the guy who runs TYT is a health insurance executive, Jack Gerard, is their number 2. But I'm just saying, like I agree with what you're saying, Pep, that like the structural legal stuff would.
Well, I think it would have to come down from Google.
If they agree.
Like honestly, it has nothing to do with TYT or any of these channels. It would literally have to be based on like how Google structures your channel and like how many engagers you have. So technically, like for instance, in my perfect world, say you have, it's not based on like subscriber count or anything. It's literally based on chat count, which they do. So it's like you have over 1,000 chats in so much amount of time, and you need moderators. Obviously, they want to give an incentive there. That would be a good incentive where it's just like, oh yeah, you know what? You get a little bit of a kickback on the ad revenue that such and such creator is, making, then they can opt into it, that kind of thing, because that gives the creator the opportunity to continue to mod for themselves if they want to save that money. And it also gives an incentive structure to having people doing like the mod job. You know what I mean? Because it is like, listen, I used to ref for fucking hockey. There were times that I would have to ref multiple games that I knew I wasn't getting paid for because I didn't book them. And like I would have to work it out with the mod or the ref that, didn't show up, which was a whole thing in itself. And yes, I was also an idiot because it was just like, I'm here, I'm dressed, I might as well go play another go, ref another game.
Yeah.
But
good soldier.
Yeah, good soldier. But it was thankless. There's no more thankless job than being a ref in men's league hockey, where you have a bunch
Everybody
of
likes you though, right?
No, dude. the only times I ever got in like actual threats where I had to leave the game right after was when I was reffing.
I believe, yeah, I believe that. You didn't get a lot of people being like, "Great,
I will say
moderate decision making, very fair."
Taking the aspect of payment of any kind out of it from it. I mean, we actually believe at some point, we could, being on the inside one way or the other, we thought we could make a difference. And sadly,
you were.
Did not.
I mean, John,
realistically,
you were.
Sadly, we did.
Yeah, they were getting exhausted and tired and worn out and burnt out and having their divergence and their desperation taken advantage of by a capitalist.
I get it.
I mean, Cenk
they were making
totally
a difference. They were being harmed.
Hank knows it more than I do. Anyway, let's watch this.
My point is, though, that I interrupted there. I didn't mean to. Like, I totally get where Pep is coming from on that. I understand that whole notion. But, John, were you moderating on TYT channels, though? Like TYT.com streams?
I was on the YouTube channel.
But did other people mod on TYT?
Oh, yeah. There were mods on YouTube. There were mods on Twitch, TYT.com, Discord.
Yeah.
Those four, as far as I know.
Yeah,
so
from my understanding, you guys pulled double duty, too.
No.
Yeah.
No.
And so they were following a full-time daily 24, well, I don't know 24 hours, but like TOA does do a 24-hour stream. But like you guys had to follow their like schedule, and you would mod for the same program when it re-aired and stuff like that, right? Or am I misunderstanding that a little bit?
I think there's some there might I think what you're onto something, yeah. When I joined, they were like completely because like the and then I want to really watch this Jimmy Dore thing, so we'll
Yeah,
end
we're gonna
here
try it
after
as
this.
soon as we're on a good one
but-
here because we don't fully agree. Pep is valid, but not persuasive. Like I was saying.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, that's good because if we disagree, if we agreed on everything,
Hey,
we all
I
lose our mind.
appreciate, dude. I am not a flower. You can sit here and speak your mind.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm not gonna
No, I
hate
like-
you.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. I
Well-
have a John and I both are like pay the mods.
No, I get
Yeah.
it. The thing is,
Yeah.
I listen. I'm devil's advocate in this one since Alex isn't here.
That's fair.
I will just say that, like I'll see it for the bad guy. Whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I'll see
So
it for
as
the
far as
boss
like
man.
the job, let's say for
Tell the
job,
truth.
like we didn't. There wasn't really, as far as I know, as far as the schedule. Yeah, we had to basically fill out a schedule on what show we were gonna mod. And for me, because I was in college, I was in community college at the time, I can only do certain hours.
John, was this was this through the Discord where it was like so? Did you guys
Yeah,
have a main
we had-
mod that you had to report to?
We had a mod coordinator that we had to
A mod
report to.
coordinator.
Yeah, this-
Thank you. Yeah.
This
Were
was,
they paid?
As far as I know,
Well, John, were they a TYT employee?
Yeah,
Not-
were they a
not
TYT
volunteer?
employee?
As an TYT employee, I believe so. I think Allison was paid. As
Okay,
mod
sure.
coordinator, I have no idea. That's just something I don't know. Again, I
fella.
joined late in the process, so like again, my involvement is very minuscule compared to Adrian, Forbzilla, Vitingale, Lindsay, Roller Dragon, Spectrophonic, everyone else who wrote that letter were there longer than I was. And if you wanted to talk to them, they're all better at talking this because they know more than I do. I just, got informed of what was going on at the time. And I was even told by Adrian when I applied in December of 22, they were like, this is what's been going on, and we just want to be sure that you want to do this.
Wow,
And
so you
as
joined
a
on
warning.
during the
I was-
tumultuous time?
Yeah, I mean, I was a fan and of TYT like everybody else was. And yeah, it was hella tumultuous. So, but I had been, I guess you could say I had been parasocial friends with everybody on Discord. No, I had a cough.
Would have been funny. Go ahead, keep going. Keep going. Sorry.
Yeah.
Could have
No,
fooled me.
Anyway,
you just leave it.
I was
Leave
just
that
like,
one in the
wait,
imagination.
Who's this team
anyway,
about?
anyway,
It's not funny when the tongue comes out.
Anyway, I had been parasocial friends.
that was real.
I swear, it's a cough. I had something in my throat. It's probably this water that I'm.
You're swallowing those long hairs.
Hey,
yeah,
that
is
happens. You know what?
happening,
Fuck you,
actually.
Hank. That happens. That actually happened
I'm an
yesterday.
expert on
I had,
hair,
I had
trust
a
me.
hair stuck in like my back tooth where I was just like, why is this not? What is going on? Ah! So mad about that.
Anyway, as to
Baldwin
wrap
has
this story,
advantages.
up, I was friends with most of the people parasocially on the Discord and during the pandemic. So they were telling me about the mod position and how at the time great it was. Things just changed and I joined.
John, can I ask
And
you a serious question?
this-
And I hope that it doesn't like
Yeah.
offend you in any way.
No, go ahead.
Do you think that they were taking advantage of a fan that thought that, they could get, like, they could feel like they were more involved? Because, like, I've noticed that, like, the bigger channels, that's what they tend to do. Is
the mods?
I'm not going to call
I
it a
don't
certain
believe it.
channel, but I saw some mod drama within the last month or so where their main mod got told they were gone. Majority report.
Oh.
So I'm totally calling it out.
Okay.
The autumn leaves drama.
Oh, I didn't know about Autumn Leaves. I know who that is.
Yeah,
but,
Autumn Leaves got booted
as-
from his position as the moderator for the majority report because there was a chatter that was talking about some it was like a racial thing. I forgot. Very subtle. Thank you. That was the whole point.
So to answer your question, though, Pep, was I taken advantage of by the fellow mods? No. In fact,
was that his question?
That kind of not the fellow mods. I feel like you were taken advantage of in general, like being described
by TYT. By TYT.
Yeah, by TYT. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, in a general sense, yes. And I think that I believe also that again the fellow mods that I mentioned, they were taken advantage of too, like very much so. In any way. So I applied. This also is into it, and then I really want to watch that Jimmy Dore thing, Hank.
Well, then I got to talk for 20 minutes after you're done.
So I applied in December of 2022, and I didn't start until like March of 2023. So I was like on a waiting list for like 3 months, and I was asking constantly, when am I going to start? I think if it would have been up to the fellow mods, they probably would have had me start sooner. And that would have been great. Like if I applied in December of 22, I would have been able to start after the holidays in January of 2023.
So they had coverage then, like as far as like their coverage for their shows. So like because you had to apply, I'm assuming that they had people that were already in that position, so they were waiting for one to open up so you can kind of move into it.
I don't know for sure.
They had a reserve army of labor. It sounds like
reserve
army. There's a waiting list.
I was gonna be a little less subtle with it. Fucking Hank.
Again,
is labor.
I apologize, Pep. Pep, if these answers are vague. You know, again,
don't worry about it.
I started late. So
no, for real. Like, also, don't worry about being vague if you need to be vague. Like, I don't want no lawsuits. I don't want any tea spilled that you're not supposed to spill. I'm not looking for gotchas. Be safe, fellas.
Well, to me, my it sort of summarizes for me as like it should have been paid, even though it wasn't. I understand like the structural ways that they were able to avoid paying and make sense from their perspective, from a business perspective. Why would you pay when you don't have to? And actually, something I would talk about with others at the Young Turks internally, with some people, I can recall a few conversations, is that a lot of the people who go to work for TYT, both in the volunteer side on the Wolfpack and the mods volunteers, and myself, I came out of the TYT audience and stuff, is like they kind of get a dividend out of that parasocial thing, that you feel like you're contributing to some sort of activist cause. You're sort of part of the movement. The
literally
movement,
asking
whatever.
This because I had the thought of what if me, and you're, all right, you're confirming that.
Yeah, well, like I think this sort of mechanism functions on lots of different levels, and especially with like the mod kind of group. Like, John, if I'm wrong, correct me, but you guys were not promised any sort of compensation, but you were told you'd get like swag, or maybe you'd get to visit with hosts or something.
Pretty much all of that. Yeah, that's pretty much accurate. Not so much the swag thing, but we were also told like, yeah, the hosts would come in on the Discord and like hang with us every month or so, and like encourage us to be like you know, keep doing a good job kind of thing.
Yeah, and like that sort of carrot sounds nice if you guys are big fans of the show and you have this parasocial sort of connection. You know, that's the kind of carrot you dangle to sort of like get you to maybe look past the notion that you're putting in many hours a day for zero actual compensation.
Hank, can you actually answer this about like how they would run Rebel HQ? Because I heard certain things about like how if like Rebel HQ was essentially like the training ground or like the minor league of TYT, and they would get rid of creators if they weren't producing a certain number like on that content. Is that true?
I never worked on Rebel HQ content while I was there, nor on like operating the YouTube channel, but I can tell you that this is public stuff. Sandy Lovis has talked about that in some detail. Left of the Box. They have a great
Sandy
show.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Sandy was doing
This Space.
This Space is. She also was on my show. You know, and she's working on a documentary.
She has an
about the Young
adorable
Turks,
cat.
So. Well, our cat passed actually. Which
that
I know she's been
actually
struggling
just
with that lately.
Oh, that just hurt me. Damn it.
I should have said nothing on that one.
No,
Yeah.
it's okay. Oh, I'm kind of glad to know, but oh, poor baby. No.
Yeah, she was very devoted. Yeah, that's rough.
Oh, it was a baby.
But I do
I got my
recall
baby
Sandy
over
talking
there.
about.
No.
I do recall Sandy talking about that Rebel HQ process and like that she would get feedback from whoever she was interfacing with to get her videos done, and that she often got kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Contradictory instructions or contradictory feedback, or and then Jeff Wiggins made a video. His went like real big, went like 500,000 views or something, which I'm like, dude,
Yeah, I
how did you
commented
make that
on
work?
Jeez.
When he left TYT as a contributor to Rebel HQ, and he talked about like that he had no influence over the publishing and the posting and stuff. And actually, in my first iteration at the Young Turks in 2013, 14, 15, I was my job title was head of publishing, which is kind of BS because you got to make up your own job title. But I got 2 certifications in digital rights management and audience growth and development, like formal
Rashad.
certifications
Jesus.
from YouTube. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm a PhD in posting on YouTube. I bought it at the Burger King.
Bring it all back.
Parking lot. Yeah, yeah, guys. I invented quantum Alzheimer's YouTube posting. Yeah,
Wow,
but,
today has been a wild TYT loaded. I have a feeling that TYT will never be calling pep talks to do any collaborations. I think that I burned every bridge that I could have ever had before I even set foot on them. So
that's right.
Hope you all
That's
love
a badge
that.
of honor. Yeah, having me on is like it's tough.
It's our fault. It's our fault. Yep.
Yep, John.
My only thing. Yeah,
it's our fault.
I wish that this.
fault.
You
like,
heard it from John Ross. It's his fault.
My thought about the mods is like, if there were no mods, if there weren't humans to step into that role, what consequences would flow from the lack of mods? Therefore, how necessary are mods in a giant community like that? And it sounds like you guys did a lot of.
Hank, I'm not even kidding. The one show, and this isn't even the flex. It was a little flexy, but when I had over 100K here, I had to literally like go into Discord and be like, who the fuck do I know is modding for me? Because I need every hand on deck. That went nuts. So I could only imagine like how much like turnover they're having in those streams. Like, and that's where, you definitely need mods. Like,
right. If their absence causes problems and they have to go through application, training, follow standards, report to their time on and time off.
The other hold on. One thing that you're missing here is that we do have the option to do mod bots, which are they're not great because what they end up doing is they'll kill engagement like immediately, and then you're not getting all the YouTube goodies from letting some things happen, others not. It's a fine-tuned game.
I'm sure that they're trying to increase or improve the ability, to have non-human mods even more. Obviously, I think every business is seeking that.
Yeah,
but like, and it makes sense on like a micro scale. But like, in I think that's why this mod thing kind of hits is that like you guys were doing. I'm sure you were tired, right? I mean, you're the ones that are filtering out all the horrible words and all the terrible things
John,
you said, and the grape threats and the other threats and the pew threats and the you guys are the ones that actually.
But how
take
many
the brunt
were on like the main show at like say what was it five or six? Like how many were on the main show?
Mods, probably 6 of us, and that would come right after.
That's it
at once. 6 per show.
Yeah.
That's actually
and it fluctuated.
Conservative as hell.
The thing is,
damn.
It fluctuated. It wasn't always that number. Sometimes it was higher than that. Sometimes it was lower than that. I mean, we were always talking because we'd have to like take notes of all this is the other drama stuff that people don't know about, and how the behind the scenes work was. It was basically taking the chat. If someone said something really bad of everything that you guys are just describing in chat, if anything like that would happen, we'd have to delete it. And before we delete it, we have to highlight it, delete the chat, and then put it in our little note taker deal to make sure that if that person pops up, we know who they are. So, to say, hey, this person said something derogatory in the chat, in the YouTube chat, in the main show, and for all the other TYT shows, so we could just remind them that, hey, you say this again, we're going to ban you. And I know that that probably doesn't look like a whole lot, but once you've been there and actually done it, yeah, it does get tiring. It gets hella tiring.
highlighting chats, and you're logging everything that you
I'm literally
make a decision
doing
on, right?
this, yeah, exactly. And
Right.
even
That's
like
extra,
on the weekends, because I actually accommodated my whole stream schedule for this. That's the other thing people don't. I was like, I'll mod on the weekdays and stream on the weekends, and I found less interest in streaming at that time. Now I just do it on my own terms, but or on my own time. But yeah, it was. I think I may have streamed a couple weekends
I'll
during
mod for you,
my
John.
brief
I'll be your
moderation.
mod if you give me some hair care tips. How do you get that
There you
hair
go.
hair, buddy? I gotta know.
I got
No, that's all really interesting.
Hank, I got some turtle wax. I will send it to you.
Oh,
There
hell
you
yeah.
go.
All right.
There you go.
Okay,
Yep.
good.
Yep, we'll
Let's
give
do
it
it.
to you.
I need some. I'll put a stripe right down the middle, and we'll so
yeah.
Any final thoughts? We'll try sharing this thing. Hopefully it'll work.
Yeah.
Let's share this. Let's share this
I've got
thing.
this is from the middle
Let's share this
38
thing.
minutes of Tell the Truth, Jank, my documentary. Let me click on share.
I gave you
here.
permissions to share, so you should be good to go.
Oh, okay, cool. So share screen, select the one browser here.
All right, and
It's
now
gonna be
I can
small as
watch
fuck.
stream.
Oh, I might have to
Do
move
I-
chat. Hold on. There we go.
That looks
There we
good.
go. Got it.
Yeah, it looks
Are we
good to
seeing it
me.
good? I not even. So yeah, okay. You got it full screened. I
Yeah.
guess it'll
Yep.
catch up.
Well,
over
I
the
mean,
other
it's
side.
as full screen as it'll go.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't mean like total frame to frame.
Actually, funny enough, if you're watching vertical, it's full screen.
There you go. Nice.
So-
So, just a slight bit of context. There's a 46. The first 46 minutes is the first big chunk. I could have named these better. I was doing this all myself. I'm good at the editing, not the promotion. But this is a sequence where we pick up the middle, basically after 46 minutes of the movie. Cenk Uygur has gone through his campaign, or that he's been reeling from the way the mainstream media is treating him. There's about 20 or 30 minutes right before this, talking about the way the unfair treatment he was getting from mainstream sources and the attention that the Bernie Sanders endorsement had brought to Cenk. Bernie Sanders, as guys you might remember, endorsed Cenk in this congressional race for California's 25th district special election to replace Katie Hill. And then Bernie had to unendorse Cenk within 24 hours. It's a very dramatic thing. Ro Khanna's on CNN defending Cenk, even though he's got all these, because all this old sexist stuff was coming up. And then it leads into
the old blogs.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan. There's a sequence I call the ethical dark web. Sam Cedar, Joe Rogan, David Doyle, Mike Figueredo, a whole bunch of other people. Well, not a whole bunch, but Kyle Klinsky. The New York Times smeared Cenk by completely mischaracterizing his interview with David Duke. And so just in the 5 minutes before what we're about to watch was that a whole sequence. And Joe Rogan even came to Cenk's defense in that, in terms of how unfairly Cenk was treated. It's both to show the context in which Cenk made his decision to do the union busting, because all this was about 2 months before the union came forward. And it's also as a way to contrast the cavalry that showed up to defend Cenk from the misinformation that he faced from the New York Times, compared that to the misinformation that Young Turks workers faced when Cenk and Anna were spreading lies and slander about their own colleagues and their own workers. So that's just what leads us up into this. And so Cenk is feeling he needs a safe harbor, and he had a very good friend here who was there to welcome him and to help him and encourage him. So you ready to go? Is that good?
Yep.
Pep? All right. Click play. Volume?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Reeling from the day's bed. Are you getting sound?
Yeah, I'm getting sound. It's just low as shit.
Okay, I turned it up a little. Since we're troubleshooting on a pause here. Okay, I do have stream audio.
Hold on. Let me get my audio. Where the fuck is the audio?
Let me just check that window.
That's like the biggest thing
Discord.
of us Twitch streamers, right, Pep?
Yep.
Is our audio.
Yeah.
It's always the audio or always the video.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's never it unless you do it all the time, you can't really dial it in. So, but I can start over from where we were, and we can just see if how it sounds.
I hope this works.
Ready? Okay. Hold on, let me turn that. Okay, because I don't see any way to crank up my output audio.
I'm trying to do it on my end here.
Yeah.
And
sorry, audience. We're gonna start our echo over.
Yes.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Free
All right, go ahead.
Twizzlers at the concession stand. Okay, here we go.
Reeling from the day's bedlam, Jake
just have to
seeks
go with it.
refuge in the harbor of a trusted friend.
We have a special guest with us. He's a candidate running for Congress in California's 25th.
Hank, can you put on the closed caption though?
Off or on? Did you say
on? That'll help.
Yeah.
I don't think there is.
Oh,
There-
unavailable.
What?
Yeah, weird.
Well, never
yeah,
mind.
must be
it
a
says it right
YouTube
there.
thing.
I can't do it.
I tried
Must be a
to
YouTube
raise.
thing.
Wait, options. Ah, here we go.
There must be a
Stream
freaking
volume. There we
YouTube.
go. Go ahead.
All right. Good audio. Should I back up or just go?
Just go.
Thank you, Huger. How are you?
Good. How you doing,
Much
Jimmy
better.
Dore?
I'm great. It's good to see you.
For the nourishing embrace of brotherhood.
Old friend, let us whisper of a dream.
Laughter.
It's like, you know what I would do to them?
Understanding.
You are definitely not the choice of the Democratic Party.
Contagious laughter, not for a good
And
reason.
validation.
No kidding.
That's right. Okay.
So that's great. That is great, right? So that's
Jimmy, 1,000,000,000% right. So look.
right.
Yep.
So
Totally right.
It's exactly right. Jack. It's upside down and backwards. Now you don't take those bribes.
No.
The kind one only finds in the truest and lastingest bonds. You know, bro time.
So you feel that way? You feel that way?
Of course.
Well, that's how I feel. Well, how can we feel the same way?
Nothing heals more than a safe space to be oneself.
Christy, I know you're going to win. Nancy Pelosi's on your side. Oh, I disqualified Cenk. I disqualified him.
Cenk, you and I have had major differences on tactics, but we share the same policy goals.
Character assassination. When I win, I can't wait to disqualify them.
Aha!
To express shared interests.
The establishment. The establishment.
The establishment. Kyle Kulinski.
The establishment. The establishment.
The establishment hates me and would attack me.
Well, I welcome their hate.
Yeah,
right?
as FDR would
As
say.
FDR said.
And just dish about what's up.
You know what Latinos care most about?
No, what?
Chocolate milk for everyone, and more recess.
Yeah,
More
pizza.
And in an ironic way, I'm being punished for having an open mind.
I felt the same way when you founded Justice Democrats and these blogs that you had written back when you were trying
Burying
to be
Howard and
Stern.
Robin.
Old
That was
blogs.
cool.
Old blogs.
They've taken that stuff out of context.
I didn't believe in climate change 20 years ago.
You had evolved as a person.
You're totally right about my evolution. The first Gulf War, I did a pro-war rally. Real people know I'm honest.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Right? How did I do? There's no BS here. It's like Buttigieg on steroids. They cannot stop me. And it's driving them crazy.
Or talk about the other kids.
What did Obama say? Dianne Feinstein and Nancy Pelosi. Jill Filipovich, when Joy Reid had old blogs.
For me, this time it's Tulsi, Glenn Greenwald, Andrew Yang.
Almost as if you have a different agenda, Jill. But when Hillary Clinton goes on the actual Howard Stern show
to bash Bernie Sanders, I'm saying that it's a double standard.
Because Cenk was trying to partly copy Howard Stern 20 years ago.
Yes.
He is disqualified.
The First Lady went on Howard Stern's show.
What about, are you against free college?
This highlights how they're pretending to be outraged at the things you said.
If they go after women's rights, if I'm in Congress, God help them, because I'm going to crush them. Reaching into your fallopian tubes, okay? I dare you. Obama said, we don't look backwards, we look forwards. Which,
It's not just nourishment, it's home. Jank2020.com.
except this movie has a different ending.
Did you do the animations?
Jank2020.com. And they never, ever want to talk about the issues. Jank2020.com. Get out
Pretty
the
funny.
way, yo. Get out the way. Jank2020.com. It's a big mistake. Jank2020.com.
Plus, Jank gets to let loose a little and polish up that campaign charm. About another minute. Take them all the way.
I'm going to put your name on a goddamn list, okay?
A list of people who could buy weed.
So I'm sorry, I do need that moment, little insider stuff that most people won't know. He's quoting a Jimmy Dore punchline. So when he says a list of people who could buy weed, that's actually one of Jimmy Dore's stand-up jokes, where that's his punchline. So I anyway, I just felt
Was that a
because
bonobo?
only deep insiders might even know that.
Tinkerbell's asking, was that a bonobo? Because I might be asking too.
I'll answer that when we're done. We're close. See, it's almost sunset, though. There's a Rings of Power fans might notice a joke that's about to happen. I want people to really dial in on this one. Is there even a single Rings of Power fan? Let's be honest. Okay, here we go.
I actually liked it. Shut up.
All right. I know.
Okay.
I watched it. Of course, I can't. I'm a piggy. Okay, let's keep. Okay.
Every criminal in the country had to celebrate. Like they're like, oh, we're not looking backwards anymore. I got great news.
The ultimate irony of all this, right, is that your policies, your positions are actually better for women than your opponents.
All my crimes are in the past.
Stuff like this makes it very easy for me to support you.
Okay, I haven't committed a single crime in the future yet.
Yet. So would you try to stop instigating that?
So
here. Now, hold.
Welcome.
Now we move in. Now we start a sequence where we fly through the Gowanus Canal because Sam Cedar's in the next sequence, and that took me like a month. That whole Jimmy jumping sequence took me like a month to make. Honestly, I think it's a little bit long. It stretches a slight bit on the kind of patience meter.
But I also like the part where you go into like when Hasan jumps in and he's like, "Hello, Haas. This is your good uncle." Uncle, was it Uncle?
we can watch that. Yeah, well, don't spoil it, John. John, this is showbiz. You're in fucking college for this shit. Don't spoil it. Hold on.
John, damn.
Yeah, seriously, bro.
I'm just
We're trying to start a revolution. You're ruining it.
God, tell the punchline before the joke. I see how it is. Just kidding.
Yeah,
John,
I did all the
so kidding.
like. This is why this whole project's taken so long, because I could have gotten this information across in like a short edit. Like, it didn't need After Effects 3D space with multiple jumping alpha exports of these. But I was trying to sort of accentuate. So people who are watching in chat, I'm not looking at it or anything right now, so I don't know what people are saying. But you guys, most of y'all know that Jank and Jimmy had a gigantic
romance,
very public falling out after this. Like within about a year after this, they turned into total mortal enemies over Force the Vote was the initial. There was probably stuff boiling before
Force
that.
the Vote, because honestly, Jake kind of agreed with it.
Yeah, but that was a huge like rift that formed. That was like the Superman's girlfriend falls into the San Andreas Fault. That's like the Earth opening, the split. So I was sort of just trying to play with this, like the truest and lastingest bond. Like I was kind of making fun of the fact that they ended up having a horrible. Thus, it goes from the Mouthlands to Mordor at the end, which is if you guys recall from the Rings of Power, they when Mordor, when the volcano thing goes. Oh, speaking of spoilers. They it's the way they indicate that it's now a Mordor is they just change the graphic in the screen, like they just like the word changes to Mordor. That's
because they didn't want to again bury the lead with it being on fire, and the fact that he's not there means the volcano's dormant, which makes sense, Hank.
Yeah. What I think I missed. Yeah. Yes, I agree. I'm with you. But yeah, so I definitely these are all After Effects like flowers. I drew everything. I mean, I didn't have any help with any.
Tinkerbell.
I just do.
That's actually.
So I'm looking for the grooming monkeys. Now, and just to answer, was it Pinkerbell? Yeah. Those are not bonobos. Bonobos are chimpanzees. So they're like a second. I think
God. All right, Hank. I know that you want me to be Joe Rogan, but now we're talking monkeys. Like, God damn,
bro, it's crazy. They like have thumbs.
Bro, like, did you see that one that like ripped that one lady's face off? Like,
yeah.
I'm
there
like,
you go. That's
totally scared of chimps now, and chimps and chimpanzees are not like, if you call them a monkey, they would be kind of insulted by that. You know what? They're technically a form of orangutan.
Oh, whoa. So like, why is there even photons? Billionaires are geniuses, bro.
Bro, I don't know, but all I know is that Eddie Bravo is about to come in here and break your brain with some conspiracy theories. Let's go.
Yeah.
Does he even have Eddie Bravo on anymore? Jesus.
I don't know. I used to listen to the show a lot in the Red Band days, and not that I listened to that guy. That guy was horrible. I met Joe Rogan at TYT. I shook his hand. Malcolm Froshner told him I did stand up.
Really? That's embarrassing.
Yeah.
I've had to like tell people, I'm like, don't tell this person that I have done comedy, please. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of like,
them know.
obviously, yeah, it was like 2014, and if Rogan had said like, "Oh wow, come on the road with me," I would have been thrilled. But I didn't go
Oh
up to
my
him. And try
God,
to
you'd
tell him I
be
was
a
stand-up.
fucking, you would literally be at the mothership.
I would have turned him on the leftists. I'm a persuasive motherfucker.
He was
'cause I
already
validate.
technically on that way. It's just God, I just wish people would stop putting so much political stock into that moron.
Yeah, it's
He was on that
unfortunate.
way, but then he had to take a detour into the right-wing rabbit hole, so to speak.
Yeah, it's because he's into
So
the bro. No, it's literally all cancel culture brosphere shit. And honestly, he would have stayed there had we not done the fucking like all the outrage bullshit pushing him into it. Like he did it out of spite for the way that like leftist comics would essentially like get mad at him for his politics, and he would just be like, "What the fuck, man? People used to be like." No, they used to get mad at me and like they would just kind of back off. Now everybody hates me. Like now I got people banning my show. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, midwifing fascism. You should get banned.
That's a good-
You know,
I will admit. That's
Oh, this is a
really
little
good
pre that. Like this was pre the billionaires coming on. Like this is when he was starting
okay.
to like kind of fade into that a little bit. Hey yo, what up, PB Jackson? Yes, late stream tonight.
I just when it comes to Rogan, it's like he did have kind of a regular guy upbringing. You know, he didn't grow up rich, and he had kind of a stressful divorced family dad type of stuff. And but he's been a Hollywood millionaire since his 20s. He was very successful very early. He's just a Hollywood dipshit. You know,
it's that news
I'd love to go
radio
on a show,
money.
but people
that
act
was
like
actually
he's
part
some
of his
regular-ass
imposter
Joe.
syndrome was that he got the money from news radio and he wasn't on the road, and then he started doing Fear Factor, and then he started getting called a hack, and he hated it because he wanted to still be in with the the crowd. You know, what sucks is watching all these New York comics like that used to be really, really fucking good become super successful and turn into the exact thing that I've hated since fucking Sam Kinison did it, where it's just like, oh, you got rich, now you suck. You stopped working hard at it. You stopped actually trying. Now it's all like lowest common denominator bullshit.
Sam Kinison and what's the other comedian? Not
And a lot of those dudes don't have any kind of political foundation. Dave Anthony is one of my favorite comedians.
Who?
The Dollop host, Dave Anthony. He hosts the Dollop, which is a pretty big podcast, and he's an
That's
LA
pretty much
dude,
what
but
they
he's-
all do now.
He's got good
A lot of
leftist
them.
politics. Sorry, John,
Josh Johnson.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, that's what happens with a lot of these comics. They become podcasters.
Well, that's what they. I mean, that's not the worst thing. Like, you understand that this. All right, now this is where I'm going to show
that's not enough.
my expertise. Hank here is
Let's
an
go ahead.
expert in TYT. I am an expert in bullshit radio, Howard Stern, and Opie and Anthony. I listened daily to these guys, and I watched them birth modern Joe Rogan, modern podcasting as it is literally known today. Because so many of these assholes were trying to emulate those guys because they made it seem like it was a hang on the radio, you know, where instead of playing music all the time, it was like, no, we're going to talk. We're going to do bits. We're going to have like a 4-hour show. But Opie and Anthony took it one step further where they started bringing on working comedians that you would become a fan of on the radio. So like Patrice O'Neill, Bill Burr, Joe DeRosa, Big J. Okerson, Dan Soder, like these are guys that I would not have known had I not been listening to their show.
Opie and Anthony. Yeah.
And they all have podcasts now. Bobby Kelly, Louis J. Gomez, Dave Smith, our favorite libertarian Dave Smith. If you didn't know, he was actually part of the Legion of Skanks, still is. He's probably the least funny person on the Legion. And he's also,
That's actually a very smart analogy, Pep.
Oh,
and
thank
I'm
you.
saying that in a nice way. Because I am fully aware who Opie and Anthony are.
Hey, John, get this shit. Opie was live today. I had more viewers than him.
Oh, that's good.
That was crazy.
That's good.
Those
That's
radio
good.
guys, Pap, like
And they're
Opie and
still
Anthony,
doing
and I think obviously Howard Stern has communications talent that is probably innate, and obviously
it's
something
peak.
is different. He's a cut above the rest. But
I was about to
guys
say,
like
no.
Mancow,
He's the
Opie
king
and
for a reason.
Anthony.
Mancow is also
but
in
like
Kansas City.
the sort of so they were able to bring in. They had these big platforms. They were guys that carried themselves with a ton of confidence in that radio morning zoo. Glenn Beck started as a morning zoo guy. I sometimes have thought about myself being probably pretty good at doing radio or something like that.
I caught him
as
using
well
Prep
as-
Burger because of him being the morning zoo guy. If you don't know what Prep Burger is, it's literally it's like before AI was a thing. They would literally give you all the like layouts of the show, what bit to play, the script to use, and the lead into like whatever music you were playing because it was all Clear Channel. Oh my god. I caught him doing that on his fucking show, and it was hilarious because Opie and Anthony, they exposed his old shit with it. And I don't know how, but that like went past Opie and Anthony onto like Twitter, and then everybody was dogging on him where it's just like, oh, you're just a fucking old DJ like that uses fake radio bits. You're a hack. And like for a small time there, Glenn Beck was like answering tweets and like burying himself for a bit. It was kind of fun.
That's hilarious. I mean, that's cool that you like. I don't know any. I have no idea how any of that like machinery works behind a radio like type of broadcast like that. But I'm not even sure what question I'm asking. But I'm just sort of letting you, if you like, because someone I've liked a lot is Brian Quimby. Actually, I think he was just on Majority Report today. He hosted Street Fight Radio for a good stretch. That was a pretty popular podcast. They broke up a bit. I used to call in and talk to him and stuff. But Brian has like kind of an obsessive sort of like he looks into these sort of subcultures. He does a show called Guys right now where they like look up different types of guys.
Yeah.
I actually want to try to get him on my show, but he would do stuff about Opie a lot. And there's that personality type though doesn't seem to work in the competitive field of podcasting.
No.
I'm just going to turn it over to you and see if you have any comment.
The funny part is Opie, I used to like kind of relate to a lot. He had a very similar like growing up disconnected, very much like us, where it was like I'm pretty sure Opie is a little mental spicy or neuro spicy, and he had a thing with his mom and his family where it was always like he needed to prove something to himself and just get away from his mom. And then he became a super successful radio guy that got overshadowed by somebody that he brought in, Anthony. Anthony was literally just a construction worker. He was just a friend who happened to call into Howard Stern. And Opie was like, you know what? Fuck it. He would be a great foil. Like, we could definitely vibe.
He'd be a good counterpart.
Right. And this is where it wasn't great for his personality because he was so used to being in charge of the show that and it was noticeable even when I was listening where he would get super uncomfortable where Jimmy or any of the other people on the show, whether it was Patrice, Bill Burr, like he would get very uncomfortable if any of them were overshadowing him. And he would then kind of make like a douchey joke that really didn't fit in with what was going on at that point, or he would do the shittiest part where he would ruin the show, where he would just he would bring up his grievances in the middle of a bit, and that shit.
Oh wow,
that sucked. Yeah, it was like
That's
if you guys want to look up one of the most legendary Opie and Anthony blowups, look up Opie and Anthony grape fight. It's so good, but so uncomfortable. But it is a great case study in the de-evolution of a professional show, where you watch them fight on air, and it's real, and it's all over, Opie eating grapes. Where I guess it annoyed Anthony, where just the way he was eating the grapes, and Anthony made a little snide remark, and it turned into, I'm going to bring up 15 years of grievances on air.
It wasn't just the grapes.
No, it wasn't just the grapes.
You ate grapes on this date? You
But
ate
I think
grapes
that
20
most
years
people are
ago?
interested with the Opie and Anthony thing because it was really the first time that you got to see a radio show. Like, I knew they hated each other because I had, already been studying radio, and I knew about Bob and Tom and just all the other fucking radio duos that
My dad was a
absolutely
big
hate
Bob
each
and
other.
Tom
Bob
listener.
and Tom hated each other. They didn't even work in the same
They
studio
hated
for
each other?
It was like 10 years they didn't even work in the same studio. Yeah, they were like
Yeah.
they were the godfathers of ISDN. Like, without them, we would
ISDN
not have
means-
ISDN lines for radio shows. That was before Ethernet and going online. It was where you would have the ability to broadcast from your house. So
Yeah, I remember listening to my dad was, like I said, my dad was a big Bob and Tom.
Fucking Bob and
player.
Tom.
That's the other thing. Living in Columbia, it was always on the rock station in the morning.
Yeah,
I can still
they're
recall
syndicated.
like the syndicate. Yeah, like welcome back to the Bob and Tom. Or no. Let me try that again.
One guy had a great voice.
Welcome back to
One
the
guy had a nice
Bob and
laugh.
Tom
Bob
Show.
and Tom Show.
Yep.
Hello.
Yep. You're listening
think,
to Howard
Fascinating.
Stern.
So it's a crazy
Oh
industry. I mean, it's
my.
such an interesting kind of world.
It's like, and then there was always like his like cohorts. There was Chick McGee and Jimmy Mad Dog Manus and Christy Lee, who always like she was like the one female that like read the news.
Yeah, here we had Eric and Kathy on 101.9 FM, the
Yeah,
radio.
I remember them.
And Eric and Kathy, Eric grew up in a town that I lived in for a small time. It was super, super small town. It's called Elburn. Like, literally, it's got maybe like 2 like little mom and pop buildings, a gas station, and that's it. So they would have like these like fairs and shit that he went to, and I met him when I was in school, and he was just like, "Yeah, you don't want to do radio." He was the first person to kind of try and tell me like, "You really don't want to do this." It's like, "No, I really do." It's like, he was nice about it.
But was he sort of being like was that like a
He was trying to
a fair, like, hey, it's a
Yeah,
lot,
he's
it's
trying
a
to
lot
be
worse
fair.
than you think, kid?
Yeah,
Or was
yeah,
he starting to say like,
and that
well,
was
I've
it.
been in
Yeah,
bad
because
situations,
I was about maybe 14, 15 at the time. No, shit, I was like 16, 17. I think about it because I drove myself. And yeah, he was just like, you don't want to do this. Like, you don't want to go into radio. Like, I brought up Opie and Anthony, and he was just like, nah, this is, it's a little different than that. Not every show is like Opie and Anthony. He's like, they're on satellite radio. There's a reason that they can get away with what they want to get away with. And then I did the thing, went to, communications - broadcasting, and had a teacher tell me in not so nice of terms that it's like, oh yeah, no, you're going to hate this because you might make it. Otherwise you're just going to be flipping discs, flipping records,
flipping CDs, yeah,
just doing bumpers.
Yeah,
Because I told him I wanted to do a talk show, and he's just like, a talk show?
Good luck.
Like, how much time do you want to do talking? I'm like, oh, like hours? He's just, yeah.
Sounds awesome to me. But
I
so
mean,
the
honestly,
warning wasn't
I'm kind of
so
glad
much.
that they were honest, because that's what got me to not go to the next semester. Where I was just like, fuck it. What am I doing? I'm wasting my money.
I was talked out of it by someone in the industry. Well, I guess that the kind of thing I'm thinking there is, does that warning mean like you get paid to do something that's boring, or does it mean you can't even get to the stage where you get paid?
He was telling, like, I know that my teacher was telling me that I wasn't going to get to that stage unless I like worked, 18 years.
Crazy hours.
Like, yeah, crazy hours. Just really, cracking away. He also said something that was a little dickish, where he's like, there's already a Howard Stern, which I'm pretty sure that he had to say to every other broadcasting student that like mentioned that we liked Howard Stern and wanted to structure something around it. Which, now all these years later, I do look at it, I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of glad he said that.
Yeah.
Like, it sucked at the time.
Now that you have a lot more perspective in the broadcasting world.
Oh, fuck yeah. I mean, listen, it all worked out in the end. Here I am talking on a microphone. I mean, I have an audience. That's the bitch about
Cool,
radio is
guys.
you don't get live feedback unless you're getting calls. You don't know how many
Yeah.
people are listening to you, which was simultaneously a good and a bad thing. You know,
Speaking of radio, I'm actually going to move to my desktop, so I'm not like leaving. I'm
Perfect
just going to
segue.
switch
Yeah.
over.
No worries.
John, I'm going to play
switch
you that
over.
video you wanted to see. So let us know when you're settled so you can focus and really
settle
hear
up.
about that.
Just so you guys know,
Pep doesn't mind. I got one more chunk here. Okay.
I'm just making. I'm gonna probably hop off at around the 9-hour mark. So we got.
Yeah,
some time.
I'm good. I think it's a good stopping point. I still haven't eaten, and I got a lot of work this weekend. But
we should all.
Yeah, I
I
guess
am
my thought
eating a
about that.
granola bar tonight because I don't want to not sleep. Oh wait, it's Friday.
Here's the thing, boys. I mean, we should all just do a fucking late night stream. I feel like I need to kind of prep my own self up.
Trust me. Well, I've already been on for those 9 hours there, John. Sorry, bud.
John, you've got some Ponfar all weekend long to deal with. You got to get some rest. Get up to speed on some,
get it.
some
I mean,
Voyager or some DS9.
Being back in college, or being in the big school also does.
Yeah.
So you
tend to take a lot of the wind.
Strangers on the internet are watching.
You
us.
went
So,
back to
Pat,
college? Like, how much of a break did you take, John?
I took recently. I took a year break off because I wanted to just have a gap year.
Nothing wrong with
Plus,
that.
because I was in community, I was basically stuck in community college for. I think I'm going to tell you how long it's been, but it's been a while.
Just so you know, you're breaking up a little.
And yeah. Well, I just wanted to get finished with the community college, get my basic out of there, and start at the university level. And so I'm doing what is known as reverse transfer because I just have that one math credit that I need to take. And after that, I can, go further into the credit, into the math.
Where are you trying to
into the
master in?
university level. It changed for a while. I think for a while I was going to do broadcasting. I still might want to.
Just do it.
But I think I
Then you
might
can
do,
take my moniker from
journal-
me. Then you will be the last professional broadcaster since you actually went and did it.
I downplay a lot of that because I feel like there's like more better broadcaster people out there than I am. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm good on a mic, but
John, give us a station break.
oh, it's now
You're listening to WJON on there.
You're listening
you're
to
listening to-
WPEP.
Actually, let me. I've just opened Discord on my
Top of the hour. We're gonna get some
desktop.
traffic updates in 8 minutes. You're listening to WHON.
Jesus
Like,
Christ,
traffic-
Hank, we really could
tra-
fucking run a
traffic
radio
weather.
station.
Traffic and weather
I told you
together
I've been
on the
listening.
nines.
Yeah.
It's traffic and weather together on the nines on the hour.
Eh.
Let's go to
Yep.
our
Let's
traffic.
go to
cop. Hey,
Eliana up in the helicopter. There's a police chase going on. Eliana, tell us what you're seeing.
No, this is actually the,
basically, I do.
Here, John, this is the bitch of it. You got to feel a little douchey because Hank knows what I'm saying. You got to put a little spice on it, so it's like you've almost got to do a little bit of a hack radio voice. Welcome to WPEP Radio. We're here chilling with Pep, Hank, and John Ross. John Ross, how are you doing? You're in
I'm
broadcasting.
doing well. Sir. I'm doing well.
There,
There's actually a guy. There's actually locally. There's this radio guy that I used to listen to in Midwest Missouri, in like the small town that I grew up in, and they had that type of radio voice that you're just doing there, Pep.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to to switch.
First day of class,
to
they're going to
the
be like, when
desktop.
you're doing radio, don't just talk about what other radio guys do. Instead, just be
my
a
first
guy.
day in class, Hank,
That's
get
the
this
lesson
shit.
number one.
My first day in class, I was told to never change my name because everybody, we were told to go with what we would want our broadcast name to be. I was not allowed to change mine. My professor was just like, you don't get to know. If you don't use your name, you're stupid. I'm like, oh,
the name Pep,
Pepper, like Charlie Pepper. He was just like,
oh, okay,
yeah. And he was just like, that's a great name. And I was just like, but
That's
people call me Pep, so even if it was like, you're listening to Pep in the morning.
Yeah. Coming up, we got a great new product on the line, Crocs shoes. Put a little pep in your step.
little
Sponsored
pep in-
by
yeah,
me.
exactly.
Mrs. Pep tried them out herself. Yes, they
Oh
got
my
girl
God,
pep.
Hank.
They got girl
Oh
walkers.
my God. I wish I met you years ago so we could have sold a fucking radio show. This is driving me nuts.
Yeah. I would have killed it, man. I got
Happen
no
Hank
talent.
in the
The people said they want to be the next Howard Stern. I'm gonna fucking
We'll tell-
destroy Howard. No, I'm not. I don't really believe that.
We'll
But,
tell you more.
No, I got tons of talent. Nothing but fucking wasted. John, you ready?
I'm so ready. I'm now back on
Oh
the
boy, you're
microphone.
hot. We did this.
Yeah.
All right.
Your gain, something's way high.
Your
on
gain
you.
is way high.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
dial
I
it
know.
down until you want to start quiet and work up, not go all the way up and then come back.
Yep.
And if I recall, because I think, John, remember I told you got to watch a tutorial for your interface. That'll get you
Yeah, I
where you need to
know.
be.
Sorry,
That
better.
might be better.
I still need to do that.
Because I think because this happened already when I think
We were watching.
Oh, we were
the
hanging out
debate.
watching the Anna Kasparian Pearl debate.
And you're
Remember
like,
with
yeah, you're like the
God.
debate. You're like,
I ended up watching that whole thing because I remember popping in that night. The Bears won. I was fucking drunk and very happy.
Hell yeah. You
Yeah.
mean you just watched Anna's turn, or did you watch the other two?
No, I ended up watching the whole thing. Somebody sent me the entire thing, and I ended up watching it, like all.
That's amazing.
wow.
Yeah,
Good.
I made
All
it.
right.
I mean, dude,
I hope it's good now.
those video
Like,
clips
swear.
undersold how bad Pearl did. Where like she
Yeah.
locked up multiple times like that. And then that one time where she was just like, whatever. Yeah, you know what? There's
I
not a
totally
lot.
agree. And I don't mean this as a defense for Pearl, but the format was wacky too, where they're supposed to ask each other
Dude.
questions, and it's like
What
like
was
a
the
half
moderator
hour.
there for? What the fuck?
Horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy was
Not
literally
good
just
at
sitting
all.
there with the fucking fire behind it. Like, I've been on Modern Day Debate, I've been on Speakeasy, and I'll just say that for like the two right-wing run debates that I've done, they did a much better fucking job at running those.
Something was weird with that whole production. I don't know what sort of funding they had, but they had their AI ad, and the main guy who he has some career in media and media journalism. I don't know. Whatever,
guess, but he
it's
seemed like he was
but-
also like
the guy
trying
that was
to
drinking-
really do the one-sided. Like, this is what I do not like about online debate spaces. Like I said, I've been on Modern Day Debate, and I hated the fact that it was like, even with my moderator being more politically on my side, somehow because of the audience and the way that it's curated, it's always you're on the back foot as a leftist. You're always trying to sit there proving your point to an already fucking or an audience that already made their mind up. Talk about a waste of time.
Yeah. That's very structural, that kind of thing. Like you're the crazy one for insisting that everybody has decent jobs or somehow or
Mhm.
whatever. Like the conservative sort of like it's inherently baked in, like it's inherent to the culture. Like, why don't we start from? Could you imagine like a world where we don't have capitalism and then we have to talk us into like health insurance? No, I got an idea. How about like just like
Actually,
four people?
Holy shit! Hey,
Charge everybody lots of money, and then when they need health care, they don't get it, and they have to ask for permission. And if you
Man,
want
that's a
health
great
care,
point.
you got to buy that guy a snowmobile.
No.
Okay.
I
Let's
mean,
do
all
that.
the jokes aside here, you actually just made a pretty
Yeah.
poignant. Like that's
So
how
I do.
you do it. Where it's just like, wait a minute, we've been working towards this. Like, oh, so you don't want to fucking go towards our communist society instead of just being like, all right, how about if we did this? And like, it was like we instituted this one little policy. What'd you think of that? And then add the next policy. Okay, what would you think of that? Like, I've tried to do that, but the way that you just broke that down, I'm like, oh, it's kind of like the Russian nesting doll. Like, that's how you should break it down to these people. Just kind of open the next one and
I feel like there's not much hope for. I mean, people don't get persuaded in the immediate, but those that might be persuaded, I think it tends to happen later. But I don't know. I just it's just like embarrassing. Aren't you embarrassed to live in this country? Like, it's so fucking humiliating to live around human suffering and be like, that's normal. That's how it's supposed to be. I'm not going to do anything because I got mine. It's like, this sucks. Anyway, yeah, I try to think about these things also from different perspectives. Like the how many genders are there? My answer to that would be, how many does God have?
I like it.
Oh,
I
one?
like it.
Oh, so which one is it? Male, obviously. Oh, so God has genitalia. Like what? So then it's like what? Well, or
I've
maybe
done
it's
that.
infinite.
I've done that one. I'm like, how big
Maybe
is?
it's
I've
4?
literally asked how big God's dick is.
Yeah, it's big enough to bonk you in the head if you're up there in heaven. It swings around and yeah, he loves. In that Erica Kirk video, I was on Alex, the Devil's
Jesus.
Advocate show
I
the other
watched
day, where he filled in for Dieter McBusiness on this space. They played the
Wait,
Erica Kirk.
who'd he fill in for?
Released audio that. What?
Dieter McBusiness.
Dieter
Oh.
McBusiness.
Oh, Dieter.
American Wasp, I think, is his
Yeah,
name. Yeah, Dieter.
No, Dieter. Yeah, I didn't hear Dieter.
Oh, sorry, I was going pretty quick there. But Erica Kirk's leaked audio where she's like real chipper, following like 11 days after because
Yeah.
she was doing a
Yeah, I saw
debrief
that.
of the memorial thing that went around this week. But
Just out of
one of the
I
things
don't
that
mean
jumped
to-
out was where she refers to breathing angels. She said something about how she's praising the team and how nice good job everybody did, which I actually kind of respect that as a manager at least. But she's like, "You're breathing angels," and I was just like, "Whoa, do angels not breathe? I guess they don't need to, but do they have lungs?
Angels.
Are they do you stop breathing? Are you a non-breathing angel when you die? Like I've been trapped in a breathing angel rabbit hole in my brain this whole week because of that. Like, do angels have body parts inside? Are they just are they dead inside like a Barbie doll or like a toy?
Tinkerbell.
Like
is
what's
your,
going on? Are there lung? Do they have like a liver disease that's just a ghost liver disease?
Tinkerbell in chat says Dieter McBusiness is a cat's name.
Oh, well, I thought that's his screen name. All right.
I mean, Dieter McBusiness.
I just wanna-
I used to. So one of the coolest bulldogs I've ever known was named Mr. Knish. I don't know.
Fun.
It was.
So I got my.
Just saying.
I adjusted my audio, and I
That's
hope
fine.
the gain is better.
John, I'm gonna we're gonna stream and we're gonna watch a tutorial for your interface. I feel like we got to dial that thing in because wasn't the issue that you're having a hard time hearing it in your headphones?
Yeah.
So whatever your monitor setting is at, and I think you're compensating the wrong dial to get your monitor high.
Honestly.
So, but
I
I think
don't know,
that there's
John,
some
or
other.
you don't need your own voice in your headphones like a certain someone.
Who's that? Do you not do your own headphone back?
Fuck no, I don't want to hear myself.
Oh, I can get. I wish
Hank,
I could be like
Hank,
that.
I hate hearing
actually, 'cause
myself.
I drive myself crazy trying to get my headphones coming back. I just bought
mean,
this new.
the other thing is
if I hear
slight
my
bit of
own voice in my
latency.
headphones, then I feel like then I don't want to do it. Like that's
wow.
I don't know why. I don't like
Well,
it.
the
This is
other-
why occasionally you'll see me do this if I'm trying to like get my audio right. But yeah,
Well, the other thing
and this is for you
the other thing-
guys and clips.
I get it.
Well, the other thing is my desktop is, let's just say my tower that Windows 10 is not working, so it's yeah. So
Behind
it's
Snorlax
like
here,
being rude.
I got my old tower. Don't worry, John.
And I can't update the fucking Windows 11.
No,
It's a mess right now, and they're
you don't
not
want
to go
to
too far
anyway.
because
Yeah, it's a mess.
I started going down the Windows 11 is now all AI and ads like video rabbit hole
It
because
is.
I have 10 too, and they're starting to like phase it out, and you
No,
know it's a
I'm-
pain in the ass. But
I hate it.
Windows 11 looks like a nightmare. Like I don't want ads.
how
and
long-
AI
Hey,
on my
actually,
operating system.
the new fucking
How long do
update
y'all
fucked
oh,
my
go ahead.
computer. Sorry.
Oh, really? I was
Yeah.
gonna say, how long do you all think that Windows 10 is actually going to be around? I mean, even though that they're no longer supporting it with like safe, like
Honestly,
I have the answer.
yeah.
I looked into that like about a month ago. They are I was able to the support they're not offering anymore is some sort of security update, not the entire
Yes.
platform. However, that's an important one, and apparently, and I was able to do it. You can opt into another year of like security updates that pushes the like kind of cutoff date to next fall. So at least I was able to not have to bother with it. But looking like just having to go pay for Windows 11 is stupid. Give me something for free, like or you know.
Yeah.
But I suspect there will probably be, you know, kind of a rebel. What's the right word I'm looking for? Open source,
Rebellious?
not really, but like there must be some sort of support work
That's how it
happening
used to be.
for people that want to maintain their Windows 10. Except that like I'm not like a giant Windows 10 guy. I just don't want to have to
Hank,
bother.
you know how
switching to
old
Linux.
I am? I did
Well,
that with Windows XP.
Well,
I
think
I was born in the 70s, motherfucker. I'm not. impressed that you're old.
All right. I keep forgetting. All right.
My
I'm not the
mom
elder
banged
statesman
Jimmy
here.
Carter.
born-
Okay.
I was born in '92, so I probably
Jesus,
I
we
don't
literally got 70s, 80s, 90s here. That's crazy.
know. Okay,
Yeah.
so Pep, you were born in the '80s, right?
Mhm.
You're born. You're born in the 80s, not
86.
in 80,
Yeah.
but 86. So you're 6 years older than me. So
I saw
we're
Jurassic Park
probably,
the year you were born.
Yeah, I was 92. Well, 93.
I remember
I was born
exactly what I
92.
did because that was
Yeah.
the first movie I saw in the theater with my mom.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
That I remember.
Yeah. Let's watch the rest
I
of
remember
this.
my dad taking me to He-Man. I was born in late
shit.
79.
Actually, what'd you think of the new He-Man trailer?
Oh, I didn't even know.
I
that.
haven't seen it. I
Hank!
haven't seen it.
God, I wish we were on Twitch. I would watch that right now with you because holy fuck, I'm excited, and I wasn't even a He-Man and the Masters of the Universe fan. Like I was.
I saw
like at the Transformers. Like that's where I was.
Yeah, I
Right.
saw probably like the film.
Mhm.
If that's what we're talking about, I saw that film.
Wait, are you talking
And
about like
that-
Dolph Lundgren?
Yeah, if that's what it is. I mean, I can only think of this because my grandmother had.
Oh my God,
the He-Man movie.
John,
Dolph
that was your
Lundgren sex
first.
doll?
That I mean, because I found
That
the
was your
cartoon
first exposure?
later. Yeah,
That's
that was
awesome.
yeah.
That's actually
It's- yeah.
good. That's good because now you're gonna
But
look at
I
He-Man
had-
and be like, "Oh, this shit's awesome."
Yeah. So that was like my first exposure was the Dolph Lundgren movie that my late grandmother had taped. And then I found there was a cartoon. And this is also in like the late 90s. So they're like making toys and
Oh yeah,
shit out
yeah.
of it.
Oh,
So
they had more.
they're trying to get their merch.
Shit, at that
I
point
was
they had
getting-
Legacy.
Yep. I was getting kicked off of BBS systems when John was born. So
Yeah.
all right. I was early adopter with internet and stuff. It is an interesting conversation about being a zennial, which is like the 78 to 82 sort of like it's this cusp, like the
I
last
used to think
generation.
I was
was really
that. I
being-
used to think I was that, but I was the last kid that at
No.
least
I
had the
actually
Stranger
got-
Things growing up. Like,
you're core
I'm a
millennial. Like you're
No,
a little.
I'm a straight millennial.
actually
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually got told I was Gen Z, and this was like 3 years ago, and I was like, no, I'm a
Just a
millennial.
No, you're a millennial.
Yeah. Yeah, as I say, I'm a millennial, and
No,
and
you
my
are.
art teacher's like, well, you're a millennial,
But
but you're
that's
a
why I
millennial
feel-
that identifies with Gen Z. And I was like, I actually had a moment where I was
Yep.
like, oh, well, I can accept that. Because like our politics and the way social media came about in the 2000s.
Yeah, see, that's the difference. That's actually
yeah,
you're
there you
summing
go.
it up, John. Like that's why I kind of like feel like I'm a little bit more on Hank's side, where it's like I had less of the internet going into the 2000s because I like at that point I was already set in my way. So it's like we still rode our bikes to our friend's house. Like literally, I was like the last generation that like we knew where our friends were based on the bikes in the yard. I was
Yeah.
one of the last generations that knew that it's time to go home when the streetlights went out because we didn't have cell phones.
yeah.
You know, like all that. Where I was just like, damn.
Even I was like in like the
Yep.
early cell phone. What? The elbow? I don't know what that means.
I'm polishing up my punishing blow for when you two fools are done talking.
Oh, sorry. I thought
You
you were
ready?
licking, I thought you were licking your boo boo.
I'm going to give you a boo-boo with this amazing insight I'm about to share. Elbow drop insight. Here's the line.
Yeah.
Here's the line.
Use the elbow
Did you have a cell phone in college? Between
I didn't
18 and 22. Did you have a phone in college?
I got
I
a
had a
cell
BlackBerry.
phone late in college.
Yeah, I had a BlackBerry.
I didn't have,
What?
here's the thing. As
Or did
ironic
people
as
have
being
phones
a millennial,
commonly, though? That's
I didn't have a cell
Yes.
phone all throughout high school. I was the odd person out.
No,
in my
no,
group.
I
Yeah.
get where
You were
I get
92.
where Hank's
John,
going
we
with
know your
this.
answer. You were in
Wait,
John, you
wait,
would have been
Hank,
2010
Hank,
for college.
Hank,
Oh.
Hank, what
Yeah,
year
I thought
did
you were
you
talking
actually graduate high school?
Hold on. I want answers to this question because the elbow from the sky is connecting with your foreheads. That's
Well-
why I greased it with my mouth grease. No, but this is the dividing line between what we're talking about because I have the answer is that nobody had cell phones when I went to college. Nobody. Only
Right.
in my like junior year did
Beepers.
cool people get the earliest cell phones.
Beepers.
Beepers were very common in the 90s for like my
And
brothers were
pager-
both cool and
pagers.
I wasn't. And they had beepers and girls would want to talk to them and stuff and I'd be like, I didn't what is that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The little
Your
pa-
brother's
which
getting
was kind
macked
of
on, and he's just like,
the
Oh,
hold on, I gotta call Cheryl.
Yeah. I didn't have any idea.
The beeper.
911, girl. What is that? I didn't have any social skills. So I was, but I was funny. The teachers liked me. I was friends with the English teacher because I was on the yearbook
I was
crew.
kind of funny too. I had a sort of crass sense of humor. Well, kind of. I mean, I had sort of a crass sense of humor that I've sort of regretted since in my older years. I didn't like
John Ross.
I didn't like offend anybody. I wasn't like offending anybody or anything like that. I just had a sense of humor.
I was an impulsive, smart guy. So I would say funny shit in class, and the teacher would laugh, and I never got in trouble. But I didn't. I also had like very.
Well, the thing it was ironic. It was the other way around for me. Was that the even if the kids thought I was funny, the teacher didn't, because the teacher didn't have a sense of humor.
Yeah, they were jealous. All right, I think I proved my point though. The with my elbow is that it's a cell phone in college is a very strong line for me. Did you have phone in college? I don't know why that feels. I don't know if I could defend that. Honestly,
I did.
My first cell phone was
actually. I did have
senior
a cell phone
year.
in college, yeah.
I
didn't have a cell phone.
High school.
All throughout high school.
Yeah.
I was the odd person out. I didn't get a cell phone, and mine was like a BlackBerry, but it was a Go phone. If anyone
man.
Yeah, you were born in 92. I was so I graduated high school in 97. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
I was
97.
Yeah.
97.
Exactly.
What was I doing? I was 11 years old.
I was 5.
Yeah.
I was 5
You guys
years
were
old.
Yeah.
I was still like at that point.
We're putting.
I was in.
Hey, I was post fucking 9/11 high schooler though, so that gives me some kind of credit here.
Oh, I remember where I was on 9/11. I was in my 3rd grade class. It was school picture day.
See, 3rd grade. I was getting targeted by the military at that point because I was in high school.
Yeah, well, that was that whole like
For
eventually
real.
that like patriotic.
That's a
God. We had the fucking ROTC there every fucking week.
Which war of conquest were you being preyed upon?
That one was at.
That's
It was technically Afghanistan, but it was Iraq too, because
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not.
We need cannon
somebody in
fodder.
chat said
Get the
we have
boys.
pocket pieces.
You know what sucks? I lost 2 of my friends to that stupid war.
Scorpion in chat.
They murdered them. These demons kill your
97
friends.
riding
So
my
they can make money.
Both were killed by IEDs.
Scorpion. It was 9/9.
They're killed by George Bush.
Grade.
I mean, I'm not arguing with you.
No, they were.
I just had so much resentment that the powerful.
No, that's
people
actually
never pay a
what got
price.
me politically like lifted, in my opinion. Like
my
or like
politics
awoken.
were.
I was like, no,
I think
fuck
my
this.
politics were. Man, I wasn't even political until, ironically, and I mean, this is a weird thing to think now, but I wasn't even political until Obama came into office. I think most millennials of that generation, Pep, we didn't. I mean, I don't know how it was for like the 80s millennials, but like us 90s ones didn't really get political until Barack Obama, like 08.
Yeah, we got political with Bush 1 because like they were telling us that we needed to go to war, and we were just like,
and that
why?
was the thing. Yeah, exactly.
For patriotism, duh.
Well,
Don't
yeah.
you
I mean,
love your
how'd that work
country?
out? How'd that work out? I mean, I wasn't really as political prior to 2008, and this is really my faux pas. Was that I wish I had learned a little bit more. Like I
blame you. It's your fault.
Controversial thing to say, but yeah, I know Pinkerbell. I wish I had known about Michael Moore prior to 2008. Like I remember Fahrenheit 9/11. Like I didn't watch that documentary until literally when Trump was in power the first time.
Wow.
Yeah. I'd heard of it for years, but never watched it. And then I watched it and I was like, I had some deja vu feeling watching this in my community college history class in 2017.
Well, you can't hold it against yourself. People engage politics at different stages. A lot of people never reach that point at all. Don't beat yourself up about that.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Be happy that you even got
that's
there.
Part of the it's part of the communications.
I mean, I'm lucky that I'm even a leftist, to be honest. Like, I'm one of 4 people in my entire high school class that is not a fucking shithead conservative. So
I grew up in a very conservative small town, and I do thank whatever you want to believe, or if you don't believe, that I was apolitical, and I mean, I did not care about. I mean, I going back on some of what I'm saying is I wish I was more into like, Ralph Nader, Green Party politics for a start. If I wanted to be rebellious at a young
Honestly,
age.
nah. Green Party
but-
politics is bullshit even at that point.
Right.
I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I know now.
I voted
but
for
it's like,
Ron Paul.
Even at 8
Like,
years,
like in the primary, I voted for Ron Paul, and
I get it, Pep. I do get it, but it's like 8 years old, rebellious political not maybe activist, but like rebellious politics. I could have went that route, but I instead was apolitical. And up
honestly,
until
most people
Obama,
were up
I
until
was-
Trump. They really were.
My brothers and I, we were
Yeah,
very.
that too.
My brother, my older brother and I were only like 1 grade apart. So in high school, my younger brother's 2 down. But there was this one girl that would.
Man, I love
come
doing
up-
this shit with you guys. I love
Oh,
doing
thanks.
this Discord stream shit. It does.
Honestly,
get my
this is why I
juices
do the
flowing.
fun half, where I don't give a shit about how many viewers we got. Let's have fun.
We should be at a bowling alley. Eating
I
peanuts,
will
not-
say, Tinkerbell in
I mean,
chat is saying about
I like bowling.
Occupy.
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
say, yeah, that was also
my
my awakening.
my brother and
My
I,
second
we
half.
were like ordinary
itching my
white
head,
dudes, but there was this one girl that I remember, and she wasn't trying to be a jerk or something, but she was kind of being sassy, and she would do this to us where she'd come up and she'd be like, GOP, you guys are GOP. Like we were like, we knew what it meant, but also in our context now from 2026, we're talking like 1995, going way back, right? So like,
Oh,
but
yeah.
the thing about it
Down
was
with
like
GOP?
we had rejected.
Yeah, you know me.
I'm down with GOP. But like we wouldn't have used the word leftist, and I don't think I would have necessarily even known what to make of the concept necessarily.
were
You know,
called
although if
liberals.
someone had introduced me, I would have been open to it.
No,
but like
No, they weren't.
we had explicitly not been GOP. Like we grew up with like a dad who's conservative and who kind of like, born in 1950 and sort of just takes on that thing of like the Democrats are always bad, but the Republicans
Get the
that's
fuck
my
out of here. Your
guys.
dad's only like fucking 6 years younger than mine. Shit,
Yeah, sounds like it.
it's crazy.
They so but like we were like she's wrong. Like we're not GOP. Like we actually because I was politically aware starting around like I used to watch McLaughlin Group with my dad. Not that meant like I was super into politics, but more than other kids. I was kind of a weird guy. But I just remember we never beefed with this girl. She was kind of funny, she was sort of just a cool person, but she would be like GOP. We'd be like, we're not GOP. We hate the Republicans. We're not even what are you talking about? But we kind of have that like white guy type of vibe, I guess. Not that I walk around sending that vibe out in my world now, but it made sense that she would sort of be like that. But we were like, really, we're not. We're
When you say white guy vibe, I immediately think it's just like, do you have any spare mayonnaise?
I happen to have some right here.
I knew it.
I
Is
worked
it
in the
Miracle
mayonnaise
Whip?
factory, actually.
If it's Miracle Whip, I have no dip. See,
I
white
worked
as
in
shit
the
you will
Kraft
hear.
Foods facility, where they called the mayonnaise department the edible oil division.
Really?
That's horrifying. Yeah, I literally did. It was an internship in college. All right. Well, should we play this video or
Yeah, go for it.
John,
Yeah,
did you have any other
I
flattering
ain't going nowhere.
thoughts?
I mean, I
Flattering
might
comment?
have to take a quick piss here in a little bit, but because
I think I can
am,
go for another 15 minutes or so because I do feel like I should eat, and I honestly have a marathon weekend ahead of me in terms of work.
Yeah, I do
These
too.
2 projects I'm doing right now are both really interesting, and I will go public about them soon. They're not TYT anything at all, but they're important that I do a good job.
This would be
And,
good to listen back to on a stream. I never really listened to Twitch streams playback, but I think I will now that I've got to know Pep a lot more because we've been acquainted through this space, but this is the first time where I've actually really
if
sat
you're
in a
not
public.
subbed, you might not be able
Pep,
to play it
can
back
you-
on Twitch, but you can play it on YouTube.
YouTube.
What's up?
Your voice thing, does that affect everything? Like when you listen back to it, do you ever listen back to yourself on
I have to
watch
because I
my
edit my
stuff.
videos and occasionally, and there's been the occasion. Actually, this is embarrassing to admit. It's if I went too hard on somebody, then I'll go back and I'll listen to it so I can just be like, let's see. All right, did I go a little hard on
Fair.
this person?
That's not embarrassing. That shows you have a soul.
Yeah,
a good
but
thing.
it doesn't mean that I don't hate every second of it. So
Sure. Of all my
I try to fucking dip out as
on-
much as possible, and then also like my ADD will usually like kick over, and I'll just be like, all right, it's time to go watch a Godzilla movie, like, you know, video or something.
Oh man,
just
Godzilla -1 or +1 or whatever.
-1's great, but hey,
love
listen,
the-
I don't judge. I'll watch any Heisei or Showa era. I don't care. I love me Godzilla. Anyway, go
it's
on.
deeper cuts than I.
So this part. So this part of the documentary you're talking
Why
about.
does Jake look like that girl that used to fucking have the couch with the dust bunnies? You guys know what I'm talking about?
I
Raggedy
will.
Ann?
Like she had a
Raggedy
clown
Ann.
nose, and she like
Yeah,
yeah,
Raggedy
yeah,
Ann. With the
yeah,
red
she-
hair.
yeah,
Raggedy Ann and Andy. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like she looked like it looked like it was Raggedy Ann, but she had black hair with the little hat and like the clown nose, and like there was like a big comfy couch. That's what it was, the big comfy couch. I remember now, and yeah, they had the dust bunnies.
Yeah.
I didn't. I was right with the Raggedy Ann thing.
Yeah. Well, no.
Wow.
Yeah, I do remember the big comfy couch.
No, it's a Canadian kid show. Oh shit, I didn't know it was Canadian. But yeah,
Well, here's why Jank has it's a
neither.
clown nose, and I also, for those that want to see it, I put
is a
a
clown.
tennis ball nose on Dave Kohler, which is also a clown nose. That's a secret message I have to Dave Kohler. He was probably my closest friend working at the Young Turks, and I love the man so much. He was such a sweet man and a nice guy. We would go out for Chinese food and play tennis and chess. And
Did
I
you
wish
guys
I wish
get to
he
do a road
had the
trip?
freedom to come forward and talk about the situations.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's has some interesting thoughts about my scenario and the whole project I'm working on. But I gave him a tennis ball nose because we used to play tennis together. Anyway,
did you go
I
on
wanna
a road trip with him, with Dave Kohler? 'Cause
I would
know in
have.
one of
I
those
never
blogs-
did
damn it, you're gonna hate me. Give me literally 1 second. My fucking dog is trying to get in here. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
go. Take care of the dog, bro. Don't worry. We'll pick it up. Guys, coming up tonight, we got a new croc demonstration, okay? Gonna get those feet out. We're gonna moisten them up, wipe them down so we don't get any diseases. And then the croc sales people are gonna come in. You're gonna be blown away, okay? Put a little pep in your step
heart.
with the upcoming hit footwear sensation Crocs. And yes, they come in pink for the women. Those are more
It is.
expensive and fall apart faster.
It is now 5
Capitalism
minutes
is
after.
good.
It is now 5 minutes after the hour. It is 5 minutes after the hour,
Sorry
and
about that.
news and traffic is on its way. On WPOI. That's
Hey,
just me
not
making
bad.
up,
I like the music,
WPOI. This is
Honestly, this is gonna sound
WPOI.
bad, but Hank, I think that you might
WOPE
understand this. I would
91.7.
hire him for a jazz station.
John?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, he's got
I mean,
jazz
we have
station
community
voice.
access. We have community access radio, which I don't know why I didn't do here locally.
But honestly, John, I would hire John for a jazz station, but you have to do all the music with your voice between like coming up. We've got, and then I want you to go
coming up.
for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That would be a fun
Like, just like-
podcast.
Yeah.
For a little while.
You know whose podcast I listened to actually this week?
I don't.
Puke.
Alive with
Yes.
Steve Burns.
Oh, is that the Blues Clues guy?
Yeah, he's actually good.
Yeah, he wrote him.
podcast.
He was a music dude. I used to listen to his album.
Yeah, Songs for Dust Mites.
Oh wow.
You can play it.
You,
I just gotta clean this.
Did you?
so while Pep is wrestling with dog vomit,
is.
where I'm just going to rewind a little bit to
Dog
give you
puke.
some context for the clown nose, is that this jumps backwards in the film about Jank's fellow Wharton School graduates. He went to the Vampire Training Academy
Wharton.
called Wharton Business School. It's supposedly.
I was thinking
of-
Dracula. Go ahead.
You're still quiet, John. You're gonna.
Oh, I was gonna say I was thinking Dracula, but vampire is actually a good.
I would say that a Dracula is a type of vampire, but a vampire is not a type of Dracula.
Okay.
Right? It's
But
a
the
subgroup.
vampire school. The vampire school.
In fact, I would
business
of Dracula. Yeah. Can you have multiple? Isn't Dracula a name, or can you be a Dracula? Like I've gotten my degree in quantum Dracula from the
Dracula's a name.
Hardy's Jr. parking lot.
No, Dracula's a name.
Is
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Dracula is a vampire of the same way Cher is a human.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
Madonna.
But you can't
is
go
a
and be
human.
like, oh, there's a lot of shares flying around.
Or Madonna.
Honestly, the only shareholder supremacy I would support would be Cher, the singer. Fair enough.
Yes, anyway.
Vampire is a good metaphor for all of what they're doing to everybody because they're just draining us all of our life force. And it's horrible. But anyway, this is where I put clown noses. But I like these clown noses have shadow and they look really good. There's Reagan with Margaret Thatcher. They're also horrible. And then there's Frank Quattrone, founder of the technology groups, bunch of banks. But this is a huge list on Wikipedia of all these Wharton business grads. You know, Ivanka Trump also went to Wharton along with Cenk, not with, but Cenk Uygur. They call him a radio host and so I think they need to update that. But all of that is some older information. I just wanted to show you that because that's why I have Cenk and a clown nose here at the end. I changed the headline of this. I didn't do anything to the article though. So this ends the sequence.
Oh, go ahead.
I don't know. I wonder if he sat and watched it. He did say something to the Generational Change podcast, now Revolutionary Change, about these guys put out a thing like, oh, they're union. Like he didn't really get specific, and it's also just one guy, and so I'm not sure if he has sat and watched it. And he did actually bring me up to the Jubilee post show. They do like an after show where they like
debate
go
show.
over.
Yeah.
No, not the debate show. It's a follow up with a producer of Jubilee who goes through the appearance and they kind of talk things out. And since he was so dramatically called out for union busting by Nick,
that one guy,
Gaines, I think his name. He has a YouTube channel. That guy, trying to give him a little plug, but great job in the call out. And but I do think that Cenk thought I was involved because in the middle of the Jubilee appearance, he goes, "What is this? Some kind of weirdo ambush?" So I assume he thinks I'm a weirdo. I would actually kind of agree with that. It's one of the, but then the next day after Nick posted a video talking about his because he wasn't allowed to post anything until the episode aired on one of the TYT shows that day, Tuesday or Monday or Tuesday, Cenk said something about that appearance because he was getting super chats. And he's like, yeah, and I don't think I looked at the guy's video, and I don't think it was so. I don't have a lot to make my case on other than like my intuition and my spidey sense that he might have suspected I was somehow involved with this Nick dude, which I had nothing to do with. I actually was trying to get him to come on my show at some point.
Paranoia.
But this whole sequence that we just that this skips through between the clown noses up through here is about some of the working conditions that drove the unionizing, and then a bit of my kind of background at
Your
UIT.
timeline,
Yeah, this is like my working timeline here.
So 2018, 2019, and then you
well,
got laid off.
Well, there's a bigger one where it zooms over and we see
of 28.
Oops, sorry. It's hard to jump around. I'm trying to.
And that
be
other
efficient.
part there explains you got no benefits at all.
Yes.
2018.
This shot here. This is like my whole time, 2013 through 2015, freelancing for TYT because I was also part of the Jimmy Dore show. So like I was kind of not like a lot, and then back to these gray boxes are the period where I was like doing deliveries and a little bit of freelance stuff, but struggling a lot. And I was actually planning to move. I was trying to get out of LA. I was like getting ready to move home to my dad's house because I was struggling with everything. I was having a difficult time. So I was really grateful to finally get that work. And then I came back to TYT.
2018.
This is the core unionizing timeline, though. So actually, this frozen flower pot represents the first attempt to unionize. When I started, I woke this up in April. And then, like, this is when the union came forward in February over here. And if Cenk's story was true, all of this blue was erased. All of the unionizing that happened in this 18 months before he ran for Congress didn't exist, according to the version the Young Turks told their fans.
To what he told, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't go into that much detail, but they said that the union was a result of him
was a
running
ploy
for Congress.
by Nancy Pelosi, that whole thing,
To hurt his run for Congress. Yeah, as if like that's some sort of trap that he would only fall into
And
by
then
saying no to the union. If you said yes to the union, you avoided the trap, and
wouldn't
you've
ever happen,
also
yeah.
not. So like partly
would-
the kind of case I'm making in this little sequence is that it's just how stupid it is to. Oh, and then we get into the union busting law firms too. But how stupid it is for a guy who has his level of business acumen and intelligence and genius and logical reasoning and understands the market. Not only is he a communications genius, he's a business genius and a political mastermind. And yet he didn't anticipate or see that saying no to a union as the home of progressives might be bad for his future prospects. Yeah, anyway, so that's sort of the run up to where we are now. It's John Ross requested earlier, and I'd like you all to pay close attention. Pep, are you ready?
Good to go.
Got the dog vomit cleaned up?
Yes, it did. It smells wonderful in here.
Good experience. I mean, you're well practiced is what I meant. Here we go. And also, the audio was okay the last time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Good. Play.
Well, I can say Washington is not ready for you,
Oh
Shank.
my God! Yeah. Oh, young Sagar.
With his political campaign in the morgue, Cenk's bullying campaign continued unabated. Not without pushback, of course. TYT Union's Twitter kept a light on for those seeking a trustworthy source of information. And Cenk's world historic hypocrisy earned himself and his company a starring role in a montage produced by the Motion Picture Editors Guild Local 700. That's the one I would have joined.
We've got to have collective bargaining so you all have power.
The working class should have power. Are we allowed to stand up for working class people? The answer is yes. Yes, you are.
You don't have collective bargaining, and you want to go into your boss and say, all right, I'd like a pay raise. You're going to have absolutely no ability to do that. The only way that any boss would take you seriously is whether you could bring everybody in together.
Oh, this music over black and white? That means only one thing. You're the best. Oh shit, it's Haas.
Hello, Haas. It is your good uncle, Uncle March. Sexy boys by TYT. Sexy boys by TYT. You're dreaming, Haas. This is you walking from your dream. Sexy boys by TYT. You're dreaming, Haas. Dreaming. Sexy boy by TYT. You're dreaming, Haas. By TYT. Dreaming.
This is you.
You're dreaming, Haas. Sexy boys by TYT. By TYT, Haas.
We need to restore power back to the average citizens in this country.
We need unionized work, right? We
Yeah.
need labor protections. We had those
Do you think he should actually buy
protections. They've
TYT?
been rolled back throughout the.
Go, say.
Do you think he should actually buy TYT?
No, I'm trying to rub it into Cenk that he could if he wanted to.
Oh.
He's been so outclassed by his nephew in every single way that if he wanted to, he could. And that would be an option that even exists is going to drive Cenk crazy. I don't think actually, my opinion isn't that Haas would be smart to buy TYT. No, I think that'd be a really stupid thing to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Jimmy,
you don't want to fuck with
believe-
me. Let's just put it that way. I'm trying to mess
And
with
I-
his head.
And I don't think that even if he did buy TYT, Cenk wouldn't give it up by force.
Yeah, it'd be weird if Haas did a hostile takeover of actually hostile takeover.
Hostile
of
takeover.
TYT. The idea of the because they're as
Hilarious.
John knows and as people watching, that is a kind of a callback to a previous moment in the first part. So I like the idea of trying to inception Haas
Clip
by
that-
doing
clip
dreams. Like,
this.
this is you talking from your dreams. That's why I'm trying to like. It's sort of just a way to break up the pacing of the film too. It's sort of a fun little sudden thing that comes
That-
out of nowhere.
And just that's my favorite part of it. That part, and then the one in the first half, the horse
yeah.
by TYT, make it a co-op.
And it would
by
be if
TYT.
that kind of thing somehow got loose and went viral and got in front of Haas, like that would be cool. Like I used to like he knows me. I mean, he used to. I was at TOT in 2014. He would come up to me and talk about
Yeah.
stand up and shit and other stuff. And
He-
not that we were
you
really
edited
close
the
friends,
breakdown,
but
didn't you?
I edited some of his breakdowns. But yeah, he had a primary editor who was a really hardworking and talented, and was one of the people that we needed
So,
union. Yeah, my working conditions
as
weren't the only one that drove us to unionize. But yeah, go ahead.
so back into that little calendar that in the segment there with like 2017 to 2020. So in it, it shows you got partial benefits. You didn't get full benefits, but you got partial after you made a, for a lack of a better term, made a stink. And then you got you, Haas, Francis Maxwell, and Brooke Thomas all got laid off in 2020 during the
Yeah,
time
they let
when
go
the
their four
union.
hottest people.
So it was Nomiki Konst also, and she was probably earlier, if I'm not mistaken.
I think
Because
she
I remember there
was
was a
earlier,
big
but
rap.
I know she did a show, or I'm not quite sure what her full involvement was in terms of like contractor or I don't think she was ever an employee, but I could be
Yeah.
wrong. I don't know.
So she
I feel like
was
she
kind of
never
like
had
Fran.
a actual like position. Yeah, she
Yeah.
was like Fran.
But John, the partial benefits shot that you're talking about, I mean,
Mhm.
we could let, where does this finish up anyway? Oh, gee, it just sort of ends this. Let me just finish this, then I'll jump back to that here. So, but like, actually, just before I do, we were talking about this earlier. Jank and Anna and people on air would talk about how important unions are. Like, why wouldn't a union start at a company like this? You know what I mean? Like, even if we didn't have the motivations we ended up having, a bunch of lefties and liberals and left leaning people are going to be the
Progressives,
type
yeah.
of people that work there. It's just sort of like kind of normal that this sort of thing might occur, particularly with the main hosts seemingly giving it their blessing that unions are important things. Or
And it's
maybe
like
they didn't actually care about their principles all along.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like he spent like even in the first half of the film, you take some pretty brilliant clips of Jank basically from 2007 saying we need unions, and then it's just like I look
Yeah.
back on that because that was the time I started watching TYT. And I look back on that and I'm like, yeah, maybe you got something there, Hank. Maybe they didn't believe in that all along. Maybe Jank just never really fundamentally left conservatism. He just went with where the wind blows.
I actually agree with that, John.
For something,
I think that he's always had a
Yeah.
little bit of that neocon in him.
Yeah.
well, he used
I
to
mean-
describe himself as a liberal Republican.
Yeah, right.
He
before
was a
made-
liberal Republican from New Jersey. That's what he
Yeah,
did in his.
and there's a
campaign
reactionary
announcement.
core to that, and there's a
Mhm.
devotion to the capitalist ideology, which is what prevented him from seeing the wisdom.
AKA he
that's
grew up
contained in the-
rich.
Yeah, yeah. There's an interview he does with his dad, and I hesitate a little to talk about because I don't want to throw shade at his dad or anything. I met his dad's a nice guy,
Is he still
but-
alive? If you know.
I think so, yeah. But his dad was a rich landlord in New Jersey, and
What's up?
was wrote a book, and so Cenk interviewed him and stuff, and so they talk about like his journey to the United States and things, and living in New Jersey, and he didn't. They had the family there already, so they weren't totally without connections. But his dad apparently, and I don't know the history of Turkish politics in the 70s. 60s and 70s, but apparently like his dad owned a factory that employed 250 people, and something about communists were fomenting rebellion and he had to get out, or like, so I'm getting this is sort of paraphrasing their story that they were telling, so I'm not saying I looked into this, but I feel like there's an interesting, and again, I'm not trying to bring attention to like the documentary and talk about the dad's story at all, but it is sort
What,
of, it
the
does speak to
original
that
Young
kind of-
Turk? Come on.
Yeah.
I think that's the name of the book that his dad wrote.
Yeah,
actually.
that is.
know it
Yeah,
is.
it is the name.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, and so
They were-
that's what the
he
interview
was-
was for, was promote the book. But like as I gain more of my own consciousness and awareness about like the history and like politics and socialism, communism, the battles within capitalism, all the different ways that it's all sort of been expressed throughout history. When I say throughout history, I mean post-industrial revolution and prior it to some degree. But like the Taiwan are the capitalist holdouts of the Chinese rebellion, and there's an interesting dramatic narrative there, and that has unique characteristics to that particular scenario. Cuba has their capitalist diaspora was spread out largely to Miami and throughout Florida, also within American politics, Marco Rubio, for instance, and there was a lot of capitalists that were scorned or that felt scorned, and like still harbor resentment at the fact that the people rose up in a revolution in Cuba and still haven't been able to detach from the United States'.
I have heard that story a lot and how they were oppressed, but then you find out that they were rich as fuck.
Yeah, it would have been a slavery legacy type of situation,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
With it was a playground for rich people, and of course there was labor exploitation, and the only negatives you're allowed to learn about is the stuff that might have happened during the revolution or in the post-revolution societies, but never. And though that's coming from the capitalist conditioning that we get. And I'm not trying to sit here and make excuses for everything that ever happened. I'm just saying that we've all been taught a version of this story that doesn't include the part where the poor people were being screwed over by the rich people who did no work, and we're just using the evil of ownership to to command and control these societies. And this tension has existed throughout the world, and sort of this whole project I'm doing is it's a political act. Like, this is a class war fight. I'm not from the ruling class. Cenk aspires to be the ruling class. He's from the Wharton Business School, where Elon Musk went, Donald Trump went, Donald Trump's children went. He's ran for president. He's a capitalist who owns companies and runs for office, and is trying to be something like a progressive, air quote, Steve Bannon. And I'm just a dude whose wrists got fucked up at a woodworking job after his video editing job ended because I was running. I don't think they fired me for starting the union. I was just laid off as part of a small downsizing bit. That's what John referred to earlier. I want that to be clear, because I've seen some people think that I was laid off for unionizing. I was laid off while unionizing, and I've talked about that on my show. But this is actually the tension that exists in our society, is the people who give orders and the people who follow orders. And I'm stepping out of my line. I'm stepping out of line here to say, fuck that shit. I'm not going to walk away. Well, you don't get to tell my story and disrespect me like that and assume that I'm just going to stay in my place. It's not how I
also,
work.
Right. And also
fuck
he doesn't get to distort parts of it either.
Exactly erases the story that all of us lived, not just me. And I'm not the only person who felt insulted. I saw those tweets going out about them, about this as a conspiracy with, and for people that are watching that might not know, a very important detail is that IATSE, the union we were joining, and I fully acknowledge that this muddies things up a decent amount. IATSE endorsed Christy Smith, his opponent in the race. We were roughly 2 years, and to be clear, I wasn't there for the first jump, but my conditions were central to the second attempt. But this union was roughly 2 years old by the time IATSE endorsed Christy Smith. It was not a conspiracy. But that is genuinely a reason why there might have been some suspicion. The fact that this all happened while I was running for Congress, when I say all, I mean, most of the union organizing was way before. But the fact that this whole drama occurred while Cenk was running for Congress is a very unique and strange scenario, just as from a political junkie perspective. Like, that's also another reason I wanted to do this movie, because it's like, there's something really weird that happened. And I think, being in my position, I'm very close to it, but I also took care to try to be objective about how I present things. Although I do have a very strong narrative bias in the film, putting clown noses on.
What's the big problem with his campaign?
What do I think? Say again?
What was the big problem with his campaign?
Like, why did he lose, or what was the mistake?
Just in general. I know my holdups with it, because I just thought it was like, dude, it's so frivolous. You're not going to win. What are you doing here? And you're not really bringing attention to any broader movement. So is this just like a show of ego so you can sell your stupid book?
Which took
Justice
like 3
is
years to
coming,
make.
which eventually came.
Yeah. I have a great title for a book I'd like to write about this that I'm withholding from public consumption so far.
For now.
If I do ever get a chance, if this somehow reaches a point where it makes sense that I've written a freaking book, basically, in terms of the script of the film and all the the articles I've written. And
all I say is, if you don't get to the point of writing your goddamn book, please do a Substack or something so we can all read it, because I want to. I want to know.
That's Bald on the Inside.substack.com.
Yeah. Oh shit!
Sorry, John.
But anyway,
shameless plug.
Yeah.
What
Pep was asking, what was the point?
I think I
might be paraphrasing. I was going to add something to that. Why do you think Cenk decided to run for Congress in the first place? Was it ego? Was it fame? Was it paranoia?
Well, I think obviously ego plays a role in anybody's choice to run for office like that. It's not like people were demanding, he wasn't a reluctant warrior for that. This was a weird situation. Christy Smith was the Democratic frontrunner, like handpicked by the party elites.
Yeah.
You know, she was endorsed by Harris and Dianne Feinstein, Pelosi, and that's kind of illustrated in the film. But this was a special election to replace Katie Hill. And I didn't really do a deep look into the Katie Hill stuff because it's not really relevant to the story. But she was a congressperson from CA 25 who I hate even describing it as it was her fault, but there was some sort of sexual impropriety with an assistant and her husband leaked some
It was
like it was some sort of ugly, like kerfuffle is a good way to put it. Yeah, some moisture-based kerfuffling was happening. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But but it was like pictures, and the Democratic Party, instead of like backing one of their own and saying people have private lives, leave her out of it. She's a good congressperson. They just threw her under the bus and they booted her out of the party, or at least out of Congress. And so that's what opened up the seat. So this was a weird emergency race, and I didn't record the audio. I do recall hearing a podcast with Jank, I think, and I think I saw it written somewhere. So I do feel confident saying this, is that the reason he jumped into the race was because of George Papadopoulos. If you guys remember, honestly, I'm kind of drawing a blank, but George Papadopoulos was like a prominent right-wing.
I kind of remember him
in a Trump administration or something. He was, I don't know. Yeah, I don't quite, but
he's not the Ring of Fire guy, is he?
No, that's Michael Papantonio.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking totally different.
And we're talking to Charlie Pepper Pep Talks on WPAP Pep in the morning.
Pep.
So George Papadopoulos, though, was also in this campaign. He was running for Congress. And I remember seeing Jank being like, wait, what? Like George Papadopoulos is running. I can run. You know, like that thing, kind of like, well, what?
Yeah.
That guy went to the trampoline place.
I can do it. If he can do it, I can do it too. Yeah.
That said, I'd be shocked if he hadn't already been considering a higher office before that. But, you know, he wouldn't have anticipated the Katie Hill thing getting kicked out. So it was sort of an opportunistic run. It was like in some sort of weird video game version, like a house was suddenly emptied and it was like a mad dash to sort of like see if you can occupy it quickly. And I think for a little while, Jank had momentum because he was able to sort of like bombast and hubris his way with the kind of the characteristic personality that he has, and he had the support of Anna, and meaning like the TYT.
Well, he had the TYT contingent. Actually, like somebody asked in chat here, a really good question about this though. Why did he fill out the form to be president when he can't qualify?
Okay, so that's 4 years later than the documentary's timeline, but yeah, I obviously did pay attention to that stuff as well. He has a case to be made that there's some Supreme Court case in the 60s that states that naturalized citizens have exactly the same rights as non-natural or as native born. What's the right phrase? But I
mean, while I agree with that, and I think it is a stupid, arbitrary thing that we have put up.
I agree. Like, I actually support the effort, although Jank is going to get us Elon Musk as president. That's probably the likely result here in this size. But set that aside.
Arnold. Could you imagine if we had Arnold? Yeah, everybody would be.
People are okay with that. Yeah,
everybody. You would be calming.
I don't
you would be doing
Republicans.
I would pop you up and you'd be coming.
Justice will be coming. I can't do a good Arnold impression.
Oh my
God!
God.
Want to try on my quantum Alzheimer's helmet? It cures Alzheimer's in 20 minutes.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah. So, okay. So it's naturalized citizen, but like the idea that the nuance to the naturalized citizen becoming president thing is the case Jank is making is that this one decision, and I remember looking at the Supreme. I can't come up with the case versus something the name. Legal term for the case, but it verified that naturalized citizens deserve exactly the same rights, and it's not fair to naturalized citizens to treat them with any differences at all in terms of their rights. That's a whole mess, and it's the right decision, and so of course it's correct. Yeah. However, the president clause is its own piece of the Constitution, and this is like kind of the countervailing argument about it, is that one case that Jank was resting his arguments upon doesn't apply because of this one carve out, because it's its own part of the Constitution that says only natural born citizens can be president. And that was sort of a thing they put in there to prevent British, people or French guy, like 17th century, late 1700s. I meant to say 18th century, but like late 1700s. So it was more of a kind of a thing you could kind of understand, to say like you had to have been born here to be president of this 20-year-old country. Okay, I guess I can get that. But like, I'm not arguing I think that's right or wrong. I do believe that a person who wasn't born here could be president for sure. I do actually think some sort of time allotment makes sense, though. I don't know if 2 years is
Actually,
2 years
hey,
seems a
can I
little
ask you
short.
something just like completely random?
Yeah.
This is in regards to the race that is being run in my district with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. So, if you
Okay.
don't know who she
I
is,
hope I have an
there
answer.
you go. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh.
Yeah.
Okay. So, she has been getting the carpetbagger moniker slapped on her. And like the thing is, I knew this was coming. I had brought this up on my show months ago, like back in September, where I was like, I have a feeling that this is going to end up like kind of hitting right around the time that the midterm primaries start really amping up. And sure as shit, after her HASAN appearance, that's when people started bringing it up. I was like, huh. Okay, interesting. So what do you think
Once you
about
get
carpetbagging and like in general, and then how it applies to a Kat Abu-Ghazaleh who only moved here not even a year ago?
Oh, so where did she live before that?
Texas.
Oh, she's not even from Illinois up until
Mm-mm.
then?
No, she lived in
Yeah.
Illinois for like a short time. I guess her grandfather lived here, and she moved back here because her boyfriend is he owns the Onion, which also she has not been exactly like open about. It's not like it's not public, but she has not been open about it. Like the thing is, she comes
Right.
off like she's trying to be a working class, like she's one of us, but realistically, no.
When you say the Onion, do you mean like the website?
I mean
The
the Onion. Yes, the Onion, the
vegetable
one that
one.
almost bought Infowars. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just trying to clarify.
Illinois has a giant onion that's just called the Onion. It's less popular.
Actually,
than
did you know that's
Bean,
what
which
Chicago
is-
stands for? Is giant onion. Giant smelly onion is what Chicago means in the Algonquin language.
Oh, wow. All right. I love a smelly onion. I
So-
don't mean that
so
ironically. It's actually one of my
Cat-
favorite snacks. I do eat a lot
Cat
of onions.
A.
I literally-
Cat
Yeah, what's up?
Abu, I guess Cat
Yes.
A. Her boyfriend owns the Onion.
Her boyfriend owns the
website.
Onion. She used to work for Media Matters as a prominent figure
Yeah.
there, which doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Honestly, these are the smears going around. But I'll be honest.
I mean,
I didn't know the prominence in which, like, I honestly didn't know how much her boyfriend made. I was like, oh, that's crazy. Like, this guy's a multi-millionaire.
Well, the
Like,
Onions had multiple rounds of different owners, right? Like it was
Yeah.
started in Madison or something, like way
Yeah.
back in the day. I remember. I'm old enough to remember when it was on newspaper. You
Yeah,
young
shit.
bloods
Yeah.
have no concept. We used to have to walk both ways uphill
And-
to get my onion.
And wasn't
Um,
going back to the earlier when we were talking about the chorus fiasco with Pac-Man.
John, point
and her-
that mic at your mouth hole.
Oh, sorry.
Just turn it. You can lean back. And just turn it. There you go.
Too close.
Going back
You don't have to
too
lean
close.
back.
Too close. Very too close.
Sweet spot's about
it's as
5
close
inches.
as it's gonna. It's as close as it's gonna get.
Not with this
unfortunately.
setup.
My setup is shit. I get it.
Yeah, we'll work on it. We're gonna get
It's
it
all right.
together.
We'll
Don't
get you.
worry.
We'll get you going.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
have a shit ass setup. I wish I had a.
No worries.
anyway,
What's
I'm
your
not
question?
complaining.
You're good.
I'm
You're
not
good.
complaining.
What's your thought? What's your thought?
So, going back to the chorus drama with Pac-Man we talked about earlier,
Mm.
I wasn't Cat A. Yeah, I know.
Abu-Ghazaleh.
But the
Yeah.
point I'm making is, yeah, Cat Abu-Ghazaleh. Her name was inadvertently, without her consent or her permission,
Mhm.
aligned with those people, and she told them
Yes.
no. Because I was
Yes.
reading Taylor Lorenzo's
Yeah, that's
article
not
on
Media Matters though. Media Matters is a totally different thing.
Yeah,
Which
I'm
again,
aware of
it's not
Media
like
Matters.
it's not like she worked for some right wing rag. It's just that she. The problem is, like, to our constituency, she tried to sell herself as this. I'm just a left wing 26-year-old who's really concerned about the social, stuff going on around us. So I'm using my platform. I have a little bit of a social media following. I'm a huge activist. And unfortunately, that's actually kind of hurt her in my district because, yeah, a bunch of these fucking 60 plus, people fucking making over $300,000+ a year. They're listening to the news reports saying, oh, she hit a car. That other guy who got shot hit a car too. We can't have you hitting cars. And unfortunately, they're saying, you know what? We have. Fuck. Here. I showed this earlier. This is all the political literature I've gotten just in 1 month from her, Dan Biss, this guy Hahn. I don't know, but the Illinois Ninth is quite fucking,
So
packed in this.
I will have. I'm curious to know, Pep, out of all that literature that you've gotten in the mail, who stands out in your mind? Is it
Kat? She does because she has the best ones, but unfortunately, the ones that are showing up are for Dan Biss, which I don't hate the guy. I've voted him for I voted for him for governor. He was the independent governor's candidate during Pritzker's run.
J.B. Pritzker, yeah.
Well, I mean, the thing is, he tried to run the Democratic primary ticket, and then he endorsed Pritzker. So I was just like, whatever.
What's his name? What's his last name?
Daniel Biss, Biss. Here.
That's got to be some last name. Who we got to vote for?
It's short for Briss. It's short for Briss.
Look, he's got like that Newsom
Which
look.
ironically is a great way to shorten the word Briss, is just to cut off a little bit.
Yeah, but he looks like he's got that literally looks like a politician bullshit. And that's where like I've had some friends kind of
that's something you can put on the bus stop, or what, not on the bus. Well, yeah, at the bus stop, but also like when you have city transit and they plaster that shit on the side. You know what I'm saying? That's where that literature. That's where it's probably gonna go.
Oh, I mean,
but I don't think he's definitely not gonna get. I don't think it's gonna help him.
Well, the thing that helps him is the
election.
fact that he has more exposure. He's more well known with the district. As much as you guys know who Kat is, my district doesn't. And that was honest to God my problem with her, focusing on the HASANs and all these smaller like programs. And yes, you know what? I have gone on record with this. I've said it on my own show. I have had multiple bookings with her that she bailed on. The thing is, HASAN and this is where I'm going to sound like a prick, and I'm fine with it. HASAN's not voting for her. She's not trying to convince HASAN. She's not even, honest to God, she's only trying to convince a handful of his fucking voter base. Like, at this point, it was kind of a, hey, you know what? Let's see how you deal with a constituent.
So Pep, you actually booked her to interview her like in studio, and she bailed
3 times.
Is that what you're saying?
Not in studio, not in studio, but she has bailed on me 3 different times. And
is there a reason for that, or do you?
I don't know. I can only the one from December 11th. Like, I can only assume that it had some. I don't know. She literally bailed on me last minute. I actually booked a spot on this space to interview her and
talk to her.
Yeah, and Hank will appreciate this. This is why media managers hate me, is because I say shit like this, because I know that I'm burning bridges. I know that I won't get bookings. And honestly,
do it.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't dick me around. And like I said, no. It's not fucking cool. It's not fucking cool where it's like, all right, you leave your constituent hanging. And this is where I can use the HASAN thing, and I'm going to keep saying it. It's like, no. You know what?
It's like,
I hope HASAN moves to the Illinois 9th and fucking votes for you at that point. You know what? I'm going to be a little catty bitch right now.
Fair.
And you have every right to. It's
you
fair.
should vomit on
That's
her
fair,
floor.
Pep. That's fair, Pep. You know, it's like, why?
Yeah.
And you're local. You're a local podcaster. I mean, you're on national, like a national network.
No, the thing is, that's why they were even like booking with me, is because they did like, vet this space slot. They vetted like the fact that I have a decent viewer base, a decent enough. You know, I don't know.
it's really
I'm
snub. You
pissed
know,
off.
it's really
Fuck
snubby,
them.
though.
And honestly, if she doesn't show up and want to do the fucking interview, fine. Just I hope she makes a good case by March.
Or just say no to the vet. Do the vetting ahead of time and say no to the interview.
Because I'll tell you also, she's not the only DSA fucking candidate in this race.
Yeah.
Well,
But don't
okay,
they,
so
like, isn't
go
like
ahead, John.
don't they like didn't like someone like Kat herself say to you, hey, I can't do the interview or something like?
No, it's her campaign management. The first time I got ditched was because it seems like they had a miscommunication. Because they were just like, oh, we double booked, which I understood. Second one was literally just they hit me up an hour before the interview and said they couldn't do it. And then they've ghosted me.
And it was an hour before. Oh, that you have every right to be pissed off at that.
Mm-hmm.
You probably had everything prepared, questions written down, and then literally at the last possible minute, oh, we can't do it.
Yeah. And the first one, I barely bring up because that was my fault. I went to a local event. I did the I'll do like an interview on my phone. And she was just like, oh, I'm not doing interviews. Like we're actually like trying to get like canvassers. I was like, oh, okay, my bad. Like I didn't know how it worked. So that one I barely count. So I'll say 2.
But she has the thing to travel to California and go talk to Haas.
Thank you.
But she
At
won't
least you
talk
can
to
say, at least you can see that. Where no, and honestly, like I said, and I'm fine with sounding catty on this one because I am a little bit. After that second fucking ditching, I was just like, you know what? Fine. If you don't respect my program, fine. If you don't respect my time, fine. I'll tell you what though, I have other candidates that have been nice enough to talk to me that I will platform. You know, and on top of that, I get to vote for who I want to, and it's kind of a shame where I'm like, oh wait, so you're telling me that like the best candidate as far as like DSA and all that, now I have to essentially be like, oh, well, do I put my personal grievances aside and vote for her, or do I actually kind of like hold this one, like, or I mean, hey, God forbid. She actually fucking gets a hold of me, and I get this fucking interview. But realistically, that Abu Ghazale's team, if you guys see this, you guys fucked up on this one, and you need to own that.
this is on them. This isn't on you. They wasted your time, man. They wasted your time.
Yep. But meanwhile, like I said, I got posters galore.
Like you said, you got,
honestly,
I
had her stuff up here too, like where I was like ready to like cover up all this stuff just with these because they were big enough to cover. I'm sorry, man.
That's fair. I get it.
But that
that's
feels like
frustrating.
it feels like a total gut punch. It really does. It feels like
I'm kind of glad that you guys agree because I've had other people tell me that I'm being just a little catty, little whiny baby.
No,
I'm like,
you're not.
fine.
No, you're not.
I don't
believe you are.
This is why I don't want a manager. I never want a manager. And
I don't
like during
believe that
comedy
you
didn't
are,
want a manager
Pep.
because I'm doing what I want to do. I'm gonna burn the bridges I want to fucking burn.
Yeah, I mean, they again.
What's up, Hank?
You go ahead, Hank.
Oh, good. I don't want to. John can go.
Well, the point I was just gonna say, Pep, was just like, yeah, like I said, you had everything written down, and the last possible minute, they wasted your time by saying we can't do it.
Yeah, I ended up
And
doing a
it's
show
like-
that
it's like
day.
when Hank
I
was-
ended up doing a show that day because I took Jake's slot too.
Like you probably had everything planned out.
Oh,
I mean, you
Yeah.
can't
No,
not
I
say
mean,
that you went on the
yeah.
air that day and felt a little bit maybe a lot insulted.
No, I felt very insulted. I felt slighted, and they also did it in a way where it's just like, "Thank you for understanding." It's like,
I would have just sent them like a fucking middle finger emoji.
Now the thing is, I was trying to keep decorum, and honestly, the only reason I'm burning this bridge, and I'm just being very open about it, is because I have done like 4 different follow-up emails to just get ghosted, and I was like, you know what? Nah, I'm all right on that, and that's why, honestly, I know I'm gonna disappoint a lot of my audience if I don't end up voting for her because they're just like, oh my god, you couldn't even put your grievances aside. It's like, no, fuck that, dude.
After hearing this, I wouldn't blame you, man. I
Like,
wouldn't blame you.
I've
Yeah.
already fucking like again. You know, we got Dan Biss here, which he ain't the worst candidate. He's a good he's a good mayor of Evanston. He's a progressive fucking dude.
Shit.
He shows up to the ICE protests just like she does.
Hell, we got
Doesn't make a thing about it. Doesn't like literally make like it to where it's posters about him.
Have you tried getting him on your show?
Not yet.
Have you tried having Dan?
I could.
I decided
The
Briss.
saddest
I can't
part
get
is
it
I
out of my head
probably
now.
could get him.
Fifi.
I haven't. No, I haven't.
I've
because-
only had like one.
Okay,
On
I'll
my
be
stream,
honest.
I've
I was
only
kind
had,
of
like,
turned
one
off of even really throwing my hat in the ring anymore with it because, yeah, actually, you know what? I'll just talk about it. This is therapy, right? For the internet, and you guys can fucking know what my real thoughts are. It made me think, what's the fucking point if she doesn't even think that I'm worth it? Why should I even try? You know what? Fuck, like. And that's where I'm really pissed off as a constituent, where it's like, wait a minute, you guys had the ability to use this as your media moment. And this is where I also may shoot myself in the dick by calling this high on politics because you don't want to be associated with something that's completely illegal in Chicago. Right?
Right.
Oh, is that sorry? High on Politics is the whole show. Sorry, I didn't.
That's literally, yeah, that's what my show's called, is High on
Forgive my
Politics.
ignorance.
But the thing is, I booked her for
okay.
propaganda.
Okay, yeah, that's the one I've seen around.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I booked her for
Apologies.
propaganda after my initial show. So I had a 2-hour show planned. I did my first hour, and that was a bring her on when Jake gave me his hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You
I
guys
think
get to know
that's
all
very,
the details because honestly, I'm done caring.
I love this. I love
am
this.
so
I
done
love
caring.
this.
Listen, like I said, wife's got cancer. My mom fucking died. My fucking dog died last year. And I stopped giving
so
a
sorry.
shit about hiding any of this. I stopped giving a shit about anybody that's like, oh, it's going to be detrimental to your future. Oh, managers won't want to work with you. Oh, you know what? Some other creators might not want to work with you. Get fucked.
Pep, let me just say this, all seriousness. I hope that your wife, if I could,
Thank you.
I would give to this cancer fund.
No, thank you. And again,
I hope she's
as I keep saying, and I mean every word of it, all of it, any support and any good vibes is just as valuable as any monetary like kind of stuff. Like honestly, no, like,
And I'm sorry, I'm
That's brutal.
No, it's fine.
for your
Yeah.
relative.
But that's
Being in the
also
middle of
why,
something
like,
like
I'm not
this.
afraid to fucking like say that because my audience knows it. They know that I've been trying to do these things, and realistically,
I
why
get
should I fucking
sentimental
tiptoe
when-
around these assholes when they treat me like this?
Right.
Like,
Right.
okay, so you think my time's not worth shit? Well, I don't think her time's worth shit. Fuck you.
So the election's in March.
March 17th.
So March 17th. Okay, so you'll like a lot of people who when municipal elections come
Oh,
out.
I'll tell you exactly
you
who
get
I voted for that day. And you
Yeah,
know what?
I'm saying like when you get the notice in the mail, like your polling place and everything.
Yeah.
And then it's like you go to the polling place. First of all, do you do ballot? Do you do electronic or you do the pencil?
For the primary, you
I
have
do-
to show up. You don't get
He
a
lights a
mail
fire
in.
in his chimney, and if the smoke is red,
Yeah.
it's a different
If
vote.
the smoke is red, if the
Some
smoke
other-
is red, that's how you know that I turned conservative, and you can all run.
And then if the
we
smoke
call
is
that a
blue, you know, you
Kasperian
turn
plume.
liberal.
I'm
That's a
doing the
good one. I
grift.
love that.
Yeah, I did it. Red smoke.
Yes, Ace Hardware. Do you have the red smoke box? I need to make a fire.
And a side of Black Rifle
sorry.
coffee. Yes.
It's illegal to sell blue smoke.
What up, Coys? Good to see you, brother.
This is honestly.
Oh fuck.
This
We're
is
just having
honestly the
fun here, man.
pickup I needed. This is honestly the pickup I needed.
I'm
'cause
glad
I've been
that
feeling
we could
really
help,
down
John, because
today.
honestly, I mean, I'm glad that my crash out can be your joy. Because seriously, I hope you guys understand if I can give everybody a little lesson here, don't ever do this if you want to make it in entertainment. Usually managers would tell
study
you
it.
not to talk shit about people, even if you disagree with them, but you're like adjacent to them. It's like literally agency 101.
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't care. I don't care anymore. I genuinely don't give a fuck. I got my core audience that I love. I love doing this, but God damn it. Like that shit is
it's an
I
insult.
can't even wrap my head around the
It's a
idea
gut
of me
punch.
fucking selling out like that. Because that's selling out, is the idea where I'm just going to hold back because it's like, no, you know what? Somebody treated me like a fucking asshole. I'm not going to sit here sitting on my thumbs and letting them also get away with that bullshit. I don't like being walked on.
That's frustrating. Yeah, it sounds like they're not great at managing those relationships, to be annoying with the phraseology there. But like the thing I'm thinking about is like media, and I struggled with this throughout my life, but like comedy too, and any career in entertainment where you're talking about people with big personalities, big egos, people who have some sort of status comparisons, because that's very common within, at least, stand-up comedy is very driven by these
you'll
sorts of
appreciate this.
considerations.
The reason I got told that I wasn't going to make it in comedy is because I didn't take a manager up on his deal. And he told me, he's just like, you're not going to make it in comedy. I'm like, fine. Because he's like, oh, you're not even willing to do 500? I'm like, no. I'm not going to drive 500 miles each way just to fucking do a shit gig. Well, that's how you make it.
That's,
Well?
Yeah, that's crazy. 500 is nuts. That's a lot. I mean, yeah. And the amount of people, the amount of calories comedians spend in long, lonely drives and stuff. I never reached the point where I was like doing stuff like that much. I think I was headed towards that direction, but it just didn't really, shake out that way for my whole thing. Although I probably would have done stuff that I would have been annoyed by in terms of the effort versus reward type of thing.
The thing is, that's not the problem. That's not the problem. I'm willing to make a sacrifice because that's not like, even when I was like looking and doing radio, they're just like, you're going to have to work Christmases and blah, 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 blah. I was like, okay, fine. I was willing to make those types of sacrifices, but I don't know.
you're
Like,
willing to
I don't
do
like
whatever
when
you
some
have to
fucking
do.
dickhead with a suit is telling me what I need to do with my act in order to, placate to them and a wider audience that's all theoretical. And I was just like, I don't know, dude. Like, the whole way that they approached it, like, I feel like I was unlucky, but at the same time, I explained it to you earlier. I got that thing where I'm just like, no, don't tell me what to fucking do.
I'll show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I relate to that. I mean,
I'll
there's
show
certainly
you
an
what I'm
unspoken
gonna
rule that
do.
if you step out of line and call out someone, like the smart thing for me, if I had a manager that would have advised me, or an agent or something would have said, you're going to do what? You're going to make a big stink about working there and the union story and this other thing. And like, so I think that I kind of expected and knew going in that there'd be some degree of kind of natural skepticism or just wondering what my whole deal is. And that's totally fine too. I also felt like I had a pretty strong case for why this is just a compelling story overall in terms of why it should be converted into an entertaining documentary.
Yeah.
But anyway, so saying about like the burning bridges and the way that this media and politics are very much it's all overlapped industry.
But that's
like,
why, I'm going to just say that's why, and this isn't even like a cheap plug. This is why I love the collaborative effort of this space over like a Chorus, because Chorus, it is monetized, and it is literally about, okay, I'm here for the bigger collective, but I'm also here for my payday. Whereas, no, this is all about like, let's grow this shit. Let's fucking make this into something that people want to see. Yes, if we make money along the way, great, but this is about the love of the game. Like, this is literally it. Like, if you guys want to see like pure just entertainment created by people that are just doing it for entertainment's sake, and you have it. This space, like, and the thing is, we are just as good as fucking TYT. Mark my fucking words.
which would say to me, which reminds me of Pep. That's kind of, maybe not kind of, maybe why I should be a part of the This Space lineup at some point as a host.
Oh, I
don't
do
know
not
if that'll
control
ever
that. I
happen.
will. It's
I know you
talk to the
don't.
miss.
I know you
Talk
don't.
to the hack and
Mr. Strackfine.
yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Strackfine.
I call
Well,
him the
you
hack.
know, who knows?
Even though he hates it.
I will say this: it'll happen one day. You know,
Brother,
I'm
no,
not.
you got it. I mean, we're opening more slots. The channel's growing.
Yeah.
You know what? Like realistically, this space is like I said, it's a
I've been on.
great
Yeah, I said
fucking. It's a great space, just in general.
I
Online.
think been on the.
Go ahead.
I
It
mean, I've
seems
already
hard. I mean,
been
like
on.
I observe all these sorts of social factors. This is sort of what we're like relationship management. I know I'm using like annoying corporate sort of language there, but like I observe it all sort of with a detached view because of genuinely my whole life I have struggled to grasp social stuff. Yet at the same time, due to hypervigilance and strong pattern detection, I map it very accurately from a more of a kind of clinical perspective. So it's not like I don't see it clearly. It's just that I don't intuitively fit within like normative this type of thing, and that was always a struggle for me in stand up and in other things, and it's definitely informs my
How is that? Hold on.
project I'm doing.
Hold
with
on,
the
Hank. How the
Turks.
hell was that a
What?
problem in stand up? How did you not just normalize yourself? Like,
Well, just networking, the side of the part of
the
networking where you ask to get booked.
I
and,
thought you're.
like,
I thought you
sending
meant your
emails
act.
and-
Oh, you meant like bookings and shit. Fuck yeah, fuck that.
yeah, no, like like I was okay. I was pretty good on
Fuck
stage. I had
that.
room to grow.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, no, I was okay. I felt pretty confident on stage and stuff, and I got along well within the scene. But it's inherent to human group behavior that
Did you
there's going to
do
be
like?
tensions
Did
and
you ever like
conflict.
do the business speak shit? Because like for a while I did that because of like my profession, and I thought I was like, all right, at least I get. If there's one thing I got, it's my ability to literally be my own manager because I understand like the business and money aspect of things. Where I'm just like, all right, well.
I mean, I
then
went to school for business. I studied industrial distribution management, which
Really?
is
No shit.
operations, supply chain management, efficiency, manufacturing, and almost a marketing degree. So in a sense, yes, I kind of did, but I also sort of had I had a better grasp on my authentic self, I probably would have done something more creative in college, like writing or broadcasting even. But I was like, it was like, I'm good at talking to people. That means I should be a businessman. And so, but I also didn't really have any
I
direction.
literally did the
at
same
all.
thing. I did the exact
Yeah.
same
Where did you go
thing.
to
I
college,
talked
Hank?
myself out of going to broadcasting school and going into fucking a business because my fucking dad of all people convinced me where he's like, well, if you're good at talking to, in entertaining spaces, then you're good at selling things.
You could talk people into perforated lawnmower
Oh, he used the
blades,
ketchup
or just, like,
pops. No, he
selling
used the
something
ketchup
random.
popsicle fucking line on me. You could listen, kid. You could sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman wearing white gloves. Yeah.
Come up with an original line. You could sell a mustard sandwich to a man wearing green underwear.
The mustard sandwich actually is more annoying because mustard stains don't come out.
They are durable.
So-
They're
Especially
sticky.
on a
They're
white
not
shirt.
oil-based either.
Fuck.
That's
so
why you
where
just got to
did
do
you
the
go
whole
for
shirt
college?
mustard stain.
I was a small
University of
business
Illinois.
owner at 21. It was fun, but yeah, didn't really like it.
University of Illinois.
Love to explain, but hard to
I
explain.
was asking
Yeah, I
you,
ran a business, like kind of part like
Oh.
I didn't do
Oh,
a
I
good
was
job
reading
at
the
it. I was
chat
really
here.
bad with the.
So-
I was good at
so
talking to
Hank-
people, and I was good at like designing and installing aquariums, and I was fairly reliable. But the sending out bills to get paid by your clients, I sucked at that part.
It's like
it was
corporate
just a
business.
mess.
Okay.
So like
So-
like executive dysfunction type of stuff, and like I did the things I felt. more
Hank, did you
confident
ever
and
get
strong about,
asked
but
what you
also-
should charge at the fucking door? Like, cause like this was a test on my end. It's not like they did it, but they were. It was a way to make them laugh what they thought I was worth. Or I was just like, I don't know, $5 ticket, and they were just like, oh, you got to have a little more faith. And I'm like, all right, $10. They're like, too much faith.
$750. Nice. compromise.
Notwithstanding the fact that I'm constantly yawning here, I was asking.
That's all right.
I was asking. So Hank went to University of Illinois. Pep, where'd you go to college?
I didn't go to college.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, you made it sound like you went to college.
No.
No,
dude. I went to
technically-
I went to a community program and fucking dipped out halfway through the semester. Where, yeah, Like when I say I went to broadcasting school, that doesn't mean I got a degree. That just means that I fucking learned what I needed to learn and got the fuck out.
It counts in some form. So what?
Well,
what
I mean, it
program was
counts as far as knowledge. I got,
it
as I said, like no joke, I got what I wanted out of it. The second semester was all like business and trying to go and fucking, network. I had a friend that already worked in radio that got me my gig interning, so I was just like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. Why should I go and pay the rest of the semester when
you
I
could
can just
do the
go
radio
work in this industry? Which was a mistake.
Skip the part where you have crushing debt. Yeah.
Well, that
so,
too.
That makes
so
sense.
what
I get
was
it.
the radio?
Yeah.
What was the radio format, Pep? The radio
It
station?
was it was a country station that turned in to a rock station. So I actually got lucky, like the opposite way that like Howard Stern did, where he actually worked for a rock station that turned country
talk station. Country, yeah.
The thing is, I wasn't on air at that point. I was just doing like a bunch of fucking mixing tapes, which they were still using tapes at that point, which was so fucking stupid. Creating bumpers,
Did you want to be in broadcasting when you were
I started
a kid?
out using wax
No,
cylinders.
I wanted to be behind a microphone when I was 3 years old. I'll never forget.
Oh,
it.
I was 13. I was
I-
13
I-
when I decided to be broad.
It was like my first memory, man. Like where I just remember hearing this guy on the radio, like, and he had a kick-ass voice. And I just was like, that's what I want to do. I might have been 5.
Who was
but
it? You think?
I don't even remember his name. I just remember the station he was on, 101.3. He was the morning guy
101.3.
in Chicago.
The morning zoo. The
He
morning.
might have been
Guys
morning.
listen to
He
Roe
might
and
have been a
Gary,
morning zoo guy, but he had a
8:90
really
AM.
deep voice.
Do you So you're from Chicago. Did you ever listen to Q101? Just
Yeah,
out of
absolutely.
curiosity.
Yeah, unfortunately, I worked
Who
for.
didn't listen to Q101?
I worked for an asshole that worked at said station for a little bit.
Can you name the
Is the radio
asshole, or
industry
you
totally
could
a
probably
total
name the
show?
asshole. I can't. Legal
yeah, all right.
stuff.
Yeah, legal shit. Yeah.
But
That's how they lock you down, man. You're not allowed to say stuff like that. There is an interesting carpetbagger angle if you want to jump back to that a little bit, though. The Young Turks story with Cenk's campaign, he was carpetbagging in California 25th district, which is like Palmdale.
really? He
like,
didn't
kinda
even go. He
western.
wasn't part of that district.
No, like this is even better than the cat example you're referring to. And thanks for all that information. I didn't realize all that stuff. Just to wrap up my thought on that one is like it kind of shakes out to who the competition and what the alternatives are in terms of like whether a person should end up in Congress or not. But I do totally understand that like terrible way you were treated informs the way you're feeling. I think it's totally valid, and it shows a lot about what's going on. But if the alternative is someone else, depends on it sounds like there's decent alternatives available.
Oh no,
as
the
it
thing
is
is,
for
we're
primary.
not in a R plus district at all. So whoever wins this primary is like it's almost a surefire thing that they're going to win because Jan Skakowski or I don't even know how to say her fucking name, but it's Jan Skakowski.
Yeah.
I think I always think of Mike Wachowski.
Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski.
Extra
Exactly.
relish.
I immediately
Mike
take it to
Wazowski.
fucking Monsters Inc. And that's why I'm just like, I might be getting the name wrong. But Jan Skakowski, I'm 99% sure that's how it's said. She's retiring. And you have, I think, 9 candidates that are running for it, with 4 candidates that are polling over 15%. So
Is Kat in the lead right now, or
no,
what's the
no,
stand?
she's actually she's at plus 16. Dan Biss is at plus 23. And then you got this other Laura Fine. She's at plus 21. Which Laura Fine,
these
of
people
all the
have-
people, I would say is not the one that I would want because she's the OPEC candidate. Or APEC.
Laura Fine
APEC.
is not fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I was like, wow, OPEC, huh? That's
Not
kinda
OPEC,
interesting.
APEC. I always mix up the two. Sorry.
Also bad.
No, I always mix up the two.
Yeah. No, all good. Yeah. So, what was I going to say about there's? I was going to get back to the Cenk thing, but the cat stuff. I had a thought there about people representing, but it's gone. Anyway, at least she lives there. For instance, in terms of her carpetbaggery that is being pointed out. But like in Cenk's case, in California's 25th, it's the next door district, and I think the lines have been changed around. But so Cenk was asked about that.
He did the Laura Boebert thing. Yeah. Yeah,
which is what?
Laura Boebert, Lauren Boebert did the same thing, where she went over to the next district over, because she knew that her district wasn't going to fucking vote for her.
But she did that after she was already in Congress, right?
Oh,
Lauren
yeah.
Boebert,
I mean,
or the
is
first time.
there a major difference there?
I think there's a difference. If you've already had a career, if you've already served one term as a congressperson and then you choose a neighboring district, that's still carpetbagging. It's not the same as if it's your first time, as I think. Not a huge difference. Obviously, I think you could still assign some sort of score to that too. But I'm not saying that to defend her at all. But here's what Cenk did though. He didn't live in the district at all, and he made these hilarious campaign ads, which would actually be fun to react to someday or something.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Where he's like out like feeding people on this, like who are living in like squalor on the side of the road, and he's in his like a businessman suit. He's got the suit coat and the pants, and he just looks so out of place. But he's like trying to make it seem like he's a guy out there, sort of. Saving, doing the Lord's work, doing Jesus's work, saving the poor people one croissant at a time that he can barely open in the pack. He just looks like there's other people doing the work that are like people who I think are actually volunteers that do that sort of thing. It's so funny that it's just, yeah. So, but that's in one of the ads. I'm getting a little bit of field, but I think he filmed all that in Palmdale. And in the movie, in fact, I think I can just show it to you. And since in this sequence, now that I'm saying it, it's like, Jesus, it's like if only there was a documentary about this guy's campaign.
Nice.
That's right around here. Why don't we watch this sequence?
Who made this thing?
This
God,
gets into it.
So piss poor fucking production. Jesus.
Yeah. Here's the part where we fly through the Gowanus Canal using Google Earth Studio.
You know what? I actually wanted to see that, so fuck it. You can play through that.
Want to watch that? Yeah, this is fun.
Why not?
It's a shorter sequence.
Listen, I'm already 10 hours in. I'm well beyond overtime. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so oh shit, I don't think.
I don't mind.
Maybe I am. I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, this is the this follows right after the Jimmy Dore sequence. So this is kind of the in the first chunk of the middle 38 minutes. Ultimately, in the full version of the film, this will be in the middle of the whole movie. But okay, so I'll pause it after this, and if you want me to stop it, just pull a seat or just say pause it. That'll give me the
I've
heads
been waiting
up
to do this. I don't get to play producer card. Let's go.
Yeah, but if I don't hear pause it, I won't, because that way I know you actually want me to pause it.
I got you.
Otherwise, I'll just assume you don't. Yeah, of course you're a broadcaster. Why would I even try to explain? I forget that some people. Sorry, I'm okay. Stop, Hank. I'm starting to. Okay, let's play. Oh. Damn it, the sound's good there. Sorry, we got to back up. So we see FDR flaming as he flies off. This is the transition to the scene. So we now have unmuted. So here we go. Sorry for that rewind there, everybody.
The previous Friday, Cenk appeared on a Brooklyn woodworking podcast to demand redress for what CNN literally did to him.
CNN literally wrote that I invited him on the show to share his anti-Semitic views.
Quote, Cenk invited former Ku Klux Klan leader David Duke for a segment about his anti-Semitic view of Judaism.
If what they're doing is trying to say that you're David Duke
I love how
friendly,
this is flight over the Guanas. This is great.
They're scared.
Shielded by vagueness, CNN's imprecise wording, it could be argued, implies the KKK guy and his abhorrent views were welcome on TYT, which they weren't. Reporting this unclear is either sloppy or intentional, or as some might argue,
CNN obviously did a hit job.
They make it seem like he invited him to pal around with him and get along with him.
It's gross, it's negligent, it's horrible.
When of course, the entire time, he was pummeling him into the ground and disagreeing with him at every turn and calling him out at every turn.
Cenk's right. What CNN did was wrong.
They're flat out lying about it.
No apologies.
I'm not going to apologize for the David Duke interview. I'm just not.
In fact, CNN owes him an apology. Literally.
Literally, CNN owes me an apology.
Cenk2020.com. I'm not sure if you're aware of that website, Cenk. And
CNN and traditional media, they've declared war on Cenk Uygur.
I did that at the last minute. The animated hand. I actually don't like the way the hand. Oh shit! I'm going to press the wrong button. I don't like the way the hand animates. And the reason John Cusack is in this film, for those that don't know, he spoke up in defense of Cenk Uygur when he was being bombarded with complaints about his past sexist remarks. This is kind of during the Bernie Sanders endorsement, unendorsement. This is kind of like, this film is about his campaign too. I mean, that's sort of like one of the reasons it's a bigger project as well. Because it's an interesting story overall. Yes,
Well,
John
Cusack's one of our fucking pride and joys, so careful.
I know. I recall him running around Chicago, showing up at bars and stuff, and stuff when I was active in the scene, running around. I never talked to him or anything. I'd see him at.
I met him at a Blackhawks game. I told him how much I loved Better Off Dead, and he was really, really gracious about it.
Yeah.
The only Cusack movie I've seen, obviously, is Say Anything. I'm trying to rack my brain.
Watch Better Off Dead. It has Ralph Bakshi animation in it.
Actually, I will say I love Ralph Bakshi.
Well, then you would love that movie. One Crazy Summer. Yes. One Crazy Summer. Both of them are fucking.
I'm trying to rack.
There's
my
a whole
brain
sequence in this film that's
seen.
about One Crazy Summer. That's why I said.
I'm trying to rack my brain.
Tell me that you got the Godzilla scene.
I mean, I can pull it up if you want.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't get us kicked off YouTube. But no, the Godzilla scene is one of my favorite scenes in any comedy. When fucking Bobcat Goldthwait is in the fucking Godzilla costume.
I don't think he'll get. It's been online for years already.
Don't. It doesn't matter that it's online. It's the fact that it'll fucking trigger just based off the fucking whoever holds the license to it.
Sure.
So.
Yeah. No, I hear you. You'll when you watch the film. I know you've already watched some of it, but you'll catch what I've made with it. I didn't use any of the audio from any of it, but so. Fair enough, but I have John Cusack included because I know he's buddies with Cenk, and that's why he was vocal in defense of Cenk. And I actually have him in my pinned tweet on Twitter. When I point people to that, it's got John Cusack's Twitter on there because he's kind of a big. I doubt would he say he's a leftist? I'm not sure where
he's
stands
a leftist
precisely, but he's
a leftist.
Yeah.
He's not like classic lib. Like he's kind of like us, where he just caucuses with Dems because he has to.
He's like Mark Ruffalo, kind of.
So I would hope that maybe that somehow he might catch wind of because Ron Perlman, I have an appearance of him in the film, and he was said some really strong stuff.
Ron Perlman's the shit. He's a leftist.
Stuff.
He is straight up a leftist. Yeah.
He was at TYT. I actually shook his hand and I told him how much I like children.
I think I remember
the City of Lost Children.
I remember watching.
Grumbled.
I think I remember watching TYT at a time when they were doing Conversation and Perlman.
But like
you didn't bring up how great he was in Beauty and the Beast. God, dude, he's a kick-ass beast.
Why'd you let him cut off your horns for Hellboy, man? That's weird.
Yeah,
I mean Hellboy. Hellboy's the easy one.
Hellboy's like the only thing I've even seen of Perlman.
No. He's in so much
You've
shit.
Seen a lot.
You've seen a lot
Sons
of
of
Perlman.
Anarchy.
Sons of Anarchy.
Yeah.
God, I'm pretty sure he's in Predator 2 for like a hot minute.
He plays the Predator's girlfriend. But my thought with like John Cusack and Ron Perlman, obviously they're like famous guys, but I think they have good politics, and they're TYT boosters. And partially what I'm hoping to see happen, and I doubt, and I mean I think it maybe, but it's so far it hasn't happened, is maybe one of these dudes will say like, okay, this is a weird little project this guy's doing, but it does seem like this union busting happened, and I'm going to speak up I'm going to put my weight behind the workers' side of this whole project, and I'm in that little. I don't know. I doubt that'll happen. It's like how many
like
times do these guys
Gaffigan.
ignore something that some weirdo on the internet made? I'm sure it's not their first priority, but maybe it'll rise to that level with enough attention. I have no clue. I'm speculating. It's not like I based my whole dream on that, but so I do have John Cusack in this part because he's in previous part of the film. Nice. But a little bit more with this bit, and then
it's
so
kind of the same. It's kind of the same with Jim It's kind of the same with Jim Gaffigan. He was part of the TYT. Like he got interviewed.
He was.
Yeah.
Oh, he was interviewed by him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that'd be another way to. Yeah.
It being as a comedian also. I think Gaffigan is also a comedian.
Yeah, and also as a doughy, pasty white guy
Yeah,
who's going to die early, although he's rich. But
Right.
let's so then this little sequence, actually, I really love this transition, although I think the John Cusack thing could be better timed out. But this remember I mentioned Jake's campaign commercials. That's kind of what got us back to the film. So coming up into here, though, is one of my favorite moments as we sort of push forward with time, because I'm trying to take the viewer on a I want them to like feel like they're being guided down a story, and like okay, I'm hesitating
Right.
because it's weird.
Yeah,
But like
it's fine.
my feeling about it is that like I have like a chocolate river.
Yeah,
And like I
like
want
a
people
Willy
to be
Wonka.
like, I don't know where he's going, but I trust him because we're on a chocolate
Yeah.
river. Everybody
'Cause
just
we're on
step
a
into Hank's chocolate
chocolate
river and just
river.
let him take you somewhere.
God damn
Because
it.
it sounds nice. Even though if you actually think about what a chocolate river entails, it's probably the most disgusting thing you can imagine.
Yeah,
Plus
you
it,
know what creates a
evokes,
chocolate river? Chocolate
diarrhea?
rain.
Oh. In the Willy Wonka thing makes it creepy.
That
So
was a
like,
fucking callback and a half right there. Chocolate rain. When's the last time you heard that shit? Oh, fuck. Sorry, man.
What I mean is that it
Sorry,
is
Hank.
how it is one of the kind of conceptualizations I have for like this style of storytelling. But my point being though that I feel like I do a good job with this little bit here, because making it feel like time is moving is kind of a challenge. There's a lot of times here where I'm just like I gotta advance this and tell something. And so anyway, I'm overselling what we're about to see. It's just a little bit of animation. And then we get into more of the campaign sequence. So essentially this is sort of covers a time period of like late December 2019 into like January through January of this whole event. And because the film starts with February 12th and then it rewinds about 4 months and then works its way through I'm doing it wrong. The film starts at February 12th and then rewinds and works its way back to the Union coming forward. And so that's sort of the process we're in. Sorry for the long lead up. John, were you laughing at what Pep said or what I said?
Yeah,
This is a very
I was laughing at what Pep was saying.
Oh,
I couldn't.
I thought I had no. Chocolate rain was funnier than diarrhea, huh? Great.
Yes.
Chocolate
rain. Dude, if I could get the piano music going behind me, I would totally do it. Chocolate rain. Hank is going to be playing this clip again. Chocolate rain.
CNN never produced the redress Jank sought for the hurt he suffered. Jank would remain apologyless.
Right here. That. Love that.
Time pushed on, and teams Jank and Christie got to work doing the hard grind of politics. Decorating HQ, giving speeches, accepting donations, putting out ads.
You ever feel like the Antelope Valley is getting screwed? Outsiders are America. My father, I'm new to politics. Soon he decided to pave a new path.
Oh,
they
thank
take
you
us for
so
granted.
much for doing
He came
this.
to graduate school in America, and they even dump their garbage here. That
like okay, it's montage cut. So, but like the way he talks, like it's here and like he's one of them. And you ever feel like he lives? I can't say specifically. I mean, wouldn't be appropriate to say on the internet, but like he lives not in the district, right? He doesn't live in this district, and so like it's kind of funny that he made these ads where he's representing the district without even living there, and he's not the congressperson from there. And he was asked about it multiple times, or at least probably twice at least, but it came up, and he would say like, "Oh, my wife's a saint, and when we win, we're gonna move there. The schools are great. My kids are wonderful, but we want to finish out the school year for the kids, and then when I win, we're gonna move to the Antelope Valley." So that's how he addressed the carpetbagger question, because he was just sort of like
that's even worse. Honestly, that's way worse. Like at least Kat lives here.
Yeah, I gotta give her credit for that. Yeah, there's certainly some issues with her whole thing.
I
but,
certainly remember that during the announcement.
Yeah, just to be like, aren't we getting screwed here in the Antelope Valley? It's like you drove away from the Antelope Valley to go sleep
actually,
in your bed.
hold on, but that plays into the whole like, stop pretending to be one of us. Like, what the fuck?
Right.
Like, obviously, he has a fucking thing about it. He knows that he's disingenuous, so he's just going to be like, yeah, but you know what? I've been to the Antelope Valley a lot. I have to drive through it for other reasons that I'd rather not share.
I went near some poor people by the highway in the Antelope Valley.
See?
I mean, he did spend a lot of time canvassing, and they did some stuff, you know, multiple. I mean, he had to go there to run. And he did get around, but like, it doesn't, it's very much more carpetbaggy, you know what I mean, on the carpetbagger scale. We can see, I'm pressing the advance by one frame thing. But yeah, there's some funny graphics.
Antelope Valley's getting screwed.
See it, his face just go.
Yeah. And he had this whole thing about outsiders. So this montage could be slightly better, but I have sort of positioned all 5 ads, and they kind of bump around a little bit. They sort of take turns, but I'm not trying to like play all 5 ads. That would be like 2.5 minutes of, that's a lot for a chunk, but I try to keep it moving. And then we see a little bit of Chrissy Smith, and then we'll see more of the campaign and sort of things that were going on during this time, because we follow this timeline through the story.
Our America. My father, I'm new to politics. Soon he decided to pave a new path in his life. They take us for granted. He came to graduate school in America. And they even dump their garbage here. That belief in the American dream is what led me to starting an online media company. Our district is on fire. If you're tired of getting taken advantage of, our housing system is
there. So this is him feeding the impoverished, opening a croissant thing, looking so awkward and uncomfortable.
He doesn't
like,
even know how to open that damn thing.
I think he looks like he's right there. Like someone's helping him step over this water, and he did it in his businessman suit. It's just so funny that
It's
like
so humiliating. Yeah, it's so awkward.
Yeah. Because I think there's like encampments and places where, you know, he probably hooked up with some local activists and stuff. But it's very much like, did you keep doing this after the campaign, Jank? Did you still go out there and bring some Kroger croissants
baguette,
for the people?
Croissant.
I'm sure he kept up this behavior when the cameras weren't rolling after he lost the election, no doubt. When he
I'm
wasn't
pretty
busy
sure. What did he
firing.
do with those croissants after the cameras turned off? Probably.
I think
threw
he
'em in
whipped
the
them
water.
into the water. He just threw them in the water and he spat at every. No, I don't think he did that. He probably gave it to these people.
He's
But,
just frisbeeing. He's just like, you didn't work hard enough for my campaign.
You want us to pay the mods? Here's your fucking payment, mods. Eat a croissant I found on the side of the road.
Croissants for mods.
Oh yeah.
So I'll keep going here. I might pause it again, but yeah, these ads are kind of hilarious, and it's its own sort of industry and art form I'm using generously in terms of like making ads. Like, you know, not that there aren't skilled video editors out there. That
Since we're only
these
20
things
minutes
actually are
out,
paying
so what I'm
jobs.
gonna do? I'm gonna go till 2. I am gonna piss though. I've been holding this one in
Yeah.
for a minute, so I'll be right back.
We'll hold it down while you go. Yeah, no worries. Ready, John?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Countdown, John, from 99. Count me down to 1.
98, 97.
No, please.
90,
Okay.
uh-huh.
What if we actually committed to that? We'd lose. Okay, let's go.
Crisis. Let's change things. All we ever wanted was a fair chance, and that's what you deserve, because outsiders are America.
So that's actually his answer to the carpetbaggery is to acknowledge his outsiderness, and it also plays into I'm an immigrant, and I'm an outsider to the Washington establishment. Even though TYT uses the same law firm that the AMPTP uses, which are highly anti-union. They use both the law firms that were shown in the NLRB cases are related to. I have it right here. This is the notice.
Yeah, I was gonna say hold that notice up for the viewers.
Right.
Hold it up so everyone can see it, and you see this, and where did that damn thing? Where does it say it held? Like it was on a kitchenette. What did it say?
Kitchet.
Kitchet. Yeah.
I think Dave Kohler wrote the wrong word. It's supposed to say kitchenette. But yeah, this is the Young Turks. The NLRB required that they hang this on the wall for 60 days, and it's for violation of Section 7. I'll put my finger by it. Of Section 7. Sorry, I can't see the. There you go. Section 7. It's not focused, but I've got these on Twitter. There's a chunk in the film that's about this. But as I was working on this project, like I was getting kind of the it was like 15 minutes of editing in the first part of it, and then this came in the mailbox, and I was like, oh wow, this is crazy. I gotta put this in the movie, and then it sort of expanded. This is sort of what triggered me to like conceptualize this as a much bigger project. So this was sent. These were sent out in 2022.
Yeah,
and the reason I have one is because the law, and it's posted in the film, the law requires that they mail former employees a copy of this, as well as email current employees and post it on the wall for 60 days. So like I was just under the threshold for them sending it to me, and to their credit, they did do it. I don't think they knew I was going to like base a documentary around, or not that I base it, but yeah, I was really stunned when it came in the mail. I was like, wow, this is nuts. I haven't seen one of these.
And it says we will not. It says we will not do.
Yeah, so it says posted. I'm not going to read everything, but I'll read the kind of top of it. Notice to employees posted pursuant to a settlement agreement approved by a regional director of the National Labor Relations Board, an agency of the United States government. The National Labor Relations Act gives you the right to form, join, or assist a union, choose a representative to bargain with us on your behalf, act together with other employees for your benefit and protection, choose not to engage in any of these protected activities. So the boss was imposing restrictions on their rights. That's what union busting is. And this is the government saying, you guys have rights that your boss was not following. We will not. This is from the employer, right? Meaning like this is, we will not interfere with, restrain, or coerce you in the exercise of the above rights. We will not. I guess I will read everything here. We will not promulgate, maintain, or enforce a rule requiring that you bring your bring your complaints only to management. We will not threaten you with unspecified reprisals if you choose to be represented by or support a union. These are custom for every case, by the way. This isn't just some standard thing.
Right.
So they had to rescind that they were threatening people. We will not ask you about employee support for a union. Dan Evans, and I have a link to the video on the sources section of tellthetruthjank.com, was an employee, and I'm not sure if this is what it's referring to, but he told me that they had him. He was a producer. Producers were not in IATSE. We weren't unionizing producers. We kept people who weren't at all associated out of it. Dan had nothing to do with the union drive, nor did he, nor could he, because of his job position. So we were careful about who we involved. But I was on his show Power Report. He's also is he on this? Yeah, he's on this space, right?
He's on
But
this
he doesn't
space.
do a regular
Yeah,
show.
syndicated.
Does he do a regular? He doesn't.
Yeah, no, we call him Dan on the street. Power reports after he's on Tuesdays.
I thought it was syndicated. Okay, sorry. Forgive me, Dan.
Syndicated, yes, but he's still on. He's still part of this space.
Yeah,
and
no,
he's
that still
also,
counts.
He's also done exclusive content.
All right, wonderful. Yeah.
Also,
awesome,
hey,
though,
can
but
you
I'm
link
not-
the video in chat, please?
That's which. Oh, yeah.
The video that we're
the
currently
video we're
watching.
watching?
Yeah, can you just link it in the horizontal chat, please? Thank you.
Oh, on YouTube, you mean? Not the Discord. Yeah, here we go. Coming from Winners and does that work? I just entered it into your chat.
YouTube chat. Right?
Yeah, I just did on the from Winners and Losers. So anyway, Dan Evans actually has talked about coming in or being asked about a union organizing possibility in a one-on-one meeting, which is illegal. You're not supposed to do it. And here's the couple more. We will not in any like or related manner interfere with your rights under Section 7 of the Act. So the Section 7 lays out worker rights, and those were violated. That's why they had to do this. And here's the big one at the bottom, which I highlight in the film with more detail, is we will rescind the rule we promulgated in the following statement to employees. We're directly quoting TUAT management. I ask that you all bring your concerns directly to management. Management's in brackets. I think it must be someone's name, my guess. So starting over, I ask that you all bring your concerns directly to management rather than using Slack or emails that get sent to broad audiences. End quote. And we will notify employees in writing that this has been done.
So they
And
didn't
then
want
Young
you
Turks.
to. So they didn't want you basically, in plain English, communicating over Slack or email because they feared some sort of paranoia.
Yeah, they were saying if you don't communicate in a way where the public might find out what we're doing, and that's not right. That's wrong.
Right.
That's
Yeah,
what the
exactly.
final
What
thing
total
is.
scumbags they
They
are.
say instead of doing it on Slack or emails, because that's a paper trail, go directly to, and then management's in a bracket. I'll show you guys. It's in bracket Can you see it? So it's like it must be someone's name because that's the thing that you do when you just like shorthand some other thing. Sorry, it's not focusing, but it's like right there. So like this was that stuff's directly from the Young Turks telling their workers that if not to use anything that leaves a paper trail and instead bring it directly to someone. They were hiding. This was a cover up, and this got exposed.
Paranoia.
So
yeah,
Cenk's
Cenk's own paranoia caught up with him, and this was probably before, during, or after his congressional run. His
Well, it just
carpetbagging.
speaks to the lack of freedom that we have in this world, right? Your boss gets
Yeah.
to tell you who you're allowed to communicate with and how. It's absolutely crazy. And this
So when-
concept goes way beyond the Young Turks. You know,
Yeah.
Amazon warehouse employees and delivery
Yeah,
drivers all over the world that
I
have
think
to
that
pee
was
in
going on
bottles.
at the
and-
same time.
What? I didn't catch it. You.
I think that was also going on at the same time as the Jenks congressional run, the Amazon
Labor
workers?
Union.
Yeah, or was that?
I mean, I think it was somewhere around that time.
time.
I just mean in general, the fact that our bosses have so much command over us that they get to tell us how to communicate, where to pee,
Yeah.
when to pee. It's like this is insane. to
If
me.
my
It's
boss
that-
has
this-
told me
this
where
is
and when to
intolerable.
pee, I would be like, none of your damn business, because that's.
I'd pee in his face right there. No, but and I'm not saying TYT was doing that. I'm just saying that like a greater idea that workplaces are
separate.
dictatorships. They're totalitarian. Maybe not totalitarian. That's a bit much, but they are unhealthy places for human beings because of the lack of the imbalance in leverage. And let's keep
Yeah,
pushing a little bit.
yeah.
I know we're wrapping real soon here.
Yeah,
so,
I'm getting kind of tired. So
No, as
Yeah,
I said,
I can- I
I'm calling it at 2. I figured, why
that's
not?
totally good.
I'll go to 10 and a half hours of stream. Why not?
That's a long one. Yeah, we were going to end like 2 hours ago.
It's okay.
So, okay.
This is what happens. I end up
it's all fun.
having fun, and I'm in no rush.
I mean, get carried away. Yeah.
I hope the people watching are enjoying it. So, okay, here's more.
Healthy by design.
And only you. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm just gonna back up because this is the end of each one. I kind of thought this was sort of an interesting way of looking at this. 5 seconds. So that's what each of the white kind of squares behind are each of the 5 ads. So we can see all 5 endings.
Are America. And only you, Valley, and for you. Not on our watch.
What the fuck? The last one is
This
so
one isn't
lazy.
going to be a marathon. This fight is going to be about the issues that impact everybody in this region. We cannot thrive economically. Our state is on
So this
fire.
is Christy
All
Smith's.
the things that have gone
ad.
neglected here locally will persistently be a problem, and we're doing this.
Christy Smith is throwing her hat in the ring.
I'm assuming she won.
Say again?
I'm assuming she won.
She destroyed Jank in the primary, but she lost to the general.
Really?
Yeah. So she was
To a
not
Republican?
Yeah, I think his name was Mike Garcia. She lost by like 35 votes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and actually the special election was for 2 races. One was to take the rest of the term. So it was actually, I should know this. I think Christy Smith won that, and she was the congressperson for the next like 7 months. I don't think Mike Garcia got, but man, I really should know that. I apologize, everybody, if I don't have that detail precise. But it wasn't just for. So the 2 races elections were held on the same day. One was to complete Katie Hill's term, and the other was to be the Democratic candidate for the general in November. Right, so it was basically a primary and emergency fill-in election. That's why you'll see the 2 numbers is 5.9 and 6.6. And I got to go look at that detail a little bit closer. So let's advance just
Thanks,
slightly
Colt.
more here because we get to see a bit about this election. There's an interesting detail about Jordan Uhl that I think I'm curious will ever come to light because he was a paid consultant for Jenk's campaign during this whole time period.
Really?
Here we go. Yeah.
You ever
Media
actually get like
appearances.
hired on full time?
Radio. As for the Young Turks, I don't know. I don't think so, but I have no idea.
I was about to say, for my understanding, he's still just a paid contributor. Because somebody
That's
tried to
probably
say
likely.
that this is the only reason I know this, because someone's like, you're the most chill dude on YouTube. And somebody was like, yeah, Pep and Jordan Uhl. I was like, hey.
You guys haven't seen me. I'm not that chill. I get worked up. Yeah, that's I don't know, but like he's been within this area for a while, and he's done some good activism and stuff. And I didn't include him in this to try to like call him out or something. It's just like he had to have had a very interesting experience because he was a paid political consultant on a campaign that was actively doing union busting. So there's a unique perspective there that I'm curious what he thinks. Maybe he bought the lie, maybe because there's a little bit of merit to the idea that, oh, gee, they endorsed your opponent. Well, gee, I don't have to think too deeply. Even though that's why that detail sort of muddies things up a lot. And that's why they base their entire smokescreen on that. Instead of smearing the workers, they should have done fact checking though. So let's keep going. Social, trolling the front runner with a stamp. Local media call-outs. Pulling the old empty chair maneuver. Tweeting about stamps. Jank phoned up King Hartman.
I got smeared immediately by the New
Trolley,
York Times, LA Times,
Charlie,
CNN,
Trolley.
just about every other outlet.
The King Friday?
Yeah.
The King Friday. Yeah, the Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, right here.
Calling up the Charlie.
I just thought this was very Tom Hartman-esque, and also the phone works because Jank is holding his phone, which is unusual for like a live call.
Honestly, I like the Mr. Rogers bit, but okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I did a lot of work finding little clips like this, yeah. Lots of experimenting. So yeah, here we go. Jank phoned up King Hartman.
I got smeared immediately by the
why is
New
he
York
holding his
Times,
phone?
LA Times, CNN, and just about every other outlet. And they wrote it like I brought him on to share his racist views.
Oh,
And
geez.
that
I have interviewed David Duke.
He and Kyle had a nice visit.
When you woke up that day and you saw, the New York Times piece, which said that you argued David Duke wasn't racist, which is just insane.
Walking and talking.
I'm Christy Smith, and my campaign is powered by the people in our community, not by corporate PACs or drug companies.
Parks, restaurants, fundraising.
So the New York Times wrote an article. By the way, CNN did the same thing, and so they say, oh, Jank brought on David Duke to share his anti-Semitic views. Okay.
Bro vouching.
My name's Ben Magwitz. I started the Young Turks with Jank.
Boss vouching. Organic media pickup.
Christy Smith was not looking good, and she continues to not look good in this district, especially when you look at her record, something that we talked about during our interview with Cenk Uygur on The Conversation just yesterday.
Boy, that's a tough booking, getting the guy who owns the show to show up on your program. That's a tough one. Speaking of booking challenges for media appearances, he goes at one point, he's like, I hope you have me back on. It's like, guys, it's such a joke.
Come on. That's a little fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
at least they did the performance of it, I guess. But
honestly,
actually,
I'm fine with it. A little hack here and there, especially to just be like, hey, who's this candidate? It's almost like he runs for, like, trust me, I have a feeling that if any of us ran for office, this space would play the same game. So I'm going to let this one slide.
Fair point.
Yeah, fair enough.
Persuasively argued. Valid. Still not convinced. See, I didn't say you're wrong. I just said you're valid, but not persuasive.
Well, Hank.
No, I hear you. They make a whole thing about the ethical break between his control of the company and his political candidacy. That's in the whole first sequence where like Matt Taibbi and Katie Halper on the Rolling Stones podcast that they were doing. Katie Halper's show currently it's called, or whatever it's called. It's called the.
It's Katie Halper's show. It's she still does Useful Idiots Monday morning.
Useful Idiots, yeah. Does she still
It's
call
still
it? But
Useful
anyway, it was
Idiots,
affiliated with Rolling
yeah.
Stone at the time that he did this.
Yeah.
But that's like part of the whole story is this. I'm not involved with my company operations until the day after he loses the election, and the very first thing he does is fire someone who was union organizing. That's written about in the Indies Times piece. So I don't think this is the biggest thing, but there is, like, if we are going to act like these ethics matter, Steve, there aren't that many other examples of media owners running for office. I think these days a lot of politicians are also podcasters too, which is kind of gross, but that is just the world we're in. So that's probably changing. But a couple examples, like I compare it to the Michael Bloomberg thing because he's this billionaire media conglomerate owner who had restrictions on his. Not had to, I misspoke. Who did have restrictions on what he was allowing his newsrooms to report on. That's kind of slimy. And then another example I didn't include in the film is Steve Forbes, who owned Forbes magazine.
Yeah.
I think he's a billionaire, but he ran for various offices. I'm not sure if he won or not, or maybe
he ran for president in 2000 and then he lost. He didn't get the nomination.
Yeah. But I don't know if he ever ran for other stuff. But there was in the early 90s, he had written columns in one of his magazines, and that became something of a little bit of a scandal. So I think it's worth like kind of highlighting only because it's not that common. That's sort of why it's in there.
I know Forbes was a big proponent of why we ended up with Rahm Emanuel.
In Chicago?
Yeah.
With the
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah,
I have nothing else to add except for fuck Rahm Emanuel.
Slimy guy. Yeah, Rahm Emanuel. And then the Democrats are trying to bring him back. So let's push just a little more since we want to see. I teased the Jordan Old thing. That's really close to this.
Also, this happened.
Oh yeah, this is
political
nuts.
forum in the Antelope Valley got so heated, deputies had to be called in to shut it down. It was supposed to be a meeting about candidates running for former Congresswoman Katie Hill's seat.
I'll
But
pause
some
it in a sec.
argue it turned into a hate crime.
Don't degrade my president or his wife.
I'll second
Okay?
for you, I will, and when I get
Do
there,
not
I
do
will
that.
kick his ass.
Do not do that.
They heard plenty, just not much about the people running for that 25th district.
I'm an American,
pause it,
and I
pause
will
it,
say that.
pause it.
And you will stand down.
Did that guy just go and watch the Melania movie?
that guy was
you can go on now.
This thing is nuts. So when I saw this, I was like, I don't know what's going on here. So I found a couple of different camera angles, and one of them had horrible audio. I downloaded everything and then cleaned it all up and put it together. I have a timeline somewhere. It's like an hour and a half. I can that would be like something maybe if there's enough interest to watch the whole thing, because these folks show up and they're handing out signs and then they're heckling. And so I think they were trying to mess with things. They didn't seem to have good faith intentions. But then Cenk was getting real combative about shitting on Trump. And that guy yelled at him, and that's where Cenk tells him to stand down, which is just such a weird thing to yell at a stranger.
Stand down.
You will stand down. It's just tell him to shut up or something.
Stand down.
Didn't do much to diffuse the tensions. There's the guy going, no.
I like how I'll at least give Jake this credit. I like how he's just no, I won't walk that back. It's
right.
No, Melania's a slut. It's oh. Damn.
Yeah, I mean, this whole there's that guy going, oh no. So yeah, it was just whoa, this thing
just flailing his arms.
Those are some of the other candidates for the race. Yeah. So this is weird whole thing. A little bit more.
Reporting live in Palmdale, Amy Johnson, CBS 2 News.
Making good points.
I don't get it. Isn't it more rude to take the bribes?
Calling out your opponent for her ties to the health insurance industry while your company is run by a health insurance executive.
And things like United Health Group that gave you money.
Chrissy Smith took money from United Health Group, one of the largest health insurance companies in the country. And she says, oh no, you got to trust me that United Health Group is in it for the public good and for charity. They don't want to maximize profit or anything like that.
Not exactly the same thing, obviously, taking donations from healthcare companies and, using your political power to maintain the system we have is the exact same thing as having a company run by a former health insurance executive. But that does reflect the ethical register of the Young Turks. Cam James pointed this out in his video. So that one's kind of nuts. I don't know. People might have different feelings about it, but to me, someone who works as a health insurance executive, they've done a lot of harm to their world. I think it's a job we should ban, basically, is my notion of it. It's why do we allow anybody to do that? It's a weird kind of thing to do to a community, to be like I was saying earlier, buy me a snowmobile if you want help for your surgery. It's just insane. So that's in there.
In it for the public good and for charity. They don't want to maximize profit or anything like that.
Smashing interviews. Troop
I'm assuming all this music is
filing
okay.
financial.
Yes, everything is from the YouTube royalty-free library.
Thank God.
Totally clear. And it's
okay.
Sorry. Yeah, that is a
no worries. I'm just I kind of had this moment where it just clicked in my head. I'm like, oh, I heard music. Oh, I haven't thought about that in a minute. Oh, I should probably ask.
Yeah. No, it's all from the YouTube's audio library.
Thank God. Okay. Well, then continue. Let's go.
No sweat. Yeah. Yeah, that is a consideration. I do think if I took it offline, there's a lot of licensing issues. But by the way, this screen here shows Jank's income in 2018, $327,000 and $488.79. So he was pulling in 330.
We're working close.
Yeah. And it's got a bunch of assets listed on there too. And yeah, that stuff is fascinating. The FEC site is you can really spend a lot of time digging through. Almost at the end of the show, we'll end it
on paying Jordan Ull thousands of dollars.
There it is. So roughly,
honestly, actually, if you guys want to go another 20 minutes, I'm down, because then I'm ending it at 11 hours, and I will be breaking a record if I do that. So fuck it.
I'll go with whatever John decides.
Well,
John, let's do it.
Well, I'm getting tired, obviously.
Let's do it.
I'm exhausted.
Come on, 20. You guys don't need to stick around for it. Fine. I could end without you. It's fine. But
what's your record?
I think 10 hours actually. So.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we've already beat it. Yeah, we've already beat it.
Oh, we've already beat it. Yeah.
Technically, let's hit the 11. I'm a sucker for
nice round.
I'm a sucker for nice round numbers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew one of you would understand.
I totally get it. I'm real weird about shit like that.
No, I'm literally looking at my time at my time live, and I'm like 10:41. I'm not. No, no.
Right.
I'll
Who wants
just
to brag about that.
Yeah, exactly. I'll go 11 hours. Let's go,
John. 11 hours.
Come on, John. You could be part of my record stream here, and you could be very proud of it. You could just be like, "Hey, I was on Pep's record stream, talking to Hank." Honestly, this has been a badass conversation, and in general, like this stream has been awesome. Like I've been really happy.
If I do it, I'm gonna move back to the laptop, and if I fall asleep on you, I mean that's
just
not really.
slump
I
over
hope
into
that
the microphone and
happens.
snore.
No offense, man. I will not make fun of you. I'll just be like, John fell asleep.
Yeah.
I muted it, but I hit play.
The nice part is I could actually end the call for you, so it's not like it's not like you'll just be lingering on stream. So, but no peer pressure either. No peer pressure. Natch is right. Do not let us peer pressure you. Do this
How
of
about
your own
this,
accord.
John? If you go, John, you're going to go 20 more minutes, and we're going to end on the other favorite part of the film that you like. We'll play that for you.
Yeah.
Okay, I like this.
All right. Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure.
I
you're not
cave into peer pressure.
Hank, you are not helping, and I'm about to send you a fucking turtle wax kit just because I feel like that would be the proper way to just be like, hey, I respect you, but also you went too far.
With the peer pressure?
Yes. The peer pressure.
Oh.
Well, no, the peer pressure is going to be you doing that on stream. So it's just, all right, fuck it.
We're peer pressuring John into staying up past his bedtime.
Oh, I was peer pressuring you to wax your head. I don't know what you were talking about anymore. I'm so kidding.
Pressure, peer. No one people don't chant peer pressure. It's one of the strangest things to say in a chant.
Yeah, why would anybody say that? The thing is, I hated peer pressure. Like honestly, I wouldn't have done a lot. I wouldn't have dated a girlfriend had it not been for peer pressure. Fuck. Anyway, go on.
I've dated for worse reasons. Well, yeah, there's I just want to end on this whole little sequence just to wrap, and then if John wants to see the other part, we absolutely can do that. But I'll just turn the audio back on. I'll skip ahead like a bit. So we're almost at the end because this graphic is really important. This is part of the educational side of this project that I want people to get their heads around. I'll talk more when we get there. Here we go.
Thousands of dollars for consulting. Hosting your for-profit daily news and politics commentary show on a variety of internet and cable distribution partners. Deliberately inflicting material and psychological harm on your workers to resubjugate them. The usual stuff.
So the tater tot represents the,
I was about to say, what's the tater tots?
Conspiracy.
Oh,
that's the conspiracy from the food fight at the beginning that they launched. And so as it travels around, it's what infects people. There's a point where one of them hits Mike Figueredo in the head, and then he withdraws his endorsement. And he was actually incredibly gracious about his appearance in this. He had me on this mafia and he was super cool about like he calls me out in the film, but I deserve it. I was like a piece of shit to these guys. I thought it was some sort of democratic psyop, and I was really impressed with the way he handled his appearance in that, because I was a little bit worried I might be coming off a little bit aggressive. Anyway, because this movie doesn't really hold back. It's kind of opinion.
I think it's
who was on your appearance on Leftist? Do you remember?
Which
like
of the
as far
hosts?
as like the crew? Yeah.
Yeah, Lance, David Doyle, Matt Bender, and Mike, and then Rebecca showed up.
Oh, she did.
Rebecca aged
a bit into it.
So
yeah.
it was like the whole
I was really hyper. I was sprint editing the trailer and the GoFundMe page all in like a period of like just 2 days of sprint editing. And I even tried to start because I wanted to have stuff ready for this, and I ended up getting some nice donations after that. But I was like super ADHD in a way, like I was too exhausted to not mask, or too exhausted to mask. Like I didn't give myself enough of a break to kind of come down from the intense working I was doing all day.
Yeah.
So I feel a little bit weird about that appearance, because I know that I was I can get kind of excited, but I'm not that hyper of a overall vibe. But I was like kind of like a little bit unmasked in a way. And it's I don't know. That just bothers me. I know I don't need to.
It was still a good. It was still a good appearance.
Yeah.
I watched it at Gavin's place, at his
cool.
apartment.
I'll check it
Thanks
out.
for watching it.
Yeah.
I got a lot of good info out, and I did a fine enough job, but it was still. I just do remember being like, man, I just needed like a half hour between. I like stopped what I was doing and like turned on the camera, and then I went right on, and I didn't give myself any time to like.
Did you ask to be made a
get my nervous
capo?
system. Did I what?
Ask to be made a capo.
Oh, in the mafia?
Yeah.
You know why? Today, Cenk was on Tucker Carlson today. And
course
there's
he
actually
was.
a point where he brings up that New York Times David Duke thing, because that's detailed in the first part of the film. And he refers to Tucker as being the most popular show on the right. And he's like, and we're the most popular show on the left. It's kind of like the heads of families meeting to save America or something. Like he basically said that him and Tucker are like the heads of mafia families.
Meanwhile,
Like, I
it's
was
two
like,
Fredos just sitting in a room with each other.
Yeah,
oh, come on.
Exactly.
Really?
What do you? Yeah.
Oh, fine.
It's
Here.
just such BS. Anyways, but like this shot here, this whole sequence, I think this is like a very critical part of the film, because it shows these union busting tactics. But I also think that it's really important, and I've had people tell me this, that like this whole when you work on something as deeply as I have into this, you can lose perspective that it's not something everybody knows. Not that I assume everybody knows what I know, but this whole thing, because when we first see this early in the film, it's the blue line, and then actual union busting marks the start of the negotiation phase, or actual voluntary recognition, I say. And
of the union.
So this illustrates that the green line is the contract negotiation, which starts over here. But Cenk made it seem like this didn't happen. This whole red line is the 2 months of union busting. And this took a lot of work. This is an After Effects thing with shape layers in Photoshop. And I took a ton of care to try to make it like legible. And, I don't know if all my choices were great, but I have gotten nice feedback about this part of this whole story, is this like kind of blue line being blocked, and then delay for union busting, and then green line because they lost the TYT management lost the election. That is to say, the workers won the second election, just like they won the first election. So anyway, I'm very proud of that. This timeline is in this film, and I'm actually working on a second mini documentary. Well, let me rephrase that. I'm working on an additional documentary that's about 20 minutes.
Finish the TYT one, then work on your next one.
Well, it's already half done, but it's related to the union. It's related to the Jubilee appearance. It's called Cenk's Personal Dealings, and it's about the union busting evidence. It just basically focuses on all the proof that all this stuff happened.
Just a random aside, have you thought about just making a 20-minute documentary and just releasing
way
it?
More sensible. Yeah, that would make a ton more sense than what I'm doing. Yeah, 100%. I wish I'd done that. I could have maybe gotten it all out in like 20 minutes and been moved on with my fucking rotten life.
Or not even that, like just, I don't know. I mean, it's like the way that some of these, because the video essayists, they tend to like burn themselves out like totally. So yeah, like 20 minutes would probably do it.
I think that like I totally agree. I mean, this is a weird film, and it's also like a video essay, but it's obviously got a deeper kind of graphical component. And
well, honestly, just as like just because we're not coworkers but contemporaries or whatever, I think that you should release this in 2 parts.
Well, I mean, it's already in 2 parts.
Well, no, I know it already is, but your final product, like that would be the way to do it. But also, like, you do have a good marketing thing here. We got a whole bunch of people that really want this to succeed. So, you can. I would say that, do a 2-part release, and like once it's all polished up. I mean, I'm excited to fucking really start putting out the
press release
commercials for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I hope to invite your assistance with that when I release it in 1 part, because I've been promising.
You're doing 1 part. Damn.
Well, it's going to be a 2-hour big part, and then a 20-minute mini doc companion, and then maybe even another mini doc companion.
Well, then.
So yeah,
Perfect.
so like that's all sort of worked out, but I don't necessarily. I can't necessarily defend my decisions in this. I don't know how to do. I want it done. That's my main thing. Is I want it to be.
No, I'm just saying.
I've been kind of.
This is gonna sound lame, but I watched Cam the way that he blew up with the Rashad one with part 1, part 2, and like it worked. I was like, oh, it's that simple. Damn.
Yeah. That's 100%. Like I think that there's certainly much better choices could have been made along the way with this. And actually, I'm planning on putting out like pieces of it, and I want to like put the entire thing on like other social media platforms, and I want to do some promotional videos about union tactics, and like I'm not just gonna put it out and hope it does okay, but I'm not sure. Like maybe that does make more sense to do what you're saying. I'm not saying that what I'm doing makes more sense. It's just that I'm committed to it as I've sort of been through this for all this time.
No, I just literally had that idea while I'm watching this. I'm like, yeah, you know what? This would almost fit as like a 2.
Yeah,
like,
it's a huge bite. I mean, but it's also sort of conceived to feel like one big meal, which is why it's sort of and I sort of want to
fine.
Present.
Trust me, I've watched 4-hour fucking videos of video essays. So
yeah. I watched a lot of those. The Elephant Graveyard video essay about Joe Rogan is really great. That guy does a fantastic work.
Actually, my first breakthrough was because Elephant Graveyard had to take his video down after he did the initial review of Joe Rogan's stand-up. And I asked him, I'm like, hey, I did a react video to your video. He said, keep it up. And I got like 14K in my first like few weeks of being on YouTube because of that.
And so he had to take his down, but yours was up still?
Mm-hmm. And he told me to keep mine up, where he was just like, I have to keep mine down. Like, he's like, I would like to still have it out there. And yeah, that really helped me out. It helped him out. And yeah, me and Elvin, like, he's the first creator that ever got a hold of me, and like, we're cool. So
that's cool. Yeah.
Awesome.
When I first started watching the Joe Rogan one, that's my first exposure. I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but this guy seems confident. I was happy to be on his Chocolate River.
Let's not do it. Let's not do it.
I was like, I trust. I was like, I don't know why, but I trust this man's steering.
He has brought it out again. Chocolate rain.
That's why.
I will drive Hank insane.
Fine. We're not all cool. We don't all get the references. But,
oh my God! You don't know Chocolate Rain?
Why would I know what why would I know that? What is it?
Because Chocolate Rain.
I know Purple Rain.
It was like one of the most famous like internet songs for I don't even know what reason, but like, God, it was like the early 2000s. This weird dude on YouTube was just like, I'm going to sing this song with a very deep voice, Chocolate Rain. And like, he looked like a fucking nerdy Indian kid. And like, I don't know, it just, it took off. Oh, this is a whole new layer. You don't know Chocolate Rain?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that one missed me.
Oh, at least John's sitting here laughing it up.
Yeah. John, do you know it? It'd be weird if John was laughing without knowing it.
It is actually, because
John, point the mic at your mouth. It's pointed
Pep
at your
just
your
saying
rain maker.
chocolate. Pep saying chocolate rain in that voice is what's making me laugh. I
Oh
think
no,
it's
you don't know
funny.
the song? There's a
Oh, I'm
song.
John, do you
my laptop
John, you
is like
do
right. What's
John,
up?
we need. Do you know the song "Chocolate Rain"? Is that why you
I
recognize
don't.
that, or you just think it's funny how he's saying it?
I just think it's funny. That's how he's.
Oh my God. Okay, here I'm
He doesn't
linking.
know the
I
song
will
That's
either.
it. No, here. So I'm giving you guys
Who's the odd
homework.
man out now?
No. Yep. Well. Yep.
I'll watch it if you want to.
Oh, I am sending this to you because 18 years. 18 fuck. This video can legally smoke. Well, it used to be able to legally smoke cigarettes. But oh my God. Here, I'm going to post it in chat. Oh, I know. I got all excited. My bad. Here. I'm going to post it in chat here. There you go. I know. You're all.
All right, let's see.
Stop.
My old phone carrier.
Oh crap! Do you want me to play it in the share?
No, because that one is copywritten. As I said, it's homework,
Okay.
just so you guys can play it. You
Fair.
don't even need to play the whole thing. You just need to play enough to like get through the chorus and like one verse to understand that I was doing this bit perfectly. So anyway,
All right.
this is more for me
I
just
will
to sell the bit.
Fair. I'm glad it's a real thing. I will definitely retroactively apply the ribbing and the to the scenario we've all experienced. I love that John was reacting with such intensity to a thing he didn't even recognize. Yeah,
that makes me even happier
just
to be
the way-
honest.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
I think it's just the way Pep was saying it or singing about it was making me laugh.
Well,
I thought it was that. I thought it was.
I
that
assumed
funny.
it was some sort of diarrhea joke about chocolate rain.
This is for Pep to give me nostalgia, Natch. Yeah, exactly. There's a few people in chat that are just like, oh yeah, I remember that. That was crazy. But anyway, let's wrap this up, and then
Yeah.
Then we can
here
wrap
go.
up stream.
Okay, Can never find my damn. I do get lost in this, and like how many? Okay, so I think if I move this in, it switches. Yeah,
You
good.
also,
Okay.
Hank, you also went on Irene Geller's podcast or on her stream.
Yeah.
On
No comment chick. Yeah, and your show, I've been
Yeah,
on
right
Vanguard a
after
few
that.
times. Letterhack,
Alex.
yeah, a bunch of that stuff. Okay,
You're
I
all
want to
over the
watch
place.
this bit with John. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
This is your reward.
Yay!
All right. Okay, here we go.
Although unionizing the rest of the Young Turks staff is a great idea, since
John
everyone
Iderola.
deserves a voice in their workplace, especially when the boss is a known union buster.
Yeah.
As a worker, Anna's had personal experience with how scary asking for a raise can be.
I don't like freaking asking for raises or negotiating. That's why I have an agent. My agent negotiates that stuff for me because I can't do it, right? So
Well, it's an uncomfortable process for everyone.
She's right.
Oh, it's also bad for the boss. I hate that's his answer. It's also uncomfortable for the guy with all the power. The guy who can decide who lives and who dies with the
And
whim,
then-
with the whim of his.
Yeah, the
So,
fact that
okay,
he just like says it.
I know.
It's like, yeah, I know. Crazy, right? Isn't that crazy? By the way, you're not getting a
This work-
raise.
This worker's going to get an extra $1,200 this year. That's unfair to me. All right, here we go.
Right.
Yeah.
It is the worst.
I liked
Since
that
very
logo.
few have a private union, an agent, a company-wide union would elevate everyone out of the intimidating subjugation Anna's agent helps her avoid. Doesn't everyone deserve better? Or at least not the worst? Unionize TYT, Make videos out of it. Be proud, be honest. Teach and inspire others to do the same at their workplaces. And don't worry, hungry capitalists. Socialist content is a proven moneymaker. Just ask the himbo
There you go, John.
himself,
Yeah.
the internet's top stream boy, where no take is too hot, no shoulders too
No,
big,
there's
no
too
foe
thick, there's
too
no way
paw.
to
The
paw.
socialist with the most
Those are the most
TYT's
IT's
former
very
head of the nepotism department, Haas.
Damn, you didn't
Russ
do small head.
Ah!
Yes, he did small head.
YTYT, make it a co-op. This is you talking from your dream. YTYT, make it a co-op. Your dreaming house. Buy it. Buy it. Buy it. Buy
Lead
it.
the charge, Anna, and hit me up. That's it. I'll bring coffee cake.
Oh, I love that part.
There you go.
All right, that is pretty
Wanna
fire.
Look at the little icons that are hidden in there.
TYT Union.
So if you go to the left, the camera sort of pans around a little bit. We
What's
see
that?
his dog. There's
Yeah.
Haas. There's
His
Elden
dog.
Ring. There's a Zillow logo.
AOC.
There's a bra
Dreamy.
that I pixelated over to the left. Who doesn't have those in their brain? There's an Alex Jones. Here, I'll hit the mute and let it play at slow-mo. 25. There goes
Oh,
Marks.
Marks.
I wrote your dreaming
Hey.
house. There's a icon. That guy's from Twitch or something. That there's a bunch of HASAN, and then we see AOC, and I think that's Pokimane. I think she's like a famous Twitch person or something.
Yeah, Pokemon. Yeah.
So this is because this is inside Haas's brain. We flew into his brain, and Elden Ring was popular. When
Oh.
Home of Progressives, TYT.
That's just my favorite part of the whole. That's my favorite part of the doc.
Glad we were able to
Son,
share
like,
that with you,
Make it a call.
John.
By TYT. Yeah.
And
All right,
you
boys.
guys were
Well,
fun.
this was.
Did you get 11?
Oh my God! Yeah. Yes, we hit 11:01. It's time to wrap it up,
Yeah.
John. Hank.
Can we plug our?
right.
Hank,
shameless
I
plug?
really appreciate you doing this interview. John, thank you for hopping on for the
no
fun
problem.
fun part of the stream here. This
The fun
was
half.
this was a good time. I
Yeah.
mean, it was kind of funny
Did
how
we
you were
do-
just like, oh, I thought you guys were just chilling.
We're chilling
no.
out. Yeah, I thought this was just a voice
No,
call.
I appreciate
was
the
still
fact that you were
good.
like, oh, you guys are live. Well, fuck it. And like that was actually pretty baller. So no, I really appreciate you guys. But yes, it is 11 hours in. It is time for me to go to bed. So I appreciate y'all's. I will I will catch you guys later, and then I'm going to do my outro to the general public here. But I might pop on tomorrow. We shall see. But because this was a 11-hour stream, likely not. But we shall see. But no, thanks, Hank.
All right,
again,
guys.
we will do this again.
Yeah. For sure.
Definitely gonna.
I'm gonna have
some
guests on
fun.
my show. Yeah, and like I'm incredibly overwhelmed right now with other stuff, but in about a month or two, I'm gonna start booking people for guests
Hey,
on my stuff. So
you know, I'm always available.
And,
Same with you, John.
yeah.
Yeah, I would
you
love
know.
to come on your show.
and I'm trying to get a Rocket League team together at this space.
We'll do like a panel show coming up here where I just kind of bring you guys on. We all hang out, do like this space panel show. But with that being said, thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. I will catch you guys later. Good night.
Goodbye, audience. Good job in chat.
Night.
Get home safe. Bye.
Bye bye. Peace.
All right. Okay. There we go. Whoa! Holy crap! I like fucked this up all sorts of bad. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. I had fun tonight. This definitely was like a larger stream. What is going on with this? Why is this not like? Oh, right. Duh. I'm gonna do this. Okay. Thanks. Thank you, John, for coming on tonight, and also appreciate the follow, bro. But yeah, no, we will catch up later on a stream coming up here. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my screen. This is so dumb. Okay, woo, did it. Oh, right, other one. Cool. Perfect, guys. Alrighty. Now we are all set. Except for that dang tickle. Alright. I appreciate y'all hanging out for this 11-hour stream. Hunter Mensch. Seismogam. Oh my god. I am way too tired to even engage with that. What are we doing? Hunter, why would you do that to me? It's damn near 2:30 in the morning here. And I just did a record stream, man. I just did more hours than I've ever done. And here you are trying to confuse my brain. All right. As you can see, I'm kind of losing my sanity slowly as I go towards me hitting that sack. So I appreciate y'all. As I said, guys, I might be on tomorrow. I could ask a Pokemon question right now. If you do, and I stay on for another fucking half hour, I will lose my fucking mind. So, no, I will not do that. I will not be opening Pokemon packs tonight. Maybe tomorrow. If I show up tomorrow, it will likely be my normal time of 4 o'clock. And it really depends on if the protests get kind of hairy. So, you know, if they don't, they don't. Cool. I just realized I backed out of Discord. God damn it. All right. But with that being said, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging out tonight for this monumental stream of 11 hours and 6 minutes. Likely 7 minutes because I got to play my outro. I will catch you all later. Bye-bye. This isn't going to be a clean out.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.